You're widely regarded as a failure at school. Your vitality has only increased by 3 points in 2 years. But no one knows that you're about to rewrite the rules of martial arts with this perfect exam paper. The withdrawal application lands on your desk like a stinging slap. Your homeroom teacher's face is filled with resignation, and your classmates' mocking laughter is piercing and heart-wrenching. His vitality is only 69. He might as well go home and work in a factory. You clenched that perfect score theory exam paper tightly. It was your only shred of dignity. Trembling, you began to read it aloud in near silent lip movements. This was your last stand against despair. Just as you finished reciting one concept and were about to push your body to its limits once more, a cold, unfamiliar mechanical voice exploded in your mind without warning. You are reading vitality theory. Vitality plus 0.01. You jerk your head up, your pupils contracting. A stream of pale blue data refreshes frantically on your retina. It's not a hallucination. Chapter 1, Sue faces expulsion. Sue, congratulations, you scored perfect marks in every subject on this test. Here are the expulsion forms. Go fill them out. The classroom of Class 3, High Martial Arts. Class advisor Chen looked at the teenager, whose face had turned ashen, with an expression of utter helplessness. These are school rules. Even if you scored a perfect score on vitality theory, there is nothing I can do. In this high martial arts era, with insufficient vitality in a situation like yours, you'd be expelled from any school. Sue's face was etched with resentment. In the high martial arts era, beasts ran rampant, and hot weapons were becoming ineffective. Only those at the warrior stage could resist the beasts. The warrior stage held an incredibly prestigious status and enjoyed immense social privileges and benefits. He worked grueling overtime for a whole month at his summer job, only to earn a few thousand yuan. Even the lowest-ranked warrior stage could easily find a job paying over 10,000. But to become a warrior stage, one had to pass the college entrance exams in both vitality and vitality theory and gain admission to a warrior stage university with access to resources. His vitality theory score had always been perfect, but his vitality was only 69 points. The cutoff for a regular undergraduate program was 100 vitality points. For a top-tier university, it was 150 points. This month, their genius campus queen had set a record by increasing her vitality by 3 points in a single month. Now that he is in his final year of high school, even if he continues to improve his vitality at this rate, there is no way he'll get into a warrior stage university, let alone become a warrior stage. The problem is, he doesn't have that kind of natural talent. He only increased his vitality by 3 points over the 2 years of his freshman and sophomore years. In the old days, Sue, you would definitely been a genius. Aside from your lack of vitality, everything else was perfect. But now, even I have to follow the school's arrangements. Think it over carefully. There are 3 more classes before school lets out. I'll come find you after school. Chen sighed with a hint of regret and turned to leave the classroom. Sue stared at the withdrawal application left behind, his face pale. He refused to accept this. He had already envisioned his life after dropping out, most likely working in a factory, living a 9-to-9 existence with no end in sight. This was completely different from the life he imagined. He wanted to become a warrior stage. He wanted a broader life. Most importantly, he was fed up with his current life. Only by passing the college entrance exam and becoming a true warrior stage could he change everything. 5 years ago, his parents' marriage had reached its end due to conflicts, and his mother had taken his younger sister to Longdu. He didn't know the specific reasons for the divorce. He only knew that his mother looked down on his father for being a failure and had taken him along with her. If I could become a warrior stage, would everything be different? Staring at his perfect score exam paper, he felt a deep sense of confusion. Is Sue dropping out? What's the point of staying? His vitality is way too low. He is just wasting his time here. You say he is not ready to give up, but if I were in his shoes, I'd have gone home ages ago. The classmates' chatter was a bit jarring, but there was no denying that what they were saying was true. He picked up the perfect score exam paper in his hand and began to read it aloud under his breath. This had been his unique way of staying calm over the past 2 years, turning negative emotions into motivation to move forward. But just as he finished reading a section, a prompt floated into view. You are reading Vitality Theory, Vitality plus 0.01. A hallucination? Sue paused for a moment, then tried again. You are reading Vitality Theory, Vitality plus 0.01. It wasn't a hallucination, it was a game-changing ability. The protagonist's aura had finally descended upon him, all his past efforts hadn't been in vain. Can reading aloud actually increase vitality? Sue suppressed his excitement, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. You are reading Vitality Theory, Vitality plus 0.01. You are reading Vitality Theory, Vitality plus 0.01. You are reading Vitality Theory, Vitality plus 0.01. He began reading aloud over and over again, and the surrounding noise gradually faded away. Sue was immersed in his own world, venting the frustration he'd been holding in for the past 2 years. It wasn't until the bell rang signaling the end of class that he snapped back to reality. At that moment, a panel appeared before him, as follows. Name, Sue. Age, 18. Vitality, 69.5 points. Abilities, none. 69.5 points. In just one class, he increased his vitality by a full 0.5 points. At this rate, he could catch up to the school beauty's monthly vitality gain in just 6 classes. Sue excitedly ran to the water cooler, filled a cup with hot water, returned to his seat, and began studying with renewed determination, moving steadily toward his goal. Although his vitality wasn't increasing by much, there were no limits as long as he studied hard. He was bound to make a name for himself. He is definitely going to make the cutoff for a bachelor's program. The cutoff for a top-tier university is within his reach too. He is definitely going to reach the warrior stage. Sue craves knowledge and a broader world, so he immersed himself in this euphoria. School is out. Let us go play basketball. Let us play some online games. Sue also stopped, as his throat was starting to give out. Over the course of the entire afternoon, his vitality had increased by a total of 1.5 points, reaching 70.5 points. Sue, have you thought it over? Chen came over to him again, his expression complex. It must be said that Sue's drive made him a promising student. He wasn't just dedicated to theory classes, but also worked exceptionally hard in the daily vitality practical training sessions. But his natural ability was what it was. No matter how hard he tried, it would be in vain. To ensure its graduation rate, the school had no choice but to advise students like him to withdraw. Teacher, I think I can still give it another shot. As expected, Sue just as always had no intention of dropping out. Chen rubbed his temples in frustration and said helplessly, Sue, I know you're not ready to give up, but there are many things in this world that can't be changed just by refusing to accept defeat. Sue shook his head firmly. Chen, thank you for your concern. I know you're under pressure from the school. But becoming a warrior stage means the world to me. I hope you can try to negotiate some more time for me with the school. Chen wanted to say something else, but seeing the determination in Sue's eyes, he held his tongue and nodded reluctantly. All right. In that case, I'll do my best to help you. But you know how things are at the school right now. If you don't show any improvement on this month's exam, I'm afraid there is nothing I can do for you. The monthly exam, huh? Sue calculated that there were still 2 weeks left until the exam, enough time for him to blow everyone away. Thank you for your help. I'll definitely succeed on this exam. Chen was skeptical, clearly not believing his words. After all, given his current vitality, how much would he need to increase it to make the school change its stance? 3 points in a month? That is impossible. And even if it were 3 points, the school wouldn't agree. Unless he became a true warrior stage, but is that even possible? He sighed, shook his head, and disappeared from the classroom. A vocational college is coming tomorrow for special admissions. The teacher suggests you look into it first. Chapter 2, Vocational College Admissions Vitality Test. Early the next morning, Sue arrived at the classroom early to start increasing his vitality. His vitality had already reached 73 points by then. Sue, could you help me fill out yesterday's test paper? His deskmate, Zhang, plopped down beside him and flung the test paper in front of him. Su furrowed his brow. This guy didn't have high vitality either. He spent all day loafing around and was considered one of the class S troublemakers. Usually, he gets Su to do his assignments so he could skip class and go online. In the past, Su hadn't refused partly because he didn't want to get into trouble, and partly because, since he couldn't boost his vitality anyway, he might as well kill time. No time. Ha? Zhang paused for a moment, then flashed a slightly mocking smile. You don't have time? You're not training to boost your vitality either. Are you planning to study vitality theory? Hurry up and do this for me, he said in a commanding tone. I said, no time. Zhang's smile vanished instantly. He placed his hand on Su's shoulder and glared at him menacingly. Su, don't push your luck. Su responded with an icy glare and a look of madness on his face. He was in school solely to reach the warrior stage. Anyone who dared stand in the way of his future would have to fight him to the death. Zhang was startled by his expression and instinctively pulled his hand back. After all, Su was usually a bit off his rocker, and that sudden, ferocious look would send shivers down anyone's spine. But he quickly snapped out of it. The fact that he'd been intimidated by that good-for-nothing Su immediately made him furious. Su, you. Quiet. Everyone, quiet down. As luck would have it, Chen walked into the classroom and cut him off. Zhang, his sentence left unfinished, glared at Su with rage and muttered, "This isn't over," before falling silent for a moment. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, Chen spoke slowly. Representatives from a vocational college will be here shortly to give a presentation. It's a specialized institution dedicated to training exceptional talent. Listen up, all of you who didn't make it into a 4-year university. Even if your vitality isn't high enough, you'll still have the chance to experience, and even reach, the true warrior stage there. As soon as he said this, many students became excited. Especially half-baked students like Zhang. He even briefly forgot his disagreement with Su, his face beaming with excitement. Su wasn't interested at all. After all, his goal was to get into a top-tier university. He wasn't even considering a regular undergraduate program, let alone a vocational college. Soon, a man dressed in a suit walked into the classroom. Class, let me introduce myself. My surname is Hao. You can just call me Hao. I'm here on behalf of Tenguan Vocational School to give a presentation. I'm truly sorry to take up a whole class period of your time. To make a long story short, the admission cutoff for Warrior Stage's undergraduate program hovers around 100 vitality points every year. Some students who don't meet the vitality requirement have no choice but to give up their Warrior Stage status and return to ordinary life, but our school can offer you a second chance to become a Warrior Stage. Hao wrote a number on the blackboard. 73 vitality points or higher. That is our school's admission standard. As for the program itself, it focuses on careers related to serving the warrior stage community. If you're lucky, you might even get some promotion opportunities and officially enter the warrior stage industry. Hao brought an assessment crystal into the classroom from outside. Students who are interested can sign up to take the test. Faced with such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, the students below could hardly contain their excitement. 80 vitality qualified. 73 vitality qualified. 76 vitality qualified. Su wasn't interested and didn't join the commotion. But before long, he heard Zhang's indignant shout. Why? My vitality clearly meets the requirement. Why won't you let me sign up? Zhang stood beside the assessment crystal, his face dark with frustration, while Hao wore a professional smile. I'm sorry, classmate. Although our vitality requirement is low, your theoretical foundation is too weak. Our major requires an excellent theoretical foundation. You didn't meet the requirements. Quite a few people around them were snickering, which made Zhang's expression even more grim. What are you laughing at? It's just vitality theory. Anyone can memorize it. What's so funny? Zhang was furious, but Hao completely ignored him and continued to chuckle to himself. Just then, his gaze met Su's. The moment he saw Su, Zhang froze for a second, then broke into a mischievous grin. Hao, I may not be great at the vitality theory, but there is someone in our class who gets perfect scores on the theory section and his vitality score isn't very high either. He's right up your alley. Oh? Which student is that? Hao asked, his face full of anticipation. Right there, that's student Sue. He gets a perfect score on the theory section every single time. Zhang's words shifted everyone's attention to Sue. The other students' expressions grew even more amused and mocking. Faced with such strange stares, Sue remained unfazed, though inside he let out a cold chuckle. He knew this Zhang wasn't up to anything good. He was diverting everyone's attention onto Sue so he wouldn't have to step in himself. Want to see Sue make a fool of himself in public, huh? Fine, then I'll give you a show you won't forget. Sue, right? Why don't you come up and take the test? Who knows, it might just open up a whole new path in your life, Hao said, unable to contain his excitement, flashing a professional smile. Some classmates started cheering him on. Hao, give it a rest. He's got big ambitions. He's aiming to get into an undergraduate program this final year. There is no way he'd settle for a school like yours. Yeah, Hao, don't waste your breath. Hao furrowed his brow slightly. He could tell, Sue was a real oddball in the class. But he wasn't about to give up easily after all. It wasn't easy to find someone with a perfect score in theory. Sue, why don't you give it a try? Just as Sue was about to speak, Zhang interrupted him again. Sue, the teacher means well. It won't hurt to take the test. You've been warned to drop out multiple times anyway, might as well give it a shot. Fearing Sue would refuse, he stood by, urging him on. With the atmosphere hyped up like this, Sue had to be made to look like a fool. Fine, I'll take the test. Sue put on an extremely reluctant expression and stood up from his seat. As he watched Sue walk toward the assessment crystal, Zhang's expression grew increasingly smug. You don't even have enough vitality for a vocational program. Let us see how you can keep your head up in class after this. He could already picture the scene, the crystal ball displaying a vitality score of less than 70. Hao would surely look utterly shocked. After all, no one had ever had such a low vitality score. Sue, was your vitality score 68 or 69 last time? I don't remember. Anyway, it wasn't 70. I've seen low vitality before, but never this low. Maybe it's because his brain is too sharp. He is going to make a fool of himself in front of everyone this time. I'm afraid he really won't be able to handle the pressure and will drop out. His brain is sharp? I think he is as stubborn as a mule, not very sharp at all. Listening to the murmurs around him, a smirk of triumph curled at the corners of Zhang's mouth. Chapter 3, for vitality points in January shocking everyone. Sue placed his hand on the assessment crystal. A glow burst forth from the assessment crystal. Vitality, 73 points. Class 1, Senior 3 fell deathly silent. Zhang's smile froze on his face. He looked as if he'd seen a ghost. Several students rubbed their eyes, thinking they were seeing things. Others gaped in disbelief, unable to hold back their expletives. Holy shit? Is this for real? Which week of the semester was this test? It's only been a month since the last one. He gained 4 points in vitality? That's 1 point higher than the genius school beauty? And a 4-point jump in vitality all at once? That's nothing short of a fairy tale. How, your machine must be broken, Zhang exclaimed excitedly. Sue's vitality was less than 70 in the test at the start of the semester a month ago. He only gained 3 points over the past 2 years, but now he has gained 4 points in just 1 month. The machine must be broken. Right. Something must be wrong. There must be something wrong with this assessment crystal. How could Sue, that bookworm who only knows how to study theory, possibly gain so much vitality? Hao was a bit skeptical, too. After all, he'd heard what the other students were saying. If it were really that outrageous, maybe there really was something wrong with this assessment crystal. Zhang, I remember your vitality was 76 points just now. Take the test again. No problem. Zhang nodded immediately and pressed his palm against the crystal at lightning speed. 76 points. His expression changed slightly, and he retested. Still 76 points. At that moment, his face went pale. No problem. There really is no problem. Hao took a deep breath, his eyes sparkling with excitement. It seemed he struck gold. Su, your vitality test is passing. I now sincerely invite you to join our school. If you agree, you can enroll in college early, and we'll guarantee you'll receive a degree from here. Thank you for your kindness, Hao, but I want to become a true warrior stage. Su shook his head. Student, why don't you give it some more thought? Your vitality is too low. Even if you could really increase it by 4 points every month, you still won't meet the requirements for an undergraduate program. It's different here. With your aptitude and ability, even if you don't meet the requirements within a year, it won't be a problem. Hao was getting a little impatient. It wasn't easy for their department to find such a promising prospect. They had to seize this opportunity. But Su shook his head again. Thanks for your kindness, Hao, but I really want to be joining you. My goal is to attend a top-tier university and become a promising warrior stage. Joining you doesn't fit into my plans. Hao was instantly taken aback. Top tier? You mean you want to get into a top-tier university through the college entrance exam? Yes, Su nodded. This time, Hao looked at Su with fresh eyes, his expression full of meaning. The others' lips twitched, their faces a picture of disbelief. Anyone could see that for someone like Su, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It was even the kind of opportunity Zhang and the others had been dreaming of, yet Su had rejected it so casually. By now, Zhang had regained his composure and couldn't help but snort derisively. Top tier? You'll be lucky to even get into an undergraduate program. Do you really think that getting a stroke of luck to max out your vitality will make your dreams come true? That is still better than not even meeting the requirements for a vocational college, unlike some people, Su said with a sarcastic smile. You! Zhang was furious and humiliated, but unable to refute Su's words, he gritted his teeth in rage. The feud between the two was now set in stone. Seeing how resolute Su was, Hao could only say helplessly, Su, it's good for young people to have dreams, but they can't be unrealistic. Here's what we'll do, I'll leave you my contact information. If you ever change your mind, give me a call. This time, Su nodded, left his contact information, and returned to his seat. Zhang didn't go back to his seat either. Instead, he walked over to where some other students were sitting. A few of them gathered together, whispering among themselves, occasionally glancing in his direction. These guys hung out together all the time. They were most likely looking to pick a fight with him, and their glares were hostile. It's a shame my reading vitality is growing so slowly. If it could increase a bit faster, I wouldn't have to worry about these guys giving me trouble. Su sighed, catching the attention of the girl sitting in front of him. No, rather than saying he caught her attention, it was more accurate to say her attention had been on him all along. Su, how come your vitality is increasing so fast? Do you have any secrets? Didn't usually talk to him much, but she never spoken harshly to him either, so Su didn't have a bad impression of her. He even exchange a word or two with her from time to time. It's all about building up a solid foundation. Su said half-jokingly. After all, he couldn't think of a better reason. Didn't believe him, of course. She just snorted and pulled out her textbook. Actually, there's a part of vitality theory I can't quite remember. I've looked through the book several times but can't find it. You mean that technique for speeding up vitality training? You know the theory by heart, why don't you explain it to me? Su blurted it out without thinking. But just as he finished reciting, a new notification suddenly popped up before his eyes. You are reciting vitality theory. Vitality plus 0.1 points. A 0.1 point increase for reciting? That's 10 times more than reading aloud. Su was stunned at first, then overjoyed. At this rate of improvement, he wouldn't have to worry about Zhang causing trouble at all. Su didn't bother continuing his conversation with Ing. He immediately lowered his head and began reciting frantically. He recited the entire vitality theory in one go, without even taking a breath, and his vitality soared rapidly. You are reciting vitality theory, vitality plus 0.1 points. You are reciting vitality theory, vitality plus 0.1 points. You are reciting the vitality theory, vitality plus 0.1. Ing, who had suddenly been ignored, stood there dumbfounded for a while before turning back with a look of helplessness on her face. Sue's mental state has always been a mystery, but there is no doubt that this guy is obsessed with studying. For the entire class, the students were discussing the rise in Sue's vitality. A 4-point increase in vitality in a single month that was a school record, and naturally, it was the talk of the town. Of course, most of the talk was skeptical. Some even claimed that Sue had ingested some kind of forbidden potion. Sue paid no heed to these rumors. His focus was entirely on increasing his vitality. However, he realized a new problem: there were only 3 more classes left before lunch break. No matter how fast his vitality was rising, he couldn't possibly stand up to several opponents in just 3 class periods. If only I knew martial arts. Martial arts are skills that require years of practice to master. It's said that those who possess them can take on several warrior stage opponents of the same level. I've been reading nothing but vitality theory. What if I read martial arts manuals instead? Suddenly, an idea struck Sue, and his eyes lit up. That could work. It's worth a try. Filled with excitement, he pulled the only book on martial arts theory out of his backpack. Suppressing his inner excitement, he slowly opened the book. Chapter 4, he must have taken a forbidden potion. Martial arts are never something that can be mastered in a single day. Since this involves warrior stage techniques, most academies don't introduce the warrior stage until senior year. After all, before one reaches the warrior stage, even if they learn martial arts, it's nothing but empty form. That's why, throughout senior year, the curriculum includes only one martial arts textbook, Octa-Strike Skill. The Octa-Strike Skill combines hard and soft techniques, focusing on countering an opponent's moves while delivering a series of strikes. If one truly masters its essence, no one can get close provided their vitality is roughly equal. Sue opened the book and read aloud the theory of the Octa-Strike Skill. You are reading the martial art Octa-Strike Skill, mastery plus 0.01%. Just as he expected. Sue stared at the Octa-Strike Skill, his eyes shining. He began to recite it. You are memorizing the martial art Octa-Strike Skill, mastery plus 0.1%. You are memorizing the martial art Octa-Strike Skill, mastery plus 0.1%. You are memorizing the martial art Octa-Strike Skill, mastery plus 0.1%. Octa-Strike Skill mastery has reached 10%, achieving novice level. Octa-Strike Skill mastery has reached 30%, achieving adept level. It wasn't until the lunch break bell rang that Sue looked up. At that moment, his vitality stood at 74 points. He could now execute the Octa-Strike Skill with ease. He estimated he'd have no trouble handling 3 or 4 people. Sue saw Zhang and a few others standing guard at the door, most likely to prevent him from escaping. Most of the class had already left, though a few were still standing at the door, gloating and watching the spectacle. Seeing that the time was right, Zhang led the other 3 classmates over. Sue, get down on your knees and apologize right now, or I'll make sure you never walk out of this classroom. Zhang threatened with a smug look on his face. Every one of them was taller than Sue, and there were 4 of them, no less. He pulled a baton from his waist and practically pressed it against Sue's face. I'm not apologizing. Get lost, don't waste my study time. Sue slowly stood up, his face full of impatience. The onlookers' eyes widened as they stared at Sue in disbelief. Was this guy out of his mind? Zhang was taken aback as well. His rage instantly reached a boiling point, and he swung the baton straight at Sue. Just as everyone expected Sue to be beaten to a pulp, Sue's palm moved in a strange, fluid motion, deflecting the oncoming attack. His movements were seamless: a punch, an elbow strike, a slap to the face. A full sequence of the Octa-Strike Skill landed on Zhang. Boom! Zhang was knocked to the ground, his face turning bright red from the impact. Silence! The remaining 3 stood with their mouths agape, their faces filled with terror. The students present were utterly shocked, their expressions filled with disbelief. Holy shit! The Octa-Strike Skill? It's exactly like the tutorial video. Su knows martial arts? The group was utterly stunned. They never heard of a high school senior who could fully master martial arts. Su's instant defeat of Zhang was so polished it was practically identical to the Octastrike skill tutorial video. Now, can you guys get the hell out of here? Su looked down at Zhang with utter disdain. Now, he no longer had to worry about these people getting in his way. You just wait, this isn't over. Zhang was helped to his feet, veins bulged on his forehead as he stormed out of the classroom in a rage. Zhang, I think you should just let it go. As soon as they stepped out of the classroom, the person accompanying Zhang looked utterly exasperated. That Su guy not only has his vitality shot up, but he knows martial arts too. He is not someone to mess with. Zhang shot him a vicious glare. You wimp. So what if he knows martial arts? Does that make him invincible? His vitality spiked that much all at once. Something's definitely off. He might VE taken some forbidden potion. Right, he must VE taken a forbidden potion. Otherwise, there is no way that kid could VE improve so much overnight. School regulations explicitly prohibit the use of forbidden potions. Let us all go to the school lab right now to report this. The more they talked, the more excited they became. Su's vitality had risen so suspiciously in just 1 month, he actually surpassed even the school's most popular girl. At that rate, no one would believe he hadn't taken a potion. Right, I even heard people in our class discussing it today. Taking the forbidden potion can also mess with your mind. Su seems a bit off mentally, no doubt about it. The other three looked just as certain. Let us go. Right now. The principal's office. Chen was fretting over Su's situation. In reality, expulsion is a matter that can be taken more or less seriously, but Su's case was unique. No matter how low others' vitality might be, they wouldn't consistently rank at the very bottom year after year, and now again this time. Sure enough, this morning the school administration had issued a directive: if Su ranked among the bottom 10 in the school for this month's test, he would be forcibly expelled. Chen, I heard you got chewed out by the principal again? Old Zhang, the homeroom teacher from the neighboring class, couldn't resist teasing him. He paused for a moment, then added seriously, I've seen that kid in your class, he seems a bit off his rocker. Don't let him cause you any more trouble. I've heard the administration is cracking down on fraud and cheating lately. Make sure he doesn't pull any stunts with those forbidden elixirs again. Just then, the door swung open. Zhang and a few students walked in, looking as if they'd just been in a fight, dirty and disheveled. Chen was already in a bad mood, and seeing them like this, his expression darkened instantly. Chen, Su has gone crazy. What? Chen froze. Su's vitality suddenly skyrocketed during the test. It's been less than a few days, and his vitality jumped by 4 points. He has been incredibly irritable. We only exchanged a few words, and he lashed out at us. Everyone in class suspects he has swallowed a forbidden potion. Snort. Chen, talk about asking for trouble. Old Zhang burst out laughing, clearly gloating. The genius in our class only gains 3 points a month. With him gaining 4 points in vitality, there's basically no doubt about it. Chen's face turned ashen. He never would have dreamed that Su would actually take a forbidden potion. Just what he feared most had come to pass. Are you sure his test showed a 4-point increase in vitality? Absolutely certain. All our classmates saw it happen. Chen jumped up from his chair and stormed out of the office, his face ashen. Given Su's natural talent, it was absolutely impossible for him to gain just 3 points in a month. This was clearly a case of taking the forbidden drugs out of desperation to avoid being expelled. He'd just been berated this morning for giving Su a chance, and now, before the morning was even over, Su had caused such a huge scandal. Zhang, witnessing this scene, let a smirk of triumph curl at the corners of his mouth. Su, you brought this on yourself, don't blame me. The school cafeteria. Su had just picked up his meal and sat down at a random empty table. He opened the Octastrike skill manual in his hands. Having tasted the sweetness of martial arts, he was determined to fully master this manual. Just then, he heard someone calling Chen's name and instinctively looked up. He saw Chen, accompanied by Zhang and a few others, striding toward him with an intimidating air. Chapter 5. Actually, the drugs had no effect on him. Seeing them all together, Su knew trouble was brewing. Sure enough, as soon as they drew near, Zhang stepped forward. Su, the homeroom teacher already knows about you taking those banned drugs. If you admit it now, you won't drag others down. How much pressure has the homeroom teacher taken on for you these past 2 years? Are you really going to be so ungrateful? He didn't lower his voice, and quite a few people in the cafeteria turned to look at them curiously. Hearing Zhang's words, the looks they gave Su were full of meaning. Su understood his intention. It seemed this guy was convinced that his vitality hadn't increased naturally. He looked at Zhang with a hint of amusement and said, "Who said I took banned drugs? I gained those 4 points of vitality through hard work. Don't go spreading rumors here." Zhang looked as if he heard the funniest joke. Through hard work? Everyone knows what you're like, doesn't even the homeroom teacher know? Could you possibly improve faster in a month than the genius next door? Why don't you take a look in the mirror and see what you look like? Chen stopped him from continuing, gazing at Su with a complex expression. Su, tell the teacher the truth. Have you taken any banned substances or not? Chen, I absolutely haven't. I've just been building up my strength over time. Su shook his head. Hearing his answer, Chen's heart sank. Although he mentally prepared himself, he still felt a bit disappointed. Su improving his vitality through hard work faster than the genius school beauty? How could that be possible? It seemed Su really had been forced down the wrong path by the pressure of facing expulsion. Su, taking banned substances will fail you on the college entrance exam physical, and it's a serious violation of school regulations. Since you claim you haven't taken any drugs, then come with me to the lab. Zhang, standing nearby, immediately jumped in to fan the flames. Su, do you dare go to the lab? Looking at him like a clown, Su wore a look of disdain and snorted derisively. What's there to be afraid of? Since you, Mr. Chen, are concerned, let us go to the lab. As the homeroom teacher, Chen had always been very dedicated, and Su had received a great deal of support from him over the past 2 years. Therefore, Su held Chen in the highest regard and didn't want to cause this mentor any worry. When Chen saw that Su had agreed, a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. If Su had been reluctant, perhaps there really was something fishy going on. But now that Su had agreed so readily, could it be that he misunderstood? He quickly shook his head. Whether it was a misunderstanding or not, he had to take responsibility for Su. Soon, the group arrived at the entrance to the testing room. Su, are you really sure you haven't taken any prohibited substances? Chen grabbed Su's arm, his face full of hesitation. Su knew Chen was worried that he might actually test positive, and if that happened, no one could protect him. Chen, rest assured. I absolutely haven't taken any banned substances. I haven't even taken common medications like cold medicine recently. Hearing this, Zhang looked even more dismissive. Su, the lab's technology is very advanced. Don't think you can get away with it. I'll see how you handle it when the results come back. Su furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze turning icy as he locked eyes with Zhang. Recalling the beating he'd taken last time, Zhang instinctively took 2 steps back. Realizing he'd been forced to retreat by Su's stare alone, he flew into a rage. You'll be crying in a minute. Su couldn't be bothered with this show-off and walked into the testing room with Chen. Once inside, the first step was to check his current vitality. Su placed his palm on the assessment crystal, and the reading of 75 vitality points appeared. 75 points. Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. This wasn't a 4-point increase at all. It was clearly a 6-point increase. At this rate, he was leaving the school's genius and campus queen in the dust. But he immediately furrowed his brow, his face filled with concern. At this rate, it's impossible to achieve through hard work alone. Su must have taken banned substances. Only banned substances could boost vitality by this much. With the vitality test complete, they proceeded to draw blood from Su for analysis. After the blood draw, Chen led Su out of the lab to wait. During the wait, Chen remained silent. He was starting to regret bringing Su here for the test. With so many eyes on them, if Su were actually caught, the consequences would be unimaginable. He glanced at Su, only to find him acting as if nothing were wrong, not the slightest bit flustered. Not only that, but he was even reciting martial arts theory. Seeing how confident Su looked, a hint of doubt crept into Chen's mind. Perhaps Su really hadn't taken any banned substances after all? He didn't dwell on the thought and simply waited in silence. Humph, putting on an act. Just wait until the test results come out, I'll see if you can keep up the charade then. Zhang couldn't help but sneer, seeing that Su showed no signs of panic. Soon, the door to the testing room swung open. Chen was the first to rush forward, his nerves on edge. Colleague, what are the test results? The lab technician was a woman wearing glasses. She pushed her glasses up and scanned back and forth between Su and the test results. At this moment, everyone present held their breath, and Chen nervously wiped the sweat from his forehead. Su, right? These test results are a bit strange. The lab technician's voice wavered slightly, but she spoke up anyway. Ha, I knew Su was taking banned substances. Zhang burst out laughing, utterly smug. Su, I'd love to hear what you have to say now. You sure know how to put on a show. The test results are right here. Even if the King of Heaven himself showed up, you'd still be expelled today. Chen's face was filled with disappointment. It seemed Su really hadn't been able to resist the temptation and had taken the banned substances after all. How could that be? I didn't take any drugs at all. Su furrowed his brow, looking confused. Su, how long are you going to keep up this act? Do you really want to drag our homeroom teacher down with you? Zhang was incredibly arrogant at that very moment. He felt on top of the world. Just as he was basking in his triumph, the woman from the testing lab interrupted him. I think you've misunderstood what I meant. There are no traces of prohibited substances in Su's system. On the contrary, his body's efficiency in absorbing potions is extremely low. I've never seen such a poor constitution before. In other words, even if he were to use standard, approved potions, they wouldn't have any effect. So it's absolutely impossible for him to boost his vitality through any potions, and someone with this constitution would likely absorb vitality very slowly as well. In that case, he must be someone who can barely increase his vitality at all, right? The woman's puzzled voice echoed outside the testing room door, and in an instant, the laughter came to an abrupt halt. Everyone looked stunned, staring at Su as if he were a monster. How is that possible? Chapter 6, I'm famous, the campus beauty is looking for me? Colleague, are you saying Su couldn't possibly have taken any banned substances? Chen was visibly agitated, unable to believe his ears. Then could you double-check, is his current vitality level really exactly that high? Even if we tested him 10,000 more times, the result would be the same. And as I said earlier, in his case, even if he took a potion, it wouldn't do any good. As she spoke, she kept eyeing Su, her face full of curiosity. In all my years at the lab, this is the first time I've seen such a unique physique. Has his vitality really increased that much, just like you all said? In front of the lab, it was dead silent. Until Su broke the silence. Chen, now that the test results are in, can I go back for my lunch break? Oh, of course. Chen was overjoyed. As the homeroom teacher, he was naturally delighted that a student in his class possessed such potential. With the improvements Su was now showing, it was entirely possible for him to make it into an undergraduate program or even a top-tier university. Now you don't have to worry about being expelled anymore. This pace has broken our school's record. While Chen, as the homeroom teacher, was thrilled, Zhang, standing nearby, couldn't accept this reality. How could this possibly be true? Teacher, I think Su should undergo further testing. This time, Chen snapped at them. Why wouldn't it be possible? Look at Su, he has made such tremendous progress after years of hard work. He might even win the scholarship for the biggest improvement in the monthly exam. Now look at the rest of you spend all day loafing around, and you're barely even good enough for a vocational college. You'll be the first ones to be expelled in the next round." His unsparing scolding caused Zhang and the others' faces to fall instantly. They looked as miserable as could be. Zhang, in particular, fought back on everything that had happened and wished he could sink into a crack in the ground. Facing Su's amused smile, he no longer had the face to stay there. He slunk away, disappearing from view. Seeing that the matter had been settled, Su was about to leave, but was suddenly called back by a staff member. "Student Su, please wait a moment. We'd like you to give another blood sample. Actually, your case is rather unique. To be honest, our testing technology here isn't the most advanced, so we can't guarantee with 100% certainty that there is no issue. I think, to avoid any unnecessary trouble for you in the future, it would be best to send the sample to an independent third-party lab outside the school for a more precise test." "All right." Su hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. He didn't want anything like today's incident to happen again. It was indeed a hassle. It would be better to handle this decisively, so the school wouldn't have any grounds to nitpick about this matter. After stepping out of the testing building, Chen patted him on the shoulder. "Su, your spiritual energy surge this time was very sudden. If there really are any issues later on, don't put any pressure on yourself." He wasn't sure why Su's spiritual energy had surged so suddenly, but since taking potions was out of the question, it was highly likely, just as Su himself had said, that this was the result of long accumulated potential finally breaking through. With such a sudden surge, the rate of improvement would likely slow down afterward, and he was worried this might cause Su to feel a sense of disappointment. Su understood what he meant and nodded with a smile. "Chen, don't worry. I'll keep a level head and make sure not to let this affect my performance on the monthly exam." "You don't need to worry about the monthly exam. At your current pace, you've already broken the record. Work hard these remaining weeks and try to improve your score a few more points. That way, you'll impress the school administrators, and I can help you apply for a scholarship. The school doesn't offer many merit scholarships, but it'll be enough to cover your food expenses for a month or two. It'll help ease the financial burden on your family a little." "Thanks, Chen." Su nodded emphatically, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. He knew Chen was looking out for him because he understood his family situation, and he felt a deep sense of gratitude. Because of what happened with his mother, his father had placed extreme importance, even to the point of obsession, on Chen reaching the warrior stage. Unfortunately, too much of a good thing can backfire. His father's health had suffered, and the family's income had been unstable for the past 2 years. Chen had even had to take a factory job during summer break. If he could actually win the scholarship offered by the school, it would certainly ease a lot of the financial pressure on his family. After exchanging a few more words, Su went back to continue honing his octa-strike skill. While boosting his vitality was certainly important, having tasted the rewards of martial arts, he decided to focus first on mastering the octa-strike skill completely. Although martial arts isn't a required subject for the college entrance exam, meeting the standards would allow him to apply to many top schools in Dragon Nation. For example, the Imperial Dragon Capital University, a warrior stage sanctuary regarded as sacred by all Dragon Nation citizens. This was also his goal, since both his mother and younger sister were in Dragon Capital. So he spent the entire afternoon poring over this martial arts manual, and even after lights out in the dorm, he continued silently reciting the octa-strike skill. Early the next morning, Chen, worried about a conflict between him and Chen, reassigned him to sit next to Ing. By the end of the second class, he had completely and perfectly mastered the octa-strike skill. "You are reciting the martial art octa-strike skill, increasing mastery by 0.1%. Your octa-strike skill mastery has reached 100%, achieving perfect mastery. You have fully mastered a martial art and gained 1 point of insight. Name, Su. Age, 18. Vitality, 75 points. Insight, 1 point. Can achieve sudden enlightenment for martial arts with 100% mastery. Ability, octa-strike skill proficiency 100%. Can he achieve sudden enlightenment? Su immediately used 1 point of insight to achieve sudden enlightenment regarding the octa-strike skill. The theoretical principles of the octa-strike skill flashed rapidly through his mind, followed by a surge of innovative and improved ideas. Unable to contain his excitement, he picked up a pen and began furiously jotting down notes in his textbook. This caught Ing's attention. She curiously leaned in and, seeing him scribbling furiously in his textbook, looked puzzled. "Are you copying down the octa strike skill?" "Not exactly. I'm improving the octa strike skill." Sue didn't even look up. "Improving it?" Ing gave him a strange look. "Are you kidding me?" What had happened to Sue yesterday was already the talk of the class. In just one day, first his vitality skyrocketed, then he displayed martial arts skills, and now he was dead serious about improving the school's martial arts curriculum. It was simply unbelievable. Seriously. Are you even in your right mind? You're scaring me. Ing watched Sue scribbling furiously, somewhat worried about his mental state and her own safety. Sue paid her no mind at all, his attention fixed on the tip of his pen. "You are writing the martial art 8 extremes in Yang Fist." Proficiency increased by 0.01%. He was completely immersed in excitement. After all, the school's genius campus queen wasn't just known for her rapid vitality growth. Most importantly, her martial arts prowess was also far beyond that of ordinary people. I wonder what her skill level is. I wonder if I'll ever get a chance to talk to her about this. Sue muttered to himself, curious about the genius campus queen's abilities. Who? What on earth are you talking about? I can't make head or tail of what you're saying. Ing thought he was answering her. Sue looked utterly exasperated. You don't need to understand, I'm not answering your question. I'm talking about the school beauty, Lin. Lin? Who is this Lin, anyway? She's got a whole bunch of guys chasing after her. In your current state of mind, you can barely even hold a conversation with me and you want to chat with her. But just then, an unfamiliar voice rang out in the classroom. Where is Sue from your class? The entire class turned to look toward the door in unison. Jeans, a short white t-shirt, tall and slender, with snow-white skin and exquisitely delicate features, she was every bit as stunning as any celebrity, a true beauty in the making. And this girl was none other than the genius campus queen, Lin. Chapter 7, Have I Already Offended the School Beauty? Who has Sue in your class? I'm looking for Sue. Lin stood at the door like a stunning sight, drawing countless gazes. Instantly, Sue became the focus of envious and jealous stares. Ing's mouth dropped open in exaggerated surprise. Sue, you're something else. You've only just become famous, and you've already hooked up with the school beauty? Sue still ignored him, staring at Lin in the distance, his brows furrowed. This brilliant campus queen exuded an unmistakable air of arrogance from head to toe. Her haughty demeanor made it clear at a glance that she wouldn't be easy to get along with. As he sized up Lin Wan, Lin was also sizing him up. Under everyone's gaze, her eyes landed on Sue first. The moment she saw Sue, her willow-like brows knitted together, and her tone carried a clear note of disappointment. So you're Sue? Did you really increase your vitality by 6 points in a month? Her words exploded like a bomb. 6 points? Didn't Sue only increase by 4 points? You don't know shit. Yesterday, when Zhang and the others went along for the test, they found out Sue's vitality had reached 75 points. Holy shit, that is twice as much as Lin's. Is he the top genius now? As the crowd began to cheer, Lin's expression gradually shifted, and obvious displeasure appeared on his face. Sue, come out here for a moment. Sue didn't know why she was calling him out, but he could already hear impatience and a hint of hostility in her tone. We're not even close. If you have something to say, just say it. He didn't care about some genius campus queen, and he certainly didn't want anything to do with her. Just the phrase genius campus queen alone sounded like a huge hassle. No one expected him to turn down the campus queen. They all looked utterly incredulous. Lin seemed to feel her pride had been hurt. Her pretty face turned ashen. Fine, then I'll just come out and say it. Sue, I don't know what methods you used to boost your vitality, but I hope you'll come clean on your own. Don't let this affect my record of ranking first in every high school assessment. Your test results have already been sent to a third-party professional agency. Even if you don't admit it, it's only a matter of time before the truth comes out. So you'd better give up any hopes of getting away with it and stop jeopardizing my future. Sue finally got the picture. It turned out that his improvement in vitality had surpassed Lynn's, preventing Lynn from achieving a perfect record of first place in every assessment for all 3 years of high school. There's nothing wrong with my vitality boost, not even a third-party test will find any issues. If you're done here, just leave. Don't waste my time. Waste my time? Lynn laughed bitterly in his rage. I hate people like you the most. You're no good yourself, yet you insist on sabotaging others' academic performance. Since you're so determined to keep up this charade, just wait for the results of this test. If there's a problem later, don't blame me for not warning you. Furious, Lynn issued his threat and stormed out of the classroom. Sue was at a loss for words. What's wrong with people these days? Can't they stand seeing others do better than themselves? Is it really that hard to accept when someone suddenly appears who is better than you? Sue, are you really sure you didn't take any potions? Ing, standing nearby, asked curiously, testing the waters. Don't get me wrong, it's just that your improvement has been so dramatic that anyone would be suspicious. But if there really is an issue with your improvement this time, you should talk to the homeroom teacher sooner rather than later. I heard the school brought in someone to feature Lynn in a special promotional campaign. If she holds a grudge against you and lets that affect the coverage. A special promotional campaign? Sue was stunned. This was the first he'd heard of it. Ing nodded earnestly. Yes, they say it'll be posted online and featured on all the major public accounts in our city. I'm guessing schools in the neighboring districts will see this news too. Once it's all out there, Lynn will basically become a household name as a model student. So Lynn would become famous? Sue realized the trouble this posed, but upon further reflection, he decided it didn't matter. After all, he hadn't actually taken any potions, so he wasn't worried about the check. Pushing aside his distracting thoughts, he refocused his attention on the 8 extremes yin-yang fist. As school was about to let out, he finally finished writing down all the principles, reaching 2% mastery. Although he still couldn't perform the technique properly, he wasn't in a hurry. He defilled an entire notebook with theory. Though the handwriting was a bit sloppy, its value was worth tens of thousands. This was no exaggeration. Martial arts were graded into 5 tiers: human, earth, heaven, and divine. Anyone not at the warrior stage could only access human tier martial arts. A single human tier martial arts manual was worth anywhere from 5,000 to 50,000. His version, an improved adaptation of the textbook, was worth at least 2 or 3 10,000. I'm rich now. Sue felt deeply satisfied. He was about to leave the classroom when he was stopped by a stranger standing at the door. The man was in his mid-20s, wearing a baseball cap, and looked extremely excited. Classmate, you must be Sue, right? That's me. Sue replied hesitantly, as the man didn't look like a student. I'm a reporter from the Xinhua news agency in our city. I heard about what happened to you today. Would you mind giving me a quick interview? Sue felt a bit embarrassed. News really does travel fast. It really is true that fame brings trouble. Don't worry, Sue. It'll only take a few minutes. I won't keep you long. And if you don't agree, I won't publish anything from this interview. Sue had intended to refuse, but realizing the man might keep bothering him if the interview fell through, he nodded. Sue, I heard you increased your vitality by 6 points in a month, but the school has raised doubts. It's now been submitted to a professional agency for further testing. What's your take on the school's stance? I don't have an opinion. Huh? The man was taken aback. You don't have an opinion? Sue nodded slightly. Right, I don't have an opinion. They can investigate all they want, as long as it doesn't delay my college entrance exam preparations. The man was struck by Sue's nonchalance and, for a moment, didn't know how to respond. He had actually prepared many questions, but he hadn't expected Sue to answer this way. In his view, increasing vitality by 6 points in a single month was absolutely impossible. There was most likely more to the story. But Su's current calm demeanor gave him the illusion that he wasn't lying. However, he quickly regained his composure. After all, he'd seen his fair share of high-stakes situations. So, you're saying that Su really hasn't taken any forbidden potions, is that right? Of course. You're such an unprofessional reporter. You don't have a single piece of inside information, yet you come here and ask me so bluntly. Shouldn't you at least do some research before asking? Su looked utterly exasperated. The man was left red-faced with embarrassment, and just then, his phone in his pocket began to ring. He hurriedly answered the call, but before he could even speak, a furious shout came through the line. Fu Yu, where the hell have you been? Editor-in-Chief I'm interviewing Su. Su? That good-for-nothing who takes fake drugs? Didn't I tell you the main focus of this trip was the genius campus queen, Lin? Chapter 8, do you really need to steal the Octa-Strike skill? How many times have I told you not to waste your time on those useless people? Are you trying to drive me crazy? Get your ass back here right now. The roar on the other end of the line was so loud that Su could hear it clearly. Fu Yu quickly hung up the phone, looking embarrassed. Editor-in-Chief is just like that. Don't mind him, Su. He's him, and I'm me. Here's my business card. Whenever you have time, I'll treat you to a meal, and we can have a proper chat. Saying this, Fu Yu slipped a business card into Su's hand. Su didn't want to take it at first, but when he realized she had gone out of her way to meet him bypassing the school's genius beauty queen, he accepted it. However, calling her back was out of the question. He wasn't about to invite trouble upon himself. His time was too valuable right now. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, a middle-aged man in a suit sat there sipping tea. He was editor-in-chief of the Xinhua newspaper, a man in his early 40s who had already produced countless viral hits. Currently, all the major mainstream articles in the city were his doing. It was safe to say that if he came to the school to produce a special feature, it would certainly attract a massive amount of traffic and attention. The school had nurtured a genius campus beauty, which would undoubtedly bring enormous benefits to the school. Principal Wang Chang's face was beaming with a smile as he said respectfully, Editor-in-Chief that's the gist of Lin's situation. We're counting on you this time. On behalf of Chongqing High School, I'd like to express our gratitude. Editor-in-Chief nodded slightly. As he held the documents in his hand, his brow suddenly furrowed. I heard there's a student at your school named Su who increased her vitality by 6 points in a month by taking forbidden potion? It hasn't been confirmed as a forbidden potion yet. We've submitted the case to higher authorities for investigation. After all, a 6-point increase in vitality in just 1 month is truly astonishing. It is indeed astonishing. A situation like this couldn't possibly happen without taking a potion. You'd better get on it quickly. This is no small matter. If word really gets out, it will affect your school's publicity for this event. Editor-in-Chief said with a serious expression. After all, in the eyes of others, if one person can boost their vitality, there's bound to be a second. Who knows if Lin has been taking some special forbidden potion? Yes, Editor-in-Chief is right. I overlooked that point. Wang Chang nodded, his expression grave. Just then, the office door swung open, and Fu Yu walked in. Editor-in-Chief I just ran into Su. I think he might be a genius. If it's true that he increased his vitality by 6 points in a month, then Su is undoubtedly a bombshell of a story. After 2 years of barely being able to increase his vitality, he has finally made a breakthrough. Hard work pays off. This is undoubtedly even more sensational than the genius campus beauty story. Fu Yu spoke to herself, utterly excited, completely oblivious to Editor-in-Chief S face turning increasingly grim. Finished? You like wasting time, don't you? Then write me a feature on Lin tonight. Fu Yu froze, only then realizing Editor-in-Chief was furious. But. No buts. No growth for 2 years, then a sudden surge of 6 vitality points in a single month. Have you ever heard of anything like that in our city? No. Then have you heard of it in the neighboring city? No. Fu Yu's voice grew increasingly uncertain as she spoke. Indeed, Lin was the most gifted person in their city. Before entering college, scoring 3 or 4 points a month was already considered 1 in 10,000. If Sue had simply been exceptionally gifted from the start, that would be one thing, but this was clearly a complete underachiever suddenly bursting onto the scene, something almost impossible. Fu Yue's face was filled with resentment, but he had no rebuttal. After all, the odds of Sue pulling off such a miracle were incredibly slim. Even if we take the most generous view, say Sue really did build up his potential over time, he can't possibly keep doing that forever, can he? How much vitality does he have? Less than 80 points. Give him a year, and at best he'll just get into an undergraduate program. Lin is different. She has already secured a spot at a top-tier university and has a very good chance of reaching our city's highest cutoff score. Tell me, are the two even comparable? Editor-in-Chief Bai's face was flushed with anger. The principal, sensing the awkward atmosphere, quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Don't be too disappointed, Fu. The school has already urged them to expedite the test results, and I'm sure you'll receive the news soon. Once you have accurate information, there'll be nothing left to regret. Although Fu Yu felt a sense of regret, she said no more. Instead, she began preparing Lin's story and left the office. Night. The school's back playground. By now, the day students had all left school, and the boarding students were in their dorms. Only a handful of students were still wandering around here. Su's vitality had now risen to 80 points, and his mastery of the level 8 Yin Yang Fist had reached 10%. He was ready to find a corner to try it out. He didn't stay under the lights but instead found a deserted, dark corner. After finding the right spot, he took a deep breath and began to perform the martial art. Compared to the Octastrike skill, the key difference with the 8 Extremes Yin Yang Fist lies in one word: speed. Using the same sequence of moves, the latter is faster and more powerful, leveraging an opponent's force more dramatically and delivering more ferocious strikes. Crack! 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 He executed a fluid sequence of moves. His joints cracked, the air hummed, and the power was at least double that of the Octastrike skill. Can you really perform at this level with just 10% mastery? This martial art must be close to an intermediate level 1. Su muttered to himself as he prepared to leave, but after taking only a few steps, he spotted someone standing in the light not far away. He stared intently, his expression turning peculiar. The people in the light were none other than Lin and Fu Yu, whom he'd seen earlier that day. Fu Yu was holding a camera, snapping away, while Lin was practicing the Octastrike skill. True to his reputation as a genius, Lin executed the Octastrike skill with fluid grace. Though not perfect, Su estimated his proficiency was at least 80%. Just as he was wondering whether to take a detour, Fu Yu, who was filming, spotted him. Su? Lin stopped immediately, turned to look at him, and noticed a hint of anger in his eyes. Are you spying on me? Su was so taken aback by her question that he momentarily forgot how to respond. Seeing that he remained silent, Lin became even more certain of her suspicions. Su, could you be any more shameless? First you took the forbidden potion to try to steal my first place in the monthly exam, and now you're here stealing martial arts techniques. Don't you have any sense of decency? Su was utterly speechless. Sis, the playground is huge. Can't I come out here to practice martial arts? Besides, there's only one path from the playground back to the dorms. Why don't you say you're blocking the way here? No one could have imagined that Lin would be so stubborn. You're practicing martial arts right here? That's hilarious. Of all the times you could VE practiced, you had to do it right here? You're not going to tell me you're practicing the Octastrike skill too, are you? Chapter 9, if I'm going to take an exam, it's got to be for Longdu University. Seeing her smug, confident expression, Su fought the urge to slap her. Damn it, there's only one martial art in the school textbook. Is she practicing her pectoral muscles instead of the Octastrike skill? Of course, he wouldn't say that, it would be rude and uncivilized. Sorry, but with your skill level, you're really not good enough for me to steal your moves. Su let out a cold laugh. What did you say? Lin thought she misheard him. I said, Your Octastrike skill isn't that great, you'd be better off learning from me. Bah! Lin Wan burst out laughing as if she'd heard the funniest joke. Such a cocky guy. Do you really think this martial art is so simple that you can pick it up just by watching? Su pursed his lips. Is it that hard? What's so hard about it? You've been at it for all these years and still haven't mastered the final move. All you do is say it's hard. Why don't you take a moment to reflect and ask yourself if you've been putting in enough effort? Su's 3 back-to-back jabs instantly made Lin fly into a rage. What did you say? I said your butt's too big, so you can't keep your balance during the final move. That's why you always fall just short. Is there a problem with that? Hey, you two, let us talk this out calmly. There's no need to argue over something this trivial. Besides, Lei Ching, you still have some photos to take, so let us just call it a day. Seeing the two of them getting more and more heated, Fu Yu quickly stepped in to mediate. But as she spoke, she suddenly realized Lin had gone silent, while Su was staring at her with a mocking expression, his smile full of meaning. When she looked over, she saw Lin standing there, her face flushed bright red, not uttering a single word. Wanqing? Lin was both furious and embarrassed at that moment, yet she simply couldn't bring herself to say a word. She knew full well that the reason she'd never been able to master this martial art was her inability to maintain balance. She knew that, but how was she supposed to fix it? It was impossible to fix. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that Su actually knew so much about the Octastrike skill. Impossible. He must be bluffing. She gradually calmed down and resumed her haughty demeanor. Since Brother Fu has spoken, I'll let you off the hook today. But if I catch you stealing techniques again, I'll make sure you pay dearly. Su's face was full of disdain, but he couldn't be bothered to argue with her. He walked around the two of them and headed toward the dormitory. Su, don't get too cocky. The boost you get from taking the forbidden potion will be exposed sooner or later. Even if the school can't detect it, there are still the monthly exams, the final exams, and the college entrance physicals. If you try to cut corners, you won't be able to hide it for long. Su didn't even turn around, his voice laced with disdain. And you, is it really that hard to admit that others are better than you? You won't get far by deceiving yourself. With that, Su vanished completely from her sight. Lin gritted her teeth in anger. Fu Yu saw her clenched jaw and, recalling their earlier conversation, tentatively asked, Wanqing, did Su really take the forbidden potion? He definitely did. If you don't believe me, go ask his classmates about his past. He was almost expelled by the school. How could someone like that surpass me without taking the forbidden potion? Seeing the absolute certainty on her face, Fu Yu sighed. Maybe I really was overthinking it. Come on, let us continue. This feature is all about a genius who works day and night. Let us take a few more shots. Over the next few days, Su spent his mornings boosting his vitality and his afternoons delving into martial arts. By the weekend, his vitality had successfully broken the 100 mark. His mastery of the 8 extremes yin-yang fist reached 50%. He had finally met the cutoff score for a bachelor's program. If this had been a week ago, Su would have been thrilled. But now, he felt indifferent. After all, he was aiming for a top-tier university, preferably Longdu University. No, it had to be Longdu University. After all, he now had what it took. His mother and younger sister were both there, even though he hadn't seen them in a long time. But for him, this was the most important thing, and he took it extremely seriously. With that in mind, he decided to head to the school library. He wanted to inquire about the admission requirements for Longdu University. He also wanted to look into the more profound aspects of vitality theory. He had increased his vitality too quickly and was worried that his body might develop problems. It was better to be safe than sorry. The university library wasn't just for students to learn more theory, it was also designed to help them better understand the warrior stage and gain some basic knowledge about it, which is why there were advisors on duty. In the past, he'd barely even met the minimum score requirement for undergraduate admission, so he never looked into the university or anything related to the warrior stage. After all, when you're struggling to make ends meet, you don't have the bandwidth to think about other things. But now it was different. His scores were high enough to get into college, so it was time to start thinking about it. On his way there, he first called his dad to let him know he'd be coming home after the monthly exam. His home was quite far from the city center. A round trip took a whole day, and since he rarely went home anyway, his dad didn't say much. He just urged him to work harder and not let himself get expelled. After hanging up, he arrived at the library entrance. The teacher on duty was sitting there, yawning. "Sir, I'd like to know what the requirements are for applying to Longdu University from our city." "Longdu University?" The teacher raised an eyebrow and sighed. "To be eligible to apply to that school, you must have reached the warrior stage in high school. Not only do they look at your city-wide ranking, but there's also a final interview. Young man, don't set your sights too high. Let me show you last year's admission cutoff scores for undergraduate programs. The National College Entrance Exam cutoff scores have been unstable these past 2 years. Just set your sights on the lowest achievable goal and work toward it." As he spoke, he reached for his little notebook. "No need, mentor. I just want to ask about Longdu University. I'm not interested in any other universities." Sue stopped him. Longdu University was indeed a tough nut to crack, having to reach the warrior stage before graduation effectively weeded out 99% of the applicants. Even he didn't have a 100% guarantee of getting in. "Where is the most advanced vitality theory at our school?" The interrupted advisor was at a loss for words. Pointing toward the second-floor hallway, he said, "In the far eastern corner on the second floor, that's where the vitality theory is kept, accessible only to those who truly reached the warrior stage. Kids these days are so impatient. Even if they get into college this way, they'll never reach the warrior stage." Sue headed straight for the corner, found the books on vitality, and began flipping through them. The warrior stage vitality theory was certainly more comprehensive, and that was exactly the knowledge he needed. To his surprise, he could understand most of the theories outlined there. Perhaps because he consistently scored perfect marks on theory exams and had a solid foundation, he could grasp them completely with just a little thought and reflection. "You have mastered a vitality theory. Vitality +1. Ha!" Sue was stunned when he saw the line of text float up before his eyes. Learning a new piece of knowledge could boost his vitality by 1 point? That's 10 times more than memorizing, and 100 times more than reading aloud. If he'd known this earlier, why had he wasted so much time? Chapter 10: Being Too Good Has Its Troubles. Sue had discovered a whole new world. If each piece of knowledge boosted his vitality by 1 point, wouldn't he be able to reach the warrior stage in just a few days? Longdu University, which he just found so difficult to get into, now seemed like nothing to him. He calmed himself down, lowered his head, and began studying the theory tirelessly. "You've mastered a vitality theory. Vitality +1. You've mastered a vitality theory. Vitality +1. You've mastered a vitality theory. Vitality +1. He raised his vitality to 115 points, set down his materials, and rubbed his temples. Although his vitality was rising quickly, it was also incredibly mentally taxing. Mastering a single piece of knowledge wasn't as simple as it seemed. He had to commit it firmly to memory in order to gain that single point of vitality. Fortunately, while memorizing, he could gain vitality bonuses from reading and reciting, which, when combined, accelerated the process tremendously. Just as he was about to continue, a hand tapped him on the shoulder. "Excuse me, could you move over a bit?" Sue looked up to see a middle-aged man in a suit. Wearing gold-rimmed glasses, his scholarly appearance was quite similar to Fuyu's. "Excuse me, could you please move over? I need to look up some information. I called you several times, but you didn't respond. Are you that engrossed in your reading?" Sue gave an awkward smile and quickly stepped aside. "Student, you're reading the vitality theory used in the warrior stage, aren't you? You're so engrossed, do you actually understand it?" "Not entirely, but my grasp of vitality theory is solid. I can understand the simpler concepts. The man looked surprised, then pulled out a business card and handed it to him. Here's my card. If you're really interested in literature and knowledge, feel free to stop by and check us out sometime. We're looking for people just like you. Sue instinctively took the card and paused for a moment when he saw the name on it. Xinhua Press. Editor-in-Chief by Fei. Editor-in-Chief by? As Sue thought back, he realized that voice was the same one he'd heard on the phone with Fu Yu. Recalling how this guy had called him a good-for-nothing over the phone, his favorable impression of him instantly took a hit. That's right, I'm the current editor-in-chief of Xinhua. There aren't many people these days who enjoy delving into theory. You're quite impressive, young man. Bai Fei's face was beaming with a smile. Deep down, he was somewhat surprised very few high school students could grasp this theory, which only true warrior stage practitioners could understand. Among the people he'd encountered, only a select few geniuses, those destined to reach higher levels of the warrior stage, were capable of comprehending it. Moreover, judging by the intense focus the young man had displayed just now, he knew the boy truly understood it. He wasn't just putting on a show. I just read it occasionally. I plan to become a warrior stage one day, so I appreciate Editor-in-Chief Bai's kindness, but I really have no interest in Xinhua. Su shook his head decisively. Bai Fei's expression froze. For some reason, he sensed that Su seemed to have a grudge against him. The cheerful attitude from earlier had completely vanished. He wanted to say a few more words, but Su simply put down the book in his hand and walked away without looking back. Bai Fei was instantly displeased, but quickly composed himself. As expected, young people just don't know a good thing when they see it. Su had no idea what Editor-in-Chief Bai had said behind his back, and he honestly couldn't muster any interest in the man anyway. He was about to leave, but as soon as he stepped off the second floor, he spotted a familiar figure. He knew right away, if Editor-in-Chief Bai was here, Lin was almost certainly here too. Sure enough, Lin was standing at the entrance, apparently chatting with an admissions counselor. Sensing his gaze, Lin slowly looked up, her haughty willow-like eyebrows furrowing. Their eyes met, neither expression particularly friendly. A duty teacher looked over curiously, clearly having misunderstood the situation. He chuckled. So, you and Wanqing know each other, student? Actually, I suggest you come take a look at some other schools just to be prepared. Even Lin is only looking at top-tier universities. Setting your sights on Longdu University is way too ambitious. Upon hearing this, Lin immediately gave a scornful laugh. You, of all people, talking about Longdu University? That's absolutely laughable. What's wrong with me aiming for Longdu University? At least I don't have any physical defects. I can keep my balance. Who are you calling physically defective? Lin's eyes widened, and her face flushed red with anger. If there's one thing that gives good-looking people an advantage, it's this. Seeing her reaction, the male instructor standing nearby immediately turned to Su with a reproachful tone. Student, that was wrong of you. As a male student, how can you say a female student is physically defective in public like that? By this point, Su had reached the end of his patience. Too annoyed to say anything more, he simply walked toward the door. Su! Don't get too cocky. I've already checked with the school. The test results will be out on Monday. When the school calls you out on this, I'll see how you handle it. Lin was furious, but Su's figure was already fading into the distance, leaving her so angry she kept stomping her feet. Wanqing, what's going on? Editor-in-Chief Bai heard the commotion from the second floor and ran down to ask what had happened. Lin, being a teenager after all, recounted the situation with a hint of hurt in her voice. Upon hearing her story, Editor-in-Chief Bai comforted her. Wanqing, there's no need to get upset. Once this special feature is published, you'll go viral all over the city. By then, you'll be a household name online. Why get upset over someone who couldn't even get into college? As he said this, he thought of the young man he'd run into on the second floor earlier and added thoughtfully, besides, most young people these days lack self-awareness. It's perfectly normal. Lin thought he had a point and calmed down. Let us go. Head upstairs to memorize a couple of articles, and I'll set up another library section for you. As soon as Sue left the library, the first thing he did was study all the textbook material he had on hand. It had only been 3 weeks since the semester started, and much of the textbook material hadn't been covered yet. After all, the focus in high school was on practical vitality learning, not textbook theory. Learning this vitality theory was clearly faster and easier than learning the vitality theory for the warrior stage. There was still 1 week left until the monthly exam. His vitality was currently at 115 points. He hoped to reach the warrior stage before the monthly exam. After the exam, he could register with the Sidious Warrior Guild and officially become a warrior stage. The benefits of becoming a warrior stage went without saying, they were countless. Most importantly, once the test is over next Monday, he'll be able to give his father a huge surprise with his perfect monthly exam scores, the bonus, and his warrior stage status. Thinking of this, he felt full of energy. But then he immediately recalled what Lynn had said as he was leaving the library, and it gave him a bit of a headache. He was absolutely certain he'd pass the test on Monday. He was just worried that those people might stir up a whole bunch of trouble again. Sigh. I guess being too outstanding comes with its own set of worries. Chapter 11. Take a good look. This is what a genius looks like. The weekend always seemed to fly by. Monday arrived. During morning study hall, the classroom of Senior 3, Class 1 was abuzz with chatter. News spread quickly at school. Today was the day the school was sending the samples to a professional third-party testing agency. Everyone was whispering among themselves until Sue appeared in the classroom with dark circles under his eyes. Why does he look so haggard? Did he pull an all-nighter? Looks like he didn't sleep a wink. Could he be worried about the test results? I think that's possible. With his vitality spiking that much, there's no way this is normal. Ing looked at the listless Sue and quietly patted him on the shoulder. Are you nervous? Not nervous at all, I'm super excited. Sue yawned, his eyes sparkling. He wasn't lying. He'd been studying theory like crazy these past 2 days, and his vitality had shot up to 160 points. That was more than enough to get into a top-tier university. You really are full of yourself. I never realized you were such a show-off before. Ing pursed her lips, looking skeptical. Sue shrugged, looking wronged. Soon, Chen walked into the classroom with a serious expression and called Sue aside. On the way to the principal's office, Chen asked again, Sue, are you sure you haven't taken any banned substances? Come to think of it, even taking legitimate medication counts. Chen, don't worry. I absolutely haven't taken any drugs. Seeing how haggard Sue looked, Chen didn't press the matter further but instead wore a look of concern. No matter how you looked at it, he seemed like a guilty party who hadn't slept well. It was truly unsettling. But at this point, it was too late for him to help Sue. If something really went wrong, and he actually spoke up for Sue, he'd be fired himself. Soon, they walked into the office. Inside the office, Principal Wang Chang sat upright, while Lin and her homeroom teacher, Old Zhang, were seated nearby, seemingly engaged in conversation. Principal, Sue is here. Now that he is here, let us discuss this matter of him ingesting the forbidden potion. As Wang Chang spoke, he tossed a file onto the desk. Chen, as his homeroom teacher, you should be well aware of the seriousness of this matter. So, to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings, I haven't opened this file to ensure that both you and your student are present to witness everything. Chen looked at the test results before him and nodded grimly. He was now extremely anxious. After all, there are quite a few students who ingest prohibited substances every year, and half of them aren't discovered until the college entrance exam physicals. Tests conducted by third-party professional agencies are essentially identical to those used in the college entrance exam physicals, so even if Sue's school test comes back clear, the probability that the third-party test will reveal a problem is at least 50%. That probability isn't low, on the contrary, it's quite high. Sue, do you want to open it yourself? Don't wait until Chen opens it and then claim there's a problem with the file, Lin said with schadenfreude. She could already picture Sue scrambling to make excuses in a moment. Thinking of how Sue had been ruining her mood these past few days, she felt an immense sense of relief at that moment. Sue's expression remained calm as he said earnestly, "If the test results inside show that I took the forbidden potion, then the test results are indeed flawed." "I knew you'd say that. But the school will absolutely never allow someone who has taken a forbidden potion to take the college entrance exam, so don't even think about making excuses." "Principal, isn't that right?" The principal's stern expression toward Lynn melted away, giving way to a gentle smile. "That's right, Sue. The school has already been as lenient as possible. In your situation, any other school would have already expelled you. But I also know how hard you've worked in your studies. I've been telling your homeroom teacher to give you a chance, but now that you've taken the forbidden potion, you've truly let the school down." Sue looked at all those faces, and for a moment, he felt a surge of frustration. He never expected to experience such raw human nature before even leaving campus. He snatched the test report, tore it open with a loud rip, and then slammed it down on the table. "Take a good look. Has Sue, taken any forbidden substances or not?" Seeing how confident Sue was, the principal immediately picked up the test results. Several people nearby gathered around as well, but when they saw the results, they were all stunned. It was confirmed that the subject, Sue, had not taken any forbidden substances. No traces of forbidden substances were found in the subject's system. Conclusion: the subject has not taken any regulated or prohibited potions for at least half a year. Silence fell over the office. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. If that were the case, it would prove that Sue's increase in vitality was absolutely genuine, achieved entirely through his own efforts. Everyone stared at Sue as if they'd seen a ghost. Had he really doubled Lynn's vitality? Impossible. Lynn was devastated, her face pale. But no matter how unwilling she was to accept it, the facts were the facts. "Principal, Sue didn't take any banned substances. He's a genius." Chen was overjoyed to see that Sue really hadn't taken any banned substances. Wang Chang's mind was buzzing. He stared at the test report, momentarily at a loss for words. He never would have dreamed that Sue really hadn't taken any banned substances. Not just him. Before the test report was opened, no one present could have imagined that Sue would pass the test conducted by a professional institution. Most had simply assumed that the banned substances Sue had taken were hard to detect. They were certain the truth would finally come to light this time. Unexpectedly, it turned out that the real clown was them, the school administrators, not Sue. I wouldn't exactly call him a genius. Just as everyone was struggling to come to terms with this, old Zhang, who had remained silent the whole time, spoke up. "Student Sue has been quiet for far too long. It's perfectly normal for him to suddenly unleash a burst of brilliance after building up his potential for so long. However, this temporary surge in brilliance doesn't mean it will last. Student Sue still needs to work harder for this month's exam. It would be a real disgrace if he broke the school's improvement record but still failed to get into college." "Teacher Zhang, what do you mean by that?" Chen exploded in anger. Seeing the tension between the two, Zheng Chang cleared his throat and said solemnly, "Teacher Zhang is right. Sue, you need to work hard. Don't end up like Zhang Yang." Indeed, Sue was just a fluke. Lin was the consistent genius. The school had already put together a special feature on Lin, and they absolutely couldn't let Sue this unstable factor affect the publicity campaign. Besides, so what if his vitality increased significantly in a single month? He is still struggling to even get through his undergraduate degree, isn't he? The only one who can bring glory to the school is the genius Lin. Chapter 12, Vitality Fully Charged. Preparing for the Warrior Stage Assessment. How could Sue not know what these people were thinking? But his goal was to become a true warrior stage and go to Longdu. He couldn't care less about the things these people considered important. "Principal, now that the matter has been cleared up, can I go back to class?" "Of course, Sue. Keep up the good work. You don't need to worry about being expelled. The school won't give up on a student as hardworking as you." Sue didn't believe a word of Wang Chang's nonsense, but he didn't argue either. He silently followed Chen out of the classroom, leaving this hotbed of trouble behind. After Sue left, Lin's face was etched with resentment, and she was clearly in a bad mood. Old Zhang sensed her thoughts and quickly smiled, saying, "Wan Qing, you don't need to feel pressured. Your vitality has already surpassed the cutoff score for key universities. His is just a 1-month surge that put him ahead of you. I've heard that aside from the forbidden potion, some people's bodies can suddenly mutate, leading to a massive increase in vitality, but just like with the potion, they fail the physical exam anyway. Su must be one of those cases, so he hasn't actually surpassed you in talent. He has just been lucky." Lin's eyes lit up slightly. "Really? But if I lose my 3-year streak as top student and my scholarship, I'll have no hope of getting into Chuanjiang University." Chuanjiang University ranks among the top warrior stage universities, though its standards aren't quite as high as Kyoto University's, they're still extremely rigorous. Don't worry about that. The president just had Xinhua News Agency put together a special feature on you. You're the face of the school now. President Zhang Wanti, just sit back and do nothing, right? Zheng Chang nodded. You haven't taken any vitality boosting potions yet, have you? The school just received a new batch of certified potions. Consider this a reward for helping with the school's exclusive interview. Have teacher Zhang take you there this weekend. Student Su's situation is rather special. Even if he isn't included in the award selection, it's understandable. He has met the criteria for expulsion many times, yet the university hasn't expelled him. He should be grateful to the university. Lin's mind was now completely at ease. Having calmed down, Lin and old Zhang left the office, while Zhang Chang casually dialed the number for Xinhua Press. Xinhua Press. Fuyu, who was in the office, answered Zhang Chang's call immediately and jumped up from her seat in excitement. What? Bai Fei, standing nearby, furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. Why are you making such a fuss? What happened? Can't you just focus on finishing Lin's article? You're always slacking off. Fuyu hung up the phone, paying no heed to his scolding, utterly thrilled. Editor-in-Chief Bai, I just got word that Su's test results show he hasn't taken any banned substances. It's true that this guy boosted his vitality by 6 points in a month, no exaggeration. What? Editor-in-Chief Bai was momentarily taken aback. He never would have imagined such a thing in his wildest dreams. Editor-in-Chief Bai, remember what I said earlier about hard work pays off and building up strength for a breakthrough? It's not too late to go find Su now. Fuyu was at the peak of excitement. No. Having regained his composure, Bai Fei cut him off. A hint of a smile crossed his face as he said slowly, Su's vitality is pitifully low. Even if he improves it by 6 points, what difference will it make? Does he think he can get into a top-tier university? Or do you think his high school achievements will surpass Lin's? Focusing on someone like that is a waste of time. Plus, let me tell you, the school is planning to invite a 3-star warrior stage practitioner for the monthly exam. There's a high probability he'll become Lin's teaching assistant right away. Now, do you still think we should be focusing our attention on Su? Fuyu didn't say anything. He had no grounds to argue, so in the end, he had no choice but to concede. A warrior stage player being promoted to assistant coach. With resources like that combined with Lin's talent, the results are bound to be breathtaking. He silently formatted his article, but in the end, he hesitantly picked up his phone and sent Su a text message. In the classroom. Chen had just cleared up the matter of Su taking banned substances, causing a stir among the class. Just then, Su noticed a text message from Fuyu and furrowed his brow slightly. The message was simple. Fuyu wanted to conduct an exclusive interview with Su over the weekend. He mentioned that he knew Su had taken issue with Editor-in-Chief Bai's mistake last time, but emphasized that this interview represented only his own views and had absolutely nothing to do with Bai Fei. Su didn't dislike Fuyu. In fact, during their few encounters, Fuyu had always come across as very sincere. After a moment's hesitation, he composed a reply. I'd like to visit the Warrior Guild to ask about a few things. Do you know anyone there? He had never been to the Warrior Guild before and wasn't familiar with the place or its procedures. Having a contact there would make things go much more smoothly. The other person sent him a contact information, saying it was an old acquaintance he could just reach out to him directly if he needed anything. Sue smiled with satisfaction, set a time and place with him, and turned off his phone. Sue, you're amazing. Tell us how you leveled up. Teach me, teach me. Ing stood beside him, excitedly shaking his arm, looking every bit the starstruck fan. For ordinary people like them, this was nothing short of a miracle. Even the way they looked at Sue had changed. The Sue they used to see as neurotic was now simply someone who looked down on communicating with ordinary people. Simple. If you can't increase your vitality by 3 points in 2 years, you'll be just like me. Ing's expression froze, and she rolled her eyes at him. By the way, the monthly test is next Monday. A few of us are heading downtown this weekend to unwind. Want to come? Under normal circumstances, Sue definitely wouldn't have gone. But he had to go to the Warrior Guild in the city center for certification that weekend, and since this was the first time a girl had invited him, he agreed. Sure. No problem. But I'm socially anxious, you'll have to look out for me. He wasn't joking about that, he really was socially anxious. Studying for the past 2 years had nearly driven him crazy. Alright, it's a deal then. Ing looked completely confident, as if to say, leave it to me. Word of his achievement spread like wildfire, and the attitudes of his classmates and teachers toward him did a complete 180. Sue realized just how pragmatic human relationships could be. Studying vitality became a joy again, though the only downside was that his voice was taking a real toll, slowing down his progress and increasing his vitality. On Friday after school, Sue's vitality reached 320 points. Baji Yin Yang Fist Mastery, 100%, achieving perfection. Gained 1 point of insight. Sue, see you tomorrow. Don't be late. Ing gave him a quick reminder before disappearing into the classroom. Sue rubbed his sore throat, his voice was a bit hoarse. Looks like I'll have to buy some special medicine tomorrow, but my finances. Sue looked at the balance on his phone, staring at the dismal number, and muttered to himself. If I remember correctly, real Warrior Stage members are eligible for a monthly subsidy, right? Chapter 13, Becoming a Full-Fledged Warrior Stage Member. Early in the morning, Sue finished his morning routine and hopped on a bus headed for the Warrior Guild. To avoid any unnecessary trouble, he left earlier than Ing and the others, agreeing to meet up downtown at the appointed time. The Warrior Guild occupied an entire office building. It was vast, housing the offices responsible for Warrior Stage registration and other administrative procedures. Standing outside, Sue marveled at the grandeur of the building, then dialed a number. The person Fuyu had introduced, named Awu, told him to wait at the guild entrance. He'd come out to meet him in about 10 minutes. Awu was under 30, not very tall, and didn't look like a Warrior Stage member. Sue, right? I'm the chief receptionist for the Warrior Stage Association. I handle business inquiries unrelated to the Warrior Stage program, as I mentioned earlier. Are you sure you're here to verify your Warrior Stage status? He asked, eyeing Sue with a strange expression. Sue had already discussed the Warrior Stage verification process with him over the phone, but he still had some doubts. Sue looked to be only 17 or 18, still in high school. Becoming a Warrior Stage at that age would be a joke. Are there any special requirements for becoming a Warrior Stage? Not really. You just need enough vitality. Come with me to test your vitality. Awu now had only one thought: perhaps Sue was a relative of the Fu family, here to experience the process firsthand. The two had barely stepped into the guild when a private car pulled up behind them, and old Zhang got out with Lin. Teacher Zhang, are we really going to see a real Warrior Stage today? Lin asked, gazing at the Warrior Stage hall with some excitement. That's right. The principal has already made the arrangements. In a moment, I'll speak with the Warrior Stage Association on behalf of the school. If everything goes smoothly, after the monthly assessment, you'll have a real Warrior Stage as your teaching assistant, old Zhang said with a hearty laugh. Lin was overjoyed. She couldn't believe the school had managed to secure such a resource for her. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hurry inside. Lin couldn't wait, but the next second, she spotted a familiar figure at the entrance and froze in her tracks. Seeing her stop, old Zhang seemed to misunderstand something. He patted her on the shoulder and said, "Relax. Taking legitimate potions isn't something to be ashamed of, it's allowed everywhere. Don't feel any pressure. You have to understand not just anyone can represent the school to pick up potions. Even I, as your teacher, am only here at the Warrior Guild because of you." "No, I think I just saw Su," Lin said hesitantly. Old Zhang was taken aback. "You mean that kid came to the Warrior Guild? Impossible, you must be seeing things. This is the Warrior Guild. Ordinary people aren't allowed in unless they're here to certify a warrior stage or handle important matters related to the warrior stage." Seeing old Zhang's look of absolute certainty, Lin let go of her doubts. "Then maybe I was just under too much pressure. Let us hurry inside." Inside the Warrior Guild, Wu led Su to an office. The office was sparsely furnished, with only a desk and some testing equipment. The most prominent item was an assessment crystal. It didn't look like a formal verification room. It seemed they didn't have much faith in his abilities and were just going through the motions. "Come over here and test your vitality first." Su placed his palm on the device, and the numbers began to flicker. When the number 320 vitality appeared on the screen, Wu, who had been casually standing there, shuddered. His eyes widened, his face a mask of disbelief. His gaze darted back and forth between Su and the assessment crystal, checking over and over again to make sure he wasn't seeing things. "Follow me." Wu grabbed Su's arm and pulled him out of the office, leading him into a very formal testing hall. There were quite a few beautiful women in black stockings and form-fitting pants here, standing in standard ceremonial poses to greet everyone who entered the room or walked by. Wu dragged him to a crystal sphere that wasn't currently in use and shouted at the woman standing nearby. "Give him the warrior stage test." The woman standing nearby nodded slightly, leisurely picked up a record sheet from the side, and then slowly checked the equipment and the crystal. After waiting a few seconds, Wu grew impatient and stepped forward to check the equipment himself. In no time at all, he signaled to her that she could begin. "What's the rush?" The young woman shot him a sharp glare, her expression slightly displeased. But as the numbers gradually appeared on the assessment crystal, the displeasure on her face vanished instantly. 320 vitality. How old is he? 18. A 1-star warrior stage with 200 vitality points. He is almost at the 2-star warrior stage. I thought the youngest warrior stage here was only 20, right? If you know that, hurry up and process the registration. I'm taking Su with me to pick up his stuff. Wu urged from the side. The beautiful woman quickly asked Su a few basic questions and filled out some basic information. Her tone was extremely gentle during the interview, and she even seemed reluctant to part with him as she left. "Su, I've given you my phone number. Remember to come find your big sister to hang out sometime." Su felt a bit awkward and hurriedly followed Wu to escape. Wu led him to the second-floor lobby, where warrior stage resources were distributed. "Here's what's yours, including a 1-star warrior stage badge. With this badge, you'll get a 20% discount on all potions and elixirs needed for the warrior stage. There is also a vitality-boosting elixir, and finally, a monthly subsidy of 5,000 dragon coins. Additionally, starting next month, you'll need to hunt at least 2 beasts outside the city limits each month. You can keep everything you get from those hunts. It's fine if you don't hunt beasts, but you won't receive the monthly allowance." Su's attention was still on the box Wu had brought back, but when he heard the monthly allowance was 5,000 dragon coins, he gasped. He de-worked himself to the bone for a whole month at the factory over summer break and only made 4,500 dragon coins, not even as much as the warrior stage allowance. Sure enough, being at the warrior stage really made a difference. Still, since this allowance required killing 2 beasts every month to qualify, it wasn't exactly a free handout. "Thanks for your help today, Brother Wu." No problem, no problem. Are you heading back to school?" "I have a car, let me give you a ride." Wu was all smiles, exceptionally warm and friendly. Su had intended to refuse, but since he was running a bit late to meet up with Ying and the others, he nodded in agreement. Thanks for your help, Brother Wu. No problem, no problem. Brother Wu signaled that he needed to finish up the final procedures, so he asked Su to go downstairs and wait for him. However, just as Su had stepped downstairs, old Zhang emerged from the information desk nearby with Lin in tow and stopped Brother Wu. Excuse me, we're from Qingting High School. We're here on behalf of the school to pick up some resources. Is there a specific procedure we need to follow? Wu Henti intended to answer, but when he heard they were from Qingting University, he immediately thought of Su. So he instantly broke into a warm smile and grabbed old Zhang's hand. So you're a teacher from Qingting High School. You're quite the handsome fellow. I saw you come out of the information desk. Wasn't anyone there? Old Zhang immediately gave an awkward smile. It wasn't that no one was there, it was that no one had even bothered to acknowledge him. After all, the staff here served only warrior stage members. Naturally, they were haughty and wouldn't treat them with courtesy. Wu understood the situation the moment he saw old Zhang's expression. With a grim face, he stormed into the information desk and unleashed a torrent of abuse. Qingting was Su's school, after all. Given Su's talent, his future is limitless. If they were to miss out on an opportunity like this, it would be a loss for their warrior guild. After handling the situation briefly, Wu hurried downstairs to get his car and picked up Su at the entrance. Just as they were leaving, Lin and his companion happened to be walking out the door as well. Seeing Su and Wu pass by at the same time, the two of them froze instantly, their faces filled with shock. Chapter 14, Embracing Youth, Preparing for the Monthly Test. It's Su. Lin couldn't believe his eyes. How could Su be with the Warrior Stage Association's chief host? What gives him the right? Old Zhang was also extremely shocked, but he quickly composed himself and said, I didn't realize Mr. Wu had such a good grasp on life driving for a ride-hailing service in his spare time. Su must have been incredibly lucky to get a ride from Mr. Wu. A ride-hailing driver? Lin let out a sigh of relief. Teacher Zhang is right. I guess Mr. Wu just drives for a ride-hailing service when he is bored, and he just happened to get Su's order. Old Zhang continued with a smile, exactly. If it weren't for that, Su would never have met Mr. Wu in his entire life, and Wanqing, you might one day become a true warrior stage here. By then, even Mr. Wu will have to respect you deeply. Lin flashed a smug smile. Teacher Zhang, after hearing you say that, I'm even more eager to use the potions to boost my vitality even further. I'm going to make it clear to Su that I'm the only genius in the school. No problem, let us head back right now. Downtown. Tienda Plaza. A group of teenage boys and girls were standing by the side of the street. Hey, Ing, when is Su going to show up? We've been waiting for him here for half an hour. Exactly. I don't know why you had to invite that guy in the first place. You know exactly what he is like, he is always acting crazy. How are we supposed to have any fun with him around? Let us wait a little longer. Su said he'd be here any minute. Ing glanced at her phone and furrowed her brow slightly. She was the one who invited Su, she couldn't just leave him hanging like that. A male classmate stepped forward, looking somewhat annoyed. Ing, why are you waiting for that loser? We're all hungry, let us go eat. I'll go buy you a cup of milk tea and then we'll leave. I'll get you your favorite, mud bubbles. Song Yi looked at Ing with sparkling eyes, tinged with admiration. Let us wait 5 more minutes. If he is not here in 5 minutes, we'll go ahead without him. Ing sensed his gaze and felt a bit uncomfortable. Wait some more? What is the big deal? Before he could finish, a private car pulled up in front of them. Su stepped out with an apologetic smile. Sorry, something came up. Ing smiled warmly. It's okay, as long as you're here. Although she wasn't quite the school beauty queen, she wasn't bad looking either. Her fair skin enhanced her lovely features, and her down-to-earth personality made her even more likable. Feeling her warmth, Su smiled back. However, Song Yi, standing nearby, frowned. Su, we've been waiting for you for half an hour. Is an apology all you're going to offer? At the very least, you should treat everyone to a meal. Lu Ying furrowed her brow. Song Yi, don't stir up trouble. This is Sue's first time going out shopping with me. Everyone knew Su came from a single-parent household and that his family wasn't well off. Since they were all students with hardly any money to spare, this was clearly a way to put Su on the spot. It's okay. We're all classmates. I'll treat everyone to a meal. Unexpectedly, Su agreed right away. Of course, it wasn't because of Song Yi he genuinely wanted to treat Ing to a meal. It wasn't anything special, he just wanted to show his gratitude. During his first 2 years of high school, he'd been so obsessed with vitality that, to put it bluntly, he'd completely missed out on the real high school experience. Ing's willingness to take him out was, in a way, a chance to make up for those lost years. As for Song Yi's provocation, he was just a kid, after all. That's right. When he received his warrior stage certification, he suddenly realized that competing with these peers was pointless. In that single moment, with that small shift in perspective, he felt like he'd grown up. Alright. Now that Su's given the go-ahead, we'd better decide what to eat, Song Yi suddenly piped up, as if afraid Su would change his mind. After scanning the area, he pointed directly at a chain hot pot restaurant. This one Hoodie Lao hot pot. A meal at Hoodie Lao for the 4 of us costs over 1,000 dragon coins. Why don't you just pay for it yourself? Ing said, a bit annoyed. They were all high school students, they didn't have any money to spare. This was clearly just to make Su look bad. Su was the one she'd invited. If he was put on the spot like this, how would the two of them get along back at school? He said it himself. Seeing Ing defend Su like that, Song Yi grew even more annoyed. Snort. Su couldn't help but laugh out loud. True enough, they were all just high school students. This was probably the most expensive meal any of them could afford. Fine, let us go to Hoodie Lao. Let us go. Su stopped Ing before she could say anything else and led the group into Hoodie Lao. No sooner had they sat down than Su noticed a transfer notification on his phone. Ing had transferred him 1,000 dragon coins. There was a message below it, too. I'm the one who asked you out to dinner, so consider this my treat. Later, tell me your secret to boosting vitality. Hurry up and accept it. Chapter 15, the monthly test begins. In the end, Su didn't hear back from Fuyu. All he received was an apology message. It basically said she was swamped with work and might not be able to continue the exclusive interview with Su. He wasn't upset, though Fuyu had helped him resolve the warrior stage issue, so he considered himself even with her. Soon, it was time for the next day's monthly assessment. The monthly assessment consisted of 2 parts, a written theory exam and a vitality test. For the vitality test, everyone gathered on the playground, stepped onto the assessment crystal, and reported their progress in real time. The theory exam took place in the afternoon, with mentors from different classes swapping roles to supervise and evaluate the students. The morning was reserved for the vitality test, and all students gathered on the playground. All school administrators sat on the elevated platform, along with some specially invited guests and teachers. The most eye-catching figure was a middle-aged man seated in the center, the spot that should have belonged to the principal. The middle-aged man wore a 3-star badge on his chest, and his entire demeanor was distinct. Everyone, including Principal Zheng Chang, gave him a fawning smile. Look! It's a 3-star warrior stage. A warrior stage is here today? The people around him were buzzing with excitement, but Su didn't join in the commotion. Instead, he closed his eyes and recited silently. Su, I haven't seen you at practical training much lately. You're always poring over that vitality theory. Do you think you'll win the school's progress award? Ing stood not far from him, asking with a touch of curious gossip. Oof. Not far away, Song Yi snorted coldly and began to pay lip service while acting otherwise. I guess he thinks 6 points in vitality is a sure thing. He doesn't even need to improve it. But he might be in for a disappointment. I heard from the class next door that our school's beauty, Lin, has seen her vitality skyrocket these past few days. Looks like she's broken another record. The rest of the students joined in the gossip. Is that true? Su can't even win a prize with a 6-point increase? Yeah. It's hard to say. Sue is just someone who has been building up his strength for a long time, while she is a genuine genius. Otherwise, why would they do a special feature on Lin but not on Sue? Song Yi watched as everyone began discussing it, his face brimming with schadenfreude. But when he noticed Sue acting as if nothing had happened, his mood immediately soured again. What a good actor. I'll see how you save face when you go up on stage later. Sue, however, didn't mind them discussing him after all. When his turn came to take the stage, he was sure to shock everyone. He was genuinely curious, when he tested at the warrior stage level, what kind of expressions would those who always look down on him make? Sue, someone's here to see you. Sue turned his head and was instantly at a loss for words. The person who had arrived was none other than Lin, the school's most beautiful girl. The moment she appeared, she drew the attention of all the students around her. Back then, it had been in her classroom, but this was on the monthly exam field. There were more onlookers than you could count. Students from neighboring classes all turned their gaze toward them, their excited expressions as if they were waiting for some grand palace intrigue to unfold. Lin was as haughty and arrogant as ever. Tilting her chin slightly upward, she said contemptuously, Sue, today I'll show you that any attempt to cut corners is a waste of time. Don't think that just because you got lucky and boosted your vitality a little, you've become some kind of prodigy. The progress award for this school year is still mine, and today I'll make you understand the gap between us. Are you done? If you're done, go back. This is our class formation. Sue was completely unconcerned, and his flippant remark sent her into a rage. You arrogant jerk. You arrogant bitch. Lin eventually walked away after all. She'd never beaten Sue in a verbal sparring match. And because of him, Sue had successfully earned the hatred of his classmates of the same gender, both near and far. But Sue treated all their gossip as wind passing by his ears in one ear and out the other. Soon, the test finally began. The proctor motioned for the first student from Class 4 to step forward and place his palm on the crystal ball. Class 4, Senior 3, Zheng Hao, 105 vitality points, increased by 1 point. As his booming voice echoed, the boy stepped down. The teacher standing nearby took notes, and the second boy stepped forward. Class 4, He Mingming, 98.5 vitality points, increased by 0.5 points. Zhang Rui from Class 3, 80 vitality points, increased by 0.1 points. Zhao Tongming from Class 3, 111.3 vitality points, increased by 0.4 points. The testing procedure was simple, and the process moved quickly. The scores of those who went before, whether high or low, all fell within the normal range. Finally, Lin stepped onto the stage. The moment Lin appeared, the audience fell noticeably quiet. Everyone stared at the school's prodigy, holding their breath. Not to mention her striking beauty, anyone unfamiliar with her who caught even a glimpse of her couldn't tear their eyes away. The rumors about this vitality prodigy were even more sensational. She was the school's poster child and a role model for everyone. Mr. Yu, this is Lin, the one I told you about. Wan Chang's face was beaming with a smile as he enthusiastically recommended Lin to the middle-aged man. He was both flattered and overwhelmed to have managed to invite the real warrior stage members. After all, these people were notoriously ambitious. Yufang glanced at Lin and nodded faintly. Not bad. I just wonder how vitality will perform. On the other side, old Zhang immediately broke into a mysterious smile. Rest assured, this time, Wanqing will definitely bring a pleasant surprise to all the leaders. Great, great, great. The leaders and teachers were all laughing, but Chen was the only one looking at Sue in the classroom with some concern. In his view, Sue must be desperately eager for this progress award. If he didn't get it, the blow would be immense. Bai Fei also smiled as he scolded Fu Yu, who was standing nearby. Little Fu, did you see that? Lin is the star of the show today. Stop thinking about that Sue of yours. Although Fu Yu was still thinking about Sue, things had come to this point, so he didn't dwell on it any further. After all, just as Bai Fei had said, Sue wasn't suited for an exclusive interview in any respect. The test began shortly thereafter. Lin, standing on the high platform, walked over to the assessment crystal, her gaze piercing through the crowd to rest on Sue. The moment their eyes met, she flashed a slightly smug smile, and then numbers appeared on the assessment crystal. Vitality, 155 points. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent. Class 2, Senior 3, Lynn, Vitality, 155 points, a 10-point increase in vitality. 10 points? Holy crap, a double-digit increase. I've been at this school for 3 years, and this is the first time I've seen a double-digit increase in vitality in a single month. That's amazing. Now that's a true genius. That guy named Sue from a few days ago? He was nothing more than a flash in the pan. Exactly. Hearing the shouts from below, Lynn wore a smug expression. Standing on the stage, she looked down at Sue with a touch of mockery in her eyes. Her classmates also cast various glances at Sue, some pitying, some gloating. In short, Sue had, to a certain extent, become the center of attention. The teacher on stage motioned for Lynn to step down, then looked at the list in her hand, a strange expression crossing her face. Students from Senior 3, Class 1, whose names are called, please come up to the stage one by one for the test. First, Sue. In an instant, everyone's gaze converged on Sue. Their expressions were complex. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. And there was also a hint of schadenfreude. If one had to pick the most anticipated person for this monthly test, it wouldn't be Lynn, it would be Sue. With all the recent buzz, who wouldn't be looking forward to it? On stage, Yufei heard his name and lifted his head slightly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Lin had just stepped down from the stage, and Zhang Chang was about to mention her when he saw that smile and immediately jumped to the wrong conclusion. So, did Wan Qing live up to your expectations, Mr. Yu? Yu Feng paused for a moment, then nodded instinctively. Not bad. She shows promise as a warrior stage candidate. Lin did indeed show promise as a warrior stage contender, but his focus wasn't on her. Although her vitality was decent, it wasn't exactly stunning, only that teenager could be considered a true test of his experience. A high school senior at the warrior stage? Unheard of. But Zhang Chang didn't notice that his gaze had remained fixed on Su the entire time, lost in his own world of the Blood Moon. Actually, I have a favor to ask. Would you be willing to become Lei Qing's teaching assistant? Teaching assistant? That's right. Our school is willing to pay a generous fee, as long as you're willing. Besides, you've seen Lei Qing yourself, he has got good talent and is someone worth nurturing. Zhang Chang rubbed his hands excitedly, eager to continue, but Yu Feng cut him off. Becoming a teaching assistant is negotiable, but let us discuss it after the test. I'm actually quite interested in the next student you're about to present. He motioned for everyone to be quiet as he watched Su take the test. Zhang Chang was taken aback. You mean Su? This kid is just an ordinary student at our school, nothing special about him. Oh, really? I heard he increased his vitality by 6 points in a single month. Yu Feng hadn't expected Zhang Chang to describe a genius that way, and a hint of curiosity flashed across his face. Hearing this, Zhang Chang's expression darkened. His first thought was that Yu Feng had heard something bad. Although the matter involving the banned substances had ultimately been cleared up, albeit only within the school, there were still plenty of rumors circulating outside. The Warrior Guild valued its reputation above all else, so this incident might jeopardize the teaching assistant position. No way. He absolutely could not let that happen. Zhang Chang steeled himself. No matter the outcome, he had to handle Su properly. He absolutely could not let him jeopardize Lin's future. As he was thinking this, he saw that Su had already placed his palm on the assessment crystal. Wait a moment. Zhang Chang stood up from his seat and cleared his throat. Classmates. Recently, the issue regarding student Su's use of potions has had an extremely negative impact on the school's reputation. Therefore, I hope everyone here will view his test results objectively. If the results turn out to be unexpected, please rest assured that the school will thoroughly investigate the situation before distributing scholarships, ensuring a fair and impartial process. Su, who was preparing for the test, raised the corner of his mouth. Ha! Aren't they just afraid it'll damage the school's reputation? Isn't that just a roundabout way of saying, as long as nothing goes wrong, everything is fine, but if a problem arises, they LL forcefully pin the blame on him, using the use of banned substances as an excuse to expel him? At that moment, Zhang Chang locked eyes with him, his gaze radiating utter coldness. Down below, Lin's face was brimming with schadenfreude. Is this guy finally going to pay the price this time? Su took in the expressions on their faces. A hint of mockery played on his lips as he channeled his spiritual energy into the assessment crystal. In an instant, a blinding light erupted. Chapter 16, Su reaches the warrior stage. As the light blazed, everyone held their breath. Countless fantasies flashed through their minds as they awaited the result. Gradually, the light faded. Blood-red characters appeared on the assessment crystal, displaying vitality, 335 points. Dead silence. In an instant, the entire playground fell silent. On the high platform, those blood-red numbers stood out starkly, almost blinding. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. A teacher supervising the test nearby rubbed his eyes, double-checked the numbers several times, and then spoke with a trembling voice. 335 points of vitality? The school administrators on the podium sprang to their feet with a whoosh, all staring intently at the assessment crystal. Below the stage, Lin's smile froze on his face, his lips trembling. Was this a dream? Something's wrong. The assessment crystal is malfunctioning. Quick, replace it. Zhang Chang shouted excitedly. 335 points? How could something so unbelievable be possible? Is Su at the warrior stage? No need. The assessment crystal is working fine. Just then, Yufeng stood up. The moment he spoke, everyone's gaze turned to him. I am a 3-star warrior stage member of the Warrior Guild. There is nothing wrong with student Su's test results. Because just this week, student Su came to our guild for testing. He is a member of our guild. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Is Su really at the warrior stage? Is this for real? Yufeng looked at Zhang Chang and spoke slowly. Principal Zhang, I just heard you say there's a possibility that student Su took banned substances? I hope you'll answer me honestly this time. After all, student Su is a member of our warrior guild, and any issue that affects the reputation of the warrior stage must be taken seriously. Zhang Chang's face turned pale in an instant. Answer? How was he supposed to answer that? He wasn't too stupid. He could tell from Yufeng's tone that he was here to call him out. He never would have dreamed that one day he'd be grilled by the warrior guild because of Su. He certainly never imagined that Su would suddenly rise to the ranks of the warrior stage. In an instant, anger mingled with regret, a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. After his expression shifted repeatedly, he took a deep breath and, surprisingly, broke into a smile. This is truly a misunderstanding. Actually, what I said earlier didn't have any special meaning. I was just explaining some of the school's rules. We've already investigated the matter involving Su, and there's absolutely no issue whatsoever. Having Su as a student at Qingting is an honor for our school. He grew more and more excited as he spoke, his smile becoming exaggerated to the extreme. Because of this, I've even invited Editor Bai to conduct a special interview with Su. If you don't believe me, you can ask Editor Bai. Bai Fei was also in a state of shock at that moment, his mind a blank. The instant he snapped back to reality, he hurriedly nodded. Ah yes. I came here specifically to do a feature story on Su. He forced a smile, but inside he felt bitter. Everything unfolding before him had far exceeded his wildest imagination. In fact, ever since Su had appeared, he felt that the young man looked somewhat familiar. After double-checking several times, he confirmed that Su was indeed the young man who had rejected him back at the library. Now that Su's identity as a warrior stage fighter had been confirmed, the shock he felt went beyond mere astonishment. He gave Fuyu, standing nearby, a subtle wink and continued, Su, our editor Fuyu has already discussed this topic with you, hasn't he? Why don't we let him take full charge of this from now on? Fuyu now understood Editor-in-Chief Bai's meaning and quickly stepped forward. His face a mix of embarrassment and resignation, he said nervously and somewhat fearfully, "Sue, what do you think?" Chapter 17, Sue's Unexpected Move. Bai Fei watched the scene unfold, his heart filled with regret. Warrior stage. He had truly become a warrior stage. An 18-year-old who had been at the bottom of his class for 2 years suddenly burst forth with astonishing talent and staged a remarkable comeback. If such a thrilling story were turned into a feature article, it would surely become a viral hit with over 100,000 views. This would undoubtedly bring enormous profits to their newspaper, but now, thinking of all the previous opportunities he had to approach Sue, all of which he ultimately missed, he was kicking himself. He'd been waiting impatiently for a response, but seeing Sue remain silent, he grew frantic. "Sue, I think there was some misunderstanding between us earlier, but they were all just trivial matters. Now, our newspaper is willing to do everything in our power to write this feature story for you. I hope you'll give us this chance. If you agree to this exclusive interview, you'll not only become the center of attention in this city, but you'll also be the pride of Qingting High, and you might even catch the eye of many top universities. This will undoubtedly bring you massive exposure and benefits, and it will also serve you well on your future path at warrior stage." He was truly desperate. Right now, Sue was a massive treasure waiting to be unearthed. You could say that securing the exclusive interview rights with Sue is like holding a gold mine. He absolutely cannot miss this opportunity, nor can he let Sue slip away. For this reason, he is even willing to give up on Lin. With that in mind, he turned to look at Principal Zheng Chang. "Principal Zheng, conducting this feature interview will consume all my energy. If you have no objections, I suggest canceling Lin's interview and devoting myself entirely to student Sue's interview. What do you think?" Zheng Chang nodded immediately, without a moment's hesitation. "No problem. No problem at all." Who was Zheng Chang? He was the school's principal. When the school thrives, he thrives. In his eyes, there were no genius students, only the school. So the moment he realized the issue, his first instinct was to abandon Lin. The stark contrast in Zheng Chang's decisiveness left every student on the playground utterly stunned. Could such a melodramatic plot actually happen in real life? Was this the kind of dramatic twist they could witness without paying a dime? Holy crap, this is a real eye-opener. Quick, record a video, I want to go viral. Principal Zhang is so shameless. Amid the sea of stunned faces, the playground erupted into a thunderous buzz of discussion. Standing at the edge of the podium, Lin was deathly pale. Her face was etched with disbelief. She couldn't believe her own ears. As the school's genius and most beautiful girl, when had she ever not been fawned over by the school's leadership? Principal Zhang and editor-in-chief Bai, who had previously regarded her as the school's pride, had just sentenced her to death with a few words? Just because of Sue. Just because of Sue, who hadn't increased her vitality in 2 years and had stolen her martial arts techniques? She glared at Sue on the stage with hatred, consumed by a fierce sense of resentment. Why? Why was Sue, who had been at the bottom of the class, able to reach the warrior stage in just 1 month? Why didn't this unbelievable feat happen to her instead? Suddenly, her body trembled, and despair flashed in her eyes. That's right. It took her a month to increase her vitality by 10, and even then, she had to take potions. How could anyone possibly increase their vitality by over 300 in such a short time and reach the warrior stage? It's impossible. You've always been at the warrior stage. Lin shouted in frustration. Her voice echoed across the entire platform, and everyone turned to look at her, including Sue. Lin's face contorted with a resentment unbecoming of her age. Completely disregarding her composure, she pointed at Sue, venting her inner fury. You've been at the warrior stage from the very beginning. You've been hiding your vitality. I knew there was a reason your understanding of martial arts was so profound. I knew there was a reason you had the audacity to dream of getting into Chongben and Longdu University. Because you've been at the warrior stage all along. You've just been hiding it and playing dumb at school. Lin began wailing, even verging on madness. Is it fun to put people down like this? People like you are scum wherever you go. How could someone like you become a warrior stage? I can't accept this." Her cries voiced the confusion of the crowd most tacitly agreed with her sentiments. After all, Su's sudden rise to prominence was simply too hard to swallow. With all eyes on him, Su finally spoke slowly. "Just because you can't accept that someone less capable than you has suddenly emerged, you're going to pin all sorts of labels on me? Didn't you see how hard I studied every single day? Yes, but in your eyes, I'd become a nerd, someone who has lost their mind." Su paused, his voice faltering as he calmly looked down at Lin. He knew better than anyone what Lin was thinking. At 17 or 18, these were the very remarks and situations one found hardest to accept, and he had already experienced them countless times over the past 2 years. "You just can't accept that I'm better than you, can you? You can't accept that I now have everything you should have had? Su, came here to study to become a true warrior stage, to build a better life for myself. So I have no use for the things you covet or the admiring glances you take pride in." At this point, Su, disregarding everyone's gaze, spoke solemnly to Bai Fei. "Editor-in-Chief Bai, I'm declining this exclusive interview." Bai Fei's face turned pale in an instant. He was stunned. Zhang Chang grew anxious. Such a great opportunity to promote the school, they absolutely couldn't let it slip away. "Su, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And our school—" "I'm sorry, Principal Zhang, but I'm not interested in this exclusive interview," Su said calmly, cutting him off. "That's right. He didn't need it. He didn't need it to get into Longdu University." He refused to let Zhang Chang and countless others lose face. The one who suffered the most wasn't anyone else, it was Lin. Who could have imagined that Su would flat out reject the very thing she had longed for? Just as she was wallowing in her feelings of resentment and humiliation, Yu Fang's voice suddenly rang out from the stage, sending her emotions spiraling even further into chaos. "Principal Zhang, regarding what you said earlier about the teaching assistant position, I don't see any problem with it at all. However, I am student Su's teaching assistant, and I'll be fully responsible for all his academic activities. Is that okay?" Yu Fang's voice echoed from the high podium, each word piercing her heart. Chapter 18, Direct Admission Spot. Down below, Lin was utterly devastated. So the teaching assistant position wasn't hers after all. It had all been a case of her getting her hopes up for nothing. She stood frozen in place, momentarily at a loss. On stage, Zhang Chang forced a smile that looked worse than a cry. No problem. What could he say? What dared he say? Su being able to stay at Ivy League was already a stroke of incredible luck. Seeing this, Yu Fang turned his gaze back to Su and offered a friendly smile. "Student Su, I'm here on behalf of the Warrior Guild and the school's teaching assistants to help you study Vitality and Warrior Stage. What do you think?" "Thank you for your kindness, Warrior Stage Yu Fang, but my studies are going well right now. I don't think I need to trouble you or the Warrior Guild." Su shook his head. "What?" Yu Fang froze. He thought he'd misheard. Everyone thought they misheard it. Su had actually turned it down. He turned down the Warrior Guild. He turned down the opportunity every student dreams of. My goodness. What is Su doing? He is turning down the school's support and rejecting the Warrior Guild's invitation. Is he trying to fly to the moon? Yu Fang took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Su, I'm doing this to help you. Although the school's learning system is reliable, it's designed for ordinary people who haven't reached the warrior stage yet. You've already reached the warrior stage, so you need a warrior stage level educational approach to guide you. You're already a member of the Warrior Guild. I would never take advantage of you. In fact, I can help you study and improve yourself 24 hours a day." However, the more earnest he sounded, the more anxious Su became. 24 hours a day? Then when would he have time to study? Right now, aside from acquiring knowledge, all other training was a waste of time to him. Without a comfortable environment, I can't concentrate. Yu Fang was stunned. He even looked a bit bewildered. In all his years in the profession, this was the first time he'd encountered a student like Su. But he quickly regained his composure, offering an awkward yet polite smile. "If you're not interested, that is fine. But I came here today for another reason. Come down with me. He knew full well that the more talented a person was, the more eccentric their personality tended to be, and Sue was still just a teenager, after all. This time, Sue didn't refuse, he chose to follow him off the stage. Zhang Chang finally let out a sigh of relief. If this had continued to escalate, the entire Qingting High School would have become a laughingstock. Down below, Lin's eyes burned with resentment. It's over. It's all over. Those things that should have been hers ended up going to Sue instead, and what was most infuriating was that this guy had actually turned her down. Why? Why had it turned out this way? She was clearly the one who should have been the center of everyone's attention. No. She wouldn't accept this. She refused to exit the stage like a clown. Lin's expression gradually hardened as she watched Sue walk off the stage, then hurried after him. Elsewhere. As soon as Yufeng stepped off the stage, he looked at Sue with a serious expression. Do you want to get into Longdu University? Of course, Sue replied with unwavering determination. Then do you know that, in reality, almost all of Longdu University's annual admissions are pre-selected? What do you mean? Sue furrowed his brow. Pre-selected? Yufeng nodded. Actually, pre-selected isn't quite accurate, because Longdu University has an enrollment cap every year. When it comes down to each province and city, the number of spots is limited. Once the cap is reached, students who meet the requirements but exceed the quota will be assigned to their second choice school. Isn't that just the normal safety school process? If the first choice school has enough students, you automatically go to the second one. Sue was slightly taken aback. That's true. But it's not entirely like that, because students recommended by the Warrior Guild in each city for guaranteed admission are given priority. This time, Sue understood. So, Uncle Yu, are you saying that I can only get this guaranteed admission spot if I agree to your request? But if that's your attitude, then I'd rather turn it down. He wasn't joking. If he didn't get in, he could wait until the following year. But if he trained under Yufeng, he wouldn't be able to properly delve into his studies and improve his vitality. It would actually be counterproductive. Yufeng smiled helplessly. Since I've brought this up, it goes without saying that I want to give this spot to you. However, this spot has already been internally designated. You'll need to earn it yourself. In a little while, the national training camp and competition for guaranteed admission students will begin. All prospective and confirmed students will be sent there. It's essentially a nationwide gathering of warrior stage prodigies. If you perform well, not only will you secure the spot, but once you enter Longdu University, you'll also receive extensive resources, support, and training. As he spoke, he lit a cigarette and said with a sigh, our guild's guaranteed admission spot has been snatched away for 4 years in a row. If we don't achieve anything this year, they might cancel our only spot next year. Sue asked cautiously, are you suggesting I go and give it a try, Uncle Yu? You're going to go? Don't you want to attend Longdu University too? The question is, are you really sure you don't need my help or the guild's support? We can provide both potions and special martial arts techniques. As long as you succeed, we'll both benefit. He simply couldn't fathom why Sue would refuse. But he could also understand that geniuses often have out-of-the-box ideas that ordinary people can't grasp. No, thank you. Uncle Yu, I'm confident in this regard. If I really need any help, I'll need some assistance with hunting beasts. I need some information on common beasts, as well as their distribution around our city. Yufeng nodded with a sigh of resignation. That's no problem. Since you've just entered the warrior stage of the guild, you'll need someone to guide you on your first beast hunt. But this is beast hunting, after all. I don't need to tell you how dangerous it is, so you'll need to inform your family and make sure they're fully aware of the situation. Got it. Alright, I've got other things to take care of here. I'll get back to you later. Yufeng left. Sue was at a loss. It was about hunting beasts. He didn't know how to break the news to his father. The two of them were all each other had, and he only just reached the warrior stage. His father would definitely not let him take such a risk if he told him the truth. His father wouldn't accept any of his excuses, whether it was about long due or needing money, and would react very strongly. Sigh. Never mind. Maybe I shouldn't tell him after all? When it rains, it pours. Just as he was feeling absolutely miserable, something happened to make him feel even worse. He saw Lin striding toward him with a defiant look on his face. What do you want now? He looked at Lin, who was like a persistent ghost, feeling somewhat impatient. I refuse to accept this. Let us have a sparring match. I have to confirm once and for all whether you're really at the warrior stage. Lin screamed and immediately unleashed her Octa Strike skill. Her fist cut through the air with a powerful gust, her gaze unwavering. That's right. All of this was a lie. She was going to defeat Su with her martial arts to prove that it was all a lie. Chapter 19, Making Lin Cry. Lin was brimming with confidence. Just a few days ago, her Octa Strike skill had reached perfection. So what if Su was at the warrior stage? His martial arts prowess was definitely inferior to hers. Even if Su really was at the warrior stage, he wouldn't stand a chance against this strike. She was going to show Su that she, Lin, was still the school's greatest prodigy. But at that very moment, she had no idea that her perfect Octa Strike skill, the source of her pride, was riddled with flaws in Su's eyes. The next second, Su used the same opening move, then began to execute the advanced martial art behind the Octa Strike skill. Ba Ji Yin Yang Fist. As Lin struck out with both palms, each of her moves was effortlessly countered. Then, with a single, effortless palm strike, he sent Lin stumbling back several steps until she plopped down onto the ground. With all her moves countered, Lin sat on the ground, her face frozen in shock. Her confident expression gradually faded, replaced by utter disappointment, until finally she burst into tears. Wah! She was crying. Su had made her cry. She was very familiar with the 8 Extremes palm and knew full well that the martial art Su had just demonstrated was a variation of it. Her Octa Strike skill was perfect, but Su had taken it to a level of divine mastery. She never expected that even her final trump card would be ruthlessly crushed. The massive disparity shattered her last shred of pride. She wasn't a genius, Su was. Overwhelmed by a fierce sense of defeat, her mental defenses completely collapsed, and she burst into tears. Su looked at her with a cold, indifferent gaze, tinged with disgust. It was clearly this girl who provoked him first, so why did it now look like he was the one bullying her? Seeing people running over from a short distance away after hearing her cries, he hurriedly left. If he couldn't take her on, couldn't he at least avoid her? The monthly assessment was finally over. The first thing Su wanted to do was hunt beasts. The reason was simple: he needed to earn money for his father's medical treatment. His father had been gravely ill for years. All these years, his father had struggled with his serious illness to support his education. Now it was time to repay him. His father, Zhou, had once nearly reached the warrior stage, but was injured while fighting beasts, causing his vitality to steadily decline over the years. The hospital had said there was no cure. The only way to maintain his father's condition was to continuously boost his spiritual energy. The most effective method was to take vitality pills, which directly increased vitality. One vitality pill cost 20,000 dragon coins and increased vitality by 1 to 2 points, enough to offset his father's vitality decline for a month. For an ordinary person, this was no small sum. It was an exorbitant price. For the past half year, my father has been borrowing money left and right. I'm afraid we'll have to sell our house very soon. He has to act fast. Inside the classroom, Su held the vitality pills gifted by the Warrior Guild, his expression grave. A single vitality pill is merely a drop in the bucket for my father's condition, so he must not only slay beasts, he must slay many of them. However, he heard stories about how ferocious the beasts were. Countless people died at their hands every year during the warrior stage. Even though Awu had promised to send someone to guide him on the hunt, he still had to be fully prepared. First and foremost was his own cultivation level. His vitality was rising rapidly. He would break through to the 2-star warrior stage within the next few days. Next was his weapon. The beasts were savage. Fighting them bare-handed wouldn't give him any advantage. He contacted Awu immediately, and Awu promptly sent him a price list for weapons. However, even the cheapest weapon cost 5 or 6 10,000, an astronomical sum. Ordinary heat weapons are no longer effective against beasts. These weapons are made from specially formulated materials, which is why they're so expensive. If you need one, I can apply for our biggest internal discount, 60% off, or let you use one now and pay in installments. Sensing his predicament, Ah Wu immediately sent a message. After some thought, Su gritted his teeth and chose the installment plan. Weapons are essential no matter how expensive, he had to splurge. Actually, don't worry about the installments. A single beast is worth tens of thousands, just 1 or 2 kills will let you break even. Ah Wu continued messaging him and began recommending weapons. In the end, he chose a long sword that looked slender. The reason for his choice was simple: it was agile and lightweight. The Light Spirit Sword. The total cost was 80,000 yuan, to be paid off within a year. With the weapon sorted out, only one final issue remained: time. The process for hunting beasts for the first time was rather complicated, so Ah Wu suggested he take the following week off. Su approached Shen to discuss taking time off. He hadn't officially graduated yet, so he had to abide by school regulations. In the past, taking time off would have been out of the question, but this time, Shen agreed without hesitation. Su, don't worry. Even if you weren't on campus every single day, let alone taking a week off, the principal would still approve it. By the way, I'll handle all the paperwork for the scholarship you earned from the monthly exam. It should be all taken care of by the time you return. Su hesitated briefly and asked, can this scholarship be deposited directly into my family's bank account? Of course it can. Then please transfer it to my family's account. Also, could you mail this blood-boosting pill to them as well? Just say it's a reward from the school. He took out the blood-boosting pill and placed it gently on the table. He wasn't ready to tell his father about becoming a warrior stage yet. After all, it involved something as complicated as hunting beasts. He didn't want to worry his father, and he was looking for a reasonable excuse to send the blood-boosting pill back. This was a perfect opportunity. No problem at all. Don't worry about it, Shen agreed readily. He had handled these matters for Su before, and he was sure to have been reprimanded by the school administration back then, but now, the principal would only treat him with courtesy. All of this was because Su had reached the warrior stage as his teacher. He was reaping the benefits too. After wrapping everything up, Su left school with a sense of satisfaction and headed to the warrior guild. On the second floor of the guild, led by Ah Wu, Su saw the weapon he had purchased. The sword was about 1 meter long and coated with some kind of metal. Although it radiated a chilling aura, it was clearly a low-grade item at first glance. Seeing that Su remained silent, Ah Wu assumed he was disappointed and immediately tried to reassure him. Although this sword is a bit cheap, it's still considered a fine piece in its price range. Don't be discouraged. Once you've hunted down some beasts, you'll be able to get better, more powerful weapons. Su was indeed a bit disappointed, mainly because he was afraid it might fail him when facing the beasts. After all, this sword would be up against man-eating beasts. It absolutely couldn't fail him. Just as he was considering whether to get a different weapon, something suddenly occurred to him. He looked up excitedly, his face full of anticipation. Brother Wu, does this sword come with an instruction manual? Chapter 20, Preparing to Set Out and Hunt Beasts. An instruction manual? What kind of instruction manual? Wu looked utterly shocked. Does he think this is an electric toy sword? Why would it come with an instruction manual? Doesn't it? Su asked earnestly. Do you mean the certificate of origin for this sword or some other related documentation? Yes. Ideally, I'd also like the forging instructions. When you craft weapons like this, you must have some kind of process guide, right? Although he wasn't sure if such documentation would be affected by the system, it might just have some unexpected benefits. Yes. Ah Wu wore a peculiar expression. A few minutes later, Su received a manual that looked like an advertising postcard. It featured a series of illustrations breaking down the movements, along with some text. The light and agile sword is thin as a cicada's wing, cutting through iron like mud. Crafted with perfect artistry, its blade allows for techniques like slashing, chopping, and thrusting that are as graceful as a dancing spirit. You are reading the Light Spirit Sword's attributes. Using the Light Spirit Sword technique grants plus 1% proficiency. You are learning the Light Spirit Sword's movements. Mastering the Light Spirit Sword technique grants plus 1% proficiency. It really works. Su felt a surge of excitement. Mastering the light and agile sword technique would give him a better chance against the beasts. But that wasn't enough. Every beast was extremely ferocious, so he needed to understand their habits and attack patterns. Brother Wu, do you have any information on the beasts at the city's edge? Brother Wu nodded and fetched another field guide for him. It covers almost all the beasts commonly found around the city. I hope it helps you. Su immediately opened the field guide to take a look. It contained illustrations and information on the beasts. For example, a python with a head that looked like rotting flesh. Just looking at its triangular eyes in the picture was enough to make one's heart race. There was also a bear with a row of densely packed fangs. The blood in the illustration looked so real that he had to touch it with his hand to confirm it was fake. Su was completely engrossed as he flipped to the next page. Suddenly, one of the beasts caught his attention. It was a massive black spider, its body covered in bristles that looked like steel nails, with 8 pairs of crimson eyes. The guide even showed a pool of greenish liquid beneath it. This was the 8-eyed black spider. It was this very beast that had reduced his father to his current state. He scanned the entry on the 8-eyed black spider, studying it closely. You are learning about the habits of the 8-eyed black spider. Your knowledge of the 8-eyed black spider has increased by plus 1%. Some knowledge about the 8-eyed black spider appeared in his mind, but most of it concerned its habits. He continued to examine it. You are learning about the 8-eyed black spider's habits. Your understanding of the 8-eyed black spider plus 1%. You are learning about the 8-eyed black spider's habits. Your understanding of the 8-eyed black spider plus 1%. You are learning about the 8-eyed black spider's habits. Your understanding of the 8-eyed black spider plus 1%. You are learning about the habits of the 8-eyed black spider. Your understanding of the 8-eyed black spider has increased by 1%. His understanding of the 8-eyed black spider kept growing. Its habits, its weaknesses, and even its preferences for food. Seeing how completely absorbed he was, Wu couldn't help but scratch his head, inwardly marveling. No wonder he reached the warrior stage at such a young age. That level of focus was simply breathtaking. Sorry, I got a little carried away. After a full 10 or so minutes, Su finally realized he lost track of time and offered an apologetic smile. It's okay. I've already found a team for you to lead. We're scheduled to leave the day after tomorrow. I'll take you over right now so you can get to know the team. Okay. Su followed Wu to the 3rd floor, where he soon saw the squad he'd be joining. The room on the 3rd floor was filled with mannequins, along with a jumble of equipment and exercise machines. 3 people were chatting there. The man in the middle was in his 30s, with a poker face and glasses. The moment he laid eyes on Su, a hint of impatience flashed across his face. Wu, don't tell me this is the Su you were talking about? Wu quickly nodded. Bro Mu, this is Su. I'm counting on you to look after him during this beast hunt. All right. Bro Mu nodded. He turned his gaze to Su and said slowly, your job is just to carry our gear. As for the spoils, since it's your first time out, focus on learning. Don't even think about a share of the spoils. Got it? Su was taken aback at first and glanced at Wu beside him with a puzzled look. It's always like this on your first hunt. Otherwise, who is going to protect you? But don't worry, as long as you come back safely, the guild will set aside a share for you according to their rules. I'll make sure of it, Wu explained quietly. Su gave a resigned smile. He didn't want to make things difficult for Wu. He'd just treat this first outing as a learning experience. Alright, Brother Mu, don't worry. A smile spread across Brother Mu's face. That's more like it. Lure, go over the rules with him, we don't want him causing trouble later. Got it, Brother Mu. Lua was a girl with a stunning figure, looking to be around 26 or 27. Come here. Listen carefully and learn well, don't make me say it twice. Lua spoke haughtily, her tone laced with disdain. It couldn't be helped he was a newcomer, and in their eyes, he was nothing but a burden. There are a lot of nuances to hunting beasts out there. Every beast has its own fighting style and habits. As a newcomer like you, you're bound to act like an idiot who doesn't know a thing. I bet no one else would be willing to take a rookie like you under their wing. You should be really grateful to us. After all, you might not even stand a chance against the weakest beast, let alone the eight-eyed spider, which is the target of this mission and is extremely dangerous. Chapter 21, The Eight-Eyed Spider King. Eight-eyed spider? Su's expression was peculiar. He just looked into this beast. Upon careful reflection and understanding its habits, it didn't seem all that terrifying. After all, knowledge can give a person plenty of courage. It's definitely a bit tricky. Tricky? Tricky? That's an understatement. It's downright insane. This thing specializes in ambushing warrior stage fighters, and it's ferocious by nature. Guys like you are usually its top targets, Lure said with a sneer. Why? Why would it attack me first? What is there to ask? A noob like you would definitely be seen as easy prey. Su suddenly grew serious. Sister Lure, you're wrong. The eight-eyed spider usually only attacks the strongest and most threatening prey in the group. You clearly don't understand the eight-eyed spider at all. Who are you calling ignorant? Lure seemed to have had a nerve struck. She stood up immediately. Her outburst made Mugu, who was standing nearby, furrow his brow slightly. What with all the shouting? This kid is actually lecturing me, Brother Mu. Lure looked furious. Sister Lure, I'm not lecturing you, I'm just raising a point. Eight-eyed spiders do tend to target the strongest prey first, so if we go hunt them, I'd be relatively safe. Lua was about to say something else, but Mugu cut her off. He looked Su up and down, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Have you seen an eight-eyed spider before? No, I haven't, but I like to study beasts, so I've cross-checked most of the field guides and reference materials. It should be accurate. Su made up a lie on the spot. Mugu nodded. Your theoretical knowledge is solid, but a young person should know to humbly seek guidance. Otherwise, you won't last long. His tone carried a hint of disdain. He clearly looked down on Su. It wasn't his fault. Before coming here, Awu had warned Su. The weakest of these 4 warrior stage practitioners was still a 4-star warrior stage, while Mugu was a towering 8-star warrior stage. The warrior stage ranks were strictly hierarchical, divided into 10 realms and 100 stars, with 10 stars in each realm. From lowest to highest, the realms he knew of were Warrior Stage, Master Stage, Great Master Stage, Grandmaster Stage, and Great Grandmaster Stage. As for the realms beyond that, he had absolutely no idea. Only the central regions of the Dragon Kingdom and the frontline warrior stages at its farthest borders could reach such heights, a world far removed from his own life. In their warrior guild, there weren't many at the Master Stage. A 7-star warrior stage was already considered a very high-ranking figure. Faced with a student like Su, he could do nothing but look down on him, and that was exactly what he did. Any other teenager would have argued with a flushed face, but Su didn't. People don't rely on face when doing things. What's face worth anyway? If he really cared about that sort of thing, he would have dropped out of school long ago. He carried a certain sense of detachment, a detachment where, aside from his own goals, nothing else mattered. He gave a chuckle, said nothing, and adopted an air of humble inquiry. And so, he spent the entire afternoon listening to Sister Lu, full of herself and self-righteous, ramble on and on. Throughout the afternoon, she didn't say much of substance. Most of it was disjointed nonsense, but it did give him a rough idea of what to expect when hunting beasts. As night fell, Awu arranged lodging for him. The warrior guild had temporary accommodations. The environment was quite nice, simple, yet quiet. Late at night, Su began improving his proficiency with the light spirit sword and boosting his vitality. And so, his preparations over the past 2 days followed this same pattern. Weekend. Inside his room, Su slowly opened his eyes. A data panel appeared before him. Host, Sue. Age, 18. Vitality, 450 points. 2-star warrior stage. Insight, 2 points. Capable of achieving 100% mastery in martial arts. Skills, 8 extreme yin yang fist 100% proficiency, light and agile sword technique 100% proficiency. Mastered weapon, light and agile sword 100% proficiency. He had spent the past week devoting himself entirely to improving his abilities, and was now ready to hunt beasts. As agreed, he would set out today. He didn't bring much with him, just some food and water to stave off hunger, along with a few simple essentials. He didn't bring the beast field guide with him, as he had already fully memorized the beast's habits listed in it. He now knew them inside and out. Under Awua's arrangements, the group gathered and boarded a van, heading toward the outskirts of the city. An hour later, Sue and the 4 others arrived at their destination. It was a small hill, from which they could faintly hear some strange roars. To be honest, Sue was a little nervous. After all, it was his first time, and he lacked experience. But he immediately recognized the types of beasts and their habits, which put his mind at ease. Knowledge is power. Ha! So much for knowledge is power. Just don't wet yourself in a minute, Mugu said sarcastically, looking at him as he led the team straight into the thick of it. Sue had no choice but to follow closely behind, listening to their conversation. The first few hours went smoothly. They killed a few boar-like beasts that didn't seem too ferocious, so Sue didn't lift a finger. But soon, they came to a halt at a fork in the path. Bro Moo, there are traces of 8-eyed spiders on both paths. Which way should we go? The group gathered around, examining the tracks on the ground. The right one. Mugu paused briefly, then pointed to the right. No. Not that way. Sue, who had remained silent until then, suddenly spoke up, his face pale. These aren't ordinary 8-eyed spiders, it's the 8-eyed Spider King. Sue stared intently at the tracks on the ground, his voice tense. That's right, the 8-eyed Spider King. He learned this fact when his knowledge of the 8-eyed spider field guide reached 100%. It was information that an ordinary warrior stage player would rarely know. The 8-eyed Spider King was the sovereign of the 8-eyed spiders, and only those at the peak of the warrior stage stood a chance against it. And there was only one sign that the 8-eyed Spider King had appeared: the 8-eyed spiders had gone their separate ways. According to his knowledge, if 2 8-eyed spiders encountered each other, they would inevitably fight to the death until one emerged victorious. Only the 8-eyed Spider King could force such ferocious counterparts to slink away in defeat. The 8-eyed Spider King? That's the first time I've ever heard of such a thing in my life. You're quite the character, kid. You really don't want to come back with me? Mugu snorted coldly and led his group straight to the right. Sue watched as they completely ignored his advice, and his head immediately began to spin. He turned to look at the dense forest behind him, utterly speechless. Returning alone now would likely be even more dangerous. After a moment's hesitation, he could only sigh and follow Mugu and his group. After all, with so many warrior stage cultivators here, his chances of survival were much better. I hope I get a little luck. Though he thought this, Sue's heart was in his throat. Chapter 22, A Junior Honors a Senior. See? I told you this kid wouldn't dare go on his own. Seeing Sue obediently follow alone, Mugu burst out laughing. Mugu's right. The last of the 4 was a short, stocky man named Gao Tongming. He was a 5-star warrior stage who had always been a reliable teammate in battle and a perfect partner in banter. The 2 of them spent their time on the road teasing Sue. Brother Mu, look what this kid is up to. Suddenly, Gao Tongming noticed Sue holding a bunch of wildflowers in his hands, crushing them and smearing the pulp all over his body. He also stuck some wildflowers in his various pockets, stuffing them all over his body. It looked a bit ridiculous, but it was a life-saving measure. The 8-eyed Spider King disliked pollen. Although the pollen couldn't stop its attack, when it encountered a group of prey, it naturally wouldn't target the one it hated the most right away. The only thing Sue could do now was ensure that, if he encountered the 8-eyed Spider King, he wouldn't be the first to die. As he stuffed himself with flowers, he gripped his light spirit sword tightly. He looked up to meet the mocking gazes of the three people but paid them no mind. He wasn't about to listen to what they had to say. It was better to focus on saving his own life. All the preparations he was making now were for his own sake. He began devising a strategy to counter the Spider King, starting with its deadliest attack, vitality depletion. The eight-eyed spider's venom, if it could even be called venom, was more like a catalyst. Once this catalyst entered the body, it would amplify the naturally minuscule drain on vitality by hundreds or even thousands of times. This was the reason his father's vitality had been rapidly declining for so many years. For now, there was no way to counteract this effect. The only option was to rely on increasing vitality to maintain his levels. But that was the result of years of accumulation. If this catalyst entered his body immediately, it might still be possible to counter it using his recent theories on warrior stage vitality. As long as I counter it with accelerated vitality, I can quickly neutralize this agent provided I act fast enough. Su trailed behind the group as countless variations of vitality theory began to surface in his mind, as he tried to devise a way to counteract the effect. Although these were merely theories, Su felt it was highly likely he could successfully formulate and implement a solution. He began muttering to himself, as if he had gone mad, and several people occasionally glanced at him as if he were a fool. An hour later, Su's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had already formulated a complete vitality theory in his mind. After carefully refining it, he felt confident it was ready for implementation. You have created a vitality theory. Vitality plus 10. Ha! An unexpected bonus. Su was utterly stunned. 10 points. That's 10 times more than simply memorizing a single piece of vitality knowledge. If that's the case, wouldn't his cultivation level skyrocket? Su, who had been deeply worried about the eight-eyed spider, was instantly energized as if he'd been injected with a stimulant. Before creating this vitality theory, he had already laid the groundwork with many preliminary supporting theories. Given enough time, he could refine all of them. And now, in order to face the eight-eyed Spider King, he had the perfect opportunity to refine these theories. You have created a vitality knowledge theory. Vitality plus 10. You have created a vitality knowledge theory. Vitality plus 10. You have created a vitality knowledge theory. Vitality plus 10. Gradually, Su entered a state of complete absorption. He forgot the world around him. After refining all the theories, his vitality increased by 170. 620 points. 3-star warrior stage. Are you deaf? Mugo's roar came from ahead. Su instinctively looked up and saw Mugo, his face ashen, running toward him. Watch out behind you! He bellowed loudly, and Su instinctively turned around. What he saw was a blue python over 3 meters tall, staring intently at him as it flicked its fiery red tongue. The moment it spotted Su, a chill flashed in the blue python's triangular eyes, and it lunged forward with its gaping maw. It intended to swallow Su whole. Damn it! Mugo's face turned ashen when he saw the beast launch its attack. Guiding a rookie on a mission didn't pay much to begin with, and if Su got swallowed, he'd be held responsible. That damn kid, he couldn't even follow instructions properly. Was he blind or something? Seeing that he couldn't catch up, he stopped dead in his tracks, his face ashen. Just as he was about to retrieve Su's body, the pale-faced Su raised his light spirit sword and slashed at the serpent with a perfectly graceful arc. A cold gleam flashed, and the giant python collapsed to the ground. Even as its head rolled away, its triangular eyes still betrayed a human-like look of confusion. Even in its final moments, it still couldn't fathom how Su's swordplay could be so fluid. Did I see that wrong? Lua rubbed her eyes upon seeing the giant python slain. After all, this was a blue giant python. Although its strength was only sufficient to handle 1 to 3-star warrior stage opponents, its massive size gave it an overwhelming presence. Most warrior stage fighters on their first outing met their end at its jaws. For newcomers, mental breakdowns were all too common. Brother Mu was stunned as well. He never imagined that Su, whom they'd all been berating, possessed such skills. Even he couldn't pull off those sword techniques from just now. It was clear Su hadn't been practicing for just a year or two. Although Su had slain such a giant python, his heart was racing. Fortunately, he had strong mental resilience and quickly returned to normal. Su! Mugu stormed over to him, furious, and unleashed a torrent of abuse. Are you blind? Do you have any idea how much money you're costing me? And now I'm going to get in trouble too. Can't you just follow us like a good boy? As punishment, you won't get a single thing from this beasts. Acting like a dictator, he didn't give Su a chance to speak and signaled the other two to strip the green snake of everything of value. Su watched as the green snake he killed with his own hands was divided up, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. But the anger in his heart didn't last long before it faded. The reason was simple: they had already entered the territory of the eight-eyed Spider King, and these people were bound to die here sooner or later. Since that was the case, there was no point in keeping these things. Most importantly, the eight-eyed Spider King had a particular fondness for beasts such as snakes, rats, and mosquitoes. By dismembering this giant green python, these people had become thoroughly saturated with its scent. None of them would escape. It's fine. Consider these my tribute to you, seniors. I won't take a single coin. Su chuckled, looking carefree. As he spoke, he plucked a few wildflowers from nearby and tucked them into his sleeve. He said with a smile, "Seniors, you've worked hard on this journey." Chapter 23, Facing the Eight-Eyed Spider King Strategy Review. I'll give you credit for knowing your place, kid. Brother Mu took the valuable organs handed to him by Lu Er and the others, his eyes lighting up. The three of them packed up quickly in less than 5 minutes. They were ready to set off. Kid, don't lag too far behind this time. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Su nodded with a smile and followed obediently behind them. Brother Mu, do you think this kid is going to cause trouble? Seeing how much we've bagged, how could he not be even a little tempted? Gao Tongming whispered. So what if he is tempted? Does he really think he can cause trouble for us out here? He should be grateful just to be standing here safely. Brother Mu spoke to himself, completely oblivious to the pairs of cold, piercing eyes staring intently at him from the shadows. Before long, Su, who was following behind them, sensed something was off. It was too quiet. This was the middle of nowhere. No matter how quiet it was, shouldn't there be at least some birds chirping? It was coming. Su perked up, scanning his surroundings and gripping his light spirit sword tightly. The insects scattered. This was proof that the eight-eyed Spider King was present. Spiders naturally hunt all kinds of insects for food, so every insect and beast tends to give them a wide berth. And right now, the one following them was very likely the eight-eyed Spider King. We're almost there, it's right around here. Mugu and the others seemed to have noticed something as well. They stopped in their tracks and began searching the area for clues. But the very next second, Luo's blood-curdling scream rang out. Help me! She was being dragged into the dense forest by screaming at the top of her lungs. Her cry for help cut off abruptly, as if it had been forcibly silenced. Was her neck bitten right off? That was Sua's first thought, and he shuddered. Luo! Mugu and his companion rushed forward anxiously, assuming a fighting stance and leaving him behind. Realizing the eight-eyed Spider King had struck, Su gripped his weapon tightly and slowly followed. He witnessed plenty of battles along the way and had even single-handedly taken down one before, so although he was nervous, he remained calm. If things went south, he'd run immediately. Faint clattering sounds came from ahead, along with Mugu's roar. Su pushed through a thicket of thorns and saw the scene of the battle. It left his face as pale as a sheet of paper. 2 mangled corpses lay on the ground. Mugu was clamped by a spider over 2 meters tall and was already on the verge of death. This was beyond what could be described as gruesome. Seeing such a terrifying scene for the first time, Su was so frightened that his whole body trembled. The eight-eyed spider locked its gaze on him and let out a piercing, shrill screech. It tossed Mugu aside and immediately charged towards Su. Only then did Su notice that this eight-eyed Spider King was covered in wounds. 2 of its legs had been broken, there was a deep, bloody gash across its face, and many of its 8 eyes were shattered. It was likely the result of Mu Go and his two companions' desperate struggle moments earlier. In their final moments, they had inflicted extremely severe injuries on the eight-eyed Spider King. Su's anxiety eased slightly. Facing the eight-eyed Spider King before him was like facing a difficult vitality theory exam he had taken in the past. He immediately chose the optimal solution. The instant the eight-eyed spider opened its blood-stained maw, he swung the light spirit sword in his hand. Light spirit sword technique. Lotus of cold light in the air. The wounded eight-eyed Spider King didn't even take him seriously. Faced with this exquisite sword technique, it was unable to dodge. Its face was instantly slashed, and its head was severed. Saliva and venom splattered across his face, and Su felt the neurotoxin that suppressed vitality begin to spread. Without hesitation, he began channeling vitality using the theory he had previously formulated, attempting to resist the neurotoxin. He stood rooted to the spot, eyes tightly shut, not moving a muscle. His expression shifted from one moment of contortion to the next, then grew grave. After about 10 minutes, excitement flooded his face, and he suddenly snapped his eyes open. Su's eyes were bloodshot, but the excitement within them was plain to see. He had succeeded. He had successfully dispelled the neuroinhibitory toxin. Relying solely on the theory he had devised without any medicinal aids, he had suppressed it using only his own method of channeling vitality. It worked. It really worked. There is so much. So many theoretical details to fill in everything I thought was right. The thrill of innovating upon the foundations laid by predecessors and putting it into practice was indescribable. It was like solving a complex geometry problem from the old days when none of your classmates could figure it out, and even the teacher, using methods from the past, couldn't crack it, and then you step forward with an entirely new approach to solve the puzzle. That sense of accomplishment speaks for itself. After personally encountering this neurotoxin, certain aspects of the vitality theory that he had previously been unable to grasp suddenly became crystal clear, and the theory was fully perfected. You have created a vitality theory. Vitality plus 10. You have created a vitality theory. Vitality plus 10. You have created a vitality theory. Vitality plus 10. That instant of clarity caused his vitality to skyrocket by 180 points. He broke through to the 4-star warrior stage. Su had an epiphany. He had opened the door to a new world. If learning existing vitality theories was too slow a way to increase his vitality, then he would create new theories. The further he ventured down the path of research, the faster he would improve. A gentle breeze blew by. The cool breeze completely calmed him down. As he surveyed the chaotic battlefield and looked at the mangled corpses, he couldn't help but vomit. He was the only one who survived. Was this what combat against beasts was like? It was simply too brutal. It seemed the path to the warrior stage was a one-way street. He immediately called Ah Wu on his phone. What did you say? You're the only one who survived? Ah Wu was utterly shocked and immediately dispatched the station personnel to pick him up. Su hung up the phone and headed back along the same route. Given his knowledge of the beasts in this area, it was relatively easy for him to avoid encounters with large numbers of them. He was also quite lucky he only encountered a single wild boar beast along the way, which he drove off. As the sun was about to set, he boarded the dedicated shuttle bound for the city center. The beast carcasses he retrieved from the mountain were also immediately sent to the relevant authorities. Once their value was assessed, the payment would be deposited directly into Su's account. The man in charge of picking up Su was a middle-aged man sitting in the passenger seat, holding a phone. Don't worry, I've picked him up. I gave him a quick check, no injuries. The deceased have been identified. They encountered a mutated eight-eyed spider. There are other issues as well. As for the survivor, he turned to look at Su, a strange expression on his face. Inside the van, Su was crouching in the back, holding a borrowed pen and paper, frantically scribbling something down. He was muttering to himself, his eyes gleaming with excitement, his face radiating fervor. His mental state might be unstable. I recommend the Warrior Guild reassess his eligibility. Chapter 24, he is just a madman. His mental state doesn't seem normal. The beasts they encountered this time were particularly terrifying. Even that guy surnamed Mu was brutally slaughtered, yet he survived. I think there is something fishy about this. The man hung up the phone and looked at Su, who was still lost in his own world, with a grave expression. Soon after, Su was brought back to the guild. Ah Wu and several warrior stage members came to pick him up and immediately took him to an office. Standing outside the door, Ah Wu watched the scene unfold, feeling extremely nervous. Gentlemen, Su is our youngest warrior stage member. His talent is unquestionable. The mistake in this arrangement is my responsibility. If it really was just a moment of youthful recklessness on his part. Humph. The middle-aged man leading the group snorted coldly. You'll take the blame? Can an ordinary person like you really bear the weight of 3 warrior stage members' lives? If there really is something fishy about this incident, no one involved in this event will be able to escape responsibility. Bang! The door slammed shut, leaving only Ah Wu standing there with a grim expression. Inside the room, Su wasn't paying the slightest attention to his surroundings at that moment. All his focus was now concentrated on the vitality theory, and he had entered a state of intense absorption. Seeing him like this, the managers frowned. Su, tell us what happened. 3 warrior stage members had been killed, and Su, the one with the lowest cultivation level, had returned alone. This matter was not only serious but also hinted at something peculiar. Su didn't answer them. Instead, he sat lost in thought, staring blankly at the white paper he clutched tightly in his hand. Seeing that Su wasn't responding, the group furrowed their brows. Ever since they picked him up, the young man had been muttering to himself, staring blankly at the white paper in his hand. Just as reported over the phone, Su seemed to be experiencing some mental distress. What's that piece of paper in his hand? A warrior stage practitioner stepped up to Su, intending to snatch it away. His name was Wei. He was one of the guild's stewards, with a strength rating of 8-star warrior stage. The moment his hand touched the paper in Su's grasp, Su became agitated and tried to dodge. Humph, with your skills? Sensing Su's intent, Wei scoffed and moved to snatch it, but 8 extreme yin yang palm. Su suddenly unleashed a martial art technique, his movements as smooth as flowing water, harmonizing yin and yang, and actually sent Wei staggering back 2 steps. This scene left the other managers present speechless. They stared at Su in disbelief, unable to help but marvel. That martial art was executed so fluidly. Indeed, it was too fluid, almost unbelievable. Mastering a martial art is challenging for someone at the warrior stage, but it's achievable with enough dedication. Yet to execute it with such fluidity requires a profound understanding of the technique, even a perfect mastery of it. That's how difficult it is. Even if they all combined their efforts, they couldn't perform a martial art with such fluidity. They were astonished, but Wei was even more stunned. Isn't he a 1-star warrior stage? His face flushed red as he glared at Su, unable to hold back a roar. Ah Wu, get your ass in here. The roar carried outside, and Ah Wu hurriedly opened the door. Didn't you say this kid was a 1-star warrior stage? Yes, he is definitely a 1-star warrior stage. I tested him myself. His talent is undeniable. The records show his vitality is over 300. Ah Wu was taken aback at first, then hurriedly spoke up. In his view, the managers might be questioning Su's talent. Bang! But the next second, Wei slammed his fist down on the table. 1 star? He has at least a 4-star now, with over 800 vitality. Are you kidding me? He went up 3 stars in a week? Excuse me? Ah Wu thought he must have heard wrong. I said he has a 4-star now. Give me a reasonable explanation. How exactly are you doing your job? Why are there such massive oversights in everything you do? Wei was furious. At first, when he heard about the unexpected incident during this event, he simply treated it as a major accident. But now, not only was Su mentally unstable, but his cultivation level had also been concealed from him, which made Wei feel that something was definitely amiss. Well, Ah Wu was shocked, to be sure, but he was at a loss for words. Su had advanced 3 cultivation levels in a single week? He hadn't even dared to imagine such a thing. It seemed so absurd he couldn't bring himself to say it. Just as he was at a loss for words, a familiar voice broke the deadlock. What's all the commotion? Can't you see I'm in the middle of a calculation? This is a crucial theory for countering the 8-eyed spider's vitality suppressing toxin. Can you all please be quiet? Su had come to his senses at some point and was now roaring at everyone present. That's right. He was truly furious. Although he had no idea when he ended up here, nor why there were so many strangers in the room. None of that mattered as much as the vitality theory in his hands. He needed silence right now. As soon as he roared, the room fell silent. Everyone stared at him in shock, their expressions strange. You said a theory capable of countering the 8-eyed spider's vitality suppressing toxin? Wei furrowed his brow and let out a cold laugh. I think you're truly insane. That is something not even the entire nation's warrior stage has managed to figure out. How could a madman like you possibly have figured it out? As he spoke, it was as if he suddenly realized something. He shook his head and said, Why am I even arguing with a madman? You're the madman. Your whole family is mad. The reason you couldn't figure it out is because I, Su, hadn't been born yet. There is no problem in this world that beasts haven't cracked. It's just that they haven't run into me, Su, yet. If I, Su, hadn't been born, the vitality theory would have remained shrouded in eternal darkness. Su felt something surging up from within his blood. He was exhilarated. At that very moment, his thirst for knowledge had reached its peak. Seeing him in this half-mad state, even Wei wasn't sure what to make of it. Can someone tell me if this kid is mentally unstable or not? Don't believe me? Go find someone more qualified to take a look. If my theory doesn't hold up, I, Su, will immediately withdraw from the warrior guild. Su was beyond excited. He also wanted others to verify what he was saying. The steward exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a hint of confusion. He doesn't seem to have any mental issues. Why don't you take a look at his paper? Exactly. Aren't you, old Zhang, the one who has studied this theory the most deeply? If this paper is genuine, we might have really misunderstood him. Alright, I'll take a look. Wei nodded. Take a look? Can you even read it? Su didn't hand it over immediately, instead giving him a skeptical look. Wei's face turned ashen. He yanked open his shirt, revealing a book-shaped badge. Kid, do you know what this is? This is a badge only those who reached the researcher level in warrior stage theory can possess. In the entire city, there are only 2 of us including me. Cut the crap. Hand it over. Chapter 25, If you created this, I'll start over from scratch. Few people earn a vitality degree, and even fewer reach the level of a researcher. These are similar to traditional graduate students, with the difference being that they're graduate students within the warrior stage. Given how rare the warrior stage is, this degree holds even greater value. Wei took the white paper in his hand to examine it. Upon seeing it, his face remained full of disdain, and he appeared nonchalant. A few seconds later, the disdain on his face gradually gave way to astonishment. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Kid, which doctor did you steal this classified information from? You could be sentenced to death for revealing secrets of this level. Wei suddenly lost his temper. The vitality theory outlined here was so complex that he couldn't understand many of its theoretical concepts, but the parts he could grasp left him undeniably stunned. He could tell this was a theory for releasing suppressed vitality, but it was simply too mind-boggling. I told you, this is a theory I created myself. There's no doctor involved. Su frowned, clearly annoyed. He wasn't usually one to quibble over details, but when it came to his own creations, he'd get absolutely furious if anyone had any ulterior motives. You? Wei gritted his teeth, speaking with absolute conviction. If you can come up with a theory like this, then I, Wei, will give up my researcher's degree. I'll go back to high school with you and start all over. But if this isn't your work, tell me the truth right now. If I find out, it won't just be a matter of being sentenced to death. Wei's gaze was terrifying, making the gravity of the situation clear. Sue, you absolutely must tell the truth right now. Ah Wu was also trying to talk him out of it from the side, constantly giving Sue meaningful glances. His own face looked grim at that moment, even pale and haggard. He didn't know why things had suddenly escalated to such a serious level, but if Sue had indeed stolen highly classified documents, he would be implicated as well. If everything were true, Sue coming clean was the best way to resolve the situation. I've already said it, this is a theory I developed. How many times do I have to say it? Good, very good. Wei smiled. Clutching the blank sheet of paper in his hand, he said earnestly, since you say this theory is your own creation, that means you wrote all the principles outlined here, right? Then I'll ask you a few random questions, and you should be able to answer them all. So let me ask you this, in this theory about how to completely dispel the vitality-suppressing toxin within a short period of time, what exactly is the specific duration of that short period? Within 5 minutes. If it takes longer than 5 minutes, the ability to neutralize the toxin diminishes by 1 minute each minute that passes, and by 8 minutes, the ability to neutralize it will be completely lost. Sue answered fluently. In fact, it took him less than 3 seconds from the time he was asked to the time he finished answering. Wei was taken aback. Clearly, he hadn't expected Sue to answer so quickly. Then, I'll ask you another question. This method for neutralizing neurotoxins has an area limitation. Roughly what is the minimum area beyond which it becomes impossible to control the neurotoxins? 50 square centimeters or more, with a vertical margin of no more than 10 centimeters. And this is calculated based on the warrior stage. What I'm saying now applies to those at the warrior stage. I haven't reached any realm above the warrior stage yet, so that remains to be seen. However, roughly at the Grandmaster stage, if you follow my theory, it wouldn't matter even if your entire body were contaminated with neurotoxins. Sue answered once more, looking completely at ease, as if he were doing elementary school arithmetic. This time, Wei was stunned. He hadn't expected Sue to actually be able to answer. He didn't seem to be faking it, and his explanation made perfect sense. Take the Grandmaster stage, for example. Starting from the Grandmaster stage, humans possess the ability to suppress the venom of the eight-eyed spider. According to Sue, the Grandmaster stage is indeed different from the other stages. But, do you think saying all this proves that this is a theory you created? Since you've already stolen such classified materials and gained some theoretical understanding from them, it's still possible. He stared at Sue, his expression icy. In his eyes, what Sue had done was still not enough to prove everything. Sue suddenly laughed, with a hint of obvious sarcasm. I knew you'd say that. There are still many unrefined theories in there that haven't been written out in detail. Shall I write out 2 for you to see? Wei, who had always been convinced that Sue could never have devised such a theory, finally wavered upon hearing his words. What did you say? You say you can flesh out those theories that weren't fully elaborated? He stared at Sue in disbelief. Seeing the young man's confident and serious demeanor completely unflustered, he realized the gravity of the situation. Of course. I said these are theories I created myself naturally. I can explain every last detail in them. Sue replied proudly. His answer left everyone looking bewildered. In that moment, the boyish confidence made everyone subconsciously believe him, but once reason returned, the answer in their hearts was impossible. Write one down, just try it? Wei's voice had begun to tremble. He finally realized that this time, he might have witnessed something truly extraordinary. No need to write it down, I'll just say it out loud. Sue pointed to the first page of his theory, gesturing excitedly with his hands. The first theory listed here is about manipulating vitality. I'll call it the Sue method of vitality. When you hold your breath and focus your mind, you'll feel a faint, warm, tingling sensation flowing through your muscles. This sensation becomes more pronounced when your skin is stimulated by external factors, especially when you're emotionally aroused or the air pressure drops. Beyond that, there are other ways to induce this sensation. I believe the intensity of the sensation increases with the level of stimulation, for example, with electrical currents within tolerable limits. Su's words deeply shocked everyone present. All traces of displeasure on Wei's face seemed to vanish without a trace at that moment. Replacing it was a look of utter bewilderment. That's right. He stood rooted to the spot, staring blankly at Su, a massive wave of emotion churning within him. Su's frail frame began to grow increasingly imposing, and a certain radiance emanated from the excited teenager. He turned to look at the other stewards and saw deep shock etched on their faces. By this point, Su had finished explaining his theory and was at the peak of excitement. His gaze swept over the stewards, revealing a smugness rarely seen in a teenager. Ah Wu also watched the stewards nervously, his heart filled with anxiety. He didn't understand much of what Su was saying, but he knew that from the moment Su began speaking, everyone had fallen silent. What exactly was Su talking about? Had he really stolen a major secret? Gulp. The sound of saliva sliding down his throat echoed through the room. His heart was in his throat. Chapter 26, sold for 150,000. So, you're saying this really is your work? Wei's tone had softened by now, but his voice still carried a hint of skepticism. Su couldn't be bothered to answer his question and simply held out his hand. Give me back my stuff. Wei hesitated for a moment before handing him the papers. What you just said still needs to be verified, but for now, I'll let you go. But you'll have to document this incident where you encountered the mutated beasts. Is that it? Su furrowed his brow. Didn't you say that if this really was written by me, you'd give up your degree and come back to high school with me to start over? He'd been inexplicably cornered here and grilled, and forced to read so much of the vitality theory, and now they were just brushing him off with a few words? After all, this was the vitality theory he'd nearly paid for with his life. How much money would he lose by just giving it away for free? Those warrior stage practitioners sold to the warrior guild that's at least tens of thousands, right? No. More like over 100,000. After all, this knowledge could save lives in a critical moment. Wei's expression froze, and the other managers looked utterly stunned. Ah Wu nervously ran over to his side, frantically signaling him with his eyes. Wei, Su's still young. He's just joking with you. Su, show some respect. Wei is the same age as your father. Are you kidding? I'm not joking. Su completely ignored him. Even as a manager, you should act reasonably, right? Otherwise, with the warrior guild being so large and full of self-important jerks, how could they ever obey orders? Su spoke with conviction, and he had a point. Now Wei was starting to lose face. Because even though Su was young, what he said did make sense. If word of this ever got out, he, as the manager, wouldn't be able to continue managing those haughty individuals. But could he really give up this degree? Was he really going to have to go back to high school to retake the courses? So he hesitated for a moment, then said slowly, as I said earlier, these materials still need to be verified. Coming from a high school student like you, this all seems utterly unbelievable, so I must have my teacher verify it. As for what you said, you're not wrong. As the manager, I naturally can't go back on my word. We'll wait until I've looked into this thoroughly. I absolutely won't go back on my word. Su curled his lip. That won't do. This is the fruit of my labor. You've just read it for free? What do you want? You've read my vitality theory and even heard my supplementary explanations. You owe me money. This is something I was planning to sell. Of course, I won't be as unreasonable as you. I can tell you all the remaining supplementary theories in it. Wei was taken aback at first, but then a hint of delight flashed in his eyes. Although he couldn't be certain whether Su's vitality theory had been plagiarized, he was certain that the theories themselves were genuine and would definitely be effective. He was well aware of the value of what he'd just read. If he could actually acquire it, it would be well worth the price. How much do you want? He spoke cautiously, glancing at Su with a touch of nervousness. Faced with such a golden opportunity, he was genuinely afraid Su would ask for an exorbitant price. 15,000. Su hesitated briefly before speaking. Theoretically, this should be worth even more, but from the creator's perspective, getting this price was already quite good. After all, it was a theory that had never been verified by anyone, and a method with extremely strict usage requirements. It wasn't exactly high, but it wasn't exactly low either. After making his offer, his heart began to race uncontrollably. He couldn't help it. He was just a high school student. To him, this amount was already an astronomical figure. 15,000? Deal. Wei nodded immediately, breathing a sigh of relief. He'd been expecting less than 20,000, so this was already a great outcome. If he hadn't witnessed the added value Su provided, and if he hadn't worried that the underlying theory might prove useless, leaving the contents of that sheet of paper as a half-finished product, he wouldn't have minded doubling the price. Transfer the money first. Su was thrilled. This money was enough to buy plenty of blood-restoring pills. He wouldn't have to worry about his father Joe's condition for a while. That's easy enough. Now you'll need to cooperate with us to document your encounters with the mutated beasts. No problem. Wei nodded. Come with me. Ah Wu, you're done here. Go back to work. Su followed the managers out of the room. Once he was alone, Ah Wu shuddered. 15,000? He actually paid up, holy shit. The briefing for this mission was quick. It only took about 10 minutes. The first thing Su did after coming out was rush to a nearby bank to open his own bank account. Returning to the Warrior Guild, less than an hour later, he burst out of the stewardess office, thrilled. 15,000. His phone already showed that 15,000 had been deposited. He'd never seen that much money before. That was enough to buy a whole lot of health potions. Su carefully put away his bank card, stood up, and headed toward the Warrior Stage Pharmacy. Although the Warrior Guild had various potion resources, it didn't sell them. Instead, it set them aside to be distributed to Warrior Stage as part of standard procedures. Moreover, the selection was limited, with most items reserved for Warrior Stage's own use. He wanted to buy some vitality pills and efficiency potions for his father, and the selection there would be more comprehensive. As for the loan for a weapon, there would be plenty of opportunities to make money in the future, so he wasn't in a rush. Soon, he found two Warrior Stage pharmacies. Huiwu Pharmacy. Xuanli Warrior Stage Pharmacy. The two pharmacies were right next to each other and appeared to be competitors. Su hesitated for a moment, then walked into the first one. A woman in her late 40s, wearing light makeup, looked at him with obvious impatience written all over her face. She glanced up at him. You're in the wrong place. This isn't a pharmacy, it's the Warrior Stage Pharmacy. I'm here to buy medicine. I'd like some blood-boosting pills, Su said slowly, furrowing his brow. Blood-boosting pills? She raised an eyebrow and gave Su a once-over. If one had to describe him with an adjective, Su looked dirty, disheveled, and ragged. Having just returned from the outskirts, he hadn't had time to change his clothes or tidy himself up. After sizing him up, she lowered her head again to look at her phone screen. To buy blood-boosting pills, you'll need to bring a parent here. Otherwise, who has to say you didn't steal the money from home? We've had this happen several times already. Seeing her impatient expression, Su was at a complete loss for words. Fine. Then I'll go check out another pharmacy. Su walked away without looking back, disappearing from her sight. She looked up as Su headed toward Xuanli Pharmacy, flashing a smug, disdainful smile. There sure are more and more small-time thugs these days. It's one thing not to make it to the Warrior Stage, but they don't even study properly, just spend all day dabbling in those shady practices. Chapter 28, Joe, Driven to Desperation. So, does that mean by spreading knowledge, he can gain more vitality? Sitting on the bus, Su was incredibly excited. Just as he was about to get off, his vitality reached 1,000 points. He had broken through to the 5-star Warrior Stage. At this rate, he'd soon reach the 9-star stage. He might even reach the Master Stage. If that happened, not only would he be able to earn a fortune to treat his father, but the chances of his family reuniting would also increase significantly. If he truly became an outstanding Warrior Stage or even a being of a higher realm, his mother would surely change her mind. Soon, the bus pulled into the station. Sue got off the bus and walked along a familiar path to a secluded residential complex. Broadcast Residential Complex. This area was full of old buildings, located on the very outskirts of the city and in terrible disrepair. It was already getting dark, and his father should have gotten off work by now. Sue headed straight for the entrance to his building, but a familiar figure came walking toward him. "Hey! Isn't that Sue? Why are you back? Don't you have class today? Uncle Lee?" Sue looked at the man with the stern face and spoke instinctively. The man in front of him was Uncle Lee, one of his father's few friends. Of course, they used to be friends, but now it was hard to call them that. His father owed a lot of money, and since he couldn't pay it back, their relationship had gradually grown distant. So, Uncle Lee was here to collect the debt. I took the day off. Took the day off? Uncle Lee furrowed his brow, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes. You'd better focus on your studies. Your dad is counting on you. It sounded like advice, but Sue could detect the underlying sarcasm. His vitality scores hadn't improved in the past 2 years. The neighbors had all heard about it, and combined with his family's financial situation, everyone looked down on him. Sue said nothing but hurried upstairs. As soon as he opened the door, he saw his father, Joe, a gaunt figure sitting in the living room, sighing. Sue's face was the spitting image of Joe's. They were 80% alike. The only difference was their demeanor. Joe's face was etched with the weight of age and worry. One glance was enough to tell that life hadn't been easy for him. "Dad, I'm back." Joe was taken aback when he saw him return. "Why are you back? Isn't today Thursday?" He paused mid-sentence, as if realizing something, and his expression changed drastically. "Haven't I told you time and again not to drop out of school? Are you trying to drive me to my grave? Don't you know I keep working like this every day just so you won't end up like me?" Joe was furious. He was so agitated that his finger trembled as he pointed at Sue. He hurled several insults at him, but when he saw the calm expression on Sue's face, he slowly calmed down. His anger turned to resignation, and he sighed. "Didn't I tell you? Don't worry about the money. And I also said that as long as you have a chance, I'd sell everything we own to make sure you can go to school." Joe's eyes were bloodshot as he spoke, and he coughed twice from the intensity of his emotions. Sue estimated that Joe's current vitality was around 40 points. "Dad, don't worry. I didn't drop out. My homeroom teacher gave me a leave of absence, saying it doesn't really matter whether I attend class or not right now." Sue wasn't lying. Given the state of his ears, attending class really didn't make much sense. It was better to find a quiet place and focus on his studies. Joe's eyes dimmed. He had misunderstood Sue's meaning. "Dad, I brought you a little something back from downtown." Sue placed the gift box on the table but didn't open it right away. He was afraid of scaring Joe. After all, he was just a high school student. Suddenly bringing home 11 blood-boosting pills was indeed a bit startling. He planned to prepare his father for it before opening the box, but before he could say a word, there was a knock at the door. Sue went to answer the door and was surprised to find Uncle Lee standing there. Seeing Uncle Lee, Joe's expression instantly darkened. "Didn't I already agree to it? What's the rush? It's not like I'm going to die tomorrow." Joe was visibly agitated. Uncle Lee, looking extremely impatient, snapped, "What are you yelling about? Who owes whom here, you or me? I've thought it over carefully. With your health, who knows if you'll even be able to work next month? You'd better settle the debt today." As he spoke, he plopped down on the sofa and crossed his legs. 20,000 yuan, not a single fun less. You. Joe Wu's face turned bright red with anger. "Back when you got married, your family couldn't come up with that exorbitant dowry. It was Meilon and I who scraped together the money for you. All these years, have I ever asked for a single fun? Now that I'm in a bind, I'm asking you for help. I said I'd pay it back in a year, and you agreed, but it's only been 2 months." That was true. Sue knew about this, too. Back then, his parents were on good terms with Uncle Lee. They'd often dine and drink together. Later, Uncle Lee married a woman who was obsessed with money and demanded an exorbitant dowry. When the marriage nearly fell through, my parents were the ones who scraped together the money, and I haven't asked for a single penny back all these years. To his surprise, Uncle Lee's expression grew even more displeased. Wait, why are you bringing this up? That's a separate issue. Back then, the two of you did it voluntarily. I never asked you to give it to me. I'm the creditor now. If I say you have to pay it back, you have to pay it back. Joe's face turned ashen. But since he did owe him, he could only say helplessly, "It's not that I want to give it to you, it's just that I really don't have it right now. You could search my whole house and still find nothing. How can you not have it? Didn't you just trade in a blood-restoring pill? That thing's worth 20,000. Joe's expression froze. That's my life-saving medicine. Without that pill, I might not even be able to go to work next month. It's already a struggle as it is." Uncle Lee sneered, "I don't care. You're paying me back today, no matter what. If you can't work, isn't they're your son? He is not going to get into Warrior Stage University anyway, so just have him come down here to work and earn some money." Joe was so enraged he was trembling all over. The words were practically ground out through clenched teeth. Lee. Uncle Lee's gaze was filled with scorn and derision. What? Looking at you, do you actually think you can beat me? If you can really afford the medical bills, then go ahead and hit me. I definitely want to fight back. But I'm afraid your frail body isn't up to the task. You couldn't even hit me if I were standing still. Joe was so enraged that he began to lose his balance. It looked as if he might collapse at any moment. Just then, Sue reached out and steadied Joe. "One blood-boosting pill, is that it? Here's the blood-boosting pill. From now on, we're even. Don't ever show your face at my house again." Sue's expression was impassive, his voice icy. "Oh my, is the little guy speaking up now? Your dad's word isn't worth a damn. Do you think yours is?" Lee snorted derisively. "Lee, watch your tone. You just want the blood-boosting pill, don't you? Here, take it." Joe, seeing Sue being insulted, immediately shouted. It was clear he was highly agitated, on the verge of lashing out at any moment. "I'll give you the blood-enhancing pill, and from now on, we have nothing to do with each other." Chapter 29, Your son is now at the warrior stage. You said it yourself. If you hadn't begged me back then, do you think I'd want anything to do with you? Lee's face was full of disdain and contempt. "Take the blood-enhancing pill and get the hell out of here." Joe was clearly furious, and Sue could tell. His dad had always been like this. He could take it when others spoke well of him, but if anyone criticized him, he'd get exceptionally worked up. A warm wave washed over Sue's heart, and he grabbed Joe's arm. All these years, his dad had been silently sacrificing for him. Now it was his turn to repay his parents. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. It's just a blood-enhancing pill. Your dad is fine, don't worry." Joe must have misunderstood something. He immediately broke into a confident smile. "No problem? I doubt you'll even make it to next month." Lee sneered. "Shut up." Suddenly, Sue roared. A warrior stage cultivator's vitality far surpasses that of an ordinary person. Even a simple roar carries unimaginable power. His roar made the ears of the two people present ring. Lee was so startled that his face turned pale. He stared at Sue in disbelief, never having imagined in his wildest dreams that a high school student's voice could be so terrifying. But he quickly regained his composure, leaped to his feet, and roared back. "You little brat, how dare you yell at me?" Sue let out a cold laugh. "So what if I yelled at you? I'm actually being lenient by not hitting you." As he spoke, he opened the gift box on the table. 11 blood-boosting pills lay quietly inside, and a strong, herbal scent instantly filled the entire room. These are all blood-boosting pills." Joe's mind went blank when he saw the blood-boosting pills in the box. Who would have thought that the gift box Sue had brought back for him actually contained 11 blood-boosting pills? How much were these worth? 200,000. Joe was so excited he was trembling slightly. He couldn't believe that blood-boosting pills worth 200,000 were now lying right there in his living room. Lee was even more stunned. 11 blood-boosting pills. It was the first time in his life he'd seen so many blood-boosting pills. These blood-boosting pills are all top grade. Pick one, anyone you like, and then get the hell out of my house right now. Sue cut straight to the chase, giving him the boot. The sight of a guy like this made him sick to his stomach. If it weren't for the fact that he and his father had known each other at one point, he would personally escorted this guy out himself. Although Lee had come over to get the blood-boosting pills, being insulted like this by a greenhorn was more than he could take. His face turned beet red with anger. You little brat, are you never going to shut up? You think I won beat the crap out of you? You dare! Joe saw him raise his hand to strike, but Sue stopped him. To his shock, he discovered he couldn't budge Sue's arm even an inch. It was as solid as a boulder. Sue's expression was impassive, his gaze fixed intently on Lee. I told you, take the blood-boosting pills and get the hell out of here. This is the last time I'm saying it. Insulted once again, Lee flew into a rage. He glared viciously at Sue, snatched up the gift box, and strode purposefully toward the exit. The rest is interest. It's not like it's of any use to you useless father and son anyway. Such arrogance and tyranny. Such an outrage. Sue could no longer contain his rage. He grabbed the other man's wrist and applied a slight amount of force. A pitiful scream echoed through the room, continuous and piercing like a pig being slaughtered. Joe, who had been about to step in to help, froze in his tracks. He clearly saw that Lee's wrist had become noticeably red, swollen, and misshapen, an injury that would likely take several months of rest to heal. Sue snatched the blood-restoring pills back and tossed one in front of him. This counts as burglary. If I press charges, you'll be detained for quite some time, at the very least. Lee clutched his injured hand, his eyes betraying a hint of fear as he looked at Sue. Although he didn't know what had happened, Sue's physical strength was clearly far beyond that of an ordinary person, and it was obvious that staying here any longer wouldn't end well for him. You and your father just wait this isn't over. He picked up the pill, issued a threat, and then fled the scene. Joe closed the door, his face grim. Sue, you acted on impulse. That guy's nothing but a thug now. You heard him, and he'll be back tomorrow to cause trouble. If he files a police report accusing you of malicious assault, we won't be able to clear our names. Sue didn't seem to care at all. Instead, he reassured Joe. Dad, don't worry. Even if he files a report, we were in the right from the start. Joe sighed. You don't know he's doing pretty well for himself these days. He knows a few people we're no match for him. Seeing the worry on his face, Sue couldn't help but laugh. How can you still be laughing at a time like this, you little rascal? Of course I can laugh. Dad, look at this. Sue pulled a warrior stage badge from his pocket and placed it in front of him. The moment Joe saw the warrior stage badge, he froze, then looked bewildered and confused. Where did you get this warrior stage badge? Do you actually know someone from Warrior Stage? Joe was getting a little excited, because if Sue knew someone from Warrior Stage, they wouldn't have to be afraid of that thug anymore. I know quite a few people from Warrior Stage, but this badge isn't for many of them, it's mine. As Sue spoke these words, taking a couple of breaths, Joe's emotions went through a roller coaster. When he heard the last sentence, his eyes widened in disbelief. Yours? Son, haven't you been under too much pressure from school lately? Didn't he know exactly what his own son was like? Forget about Warrior Stage with that level of vitality, just getting into college would be a challenge. Sue knew he wouldn't believe him and wore an expression of helplessness. It's true. Otherwise, where do you think all those health potions came from? If you don't believe me, you can call our Sidious Warrior Guild to verify the information. Look, I'm a registered Warrior Stage. Sue's words hit Joe like a bomb, leaving him frozen in place, speechless for a long moment. I need to make a call. It took Joe a long while before he finally spoke in a hoarse voice, searching for the Warrior Guild's number on his phone. You didn't even need to look up the phone numbers for these organizations online, they could be easily found directly on certain map apps. When he made the call, Joe cautiously asked the first question, his nervousness making his speech a bit slurred. The female customer service representative on the other end sounded somewhat impatient at first, but her attitude improved considerably once she looked up his name. When Joe heard her confirm Sue's identity, he finally hung up. He looked at Sue with a complex expression, his eyes red and teary. Sue felt a pang of bittersweet emotion. He wasn't sure if this counted as after suffering comes joy, but it was a good outcome nonetheless. So does that mean the Warrior Guild gave you these blood-drawing pills? Joe's voice caught slightly. But he immediately coughed, let out a soft mmh through his nose, cleared his throat, and returned to his usual self. That's right. Your son has reached the warrior stage. You won't have to work outside the home anymore. Chapter 30, Vitality Skyrockets. Sue's father hadn't slept a wink all night. Sue didn't know what his father was thinking. He just saw him sitting on the couch, staring at his phone all night long. He remembered how his mother had been very reluctant to leave him back then, but in the end, she still took his little sister and left. On the day they left, he and his little sister cried their eyes out. He even stood on the street corner, screaming at his father over and over again. Resentment. He even felt resentment. But after he entered high school and realized he couldn't increase his vitality, those feelings gradually faded. His growth took root and sprouted amid a mix of reluctance and helplessness. Yet the emotional fertilizer that nourished those young shoots was often something one only encountered upon entering the real world. He had simply experienced it a few years early. A warrior stage body is far superior to that of an ordinary person. In fact, lifespan even increases as one's cultivation level rises. So even though he hadn't slept much that night, he didn't feel any discomfort. Early the next morning, after a quick wash and breakfast, he got ready to head to the library. He originally wanted to take Joe with him, but Joe said he wanted to go to work. Even though he reached the warrior stage, he was still able to handle the job. If he ever really felt tired or things weren't going his way, he'd take a break. Sue knew he couldn't stop him, so he didn't say anything more and headed to the city library on his own. On the bus to the library, Sue had intended to boost his vitality a bit, but he was distracted by the conversation around him. Man, look at that kid. Every time he opens his phone, it's that girl. She's so amazing. That's right. She has already reached the vitality threshold for a top-tier warrior stage university before even graduating. Once she becomes a warrior stage, her family will reap the benefits too. What's her name? Lynn, right? She's really impressive. Hearing these people talk about Lynn, Sue curled his lip in disdain. It seemed that Chinois society was quite something. It had already gained such a reputation in such a short time. Lynn would probably receive special attention once she entered college, wouldn't she? But he didn't care. As long as they didn't come digging for trouble, it was fine. Even though Lynn was seen as a prodigy in others' eyes, to him right now, she was nothing. Hey, young man, I see you've been rolling your eyes over there. Are you looking down on Lynn? Just then, an older woman noticed Sue's expression and immediately got a little worked up. Ma'am, what's your relationship with Lynn? She's not related to me, but I'm going to make her my daughter-in-law someday. Whose daughter-in-law are you looking down on here? Sue. The bus pulled into the station, and Sue hurriedly scrambled off, arriving at the city library drenched in sweat. Looking at the massive library, Sue couldn't wait to rush inside and dive into the ocean of knowledge. At that very moment, inside the library, Yu Qinghuan, the library's director, was standing in front of a row of bookshelves, carefully examining the screen of his phone. On the surface, he was the library director, but he was also one of the few warrior stage practitioners in the city to have earned a research degree. His obsession with vitality knowledge had prevented his cultivation from advancing further, yet it had granted him extraordinary insights into the subject. He was even the only person in the city to have come close to earning a doctoral degree. Just moments ago, Wei from the Warrior Guild had sent him a digital copy of the Vitality Theory. The very first line had deeply moved him, prompting him to rush over in person to find reference materials for verification and study. Awesome! So awesome! Whoever wrote this is a genius! Suddenly, he shouted out loud. In the silent library, everyone looked up at him with expressions of bewilderment. Don't mind me, I'm the librarian. I just couldn't help myself. Yu Qinghuan gestured for everyone to ignore him and went back to reading his book. But the very next second, a voice came from behind him. Hello, are you the librarian here? Su looked at the man in front of him, who was wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and gave him a friendly smile. The man was in his 30s, with a crew cut, and looked very energetic. I am. What can I do for you? Yu Qinghuan nodded, though he was clearly a bit impatient at that moment. His mind was on the documents in his hands, and he really didn't feel like dealing with anyone. I'm looking for some materials on the principles of vitality theory, but this place is so big I can't find them. I want the most comprehensive ones, preferably the highest level ones, Su added after a moment's hesitation. The highest level ones? You wouldn't even understand them, student. Yu Qinghuan laughed heartily, clearly finding it somewhat amusing, but he still pointed to a spot not far away. Su said thanks and walked over, even humming a little tune just loud enough for himself to hear. I'm like a fish in your lotus pond, just to be with you. He was in a good mood. In fact, he was absolutely delighted because data began to float before his eyes. A theory you created has been successfully learned by someone. Vitality plus 20 points. A theory you created has been successfully learned by someone. Vitality plus 20 points. He didn't know who was studying his vitality theory, but this feeling of leveling up while just sitting there was absolutely amazing. He walked in the direction she pointed and quickly found the vitality knowledge he was looking for. After taking a deep breath, he began to study it. You are reading a vitality theory, vitality plus 0.01. You have learned a vitality theory, vitality plus 1. You have learned a vitality theory, vitality plus 1. You have created a vitality theory, vitality plus 10. He didn't stop until his feet had gone numb. He didn't even know how much time had passed. He glanced at his vitality. 1,210 points. 6-star warrior stage. He rubbed his aching head inside. Knowledge is endless, but a person's energy is limited. With no other choice, he selected a few necessary books and prepared to buy them. He still had some money left, enough to buy a few books. The books were sold very cheaply, but their value was immeasurable. However, when he went to complete the transaction, the staff member refused to sell him some of the books. I'm truly sorry, student, but these books are not for sale. They're available for rent only. Because the content is rather sensitive, you must return them within a certain time frame. That is fine. Although Su found it a bit of a hassle, he was willing to put up with anything for the sake of knowledge. He provided his name, ID number, and contact information. In short, the registration process for these books was quite thorough. About 10 minutes later, after completing the registration, he walked out of the library with the books and gradually disappeared from sight. Some time later, the librarian, Yu Qinghuan, jogged over to the staff member. He placed some documents on the desk and gestured for the staff member to register them for him. While processing the registration, he spotted the name Su had just entered and paused in surprise. Su? What does he look like? When did he leave? Seeing that name, Yu Qinghuan grew excited. Chapter 31, The Challenge of Creating a Theory. He had already heard about Su from Wei. So when he saw Su's borrowing record, his intuition told him this was the person he was looking for. Su's theories were truly astonishing. Although many aspects were still underdeveloped, the fact that a high school student dared to experiment so boldly was truly impressive. Are you referring to this person? He is a high school student, dressed very simply, with delicate features, and about this tall. As he listened to the staff member's description, Yu Qinghuan's expression gradually turned one of bewilderment. Wasn't this the very student who had just asked him about the books? It seemed like he even said something condescending to him just a moment ago. Yu Qinghuan felt a bit embarrassed. Never mind. I'll wait until next time. Next time, I'll go meet him with old Zhang. He let out a sigh and left, carrying the materials he gathered. After leaving the city library, Su returned home and decided to devote all his time and energy to the vitality theory. For the time being, he planned to focus solely on researching the theory and would no longer concentrate on increasing his vitality. He no longer considered the small increase in vitality gained through reading and memorization worth his time. After all, developing a theory could boost his vitality by several hundred points, and teaching and spreading it to those who understood it would multiply that gain even further. Once he got into the zone, time flew by, and he didn't take a breather until his father got home from work. Su, your school deposited your scholarship today and even mailed a blood-enhancing pill to my workplace. The scholarship is a decent amount. I'll deposit it in the bank and transfer the money to you via my phone later. Joe, fresh off work, was unusually excited. His face, usually haggard, was unusually rosy. You have no idea when my co-workers at the office saw the blood-boosting pill mailed to me today, their eyes lit up. They were so envious. Seeing his dad looking a bit more energetic, Su smiled too. That's nothing yet. Once I graduate from college, I'll take you to Longdu. At the mention of Longdu, Joe's smile faded noticeably, and a hint of worry crept into his brow. No need. We're living so comfortably here in this small city, just the two of us. Longdu is the capital where over 90% of the population is at the warrior stage. You'd face too much pressure there. Though he said this, Su knew his father actually wanted to go to Longdu. He was worried about his mother. He also knew it was too early to bring it up, so he didn't say anything more. After all, there was plenty of time. Time would prove everything in the end. Oh, by the way, Su, aren't you a warrior stage now? Are there any younger, single warrior stages in that warrior guild? Don't read too much into it. Do you remember Uncle Lu? The one Dad and I often talk about. His daughter just graduated from college and came back. She didn't attend a warrior stage university, and she's looking for a reliable warrior stage to marry. If you get the chance, could you introduce her to someone? Su looked utterly exasperated. He didn't even have a girlfriend yet and he was supposed to set someone else up? Still, he had a pretty good impression of this Uncle Lu. He was the owner of a supermarket near his father's workplace. His father would occasionally go there to buy cigarettes, and over time, the two had gotten to know each other. Uncle Lu was always very kind to his father. I'll see what I can do, but don't get your hopes up. Warrior stage members are all pretty picky. Ha, just hearing you say that is enough. Put some effort into this. It's the first time your old man has ever promised someone something. Su nodded in agreement. For the next few days, he didn't leave the house, spending every day studying theories on how to boost vitality. It wasn't just for himself, but for his father as well. Joe's vitality had been declining for years, and he could only maintain it by taking vitality pills. A normal person can only take the blood-boosting pill once in a lifetime because its mechanism of action works like this. Once a person's vitality is raised to a certain level under the pill's influence, taking the same medication again will either have no effect or produce only a negligible one. But Joe's current situation was an exception. His vitality was declining daily. Although taking the blood-boosting pill each time had some effect, it could only prevent his vitality from dropping too much. It couldn't cure the problem. To achieve a complete cure, the rate at which his own vitality increases must surpass the rate of decline rather than relying on medication. Given his father's natural aptitude, it's impossible to keep up with the rate of decline by using conventional methods to train and boost vitality. Therefore, he must devise a way to rapidly increase vitality. In the dead of night, he burned the midnight oil, tirelessly jotting down data. From night to day, and then from day back to night. Weekend. Holding the data in his hands, his face was clouded with worry. He had severely underestimated the vitality theory developed in modern times. He'd been building his framework for so long, yet whenever he reached a critical theoretical juncture, he'd encounter an unsolvable problem. As a result, all his efforts always fell just short of the mark. He needed help or guidance from an expert. Su, you're heading back today, right? Pay close attention to what Dad told you. Joe left after offering a few brief words of advice. He, too, decided to put his thoughts aside for the time being and head back to school to ask Chin if he could find an expert or a mentor in this field. He opened the front door and found a meal already prepared on the table, along with a book. A text message popped up on his phone. It was from Joe. Sue, seeing how you've been poring over those books day in and day out, forgetting to eat or drink, I figured you must have run into some trouble. The book on the table was given to your Uncle Lou's daughter by a professor during her college days. That professor specializes in warrior stage knowledge. Dad doesn't understand the book, he just hopes you'll like it. Sue stared blankly at the book for quite a while. Essays on Vitality. What a casual title. Curious, he flipped through the book and carefully read the theories within. But even the very first page drew him in deeply. The book covered foundational theories, very basic, yet much of it was new to him. If the theories he studied at school were on a scale from 1 to 10, these were on a scale from 0.001 to 0.1. In an instant, a door to a new world opened before him, resolving many of the confusions he once harbored. He was incredibly eager to learn, but soon encountered some problems he couldn't understand. Just then, he noticed a row of elegant handwritten notes beside the theory, explaining the issues with exceptional clarity. Was this the book's owner? Sue flipped the book to the side and saw the owner's name. But when he saw the name, he froze. What a coincidence! Chapter 32, The Unreachable Youth, Sue. Lu Mei? Sue paused slightly upon seeing the familiar name. It couldn't be that much of a coincidence, could it? He thought of the beautiful woman at the Warrior Stage Pharmacy and immediately shook his head. She worked at a pharmacy, while Uncle Lou ran a supermarket in the suburbs. They were worlds apart. He pushed those strange thoughts out of his mind and went back to reading the book in his hands. But soon, he stumbled upon a new problem. Many of the annotations were merely brief notes. He couldn't make sense of them. Probably only the person who wrote these notes knew their true meaning, just like the scribbled notes some classmates jotted down haphazardly. Who knows what any given sentence or symbol actually meant? He rubbed his temples and let out a wry smile. Maybe he should just ask his dad to get Uncle Lou's contact information? But he hadn't followed through on the promise he made to her yet. Not only had he taken her book, but asking her to explain all the annotations in the entire book would be incredibly rude. Maybe I should try to find someone for her? Matchmaking is, after all, a good deed. With so many people in the Warrior Guild, surely he could find a suitable match? Having made up his mind, Sue decided to help. But he need to go back to school first to ask around. If Professor Vitality could help, it would save him a lot of trouble. On the bus ride back, Sue was struck by a billboard featuring his school's admissions brochure, complete with a photo of Lin, and couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Although he knew Lin's profile would rise because of the exclusive interview, actually witnessing an ordinary person gradually gain fame made him feel a bit envious. But he knew full well that to achieve great things, one must keep one's head down and work hard, without letting fleeting moments of glory blind one to the bigger picture. If it were really him on that billboard right now, he probably wouldn't have had so much time to study vitality theory and improve his vitality. He definitely wouldn't have reached the 6-star warrior stage by now. At most, he'd be just over 2 stars. Just as he was lost in thought, someone suddenly struck up a conversation beside him. Hey, classmate, you look like you're from Qingting too. Have you met that Lin from your school? Is she really as pretty in person as she is in the ad? They were 2 boys around his age, who appeared to be students from another high school. I've met her, but she is not very warm or approachable. She is a bit hard to get along with, Sue said, rubbing his nose and speaking honestly. The teenager immediately pursed his lips. Is that for real? I think she just doesn't really like hanging out with you. Dude, you haven't been rejected by her, have you? Did you try to hit on her and fail? I can tell you're a total nerd. There is no way she'd like you. Ha, as if I'd even be interested in her? Ha 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 ha. You sure know how to brag. Sue was speechless, but he couldn't be bothered to argue with these teenagers. He planned to sit quietly until his stop, but these 2 seemed to have found a topic they couldn't stop talking about. I heard an entertainment agency came to your school. They aren't looking for Lynn, are they? If she becomes a star, wouldn't you be a star-s admirer? Then there'd be no shame in trying to win her over. You're even alumni with a star. Hearing their conversation, a hint of curiosity flashed in Sue's eyes. Could it be that an entertainment agency really had come looking for Lynn? But she's just a celebrity. He wasn't particularly interested in that kind of career that everyone adores. To be more precise, he wasn't interested in any career at all. He simply wanted to use his abilities to help the people around him live better lives and to pursue the happy family he longed for. The two chatted the whole way, and Sue occasionally chimed in, treating it as a way to pass the time. Still, he was a bit speechless. These two were actually heading to their school, claiming they wanted to see what Lynn looked like. When they got off at the bus stop, the two even followed him right into the school. It didn't really matter if they wanted to follow, let them. It didn't affect him in any way. But he soon changed his mind when he noticed a crowd gathered at the entrance, and right in the middle of it stood Lynn. Lynn looked much more haggard than she had a few days ago. She no longer seemed as haughty as before. She appeared more down to earth, even evoking a sense of tenderness and compassion. Holy crap! Lynn! She is so beautiful. The two boys were beyond excited and thrilled. They didn't hold back at all, and in an instant, they caught Lynn's attention from a short distance away. When he saw her looking over, Sue's mouth twitched, and he turned his head and hurried into the school. He really didn't want anything to do with her anymore. It was trouble enough as it was. Hey, bro, don't go. Don't. The other boy nodded. I think so, but something about this whole situation feels off. It's like he's not the clown, we're the clowns. Sue also stopped in his tracks, turning to look at Lynn, who looked aggrieved, his face a mask of exasperation. What are you trying to say? Sue, I want to apologize to you. Lynn took a deep breath, looking at the boy in front of her with a complex expression. After suffering that crushing blow from Sue last time, and having encountered all sorts of people during this exclusive interview, she had grown. She had come to see the gap in talent between herself and Sue, and had finally come to terms with everything. You could have taken everything that belonged to me, but you didn't. Thank you. Is that all? Lynn was taken aback. People from entertainment agencies are reaching out to me. I might even get some opportunities. If you need anything, I'll. No, you've misunderstood me. Sue shook his head. I accept your apology. We're both just students. There is no real grudge between us, but you really don't need to thank me. He paused for a moment, then said earnestly, I've never needed any special features or anything like that. I just want to become a warrior stage. Those are the things you want. At the end of the day, I didn't stop you from getting those resources, and you didn't stop me from becoming a warrior stage. We're not really connected anyway. Since we're just passing strangers, let us just leave it at that. My life from now on won't affect you, and I have no interest in what you want. Let us just end it here. Lynn stared blankly at the resolute teenager, his expression somewhat grim. Those words. Was he saying they weren't from the same world? Chapter 33, What kind of gifts do women like? Monday. In the office. After hearing Sue finish speaking, Chen furrowed his brow. The most authoritative teacher at our school on this subject is Mr. Lee from Class 2. Sue looked troubled. Isn't that Lynn's class? Chen sensed his concern and laughed. Don't worry. I'll go say hello to him. Just come to the office during the third period. Thanks for your help, Chen. Sue breathed a sigh of relief. You're a rising star at Longdu University. When you graduate, it'll reflect well on me. Just let me know if you need anything. Chen laughed heartily. With the matter settled, Sue returned to his classroom to continue researching his theories. He wanted to make these theories as comprehensive as possible, while hoping to develop them without bothering others. After all, asking for help meant owing a favor, and he didn't like being in anyone's debt, especially after witnessing Lee and his father's public falling out. Sue, did you go hunting beasts last week? I heard that everyone at the warrior stage goes hunting beasts. Ing suddenly leaned in, her face full of curiosity. I guess so. But I'm just an intern, I was just tagging along to watch. Ing's big eyes sparkled with longing, but the light quickly faded. Too bad. I'll probably never get to experience something like that in my whole life. My vitality is improving way too slowly, I'm barely even making it through my undergraduate studies. Hearing this, Sue glanced at the notes he'd taken on vitality. Once he'd confirmed the theory held up, he could let her give it a try. After all, new theories need to be tested by someone before they can be refined. His father's situation was somewhat unique, so it wasn't suitable to apply the theory before it was fully developed. You'll succeed, he said with a reassuring smile. I hope so. Ing sighed. The two didn't bring up this heavy topic again until class ended. He headed straight to the office to find Professor Lee. Professor Lee, nearing 50 and wearing thick glasses, was carefully examining the annotations written by Lu Mei. He shook his head and chuckled. This is something she wrote on her own, I really can't make heads or tails of it. And as for the theory here, even though it looks simple, it comes from a professor's guidance, so I wouldn't dare to speculate. But since you have this book, why don't you just contact the girl directly? Even if she doesn't know, you could ask her to take you to see that professor. Wouldn't that be more reliable? Sue immediately felt a headache coming on. He hadn't expected these seemingly simple annotations and basic theories to be so much more complicated than he'd imagined. It looked like he'd have no choice but to go find Lu Mei. But should he introduce her to a boyfriend first? Where on earth was he supposed to find a boyfriend for Lu Mei? He had no choice but to seek Ah Wu's help, hoping to meet some young warrior stage members. Ah Wu's reply was simple: there really weren't any suitable candidates in the guild. Most warrior stage players had no interest in ordinary women after all, their values and outlooks on life were completely different. Just as he thought his plan was about to fall through, Ah Wu sent another text. Don't you still not have a girlfriend? A woman 3 years older is a treasure, a gentle older sister knows how to take care of you. Sue's face turned ashen as he shut his phone. A girlfriend would only slow him down in his studies and he was still so young. But what about this theory? He scanned the theoretical annotations, which looked like hieroglyphics to him, his expression grim. Forget it. Saving face isn't that important, it's not like anyone's going to die. I'll spend some money on a gift and treat her to a meal, surely she won't refuse even that small request? He made up his mind and sent a text to Zhou. After getting in touch with Uncle Lu, he picked a location and chose a time that worked for them to meet. Back in class, he tugged on Ing's sleeve. She was spacing out and whispered, "What kind of gifts do you girls like?" Ing froze for a moment, looking a bit nervous. Why are you asking that? Who are you getting a gift for? Are you dating someone? No, I'm asking someone to do me a favor. She is a bit older, probably around 23 or 24. Oh, that is an older lady. It's probably cosmetics, right? It might be a stretch for most people, but you should be able to afford it by now. Ing's expression grew stranger as she spoke. Do you have a crush on her? Sue was embarrassed. Why is that the only thing on your high schoolers' minds? Ing pursed her lips. You're not a high schooler. But that's not necessarily true. If she is just an ordinary person, she might prefer something from Warrior Stage. Don't you guys at Warrior Stage also have some pretty unique accessories and stuff? Isn't there anything with a more special meaning? Since you're asking her for a favor, you need to show some sincerity. Sue nodded seriously. You've got a point. Thanks. I'll get you some makeup later. Ing. You really are such a clueless guy. Sue? He immediately contacted Ah Wu to ask about the kind of thing Ing had mentioned. He received an affirmative reply. The 100 Chi Lantern. Once you reach the master stage, you can channel vitality out of your body. If you infuse a bit of vitality into this lantern, it'll burst into a dazzling glow. It's incredibly beautiful. It's okay if you haven't reached that level yet. Ordinary people can also buy vitality pearls and similar items to use with it. Su was very pleased with this item, and since it only cost 3,000, he agreed to the deal. The meeting was set for the following afternoon, so early the next morning, he headed to the warrior guild to pick it up. Awu also gave him some vitality pearls similar to batteries, except they contained vitality released by a warrior stage practitioner. Carrying the gift, Su made his way to the meeting place with a heavy heart. Chapter 34, Farewell, Lu Mei. In the taxi on the way to the meeting spot, Su received a call from Wei. "Su, where are you? I need to see you right now." Su could hear the excitement in Wei's voice and knew that his vitality theory had likely been thoroughly confirmed after all. His notifications had been showing for days that someone had mastered his theory. "I'm out handling some business. How about you contact me once I'm done?" The reply came swiftly from the other end of the line, without a trace of impatience. All right. Take care of your business. If you need the guild to step in, just contact me anytime." "Okay, Wei." Huixing Restaurant. This 4-star restaurant, renowned for its elegant atmosphere and attentive service, was one of the city's top Instagrammable hotspots. Lu Mei, dressed in a pure white dress, was staring nervously at the man across from her, looking visibly uneasy. The man appeared to be in his late 30s or early 40s. He was overweight and looked extremely sleazy. The bulging flesh on his face was intimidating. For warrior stage badges were pinned to his chest, signifying that he was a 4-star warrior stage. "Lu Mei, since we last met, you haven't replied to any of my calls. What exactly is your deal?" "Brother Zhang, we're not a good match," Lu Mei said cautiously. She had actually come here today specifically to meet a blind date arranged by her father, but she never expected to run into such a troublesome guy. This older man named Zhang Long was the same blind date she met last time. He was extremely difficult to deal with and looked down on ordinary people. She never imagined she'd run into him here today. She nervously scanned her surroundings, hoping the other blind date would hurry over to save her from this predicament. She was now deeply regretting not asking for the other person's name or the exact meeting time. Instead, she just stood there waiting like a fool. It couldn't be. Was this the guy right in front of her? At that thought, she felt utterly hopeless. "Didn't I tell you? We'll know if we're a good match once we give it a try. I'm a warrior stage, you know. You're just an ordinary person. You should count yourself lucky to be hanging out with me. It's settled. I'm going to order now, and in a bit, you're coming with me to the hotel." Zhang Long snorted coldly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "Brother Zhang, we really aren't a good match. I have some things to take care of. Please feel free to enjoy your meal here." Seeing his hostile demeanor, Lu Mei instinctively tried to stand up and leave, but the next second, he grabbed her wrist. "Sit down." Zhang Long spoke slowly, and Lu Mei immediately felt immense force gripping her wrist, a terrifying strength that caused a bead of sweat to form on her smooth forehead. She shot a pleading glance at a nearby waiter, but upon seeing the badge on Zhang Long's chest, the waiter, out of fear, chose to look the other way. Seeing this, Zhang Long flashed a smug smile. He knew better than anyone what these ordinary people were thinking. They were all cowards who shied away from trouble. Although the Warrior Guild had clear penalties in place for the warrior stage, most people chose to swallow their anger and keep quiet. After all, in their eyes, the warrior stage was an exceptionally special place. "Mei, I truly care about you. Don't worry. Once you're with me, you'll live the high life. I'll take good care of you." As he spoke, his eyes greedily roamed over Lu Mei's curvaceous figure, his expression utterly lecherous. Lu Mei was trembling with fear at that moment. She wanted to scream, but was terrified of retaliation from this man. Her face had turned deathly pale. Just then, a voice suddenly cut in. "Sister Lu Mei, is it really you?" Su had appeared behind Lu Mei at some point and was staring at her in utter astonishment. He never would have imagined that Uncle Lu's daughter was actually Lu Mei, not just someone with the same name, as he assumed. Seeing Su, Lu Mei felt as if she found a lifeline. She hurriedly said, "Little brother Su, was there a problem with the blood-boosting pills you bought last time? I'll take you to get some new ones right now." Su froze upon hearing her words, only then noticing Zhang Long. When he saw Zhang Long gripping Lu Mei's wrist tightly and the look on her face, he instantly understood what was going on, and his brow furrowed slightly. "What are you staring at, you little brat? Can't you see I'm busy? Get lost." The fleshy muscles on Zhang Long's face twitched, giving him a ferocious, menacing look. "Brother Zhang, Brother Su is also at the warrior stage. He has something to discuss with me. Why don't we talk another time?" Lu Mei hurriedly spoke up, praying that he would let go and spare Su. But before she could finish, Zhang Long tightened his grip, causing her to cry out in pain, tears welling up in her eyes. He ignored Lu Mei, instead fixing Su with a gaze of utter contempt. "You little brat, a warrior stage 2? Where's your badge?" Su didn't answer him, but his expression had turned completely cold. Since he asked Lu Mei to watch the theory session, he certainly wasn't going to stand by and watch her get bullied, especially by someone who was merely a 4-star warrior stage. He reached out and grabbed Zhang Long's wrist, then applied a slight amount of force. Crack! The sound of cracking bones echoed, and Zhang Long's sneering expression twisted in an instant. His grip on Lu Mei's hand instantly loosened. "Ah!" He let out a blood-curdling scream. Sweat instantly poured down his forehead, and his face turned deathly pale. Zhang Long stared at Su in shock, his face filled with disbelief. That strength was almost on par with a 7-star warrior stage. How is that possible? Zhang Long's scream drew the attention of those around him. When they saw the emblem emblazoned on his chest, their gazes towards Su were filled with shock. Meanwhile, Lu Mei, now freed from his grip, clutched her reddened lips, her face a mask of disbelief. How old is Su? 17 or 18? Reaching the warrior stage at such a young age was shocking enough, but now he is this strong? Judging by his appearance, he seemed even stronger than a 4-star warrior stage. What kind of being was he? She stared at the handsome young man in disbelief, a hint of something unusual in her eyes. "Let go!" Zhang Long, sensing the attention of those around him and feeling his pride was at stake, shouted angrily. "I'll only say this once, stay away from Sister Lu Mei from now on, or don't blame me for being ruthless." Far from letting go, Su gripped her even tighter. Was he scared? He defaced murderous beasts before. Was he really going to be afraid of a scruffy middle-aged man whose cultivation level was lower than his own? Ridiculous. And what the young man detested most was this kind of bullying. "I'm telling you to let go, damn it!" Zhang Long flew into a rage and swung his fist straight at the boy's head. This wasn't a joke if that punch actually landed on Su's head. Su's eyes turned cold as he immediately unleashed the yin-yang not-to-strike skill. While dodging the attack, he sent his opponent crashing to the ground with a single punch. A warrior stage fighter's true strength is revealed the moment they strike. Zhang Long was knocked flat on his face and instantly realized he was no match for Su. "Kid, you're from the warrior guild too, aren't you? Assaulting a fellow guild member. I'm reporting this to the management right now. No one will be able to save you then. I'll strip you of your vitality, ensuring you can never reach the warrior stage. I'll turn you into an ordinary person." As he spoke, he pulled his phone from his pocket, preparing to make a call. "Su, you'd better get out of here. This has nothing to do with you. Don't let it ruin your future." Upon hearing this, Lu Mei hurriedly urged Su to leave. After all, Su had intervened because of her. She absolutely couldn't let him ruin his future for her sake. "It's fine." Su looked at Zhang Long with a sneer, his face full of contempt. "I'll see if he can really strip me of my vitality today." Chapter 35, Is Su that influential? "Fine, kid, you've got guts. No matter who brought you in, today I'm going to make sure you get to know me." Zhang Long. Zhang Long dialed the number, spoke a few words, and hung up. "Just you wait. Wei happens to be nearby. He'll be here any minute." As he spoke, he plopped down in his seat, his face beaming with smug satisfaction. "Su, your manager is on his way. You'd better leave. He won't dare do anything to me in front of everyone. I can't ruin your future." Lu Mei tugged at Su, looking very anxious. Su motioned for her not to worry, his face brimming with confidence. "Don't worry. Wei won't do anything to me.
The Warrior Guild isn't a place where people act unreasonably. He spoke with absolute confidence.
After all, the value of that set of vitality theory went far beyond the texts themselves. As the manager, Wei Wun-ti failed to weigh the pros and cons. Oof. Kid, you haven't even grown a full set of hair yet, and you're already spouting off here.
Just you wait.
Lu Mei was about to say something else, but Su stopped her. She could see the situation had escalated at Wun-ti end until a resolution was reached, so she could only wait anxiously on the sidelines. Soon, two people walked in through the door. Wei led Yu Qinghuan into the dining hall, one in front and one behind, scanning the room left and right for a seat.
Brother Zhang, over here.
The moment he spotted Wei, Zhang Long waved him over, his face beaming with a warm smile.
Wei, that guy, I don't know who he works for, but he attacked me without a word.
He clearly doesn't give a damn about the guild's rules and regulations.
He must be severely punished. Zhang Long pointed at Su, his attitude as arrogant as could be.
Judging by his practiced manner and confident tone, Su was certain this guy had bullied Warrior Guild newbies more than once or twice. Wei also looked up, and upon seeing Su, he paused for a moment, his brows furrowed.
Su, what exactly is going on here?
He was picking on an ordinary player, so I stepped in.
It's that simple, Su replied crisply. Stop spouting nonsense.
Lu Mei and I are on a blind date. We're discussing business.
What does that have to do with you, you little brat? You've already violated the rules by striking someone.
Just wait until Warrior Stage gets shut down. As Zhang Long spoke, he grabbed a waiter who had been watching the scene from the sidelines, his face a picture of fury.
Tell us, didn't he strike first?
Why yes, it was definitely this young man who struck first. Seeing Zhang Long's menacing expression, the waiter had no choice but to go along with it. After all, he was just an ordinary person who couldn't afford to cross Warrior Stage, especially since Zhang Long clearly looked like the type to hold a grudge.
No, that's not how it happened.
Lu Mei's heart sank when she saw this. She stepped forward to explain, but Wei raised his hand to stop her.
That's enough. I already know what happened.
You don't need to explain anything, young lady.
Lu Mei's face went pale, and her heart skipped a beat. The next second, she seemed to make a decision and actually pulled Su behind her.
Seeing this, Zhang Long grew even angrier. Pointing at Su's face, he shouted, "Don't think you're off the hook just because you're standing behind a woman. You're a Warrior Stage member. The Warrior Guild won't show any leniency in punishing you.
Start running."
Shut up. Just then, Wei suddenly let out a roar. He was yelling at Zhang Long, his face ashen.
The shout left the onlookers stunned, their faces filled with confusion. What's going on? Isn't that steward surnamed Zhang supposed to be here to help the fat guy?
The surrounding crowd buzzed with speculation, and even Zhang Long was taken aback.
Brother Zhang, what are you? Don't call me Brother Zhang. Who's your brother? Wei's expression turned icy.
Zhang Long, let me tell you this, you know full well just how much trouble you've caused in the guild. It's not that I haven't dealt with you, it's that I haven't had the chance yet. Today, I'll use this opportunity to make you understand our guild's rules and regulations once and for all. Wei's voice grew louder and louder as he spoke, and by the end, he was practically roaring his reprimand, showing Zhang Long absolutely no mercy. Right now, immediately get your ass back to the guild and go to the legal department to have all your Warrior Stage information revoked. And if I hear even a hint of you causing trouble, I'll make sure the guild sends you straight to the front lines.
Zhang Long's face went pale in an instant.
He stared at Wei with terror in his eyes, clearly panicked.
Brother Zhang, what are you talking about?
Don't joke around, it's this guy who caused the trouble, not me.
I've already told you once, don't make me do this myself. Wei's words were laced with menace, silencing him instantly.
Zhang Long's head buzzed. He didn't know what was going on, but he knew he'd crossed someone he shouldn't have. Glancing at Su, he couldn't recall the guild's higher-ups having such a young figure. But after a moment's thought, his pupils contracted. You're Su. Right now, the person with the biggest reputation and the most talked about figure in the entire guild was a young man named Su. Who he is has nothing to do with you.
Do you want me to personally escort you out?
Wei frowned, his voice brimming with impatience. Everyone could tell that if Zhang Long uttered another word, Wei would personally escort him to the warrior guild to revoke his warrior stage status. In the end, Zhang Long didn't dare say another word. He just glared at Su as if he wanted to devour him, then stormed off. Once he was gone, Wei finally broke into an obliging smile. Brother Su, you still have some unfinished business here, don't you? You go ahead and take care of it. Just give me a call when you're done. The two of us will head upstairs and find a private room. The two of them tactfully took their leave, and as they walked away, Yu Qinghuan, who was trailing behind, cast a meaningful glance at Su. It's all right, Sister Lu Mei. Please have a seat. Su gestured for Lu Mei to sit down. Only then did she snap out of her shock, her eyes filled with disbelief. She wasn't sure exactly what had happened, but it seemed Su held a high position within the warrior guild. The fact that even a man capable of effortlessly ordering the warrior stage's deactivation was so cordial towards Su was proof enough that this teenager, who looked to be only 17 or 18, was far more extraordinary than anyone could have imagined. Young Su, thank you so much for this. Is there anything I can do to help? Lu Mei began to tread carefully, appearing somewhat flustered. Sister Lu Mei, please don't say that. I'm actually a bit embarrassed that I couldn't follow through on Uncle Lu's request to find you a boyfriend. Su felt a bit awkward. He really wasn't comfortable asking others for favors. It wasn't a big deal, but he rarely asked anyone for favors, especially not a girl. Lu Mei froze, staring at him with wide eyes, completely taken aback. You your Uncle Su's son? So, the person I've been waiting for here is you, little brother Su? Chapter 36, how about staying at my place tonight? That's right. It's really you? Lu Mei's eyes widened, her face beaming with excitement. She'd originally come over just to placate her annoying old dad, so she hadn't even bothered to ask for his details. But she never would have dreamed that the Su she'd run into at the pharmacy would be him. After all, during her previous blind dates, she'd fantasized about finding a young man at the warrior stage even though she knew it was unlikely. Who doesn't like to daydream? Even though Su was just a go-between, he was so young he surely didn't have a girlfriend yet. At that thought, Lu Mei's face suddenly flushed. Oh my! What am I thinking? Sister Lu Mei, are you feeling unwell? Should I take you to the hospital first? Seeing her face flush bright red, Su grew a little nervous. He wondered if she'd been hurt during her encounter with Zhang Long just now. If she went to the hospital because of an injury, he'd feel even more embarrassed to ask about those vitality theory matters. No, I'm fine. In that case, do you have anyone suitable to introduce to me? Su gave an awkward smile and nodded. I'm really sorry, Sister Lu Mei, but I honestly don't have any suitable friends to introduce to you. As he spoke, he placed the gift box he was holding on the table and said sincerely, to show my apology, I specially picked out a gift for you, Sister Lu Mei. Consider it a token of my appreciation. Hearing there was a gift, Lu Mei's eyes lit up. Could it be? Since it's a gift from you, I'll gladly accept it. Lu Mei was overjoyed. All the unpleasantness from earlier vanished in an instant. Seeing her happy expression, Su was thrilled as well. At that moment, there was only one thought in his mind: if he could just cheer Lu Mei up, everything else would fall into place. Sister Lu Mei, there's actually something I'd like to ask of you. Watching Lu Mei, whose attention was entirely on the gift, Su steeled himself and stated his purpose. What is it? Lu Mei was in such a great mood after receiving the gift that she wasn't thinking about anything else. She just stared at Su. To be honest, Lu Mei was every bit as charming as Lin, if not more so, and her girl next door aura was even more captivating. Especially for a teenager Su's age, it was nothing short of a massive shock. It's this. Feeling a bit shy under her gaze, Su quickly pulled out the copy of Vitality Theory. This is your book, isn't it, Lu Mei? I borrowed it from Uncle Lu. There are a lot of theories you've highlighted that I don't understand. Could I ask you about them? As he spoke, he fixed Lu Mei with an intense gaze, hoping she would agree.
Lu Mei was momentarily taken aback when she saw Su pull out her book. She naturally recognized her own book, but she was simply curious as to why it was in Su's hands. After hearing Su's explanation, she gave a look of sudden realization, then, sensing the intensity in Su's gaze, her cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Clearly, anyone in this situation would misunderstand. Sure, no problem. It's just that there's a lot in here, and it's a bit complicated to explain. Should we go to your place? My parents live in the suburbs. I'm the only one living in my apartment in the city. As Lu Mei said this, she felt her cheeks burning hot, and her heart was racing. Oh my god! What am I saying? But she quickly regained her composure, her beautiful eyes steady. Su hadn't expected Lu Mei to agree so readily. He was overjoyed. Great! Sister Lu Mei, when would be a good time for you? I'm not in a rush. Actually, we can go over after dinner. It's on me. Fearing Lu Mei might be upset, Su offered a series of attempts to win her over. But the more he did this, the more Lu Mei misunderstood. No, that's okay. I'm free right now. Let us head back. Lu Mei's cheeks grew hotter and hotter, but she knew it was incredibly rare to come across a promising young man like Su. Lu Mei, you absolutely have to seize this opportunity. While Su is still young, become his one and only. She muttered to herself to boost her confidence, but Su tilted his head and stared at her with curiosity. Sister Lu Mei, are you really sure you don't need to go to the hospital? Lu Mei wished the ground would swallow her up, but she still shook her head. Seeing her determination, Su didn't press the issue. Besides, he was genuinely preoccupied with the vitality theory. He went up to the second floor himself to let Wei know. When Wei heard that he had to go out regarding the vitality theory, he wholeheartedly agreed. It's fine, just go about your business. This is another researcher from our city, someone who has endorsed your theory, Director Yu Qinghuan. Su, it's good to see you again. Su recognized her as well and greeted her with a smile. After a brief chat, he hurried back downstairs. The two watched curiously as he and Lu Mei walked out of the restaurant, their expressions full of meaning. Young people really do have energy. Downtown. Lu Mei's apartment was in Tianfu Garden, a relatively upscale residential complex. Su sat in the study, opening his notebook, his face brimming with impatience. Sister Lu Mei, let us get started right away. Okay. Lu Mei had just set down her purse. Seeing his anxious expression, she nodded slowly. Wait for me a moment, I'm going to take a shower. Sister Lu Mei, why don't you chat with me for a bit first? I'm in a bit of a hurry. Su sighed in exasperation. Lu Mei's cheeks, which had just returned to their normal color, flushed bright red again at those words, and she shot him a sharp glare. She then sat down right next to him. Just as she was hesitating over whether to be a little more proactive, Su shoved the book right in her face. This is it. I've been racking my brain for ages, but I just can't figure out what this theory actually means. Su was both excited and serious, which momentarily short-circuited Lu Mei's brain. You really don't get it? Of course not. Otherwise, why would I be asking you, Sister Lu Mei? I've been thinking about it for days, but I still can't figure it out. Seeing the intensity in Su's eyes, Lu Mei's lips twitched. She wanted to slap herself. She seemed to be getting a little carried away. Sigh. She let out a wistful sigh, her face full of worry. Sis, what's wrong? Did you forget about this vitality theory? I didn't forget it. I was just sighing. Sighing about what? Sighing that you're young and reckless and don't understand love. And so, after teaching Su the vitality theory a few times, Lu Mei fully realized that Su had truly come here just for this theory, which left her even more speechless. What left her most speechless was Su's tireless dedication. He literally clung to that book, asking question after question with no end in sight, showing absolutely no sign of stopping. It was late at night. Lu Mei yawned as she looked at Su, who was still as energetic as ever. A hint of admiration and respect flickered in her eyes. A teenager of his age who had already reached the warrior stage and was still working this hard, he was a rare find. Little brother, there is still so much left to cover in this theory. Why don't you stay over at my place tonight? Chapter 37, Theory Mastered, 8-Star Warrior Stage. Late at night. Su sat in his study, his eyes bloodshot as he furiously jotted down the theory. Through relentless effort, he had finally fully integrated the knowledge of vitality in his mind. Data prompts began to float before his eyes, and when they finally ceased, his entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. If anyone had seen Su at that moment, they would surely have remarked that he didn't look like a student at all. He exuded a composed air that could only come from real-world experience. With that overwhelming presence, one might even mistake him for the CEO of a major corporation. This wasn't an illusion, it was a genuine transformation. The reason for this change was simple: his cultivation level had risen. His current stats were as follows. Host, Su. Age, 18. Vitality, 1620 points. 8-Star Warrior Stage. Comprehension, 2 points. Capable of instantly mastering martial arts with 100% mastery. Skills, 8 Extreme Yin Yang Fist 100% proficiency, Light and Agile Sword Technique 100% proficiency. Weapon Proficiency, Light and Agile Sword 100% proficiency. The latest theory allowed him to skyrocket directly from the 6-Star Warrior Stage to the 8-Star Warrior Stage. Once one reaches the 7-Star Warrior Stage, one enters the high-tier Warrior Stage, a transformation that radiates from the inside out. Su felt his own power, and confidence welled up within him. Now, not only can I boost my father's vitality, but I should have no trouble participating in the training camp for the recommended admission spots, right? He muttered to himself, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. I'll ask way later about the general skill level of the people attending the training camp, so I'll know how to prepare. Su had finished developing his theory and did not continue researching new ones. With this experience under his belt, he understood clearly that he could not underestimate the theories passed down through the ages. After all, he was just a high school student. His exposure to vitality theory was still limited, and he needed ample time to absorb and internalize it before attempting anything new. Otherwise, he'd only be wasting his time. Since his vitality had reached a plateau, it was time to study martial arts. Ever since his last hunt against the beasts, he had almost no need for hand-to-hand combat skills, so he hadn't been improving the martial arts he currently possessed. Looking at his remaining 2 points of insight, he chose to enhance the 8 Extreme Yin Yang Fist, which he had already had an epiphany about once. At the national training camp, he certainly couldn't just swing swords and spears at will. This was crucial for close combat martial arts. He used 1 point of enlightenment to achieve enlightenment. Su felt darkness wash over him, and he found himself standing atop a mountain peak. An elderly man, dressed in a Taoist robe and radiating an ethereal, otherworldly aura, stood beside him. The old man stood with his hands behind his back, his face stern. Fight! Perform the fist technique I taught you once more. The stern voice sent a shiver down Su's spine. It was a fear that came from the depths of his soul. His mind seemed to have lost the ability to think. His body instinctively performed a set of fist techniques. This set of techniques was none other than his refined yin-yang ought-to-strike skill. What kind of weak, feeble punches are these? The momentum of the yin and yang energies isn't there at all. Fight. Keep fighting. Keep fighting until I'm satisfied. Su felt even more terrified and had no choice but to obey. Over and over again, Su had no idea how many times he repeated it. He just felt so exhausted he couldn't even lift a single finger. But he also sensed a hint of its mystery and grasped a sliver of its essence. This 8 Extreme Yin Yang Fist seemed capable of reaching a new level. Just then, he suddenly opened his eyes and saw the familiar study, along with Lu Mei sound asleep, her head resting on the desk beside him. Su felt the exhaustion coursing through his body, and a hint of bewilderment flashed in his eyes. Had he just been attempting an epiphany? But he hadn't succeeded. He quickly regained his composure, confirming that he had indeed been attempting an epiphany, but there was no doubt he had failed. After a brief moment of disappointment, Su was overcome with elation. His innate, almost obsessive thirst for knowledge made him feel as though every cell in his body was buzzing with excitement from this moment of enlightenment. If one attempt at enlightenment didn't work, then he'd try it twice.
He used one point of enlightenment once more, and everything went black before his eyes. He found himself back on that mountain peak, but this time, the old man standing beside him had vanished. In his place was a teenager of 17 or 18, dressed in a Taoist robe just like the old man, his eyes filled with concern. "Senior brother, you've been here for 3 years since Master passed away. Why don't we just give up?" "Give up?" Su's eyes widened. "If we simply admit defeat whenever we encounter an insurmountable obstacle in life, what's the point of living? An obstacle that can be overcome is, by its very nature, not truly difficult. It's only when we know it cannot be overcome that overcoming it becomes meaningful." Moved by these words, Su threw himself wholeheartedly into his martial arts practice. He approached every move with extraordinary seriousness. Gradually, he lost track of time and forgot the passing of the seasons. Day after day, year after year. Finally, when he performed the yin-yang ought to strike skill once more, the experience was completely different. His body seemed weightless, swaying effortlessly with the mountain peaks, moving so fluidly it was impossible to follow with the eye. The next second, his body was like a towering mountain, and every movement of his hands and feet produced a thunderous roar. "I've done it! I've succeeded! Ba Ji Yin Yang Gong! This is Ba Ji Yin Yang Gong!" Su shouted excitedly, but the very next second, he was back in his study. By then, a sliver of dawnlight was already streaming through the window he had spent the entire night in enlightenment. He checked his stats panel, the 8 extremes yin-yang fist had vanished, replaced by the 8 extremes yin-yang art. Enlightenment successful. +1 insight. Su wanted to give it a try, but the moment he stood up, a wave of exhaustion washed over him. He had to give up on the attempt, but his spirits remained high. He carefully draped a robe over Lu Mei, then quietly closed the door and left her home. Lu Mei seemed to sense something and slowly opened her eyes. Seeing that Su was no longer in the room, a hint of regret flashed in her eyes. But after a moment of melancholy, she opened the gift box Su had given her and examined its contents with curiosity. A note Su had written by hand fell out, explaining how to use it. She followed the instructions, and in an instant, a kaleidoscope of colors filled the entire room, like a dazzling starry sky. Beneath the starry sky, a sweet smile played on Lu Mei's lips, her eyes sparkling with colors as brilliant as the stars. Warrior Guild. 2nd floor office. Wei slowly hung up the phone, his expression somewhat grim. "What's wrong? What's got you looking so glum? Now that Su's theory has been confirmed, shouldn't you be happy?" Yu Qinghuan teased from beside him. Wei looked troubled inside. "I checked with Longdu. If you want to enter the research institute, you can't attend Longdu University. So that means Su can only choose one between the training camp for the guaranteed admission spot and the research institute." Chapter 38, 2 million in royalties. So Su can only go to one place? Then you guys really need to think this through. This is a great opportunity to secure a bright future for your guild. But if Su gives up on the training camp, won't the guild's only guaranteed admission spot be revoked next year? Wei nodded. But if Su goes to the training camp and fails to advance, not only will the guild's spot be revoked next year, but Su won't be able to go to the research institute either. Yu Qinghuan looked utterly exasperated. "I don't care either way. It's rare for our city to produce a theoretical genius like this. I think going to the research institute is the safer bet. Forget it, let us not argue about this here. I'll call Su." Wei pulled out his phone right away. An hour later, Su arrived at the office. As soon as he walked in, Wei noticed Su's pale, exhausted face. "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing, just tired from reading." "Wei, you called me in because of that neurotoxin theory from last time, right?" Su slumped into his chair and got straight to the point. Wei nodded. "That's right. I verified the theories you gave me last time, they're definitely sound. I'd like to formally apologize to you. Starting tomorrow, I'll go back to school with you to retake the course." Su's eyes widened at his words. "Wei, don't take it so seriously. I was just speaking off the cuff. Didn't you help me out last time? Let us just drop it."
Su hadn't expected Wei to take it so seriously. After all, this guy was the manager. He didn't want to make a big deal out of it. No way. Wei's attitude, however, was unwavering. I mean what I say, I'm definitely going to study with you. Yu Qinghuan, standing nearby, chuckled, Brother Su, you should just let this guy come with you. He is just a stubborn mule, but I can guarantee you one thing, he definitely won't disrupt your high school life. This guy will fit right in with the high school students. Su looked awkward after hearing this, but he couldn't very well say anything else. He never expected someone his father's age to act so immaturely. He'd have to keep his cool if anything came up with this guy in the future. Seeing that Su wasn't speaking, Wei cleared his throat and said slowly, regarding your theory, the guild hopes to purchase the copyright. I've already discussed this with the other managers. How about 2 million for the copyright fee? After saying this, he looked at Su nervously. 2 million sounded like a lot, but it was by no means the highest offer. Any warrior stage player would understand just how important this vitality theory was. The future profits it would generate would definitely reach tens of millions. Most importantly, it would boost the warrior guild's profile within the province. Su was well aware of the value involved. If he truly refused, there was nothing he could do but stand by helplessly. 2 million, then. To everyone's surprise, Su agreed without hesitation. This was exactly what he had expected. He wasn't sure if 2 million was a high offer, but he knew it was certainly not low. Moreover, he understood all too well that breaking away from the Warrior Guild's network and protection would only invite more trouble. It was better to just get it over with that way. He'd still be well regarded within the Warrior Guild in the future. After a brief pause, he continued, but I do have some conditions for selling these copyrights to the guild. As long as the guild agrees to them, I have no further objections. Go ahead as long as it's not too unreasonable, I can agree on behalf of the guild. Wei was thrilled to hear Su's agreement. First, you must not alter or add anything to my theory without my permission. Su's expression was incredibly serious and stern, leaving no room for negotiation. He was a man with a deep thirst for knowledge, so he wanted others to benefit from the theories he created, not for those seeking knowledge to be harmed by them. Once these theories were tampered with, no one knew what consequences might ensue, and he absolutely did not want to bear the blame. No problem. I can absolutely guarantee that, and it will be included in the contract. And the second thing is that whether you're selling it or engaging in any other form of commercial transaction, my vitality theory must be offered at the lowest market price. Su put forward 2 requirements. This was also his hope, that those who were equally eager for knowledge could learn with the lowest possible barrier to entry. That's no problem either. Wei agreed promptly once again. Those are my only 2 conditions, everything else is irrelevant. Su smiled happily. Fearing Su might change his mind, Wei assured him he'd draft the contract and send it over soon. If anything comes up in the future, just be sure to talk to me right away. Wei beamed, appearing to be a good-natured person. Actually, there is something. Wei, uncle, you mentioned earlier about the training camp for the direct admission spots. I'd like to ask what's the general level of the gifted students from all over the country? Wei, who had been full of enthusiasm, suddenly froze. He exchanged a glance with Yu Qinghuan, took a deep breath, and sat up straight. Actually, the reason I asked you to come here today was to discuss this very matter. Since you asked, I'll explain it to you in detail. As he spoke, he motioned for Su to wait a moment, then pulled out his phone as if searching for something. A few minutes later, he handed the phone to Su, which displayed a set of survey images. These are the talent data from last year's training camp. 5% have reached the 4-star master stage or higher, 10% are at the 3-star master stage or lower, 55% are at the high-level warrior stage, and 30% are below the high-level warrior stage. 15% of those at the warrior stage have mastered 2 or more perfect martial arts, 65% have mastered 1 perfect martial art, and 30% have not mastered any perfect martial arts. Su fell silent upon seeing these figures. The talent pool nationwide was far more formidable than he'd imagined. What was most terrifying was that there were actually even 4-star master stage practitioners. The participants are all high school students, right? No, the age limit is under 21.
Wei looked at Su with a helpless expression.
Our city actually has some of the poorest warrior stage talent in the country.
The so-called geniuses here won't even make the cut at the National Training Center. That's exactly why our resources keep getting worse.
Exactly, Yu Qinghuan interjected.
Brother Su, even though you've reached the warrior stage, you won't be able to stand out in this kind of competition.
That's why we're recommending you go somewhere else, a place dedicated to researching theoretical vitality.
Although you won't be able to follow the path of Longdu University, your future prospects there are definitely bright.
That's the Jiangchuan Research Institute.
As he spoke, his face lit up with excitement, and he grew more and more animated. But just as he was about to continue, Su cut him off. Su shook his head firmly.
No. I'm only interested in Longdu University.
The smiles on Wei and the other man's faces froze instantly, gradually turning grim. Just what they feared most had come to pass.
Chapter 39, Experience Trumps Youth. This was exactly what they feared from Su. Yu Qinghuan said earnestly, Su, please let me finish.
As he spoke, he prepared to explain the pros and cons to Su, but...
What I mean is, I absolutely must attend Longdu University, Su said again, his gaze unwavering. Yu Qinghuan's scalp immediately prickled.
Seeing the stubborn expression on Su's face, he scratched his head in frustration.
He glanced at Wei, who was standing nearby with an equally grim expression, and couldn't help but say, You knew from the start that this kid was so stubborn, didn't you? No wonder you asked me to talk to him. That's right, he could tell.
Everything Su did and said bordered on stubbornness. Once he made up his mind about something, there was absolutely no changing it. Su was well aware of his own personality, so he gave him a friendly reminder to avoid a long, unpleasant conversation.
Wei sighed. Su, I don't know how important Longdu University is to you, but think about it. If you really don't get that guaranteed admission spot, it just means you can't go there. It's that important. If you don't get in, doesn't that make it all meaningless? I can get in.
But you saw the results of my investigation yourself. There are plenty of master stage players rated 4 stars or higher there. Unless you have unbelievably lucky luck and happen to face only the weakest warrior stage opponents, you won't stand a chance of getting a spot. It's just master stage I can reach that level too, Su Tian said with complete confidence. At that, Wei furrowed his brow. He hadn't expected Su to be so overconfident.
Su, I'm doing this for your own future.
Here's the deal, if you can last 3 minutes against me today, I'll use the guild's resources to ensure you get a guaranteed spot. If you can't last 3 minutes, you'll have to agree to go to the research institute to develop your skills.
How about it?
The moment those words left his mouth, he regretted them, silently berating himself for acting on impulse. Because, just as Yu Qinghuan had said, Su was too stubborn. Once he made up his mind, there was no changing it. Speaking like this wouldn't just fail to win Su over. It would only provoke his resentment. It wouldn't do to fall out like this with a talent the guild had finally managed to cultivate.
Fine. You said it. To his surprise, Su agreed.
The offer was somewhat tempting to him. Most importantly, with this arrangement in place, he could confidently seek various favors from the guild. Although he had already completed the innovation to enhance the vitality theory, many aspects still needed verification and refinement. With the guild's full support and assistance, it would save him a tremendous amount of effort. He was confident that it wouldn't be long before he could completely turn his father's condition around.
You agreed? Wei thought he must have heard wrong.
That's right, I agreed, Su nodded in confirmation.
Wei was a bit dazed. After all, he was an 8-star warrior stage.
And just yesterday, his vitality had already reached the level of a 9-star warrior stage. Although Su was exceptionally gifted and had mastered his martial arts to perfection, he stood no chance against Wei at just the 4-star warrior stage.
Forget 3 minutes, he might not even last half a minute. Was Su overconfident in his own strength? Or was this just a moment of impulse? Wei pondered this for a second, his expression growing resolute.
Whatever the reason, since Su had agreed, he absolutely couldn't let this opportunity slip away.
Since you've made up your mind, does that mean our wager is really on?
Of course, Su said as he pulled his phone from his pocket, then repeated the agreement they just made, looking at Wei to see if he confirmed it. Wei was a bit puzzled by his strange behavior.
What are you doing?
Recording it, of course.
For something this big, I naturally have to keep proof.
Su said it as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Wei's mouth twitched, but his brow furrowed deeply.
This kid was acting really strange. Could he be planning some trick to win this match?
He thought it over carefully and decided it was unlikely, but he found himself even more unable to fathom Su's intentions.
Could it be that Su was truly blindly confident in his own strength?
He is just a 4-star warrior stage. What gives him the right? He stared intently at Su, only then realizing that Su's aura was different from usual, and a hint of pressure emanated from him. He seemed to have figured something out, his face lighting up with a look of sudden realization, followed by a hint of a meaningful smile.
Su, you've broken through recently, haven't you?
Su, who had just put away his phone, froze upon hearing this, looking somewhat awkward.
Did this guy know he reached the high-tier warrior stage?
No wonder he asked the steward. His insight is razor sharp.
Wei, I've recorded this. You can't back out now.
Seeing how nervous Su looked, Wei burst out laughing. Don't worry, I certainly won't back out. But you're still too green, kid. Did you really think that once you reached the 5-star warrior stage, you'd be able to hold your own with those basic martial arts? As he spoke, a surge of aura erupted from his body, and an oppressive presence radiated from him. I'm not afraid to tell you yesterday, I just happened to break through to the 9-star warrior stage. Although I'm getting on in years and my vitality gains are almost negligible, I'm still your senior. Today, I'll let you see just what kind of strength a manager possesses. At that moment, Yu Qinghuan, standing nearby, kept nodding. It was clear he was delighted.
Presumably, in his mind, he was certain Su would lose, and that the research institute would inevitably be his.
But when did I ever say I was at the 5-star warrior stage? Su suddenly spoke up, a look of exasperation on his face.
I didn't. Impossible. I've been the manager here for so many years. I know what I'm looking at. Your aura is clearly much stronger than it was the last time we fought.
Wei shook his head, his expression one of absolute certainty. Su finally couldn't help but laugh out loud, saying confidently, Wei, I did break through, but I'm now at the 8-star warrior stage.
I knew I couldn't have misjudged it.
What?
Wei realized the gravity of Su's bold claim and his eyes widened. Say that again?
I said I'd broken through to the 8-star warrior stage.
If you don't believe me, why don't you test me yourself?
Su said with a half smile. Wei's eyes widened, and he stared blankly for several seconds before finally snorting coldly. You're quite the smart aleck, kid.
Fine, I'll test you.
Of course, he didn't believe Su had reached the 8-star warrior stage. He assumed Su was just talking big, so he charged forward immediately.
Dragon Tiger Fist.
The moment he closed in on Su, his fist shot out with both first-rate power and speed. The punch carried the faint echoes of a tigeress roar and a dragoness cry, exuding extraordinary momentum. This was the martial technique Wei had mastered most thoroughly. He figured that since he already decided to teach Su a lesson, he might as well finish it off cleanly and decisively. There was no need to drag it out. Just as his attack was about to strike Su didn't budge an inch and showed no signs of defending himself at all. Judging by his posture, he hadn't even had time to react. Wei flashed a confident smile, brimming with smug satisfaction. As expected, experience really does count for a lot.
Chapter 40, Plundering the Warrior Guild.
Wei mistakenly assumed his strike was too fast for Su to react to. Just as he was considering whether to hold back a bit, a pale white palm touched his fist.
Softness.
Su spoke calmly, his entire body seeming to transform into a sheet of soft paper as his palm actually glided along with Wei's fist. Wei felt as if Su had turned into a sheet of paper stuck to his arm. The next second, the world spun around him.
Boom! A deafening roar echoed from inside the office, startling the warrior stage performers and staff passing by.
They instinctively gathered at the office doorway, all casting curious glances.
Did something explode? To me, it sounded like something collapsed. Is the manager practicing boxing again?
Inside the office, Wei lay on the floor, his mind a blank. He watched Sue slowly get to his feet, shuddered, and hurriedly scrambled to his feet. But when he saw the spot where he'd been lying just moments ago, he was so shocked he couldn't speak. The floor tiles had been completely shattered. Not only that, but the exposed concrete beneath had caved in, cracking and shattering over an area of 3 or 4 meters. He instinctively ran his hands over his body, checking for any injuries, sweat already beading on his forehead.
It's okay, manager. My martial art channeled the force directly into the floor.
You only took about 10 to 20% of the impact at most, you'll just have a sore back and aching muscles. Sue's voice snapped him out of his daze. This is an earth tier martial art.
Or is it even heaven tier?
His voice trembled, his face etched with disbelief. Martial arts are strictly classified by tier. The lowest tier is called yellow tier, sometimes also referred to as human tier, meaning it can be mastered through personal practice alone. Above that come earth tier, heaven tier, and holy tier. Resources in this city were scarce, so earth tier martial arts were already the highest level available, though even among them, this was a low-end example. Sue's move was simply mind-boggling. It was, at the very least, a top-tier earth tier martial art.
Probably not quite heaven tier yet, Sue said hesitantly.
He never encountered a heaven tier martial art and had no concrete concept of what it entailed, but he knew for certain it hadn't reached that level. Compared to the Yin-Yang Octa strike skill, this Yin-Yang 8 Extremes art should be considered a top-tier earth-tier martial art. If he were to achieve a breakthrough, it might qualify as heaven tier, but that was too far off, and he didn't have that many insight points anyway. Upon hearing his answer, Wei was at a loss for words. He couldn't imagine how Sue's mind worked. After all, martial arts were extremely difficult to master these days. While an average person could use perseverance and time to perfect a yellow-tier martial art, learning an earth-tier martial art required luck and the right opportunity. It was very likely that even a single move or technique could stump someone of average aptitude, and this had nothing to do with cultivation level. Wei was so stunned that he had completely forgotten about the outcome of the match. At that moment, Yu Qinghuan, standing nearby, seemed to have discovered something even more shocking.
Old Zhang. You lost. I did lose. Is it such a big deal for a manager to lose? Reminded by Yu Qinghuan, Wei immediately felt a bit embarrassed. But what Yu Qinghuan said next left him completely dumbfounded. What I mean is, aren't you a 9-star warrior stage? You actually lost to a 5-star. Yu Qinghuan was furious, clearly feeling he missed a golden opportunity.
But Wei seemed to have realized something, trembling with excitement. He hurriedly flung open the door and roared.
Whoever's there, bring me an assessment crystal now. 3 minutes. The crystal ball ran the test 7 times.
Wei watched as the reading of 1,620 vitality points appeared time and time again, and fell silent. More accurately, he couldn't wrap his head around it.
Sue, have you mutated? Have you grown a tail, or has any part of you suddenly gotten bigger or smaller?
Wei was dead serious. His first thought was that Sue's body might have undergone some kind of mutation.
In fact, there were quite a few such cases back home, people whose bodies suddenly mutated, causing their vitality to skyrocket. This kind of mutation wasn't exactly a good thing, though.
Not only would they fail the college entrance exam physical, but their future cultivation progress would hit a ceiling, and their lifespan might even be shortened.
No.
Sue looked at Wei with a look of disgust.
For some reason, he suddenly felt like this guy was always rambling. Could it be anxiety? Then tell me, how did you manage to advance so quickly? Wei grew impatient and decided to get straight to the point. Do you really want to hear it?
Of course. Sue motioned for him to come closer, and Yu Qinghuan, who was standing nearby, eagerly scampered over as well.
Knowledge is power.
I've discovered a new theoretical method for boosting vitality, and it's worked wonders on me.
Sue dropped a bombshell right off the bat.
Yu Qinghuan had been listening quietly on the sidelines, but when she heard that, her eyes widened in shock.
Is that true? You're really exaggerating.
Sue shot him a disdainful look, his face brimming with arrogance.
Did you forget that you called me a genius last time at the library? Did you forget all about it while you were shouting? Now you're questioning me.
Yu Qinghuan's face turned sour, while Wei, standing nearby, burst out laughing. I've noticed that whenever these academic topics come up, you get really full of yourself, kid.
I've heard from Ah Wu and the others that you were like this back in school too.
It turns out that as long as someone is capable in a certain area, they naturally become more confident. He said this, of course, to smooth things over. After all, Sue was just a junior. But both of them had seen all kinds of people and were quick to adapt.
Still, this isn't it a bit too fast? Do you really have that theory?
Wei's smile faded, and his expression turned serious.
If there really were a way to significantly boost vitality, its value would be self-evident.
This wasn't something 2 million could settle. Sue knew he couldn't rush things, so he agreed. Then I'll head back to school first.
Just contact me right away if anything comes up. All right, go ahead. Once I've found the right people to handle this, I'll come find you at school.
Just as Sue was about to walk out the door, he heard Wei's words, and the corner of his mouth twitched.
Whatever you say.
Sue returned to school immediately. Now that the vitality theory had been successfully developed, all that remained was the testing phase, so he needed to return to school to find
suitable candidates to try it out.
There were so many students at the school with low vitality who were willing to take a gamble even knowing there were certain risks. Many would still be willing to give it a try. After all, the college entrance exam was their only chance to change their future. To make the cutoff score, they would naturally try every possible means. He returned during the first period of the afternoon. Just as class was about to start, Ying returned to her seat. Her cheeks were flushed, and tear streaks lingered at the corners of her eyes. Sue, I took the test today, but my vitality didn't increase at all. As soon as she sat down, she grabbed Sue's arm to pour out her heart. Perhaps because she was so upset, tears fell in a steady stream.
At this rate, there's no way I'll get into a warrior stage university.
I'll just have to go to an ordinary college and end up as a 9-to-5 corporate drone. Sue really wanted to laugh when he heard this, but knowing it would be rude, he held back his laughter and said, "It's still early.
There's more than half a year left until the college entrance exams.
You don't need to put yourself down like that." He wasn't just trying to comfort her. He'd seen firsthand how hard Ying had worked over the past 2 years.
Though she wasn't on his level, she worked much harder than the rest of their classmates. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough.
Or rather, she lacked a bit of natural talent. In any case, she was just a hair's breadth away. Sue, you're already a warrior stage. It's easy for you to say that. By the way, is there any way you can help my vitality level up faster? These are trial vouchers issued by our city's vitality research organization. With these, you can try a 2-day vitality boost package. Everything follows standard procedures, and it won't affect your college entrance exams. Hearing this, the dejected Ying immediately jumped to her feet.
Really? Really?
Song Yi beamed with pride, his face radiating smugness. Sue felt a bit embarrassed, but he was also curious.
There's an organization and program like that?
This is the first time I've heard of it. It was indeed the first time he'd heard of a method to boost vitality without drugs.
Could it be that, like him, they also had a special theoretical approach to enhancing vitality?
Impossible. If that were the case, it would have become widespread in China long ago. It wouldn't have taken this long.
Upon hearing this, Song Yi immediately grew a bit annoyed.
Listen, Sue, don't think warrior stage is the be-all and end-all. This is a research organization from Longdu. It's their... Sue didn't expect Ying to say that. He froze in surprise. But when he saw the gleam in her eyes as she stared at the experience ticket, he knew right away that this little girl had already lost her rationality.
He sighed and said nothing more.
Yeah. He really shouldn't have said that. After all, he hadn't seen how their organization's vitality boosting process actually worked. Who knows, maybe their method really does produce better results than his own vitality theory?
Oh well, everyone has their own choices to make. Still, how did he end up being bad guy after just a few words? Looking at Song Yi's smug expression, Sue felt a twinge of irritation. That kid really does have a face that's just asking to be punched. Chapter 42, Testing the Theory on Zhang. Ing had completely lost her sense of perspective over the vitality boost. For 2 classes in a row, she'd been completely distracted. Sue really wanted to talk her out of it, but he never said a word because no one understood that state better than he did. Life doesn't need advice. That was a lesson he learned when he buried his head in his studies. In Zhang's eyes, the two of them were from completely different worlds. Naturally, Zhang held him in high regard as a warrior stage. Wait for me after class. What for? Stop beating around the bush. Oh. Zhang was baffled, but he felt a little nervous. For the remaining 2 classes, all he could think about was how he used to bully Sue. Although he hadn't done anything too extreme, he'd always been bossing Sue around. Lost in his thoughts, Sue tapped him on the shoulder. School's out. Come with me. Tian Gu, I was wrong. You're already at the warrior stage now, don't hold a grudge against me. Sue stammered, sounding like he was about to burst into tears. Seeing him so cowed, Sue burst out laughing. What are you thinking? I've been at the warrior stage for a long time. If I really wanted to teach you a lesson, I wouldn't have waited until now. Hearing Sue say that, he cautiously followed along. The 2 of them arrived at the cafeteria, where Sue got him a meal. For someone worth 2 million, this was practically free, but for Zhang, it was absolutely mind-blowing. Bro Tian, if you need anything, just say the word. If there's anything I can do to help, I'll definitely take care of it for you. Zhang was a bit overwhelmed by the attention. After all, Sue wasn't the same Sue he used to be. Although he was still in the same class as them, he was, without a doubt, a genuine warrior stage. The fact that a warrior stage was treating a bottom-of-the-class student to a meal made Zhang too nervous to even pick up his chopsticks. Then I'll get straight to the point. Aren't you curious why my vitality was so low before, yet I've suddenly become a warrior stage? Sue cut right to the chase. Zhang was taken aback. He looked closely at Sue and tentatively asked, "Isn't it because of the warrior guild's training and your long-term accumulation of strength?" The potion tests had already been conducted. There was no way Sue could have taken any potions. The only thing he could think of was what Lin had said during the vitality test. Sue shook his head. I became a warrior stage before I joined the warrior guild, so my improvement has nothing to do with them. Zhang was stunned. So Sue had always been a genius? The thought of how he once foolishly teased Sue made him feel utterly ashamed. But what Sue said next shattered his worldview. You're always saying, what's the point of me so naively studying vitality theory? Today, I'll let you in on a secret. I've actually been researching a method to boost vitality that breaks with tradition. It was this method that allowed me to break through to the warrior stage in such a short time. Zhang's eyes widened, his expression a veritable roller coaster. He went from curiosity to shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Then, with his mouth slightly agape, he silently mouthed holy shit, followed by a moment of hesitation and contemplation, and finally, his face lit up with excitement and eagerness to please. Tian, is all this true? Of course it's true. Then could you teach me? Sue flashed a satisfied smile. Why do you think I called you out here? After all, we've been deskmates for 3 years. You could say we got to know each other through our fights. Seeing you in such a pitiful state today really broke my heart. After all, I know that feeling of helplessness all too well. Zhang was so moved he was on the verge of tears, clutching Sue's hand as it trembled. Brother Tian, I was wrong. From now on, you're my own brother. No, you're my godfather. If you tell me to go east, I'll never go west. Sue's mouth twitched. Don't be like that. But there are some things I need to make clear to you first. Go ahead. I'm the one who created this vitality theory. Just because the experiment worked on me doesn't mean it'll work on you. You should understand just how risky this is, so think it through before you answer me. Hearing this, Zhang instantly calmed down. What's the worst that could happen?
I'm not sure. I've had plenty of problems with it myself, but so far, there haven't been any abnormalities.
Su's expression was serious.
He could only say that, because he couldn't guarantee the results of a theory that hadn't been tested in practice.
Zhang's face turned pale. He was clearly terrified.
Seeing him like this, Su also began to feel a bit nervous.
If even Zhang refused, finding someone else would be even more difficult.
At that very moment, both of their hearts were in their throats.
Chapter 43, Brother Tian, this theory is too hard. Would Zhang refuse? It was very likely.
Few teenagers of this age dared to take on such an extremely high-risk endeavor. Not everyone had the courage to stake everything on a single gamble. Su's only concern was that if even someone like Zhang wasn't willing to take the risk, he simply wouldn't be able to find a more suitable candidate.
I want to give it a try.
Zhang gritted his teeth as he spoke, looking deeply resolved. Su breathed a sigh of relief and quietly pulled out a manuscript he'd prepared in advance.
Here, take this. Practice according to the instructions for a few days and see if it works before continuing. If you run into any problems along the way, just let me know right away.
Zhang took the manuscript and immediately flipped through a couple of pages. When he saw the theory written there, he froze.
Is this really going to work?
Although he'd only read a few lines, he was stunned by the knowledge of vitality described there. Ordinary methods of increasing vitality focused primarily on exercise, training the body to generate more vitality, but Su's theory,
directly channeling vitality to proliferate vitality?
It worked when I tried it myself. It wasn't difficult at all.
If you're really worried, you don't have to try it. Su nodded solemnly.
Of course, he hadn't tried it himself, but based on his theoretical calculations, there was a more than 70% chance of success. The remaining 30% was the probability of failure, but he wasn't sure what would happen if it failed.
Alright, I'll give it a try.
Good, but there is one thing you must remember: you absolutely cannot give this to anyone else. After all, if this works, it's worth over $1 million.
If you show it to someone else, I'll lose a fortune.
Su said this with a pained expression. Upon hearing over $1 million, Zhang's hand trembled slightly, and he nodded. Although he didn't place much hope in this vitality theory, hearing such a huge number still startled him a bit.
With something like this, you always worry about what if it really is worth over $1 million.
Zhang didn't say anything. Instead, he lowered his head and began reading the theory in his hands. Su waited nearby, ready to answer any questions Zhang might have if he didn't understand something. The vitality theory was vast. If broken down in detail, it could be divided into 7 major core theories. What he was showing Zhang now were the first 2, the simplest ones. If all went well, Zhang's vitality should grow at a slow but steady rate. He wouldn't dare say it would be a huge increase, but a 50% increase over his previous rate was definitely achievable.
Su
Ying suddenly popped up from behind him, carrying a tray of prepared food, and sat down beside him with a smile.
Why are you eating in the cafeteria today?
Ying seemed to be holding back as she spoke, glancing at Su several times before finally speaking. Su saw the apology in her eyes and guessed why she had come. It was probably because of what happened today. Ying must have felt she'd gone too far.
Su, I'm really sorry about today.
I was too impatient, and I said some harsh things. Sure enough, Ying spoke to Su with a look of contrition on her face.
It's okay, I really don't mind.
But I'm truly sorry I couldn't help you. Su gave her a friendly smile. He knew Ying's temperament well, and she was his deskmate, after all, so how could he possibly be upset over such a minor thing?
Ying immediately broke into a bright smile.
I'm just glad you're not mad at me. You know how important this chance to boost vitality is, so I got a little impatient. Su chuckled. Just as he was about to speak, another familiar figure approached their table.
Song Yi glared at him with hostility and plopped down right next to Ying.
Seeing this, Ying wanted to say something, but after hesitating, she kept quiet. Su, I didn't expect the two of you to be having lunch together.
I thought you two had fallen out.
Song Yi's tone was teasing from the start. Zhang clearly looked a bit displeased when he heard this, but seeing that Su didn't respond, he remained silent and went back to studying the theory Sue had given him.
We're classmates and deskmates, no less so naturally we should help each other out,
Sue said, then turned to Ing and added, Ing, actually, after you've taken that vitality boosting trial class, I can give you some advice on how to improve your vitality.
Hearing Sue's words, Ing gave a resigned smile. Right now, my mind is completely focused on boosting my vitality.
Simple advice 1T change my current situation. I really do owe Songyi a big thanks this time, otherwise, I wouldn't have known what to do. Upon hearing this, Songyi immediately puffed up with pride, strutting like a triumphant rooster. He chuckled, too bad Sue wasn't there that day. Otherwise, you could have snagged a trial voucher and experienced the class for yourself. Even though you're already at the warrior stage, you haven't actually tried it, have you? Sue felt his gaze and couldn't help but chuckle. I haven't experienced it myself, but classes like that are probably just useless posturing at the end of the day. They're nothing more than a psychological comfort.
Songyi immediately flew into a rage. Don't sit there being bitter just because you didn't go. Do you really think that just because you're at the warrior stage, you're better than the rest of us in every way? Ing, let us go. I really can't stand talking to him anymore. Songyi was extremely agitated and was about to get up and leave.
Ing was about to say something, but after hesitating, she sighed.
Sue, we'll head over first. You and Songyi argue the moment you see each other. Your classmates don't let this turn into a big deal. It's fine. You go ahead.
Sue waved her off nonchalantly. He knew Ing was preoccupied with that experiential course right now, but it wasn't a big deal after all. Everyone has things they care about. When it comes to what matters most, everything else pales in comparison. Just like when he first studied hard to boost his vitality back then, knowledge was all that mattered.
Wait. What is it?
Ing looked at him, puzzled. Sue hesitated for a moment, recalling how much fun they had the last time Ing took him out, and said cautiously, I've really never heard of any experiential course. You should still be careful. This is a large-scale event, it can't be a scam, Ing replied crisply, her words brimming with conviction. At the same time, Sue sensed a hint of impatience.
Watching Ing disappear from view, Sue remained silent for a moment.
Bro Tian, your vitality theory is really tough.
It's way harder than what's in the books.
I really don't know how you came up with something this difficult, it's unbelievable.
Perhaps sensing the awkward atmosphere, Zhang chimed in with a joke.
He was telling the truth, the very first theory he read had already surpassed high school level knowledge. He thought to himself that Sue, as someone capable of reaching the warrior stage, was truly different from his peers, far more capable than any of them.
Sue chuckled. Is it hard? Actually, I think the hardest theories aren't the ones in the books at all. Now that I understand more, there are some difficult problems I can't figure out. Chapter 44, the so-called Vitality Boosting Institution.
Over the next few days, Sue stayed at school to observe and test Zhang's vitality progress. After class that day, Zhang called out to him, his face beaming with excitement.
Tian, I feel like my vitality has improved noticeably these past few days. Really? Sue was pleasantly surprised. The results were coming in much faster than he anticipated. Really?
My vitality hasn't been increasing lately, so even a slight improvement stands out to me. It's just
what? It's just that using this second core theory requires supplementary medication, and I don't have the money. Zhang looked embarrassed.
You don't need anything too expensive, you just need to make sure it works. While high-quality medications may be more effective, they also come with significant side effects. At this point, Sue paused for a moment.
If you're really having trouble, I can cover the cost for you. That's great.
I'll go get some herbs today. Zhang was visibly excited, looking incredibly thrilled. Seeing him so enthusiastic, Sue actually felt a bit nervous. He was genuinely afraid something might go wrong for Zhang. Although he already warned Zhang about the risks beforehand, he'd feel terrible if something did happen. However, he quickly pushed that slight worry to the back of his mind. The two core theories of vitality he had proposed were well-founded and should not pose any major problems.
The first core theory involved using extreme methods to perceive the existence of vitality.
The second core theory involved using medicinal substances without absorbing them to enhance the cultivation method best suited to oneself, inducing physical changes that would make the body better adapted to that method. These were methods he had synthesized and modified from various classical texts. While they were based on speculation, they had all been indirectly corroborated by actual case studies. However, in this era of high martial arts where vitality is proven through actual combat, no one is willing to take the risky path of experimentation for fear of the consequences. But Sue dares.
If anything were to go wrong, no matter how catastrophic, Sue would take full responsibility.
Having mustered his courage, Sue felt a bit stifled. Before class began, he got up and walked out of the classroom to get some fresh air. As soon as he stepped out, his gaze was drawn to a large crowd in the hallway.
Wow! It's Lynn!
She looked truly youthful and beautiful, and a professional cameraman standing nearby was snapping photos non-stop.
She was even humming a tune now and then. Could it be a music video shoot? Sue was stunned.
He found it somewhat novel, but he felt more concerned than anything else.
Now that she is so famous, she won't come looking for trouble with him again, will she?
He decided to step away from the classroom door and walk a bit further to clear his head. Just then, he saw Song-yi leading Ying out of their class and rushing toward that direction without looking back.
Hurry up, or they'll be gone in a minute.
Sue knew that wherever something was happening, Song-yi, that attention seeker, would be there, but when he realized the two weren't heading over to join the crowd around Lin, he followed them out of curiosity. Sure enough, at the bottom of the stairs, he saw a group of people gathered together. They were all wearing matching uniforms and appeared to be from some kind of organization.
Don't worry, classmate.
After taking my course, I guarantee you'll increase your vitality by 1 to 2 points within a week. If you continue following our curriculum and put in enough effort, you'll definitely be able to increase your vitality by more than 5 points within a month. The speaker was a well-mannered young man who looked like a successful professional. Song-yi stood in front of him, nodding enthusiastically, while Ying stood nearby, her eyes sparkling. It wasn't just the two of them. Several other students were gathered around the young man, all with looks of anticipation on their faces. This guy must be a representative from that so-called Vitality Research Institute in the city. He seemed fine enough, but his tone was certainly a bit boastful.
Increase vitality by more than 5 points in a month? Snort.
Sue found it a bit absurd and couldn't help but chuckle. But as luck would have it, just as he laughed, the normally chaotic stairwell corner fell silent for a moment. This made his laughter stand out all the more, and several people looked up. The young man's gaze landed directly on Sue.
Excuse me, student. What are you laughing at? Do you find something funny in what I just said?
No, I was just passing by.
Please continue.
Sue hurriedly waved his hands. He certainly didn't want to get into trouble. But the man didn't seem willing to let him off the hook. He eagerly took a couple of steps towards Sue and grabbed his arm. Student, I know that a 5-point increase in a month sounds a bit like a joke.
But didn't that genius at your school improve by 10 points in a month?
And I've heard there are students here who've been mentored by the Warrior Guild. They improve even faster.
You're just not in the know.
He shook his head and chuckled.
How about this, classmate? Why don't you come with us and check it out? I promise you won't be disappointed.
Plus, we were personally invited by your principal. You don't have to worry about being late for class. Just tell your teacher you're listening to our presentation. He fired off one enticing offer after another, his face brimming with confidence.
In his view, no student could resist the temptation of skipping class. No thanks, I'm not really interested, Sue said, shaking his head.
Just then, Song-yi suddenly let out a cold laugh.
If you're not interested, why did you come over? Sue ignored him and instead looked at the man with curiosity.
He was actually somewhat curious to see if this guy would say anything special.
Oof. Acting all aloof here, you'll show your true colors in a minute. Song-yi's smile stiffened, and he couldn't help but snort coldly.
By now, a crowd of students had gathered around the man. He slowly pulled a certificate from the crossbody bag he was carrying, which featured a photo and some text. The text described some kind of authoritative certification, complete with seals from various organizations. It didn't look fake. But it was the photo that caught Su's attention, because he recognized two familiar figures in it.
Wei and Yu Qinghuan.
The two of them stood front and center, flanked by a group of people, among whom was the man.
Classmates, this is a photo taken when our organization was founded.
It features all the most prominent figures in our city. These two, in particular, hold researcher degrees. They both worked with me to refine our current method for boosting vitality. It's no exaggeration to say that very few people in this city have had the chance to meet these two, and I'm one of them.
Chapter 45. Do you recognize the warrior stage researcher degree?
The man's face beamed with pride, while the students all looked on with admiration and awe.
Researcher level. I hear there are only 3 of them in our entire city.
That's right. I've heard their research on warrior stage vitality is nothing short of masterful, and they're all warrior stage themselves. Other warrior stage practitioners are just warrior stage, but these few are the true leaders among them.
They chattered excitedly, all at once. After all, as high school students, this was a rare glimpse into the world of the warrior stage, and wasn't that exactly why they were applying to warrior stage universities in the first place?
So, everyone, rest assured. This weekend, that is, the next 2 days, once you come over and experience it for yourselves, you'll see just how effective our trial classes are. Both of these warrior stage members pursuing research degrees have contributed to the development of our vitality enhancement program, so you can all rest assured. He had been talking for quite a while, but Su Nt heard a single truly useful word and found the whole thing somewhat dubious.
But if it were true, could it be that Wei had found a platform for him to test his vitality in advance? Su probed. Those 2 warrior stage members working on their degrees probably don't have any methods for boosting vitality either, do they?
What exactly does your vitality boosting course cover?
Upon hearing Su's words, the man chuckled. Classmate, those are warrior stage members working on their degrees. How could they not have methods for boosting vitality?
You haven't been exposed to matters at this level yet, so you don't understand.
Actually, boosting vitality is much simpler than what your school's courses teach.
He looked smug and incredibly confident, his tone extremely firm.
Su was taken aback for a moment. They probably don't have that kind of ability, do they?
That's right. Others might not know whether Wei and the others had such abilities, but how could Su not know? It finally dawned on him that the guy in front of him might be lying. Perhaps because he questioned him twice, the man was already starting to get annoyed.
How do you know they can't do it? Are you a researcher too? Classmate, I only brought you over because I saw you were friends with these 2. If you don't like it, you can leave right now. No one is forcing you.
The 2 classmates he was referring to were, of course, Song Yi and Ing. Hearing this, Song Yi felt his pride swell, and he stood even straighter. Su, you were already causing trouble when Ing said she wanted to go earlier.
Now that they kindly invited you over, you're standing here questioning them. How can you be so ungrateful? Besides, do you really think that just because you spend all day at school poring over textbooks and got a perfect score on your theory exams, you know everything? Even those with research degrees at the warrior stage can't handle it. You talk as if you actually know them.
As he spoke, the man nodded in agreement, and the other students began to look at him with hostility. Even Ing hesitantly chimed in, Su, they're professionals, there won't be any problems.
If you don't like it, you can just listen in. At the very least, we can skip a class. Exactly. Don't worry, classmate.
Even if you don't attend the trial class, I can still tell your homeroom teacher that you're here listening, so you don't have to go back to class, the man said sarcastically. Never mind that deceitful man and Song Yi, he never expected Ing to actually agree with them. Su was at a loss for words. Just as he thought that blonde-haired girl really doesn't know any better.
Who said I don't know them? He rolled his eyes. Snort.
The man laughed out loud at his words.
You know 2 warrior stage fighters working on their degrees?
Classmate, there's a limit to bragging.
Brother Lin, you know what?
I do know that young warrior stage from our school. Who knows, maybe back when I was in the warrior guild, I actually did spot these 2 from a distance.
But I'm afraid that's all it was, right? Song Yi said sarcastically, convinced that Sue had nearly seen the two of them. Oh? Is it him?
A hint of surprise flashed in Brother Lin's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Young man, while reaching the warrior stage is impressive, it doesn't mean someone at that level excels in every aspect. These are not people you should mention lightly, and our organization isn't one to be questioned casually.
Watch what you say in the future. He wasn't a student, he'd seen plenty of warrior stage practitioners, and he really didn't think much of a young warrior stage like Sue. Just then, Sue's phone rang.
Not many people usually called him, typically only his father, Joe, so he instinctively glanced at the screen and saw that the caller ID showed Wei.
Hello, Wei? Which class are you in, kid? I'm coming to find you right now.
Wei's voice made Sue frown. He had always been opposed to the absurd idea of Wei coming to class with him. After all, Wei wasn't just anyone. If he actually showed up for class, what a huge stir that would cause. But right now, he was actually kind of hoping the guy would come over, not for any other reason, but just to confirm whether this so-called organization had any connection to his own vitality theory.
Class 1. I'm at the corner of the hallway. Come on over.
As he hung up the phone, he noticed Brother Lin staring at him with a smirk.
Classmate, you're not suggesting that the manager you mentioned just now is actually this researcher, Scholar Wei, are you? It's him. Snort. I knew you'd say that.
I have to admit, you put on quite a convincing act. You really put your heart into it.
Song Yi burst out laughing, and the other students couldn't hold it in either.
In their eyes, Sue was now the very embodiment of a walking joke, a living, breathing caricature.
Classmates, please don't laugh. Didn't Sue just tell us his location on the phone a moment ago?
I'm guessing it won't be more than a few minutes before our big manager Zhang arrives. By then, everyone will have a chance to learn more about our organization.
Ha ha.
Faced with their mockery, Sue remained completely unfazed, looking at them as if they were idiots. Seeing him being mocked, Ing finally couldn't stand it anymore and slowly said, Sue, why don't you just go back to class for now?
You weren't really that interested in this course anyway. No, I'm actually quite interested right now.
No matter what, he had to get to the bottom of this organization's issues today. If it was truly related to his vitality theory, he absolutely would not allow such a thing to happen. He had to deal with it before it was too late. Seeing that her pleas were falling on deaf ears, Ing stopped trying to persuade him and simply sighed. A few minutes later, the class bell rang. Sue watched as Wei still hadn't shown up, and he furrowed his brow slightly. Seeing him like this, Brother Lin's expression grew smug, and the curve of his lips became increasingly mocking. Classmate, the time has passed.
Where's Wei? Chapter 46, this classmate doesn't know a good thing when he sees it. Sue, which Wei are you talking about? He's not going to show up, is he? I'm not sure. Maybe something came up on the way. We don't have that much time to wait for you. I need to take these classmates to register. Since you're not interested, you obviously don't have to come with us to register, don't you agree?
Sue was puzzled at this point.
Knowing Wei's character, once he said he'd come, he would definitely show up.
Unless something had held him up, he would never break a promise. But if there really was a connection here, and Brother Lin had just left with his men, it would make tracking down the other party much more difficult if there was indeed something fishy going on. Just as he was wondering whether to call and urge him to hurry, he saw a figure coming up from the bottom of the stairs.
He's here. Brother Lin and his group heard his words and instinctively looked down.
As the figure drew closer, Brother Lin's expression grew grim, his face etched with astonishment.
That's right, if it wasn't Wei, then who else could it be?
Wei had a highly distinctive appearance. Not only those who knew him personally, but anyone who had ever seen his photo could spot him instantly in a crowd. There was absolutely no mistaking him.
Is that really Scholar Zhang?
The other students looked stunned. They never imagined that Scholar Zhang would actually take the initiative to call Sue, a high school student.
Ing covered her mouth in utter shock.
They all knew Sue had now reached the warrior stage, but had he really managed to get himself into such a mess while there? Everyone was shocked, but the most shocked of all was, of course, Brother Lin. He never would have dreamed in his wildest dreams that what Sue had just said was true. He looked at Sue's calm expression as if seeing Wei were the most ordinary thing in the world and felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Could this kid possibly have some connection to Zhang Shui? Impossible. He knew Wei's situation better than anyone. Back then, in order for the organization to successfully stabilize its position, he had practically coaxed and tricked 2 researchers from the city into going there to validate their deceptive tactics. The Vitality Research Organization he ran was a classic case of a big name with little substance. In reality, it had no real capabilities. While it claimed to be recognized by the city, that recognition actually came from a commercial organization, all for the sake of exaggerating its credentials to sell courses and turn a profit. So, back then, he and Wei had agreed to simply use the Vitality Research Organization as a front, with the actual purpose being to handle some follow-up management and logistics for the Warrior Guild. Wei agreed without giving it much thought, and things went relatively smoothly afterward. They even had dinner together a few times, and through these interactions, he came to understand Wei and the people around him better. So, Sue definitely didn't know Wei. Or perhaps, since he joined the Warrior Guild, he had some opportunity to interact with Wei, and now, seizing this chance, he was just showing off to save face. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became. Watching Wei approach, a sly smile spread across his face. He rushed forward and grabbed Wei's hand. "Oh my, isn't the scholar Zhang? I never expected to run into you here. I've actually been meaning to stop by your place soon to treat you to a meal. Who would thought our paths would cross like this?" At that very moment, Wei's mind was entirely focused on his class with Sue, or, more accurately, on sneaking a bit of vitality theory from Sue. So when Brother Lin suddenly rushed out, he was taken aback. "Little Lin? What are you doing here? Is there some kind of collaboration with the school?" Seeing Brother Lin, Wei immediately thought of that possibility. "The students here are great. You'd better come over and do a good job." Mentioning the school, his first thought was of Sue. Realizing this was also Sue's alma mater, he patted Lin Gu on the shoulder meaningfully. Of course. I'm here precisely to collaborate with the school and offer some assistance to the students." As he spoke, his gaze fell on Sue, and his voice faltered. "These are all the students I'm here to help, but this student, Sue, is having some issues. This student is really ungrateful and quite arrogant. It wasn't until we chatted for a while that I realized he is actually a member of your guild." "He is indeed a member of my guild," Wei nodded. As he spoke, his brow furrowed deeply. Based on his understanding of Sue, unless it involved an academic issue at Vitality, Sue usually acted indifferent, so why would he have such an attitude now? However, as soon as he furrowed his brow, Lin Gu, who had been watching him closely, saw the expression and immediately assumed Wei believed Sue was bringing shame to the Warrior Guild, further confirming his earlier suspicions. "Is that really the case?" "Ah, Scholar Zhang, this student is too young. He speaks in a high and mighty manner. Not only did he question your academic credibility, but when he called you just now, he showed no respect befitting a junior. I couldn't stand it and was just about to teach him a lesson when I didn't expect you to show up. Since you're here, why don't you handle it yourself?" Brother Lin put on an air of disappointment in someone who didn't live up to expectations, just like one of those relatives who pay lip service but act differently behind your back. Sue was completely thrown off by this sudden display. Wasn't he questioning the Institute's academic integrity? How could he even bring up a lack of respect during a phone call? What on earth is this guy up to? But when he saw Brother Lin looking somewhat anxious, as if he couldn't wait to jump in on the drama, he began to understand a little. This guy. Is he afraid that something I say will give him away in front of Wei? That was exactly it. When Wei showed up, Lin could sense the skeptical glances from several classmates. Sue knew Wei and, by extension, Wei's connection to their organization. If he really slipped up with a single word, he'd be exposed. He absolutely couldn't let that happen. He couldn't let Wei find out about their organization's issues, and he certainly couldn't let these students who were about to take the bait find out either. So he wanted to pin the blame on Sue, get Wei's superiors to reprimand Sue, and used that opportunity to shut Su up for good. Given Wei's status in the warrior guild, once Su, a young newcomer like him, was dealt with, he'd never dare to speak out of turn again. Moreover, if Wei disciplined Su because of him, Su wouldn't dare say anything against him, and the problem would be solved in one fell swoop. At that very moment, Wei's expression clearly began to crumble. Even a fool could tell he was in a bad mood. Seeing a warrior stage practitioner with a researcher degree looking so grim, the students didn't even dare to breathe. Several of them cast pitying glances at Su, trembling with fear. Brother Lin knew his scheme had succeeded, and the smile on the corner of his mouth was as bright as could be. He could already picture Su's panicked expression when Wei flew into a rage in a moment. But the very next second, the words that came out of Wei's mouth made his smile freeze instantly. Chapter 47, Dissolve that organization immediately. You little brat, don't you know to save me some face? After all, I'm a person of standing, I need to save face. Wei looked utterly exasperated. Far from scolding Su, he actually complained in a somewhat playful tone. Brother Lin's smile froze on his face, making him look particularly ridiculous. Song Yi, who had been eagerly waiting for the show to begin, was stunned. His eyes even looked a bit bewildered. What's going on? Su insulted a high-ranking member of the guild, yet instead of flying into a rage, the official actually greeted him with a smile? Scholar Zhang, you must be furious, right? It's okay if you're worried about losing face, I can handle this for you. Brother Lin, thinking Wei had lost his cool, hurriedly chimed in from the side. However, Wei shot him a sidelong glance, his expression hostile. Didn't you hear what I said? Wei was furious. Although he was stubborn, he had come here to study vitality under Su, and as the senior figure, he felt his pride was somewhat wounded. That guy had just rubbed salt in his wound. Wei, who had been about to speak up, was startled by that single glare and dared not utter a word. Just then, Song Yi, unable to stand by and watch, stepped forward. Scholar Zhang, Brother Lin is right. We just saw with our own eyes how disrespectfully Su treated you. Moreover, he did indeed question the theory you and Brother Lin developed together to enhance vitality, even claiming that you couldn't possibly have created these vitality theories. As he spoke, he turned to Su and said, I'm not wrong, am I, Su? You personally questioned the authenticity of this vitality enhancement course. As a warrior stage practitioner, you're not going to deny it now, are you? This remark was clearly meant to provoke Su. He didn't actually expect Su to admit it, but simply wanted to shift the blame onto him. Several students who, like him, had been thoroughly brainwashed, nodded in agreement from the sidelines, confirming that Su had indeed done so. I did question the authenticity of this course. Did Wei really have a method for enhancing vitality theory to begin with? Su nodded openly in admission. He was also curious, had Wei really created this method alongside these people? If that were the case, it would be worth comparing it to his own work to further refine his theory. Hearing his words, Wei didn't answer immediately but instead wore a puzzled expression. He had never created a method to enhance vitality, had he? He instinctively glanced at Lin Gu, the instigator of all this trouble. Seeing the increasingly grim expression on his face, he instantly grasped the gist of the situation. But at that very moment, Song Yi, who had been piling on the insults the whole time, failed to notice Wei's darkening expression. He hadn't expected Su to be so stupid to actually admit out of his own mouth that he questioned the vitality theory. In that instant, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Scholar Zhang, did you hear that? He admitted it himself. This guy breaks rules and regulations all the time at school. Does he really think that just because he has reached the warrior stage, he can act however he pleases? He was incredibly agitated. Anyone nearby could see his excitement and the conflict between him and Su. Su remained silent. He could tell that Song Yi harbored hostility toward him. But it wasn't just Song Yi's personal animosity, it was also the hostility that ordinary people felt toward the warrior stage. Gradually, Song Yi's voice trailed off, because everyone present except him had sensed that the atmosphere had grown somewhat eerie. Brother Lin seemed too afraid to speak. Wei wore an expression as if he were watching a show. As for Su, he was completely unafraid. A few seconds later, Song-yi also sensed the silence around him. He looked around in bewilderment and realized that everyone present was staring at him as if he were a clown, their expressions growing increasingly grim.
What's going on?
Su finally spoke up. I didn't say that those two researchers at the warrior stage wouldn't be able to develop this course and that's because I know they can't.
As for your claim that I was disrespectful to Wei, that is simply not true. It's just that when it comes to academic matters, I don't consider myself his junior. Wei, I'm not wrong, am I?
Wei nodded.
Su is right.
I truly cannot devise a special method to enhance vitality, nor have I ever done so. As for the issues with those courses and the questions you've raised, let your brother Lin here explain them. As he spoke, he fixed Brother Lin with an icy stare.
Go ahead.
Well, Brother Lin's face turned grim, and for a moment, he dared not speak.
Speak! Wei roared, his face ashen. As a warrior stage cultivator, his roar was brimming with vitality, sending shivers down everyone's spines.
Several students shuddered, and Brother Lin turned deathly pale with fear. His legs gave way, paying no heed to the students around him. He grabbed Wei's pant leg and dropped to his knees.
Scholar Zhang, Brother Zhang. I wasn't trying to deceive the warrior guild.
I was just using the pretext of boosting vitality to secure more benefits for the guild.
He was terrified.
In a city, you could provoke any organization you wanted, but you absolutely couldn't provoke the Warrior Stage Association. Otherwise, you'd be unable to continue any of your operations in a high martial arts world. This goes without saying. Everyone who knows, knows.
And you still have the nerve to beg me? If Su hadn't happened to be here today, were you planning to screw over these high school students behind our backs, the Warrior Guild? A vitality boost course?
You're a joke. Not even we, the Warrior Guild, would dare claim to offer such a course. How dare an organization like yours, a support guild, make such a claim?
I'll give you 3 seconds. Get the hell out of here, go back and disband your organization. Don't wait for me to send people over to deal with you. Lin Guo's face, already deathly pale, drained of all color upon hearing those words.
He plopped down onto the ground, his expression blank. Wei's words snapped all the students who had lost their senses back to reality.
That's right. If even the Warrior Guild doesn't have that kind of capability, how could any other organization?
In an instant, the students' expressions changed. Ing, in particular, was filled with shock and disbelief, and he stammered.
It's fake? It's fake. Standing nearby, Song-yi's expression kept shifting.
He was still clutching the trial class voucher, the very one Brother Lin had just registered for him.
At that very moment, the voucher seemed as ridiculous as a joke. He, too, was a bigger clown than a clown.
Thinking back to how crazy he'd been acting just a moment ago, while Su had watched him make a fool of himself with such composure, he was momentarily speechless. Not only had he become a clown, but he'd also lost his chance to go on a date with Ing. He looked at Ing, who was looking so wronged, and in an instant, his frustration turned to rage. His face flushed red as he charged at Su, then to everyone's surprise pulled a switchblade from his pants pocket.
It's all your fault. Su, it's all your fault.
If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have failed to get a date with Ing.
Now she was rubbing salt in the wound. How could he not be furious? After all, he was a person of some standing. Although he didn't care much about losing face, surely he had to care at least a little about the Warrior Guild's reputation? Chapter 48, How can Su compare to a celebrity?
Song-yi pulled out a switchblade, his expression ferocious. He charged at Su without hesitation, but in the next second, Su knocked him to the ground with a single punch. Su didn't hold back on that punch at all. It sent him crashing to the ground, blood streaming from his nostrils. He tried to get up several times but couldn't, staring at Su with terror etched on his face.
What he saw was Su's icy gaze.
Although the rule of law in this society restricts even those at the warrior stage, if you're going to be this shameless, don't blame me for taking action. Su was indeed furious. He could understand a love triangle, and he wasn't about to stoop to the level of someone like this. After all, they lived in completely different worlds.
But if someone resorted to violent tactics, then don't blame him for being ruthless. He'd seen beasts hacked to pieces. Was he really going to be intimidated by a switchblade? Song-yi finally realized that Su had already reached the warrior stage. He was so terrified he couldn't speak. The other students were also frightened. They sensed a murderous aura emanating from Su. It was the aura of someone who had actually fought beasts in life and death battles, something these greenhouse flowers could never compare to. Alright, everyone, get back to your studies. At your age, shouldn't you be sitting in a classroom right now? Seeing how terrified the students were, Wei spoke up. Throughout the entire incident, he hadn't even glanced at Lin-gu or Song-yi. It seemed as though, in his eyes, this was the most normal thing in the world, almost as if he tacitly approved of Su's actions. Faced with this situation, which student would dare to linger? They hurriedly fled in panic, afraid of getting into trouble. Song-yi also scrambled to his feet and ran off, not daring to look at Su even once during the whole incident. Once most of the students had left, only Ying didn't rush away. Hesitantly, she walked up to Su and said nervously, "I'm sorry, Su. If I'd known, I should listen to you. I've said a lot of mean things these past few days. Don't let it bother you." Su smiled and waved his hand. "Don't worry about it. It's good enough that you weren't deceived." Would he really get angry just because a high school student misunderstood him and said a few words? No. If that were the case, Su wouldn't have the abilities he possesses today. Although he was still a high school student himself, he had long since stopped attending classes with them. The books he read and the knowledge he acquired were all found outside of textbooks and school. Ying watched as Su, who had been so fierce just a moment ago, suddenly softened, and for a moment, he seemed both familiar and unfamiliar to her. "So should we go back to class?" she asked hesitantly. Su nodded. Now that Brother Lin's scheme had been exposed, lingering outside the classroom any longer would be going too far. She had to get back to class after all. By reviewing what she'd learned, she might just gain a new perspective on her theories and discover something fresh. "You guys go ahead. I need to stop by your school to say hello." Wei didn't follow right away. He had to go speak with the school's administration first. It was no small matter for a steward of the Warrior Guild to be auditing a class. Su nodded and followed Ying back to his classroom. As they passed through the hallway, the crowd gathered around Lin was still there, a group of people huddled together in heated discussion. As Su walked by, he faintly heard his own name and instinctively looked up, only to find quite a few people staring at him. Perhaps sensing his gaze, or perhaps by mere coincidence, they all quickly averted their eyes. Su found it a bit odd, but didn't think much of it as he walked back to his classroom. Once Su had completely disappeared from sight, the group began whispering among themselves. "Wasn't that Su just now? That's right. He is the one who snatched the scholarship from our late Qing goddess a while back, ruining her chances of getting into the university she wanted. He has also made our late Qing sister cry so many times," another girl chimed in, her face flushed with anger. "We've got to teach him a lesson, make him regret ever being born." "But he is a warrior stage, isn't he? So what if he is a warrior stage? My second uncle is a warrior stage too. He is just a low-tier warrior stage. How dare he compare himself to our star goddess? He is no match for her, whether in terms of supporters or future prospects." "You're right. I'm going to round up some people right now. Today, no matter what, we're going to make sure this guy learns the consequences of crossing our goddess." Inside the office, Chen sat across from Zheng Chang, looking worried. "Principal, that woman from the entertainment company has a grudge against Su because of Lin. I suggest we keep those people out of the school for now. Since Lin became a celebrity, his influence on campus has clearly grown. Whenever I walk around, I can hear students voicing their complaints about Su. I'm afraid if this continues, the conflict between the two of them will lead to trouble." Zheng Chang sighed upon hearing his words. "I know, but there is nothing we can do about it. I never expected Wan Qing's popularity to be this high. Besides, we're dealing with the Tianhua faction. You know full well just how much profit they can bring to the school. Su may be a genius, but at the end of the day, he is just a gifted low-level warrior stage. Someone like that might be outstanding, but compared to the capital of the Tianhua faction, there is no comparison. Chen's face darkened. Indeed. What kind of company is the Tianhua faction?
It's the company that controls the most celebrity resources in the entertainment market. With a constant stream of diva-level stars and top-tier celebrities, the capital behind it is nothing a mere warrior stage could compare to. No matter how talented Su is, he has still just one person.
And the other side represents the pinnacle of the entertainment industry.
I'm just worried that those fanatical fans might do something out of line. Even if Su is at the warrior stage, he has still just one person.
Chen, you don't need to worry, Zhang Cheng interrupted him. Su is warrior stage, after all.
Those students are just kids, they bully the weak and fear the strong.
Do you really think they dare cause trouble for warrior stage?
Seeing that Chen was about to speak again, he waved his hand to cut him off.
Let us just handle it this way. You go back and keep an eye on Su, just make sure he is careful. Alright, Chen nodded resignedly and got up to leave. He hadn't been gone long when Wei opened the door to the principal's office.
Zhang Chang was taken aback when he saw Wei, but as soon as Wei identified himself, Zhang Chang immediately broke into an eager smile.
So it's Wei. What brings you here? Come on in, come on in.
I just got this great tea, it's top grade Longjing tea that I paid a fortune for.
I'm not used to it. Do you have any biluokan? Wei didn't mince words. Yes. We have it all. Zhang Chang enthusiastically poured a full cup of tea. Wei, are you here because of Su?
He stared nervously at Wei and spoke cautiously.
He had only one thought at that moment: even though Su had reached the warrior stage, surely he wasn't important enough to warrant such attention from the higher-ups? Hearing this question, Wei blushed as he thought about coming to study under Su.
He swallowed the words he prepared and shook his head repeatedly.
No. Of course not. Chapter 49, Who Teared Up Su's Book?
I just think our school has plenty of talented students who might bring fresh blood to our warrior guild in the future, so I'm planning to work here as a vocational instructor. If we actually come across a student with potential, our warrior guild is willing to fully sponsor their training.
Wei cleared his throat and made up a flimsy excuse. If he told the truth that he come just to audit classes, would he even have the face to show himself in public? Really? Is everything you said true?
Zhang Chang jumped to his feet, his face brimming with excitement.
After all, he brought this up with you from warrior stage before, only to be rejected on the spot. He even been told he could only serve as Su's teaching assistant. Since then, he dared not even entertain the thought again. After all, one must know one's place. If Wei were to come in person this time, the benefits for their school would be beyond question. After all, none of the surrounding cities in the entire province had ever experienced anything like this. For the warrior guild to proactively seek cooperation was an immense honor. Of course. But as you know, everything the warrior guild does attracts public attention. This is just a spur-of-the-moment idea on my part, so for now, I'd like to attend classes in the capacity of an observing leader. Wei came up with the perfect excuse and looked at Zhang Chang with anticipation. No problem. Of course not. Whatever format you prefer, our school will fully cooperate. And you can teach for as long as you like. Even if you end up being too busy with official duties and just lend your name, that is fine too. Ah, it's a deal then. Rest assured, I'm the steward of the warrior guild. I always keep my word. Wei was thoroughly satisfied. After all, this was Su's alma mater. He might as well return the favor while the opportunity presented itself. The two were chatting animatedly in the office, but over at Su's end, an unexpected turn of events was unfolding. When he returned to the classroom and saw his textbooks and theoretical notes torn to shreds, his face turned ashen. That's right, the theoretical notes he painstakingly organized had been shredded. Although not all of them, just the portion he organized over the past few days, they were the fruit of his hard work. They contained many theoretical foundations he tested on Zhang, and some he hadn't even fully memorized yet. In an instant, a raging fire of anger surged through him. He didn't care if others mocked him. He never got angry, because he simply didn't care about such petty matters. He didn't care if Ing misunderstood him, nor did he care about that.
He cared even less about the mockery and skepticism he faced from the school and his teachers back then. Because the only things that mattered to him were reaching the warrior stage, standing on a higher plane, and entering Longdu University to rebuild his happy family. And all these changes and opportunities depended on these theories. These were his sore spots, and now, someone had touched them. Bang! Su slammed his palm down on the table in his overwhelming rage. He didn't hold back at all. How much force does an 8th-tier warrior stage possess? A 1st-tier warrior stage has 3 times the strength of an ordinary person. With each tier increase, strength rises by 50 gene. So the force of that single slap was enough to knock over an old plow ox, let alone a wooden table. Crack! Su smashed the table to pieces, and the deafening crash startled everyone. Even the vitality theory teacher at the lectern was taken aback. The teacher was just about to lose his temper, but upon seeing Su's expression, he swallowed his words. At that moment, Su's face was contorted with rage. His expression was ferocious, as if he were about to devour someone at any moment. Su, you! Who has been messing with Su? The teacher's voice was furious as he scanned the room, taking in every student present. He'd been teaching Class 1 for over 2 years and knew Su quite well. The boy was always all smiles when speaking to his elders. Apart from getting competitive over academic matters, he never once lost his temper. But the way Su looked right now, he was clearly furious to the extreme. Who tore up my book? Su's voice was calm, but everyone could hear the anger lurking beneath that calm. In unison, every student in the room shuddered. Already an 8th-tier warrior stage practitioner, Su naturally exuded an air of intimidation, and seeing him like this now. Ing, standing nearby, turned pale with fear. This was the first time she'd ever seen Su lose his temper. Su's mind was clouded by rage. He had to make that person pay. I'll ask one last time, who tore up my stuff? Su was like a raging tiger at that moment. No one dared to utter a word, all staring at him nervously. The few classmates standing nearby didn't even dare to breathe heavily. Su, calm down. I know those books are important to you, but don't act on impulse. Teacher Vitality said, quickly stepping in to ask if anyone had seen who did it. Just then, a student in the class nervously spoke up. It doesn't seem to be someone from our class. I think it was someone from Class 2. Several of them came over and gathered around Su's seat. I thought they were looking for Zhang, so I didn't pay much attention. Before he could finish speaking, Su had already headed for the classroom door. Everyone, please get back to your self-study. I'm going out to check it out. Seeing Su rush out, Teacher Vitality's face turned pale. He knew Su was currently at the warrior stage, and he knew this was a serious matter. Zhang looked at the desks and shredded papers on the floor, and his throat tightened. Others might not know what those papers were, but how could he not know? Besides, he'd been sitting next to Su for over 2 years. No one knew better than him how much Su valued these things. I'm afraid, something big is about to happen. Meanwhile, in the back row of Class 2, a few students were huddled together, discussing the situation with great excitement. The leader was Ma Dongsheng. Like Zhang, he had given up on college entrance exams and spent his days loafing around. Bro Ma, do you think that Su will come looking for trouble? He's at the warrior stage, after all. Yeah. If it comes to a fight, we're no match for him. Seeing the fear on his 2 underlings' faces, Ma Dongsheng sneered dismissively. What's there to be afraid of? Even if he's a warrior stage, he can't just start a fight unless he doesn't want to go to college anymore. You know how strict the school rules are. Besides, this is a society governed by the rule of law. Even the warrior stage has a comprehensive set of regulations. He wouldn't dare act recklessly. Besides, it's not just the few of us. We've got the Leiqing cheerleading club backing us up. What, is he going to take on the thousands of members in our cheerleading club? Brother Ma's right. The other underlings breathed a sigh of relief, their faces breaking into smiles. No sooner had his words fallen than the door to Class 2 was kicked open. That's right. It was kicked open. Su kicked the door open, stormed in with a face as dark as iron, radiating a chilling aura. He stood at the doorway,
his gaze sweeping over every student in Class 2, his voice icy. Who tore up my book? Chapter 50, Kicking Down the Door to Class 2. The quiet classroom was shattered by the sound of the door being kicked open. Sue's furious voice echoed through the classroom. Everyone was startled. The teacher leading Class 2's lesson at that moment was Mr. Lee, who had previously discussed the vitality theory with Sue. Sue, what are you doing? I'm in class right now. Mr. Lee was a bit annoyed, but Sue's next words made him swallow the words he had on the tip of his tongue. Mr. Lee, I've solved all those theories we discussed last time, but the students in your class tore them to shreds while I was away. Sue replied expressionlessly, as if he were talking about something completely unrelated, but to Mr. Lee, those words hit like a bomb. Sue had briefly mentioned the importance of those theories to him, and he was surprised that Sue had managed to solve them. He also knew just how important those theories were to someone with such a strong thirst for knowledge. Yet something so important had been so easily torn to shreds by others. Never mind Sue, even at his age, he couldn't help but fly into a rage. Which one of you tore up his book? Teacher Lee, there's no need to ask, I know who it was. Sue fixed his gaze on the group of students standing at the back of the room. They had all stood up from their chairs the moment he entered. The leader of the group stared back at him without a trace of fear, his eyes brimming with sarcasm and defiance. Sue, this is Class 2. You disrupt class and even kicked in our classroom door. Do you really think you're so great just because you're on the warrior stage? Do you really think the school has no rules, and the warrior guild has no regulations? Ma Tianchang looked at him with utter disdain, snorting derisively. It was clear he wasn't the least bit intimidated by Sue's warrior stage status. It wasn't his fault. First, he was young and impetuous, and second, he was actually right. It was precisely because of the existence of extraordinary warrior stages that society's laws and regulations had become even more stringent. After all, warrior stages were human beings too. They couldn't act like outlaws. Very well. You make a good point. His arrogant attitude had already pushed Sue to the brink of losing his temper. So, are you admitting that you tore up my stuff? So what if I did? I'm not afraid to tell you I'm the one who tore up your books. Go ahead, hit me if you dare. Ma Tiancheng snorted coldly, a smug smile curving his lips. The very moment Sue stormed into the classroom, he had already sent a message to the Late Qing fan club group chat. He was confident it wouldn't be long before members of the Late Qing fan club showed up to help him drive Sue away. The so-called Late Qing fan club was created by all of Lin's fans. Every single member was a fan of Lin. The group now had over 5,000 members, and they all hated Sue intensely. The reason was simple: everything Sue had done had caused irreversible harm to Lin. For example, beating Lin until he cried. For example, preventing Lin from getting into Sichuan University. As the group's administrator, he was naturally one of them. So he organized the group to teach Sue a lesson first, by tearing up his books. These were all students from the neighboring class, and everyone knew how much Sue valued and was obsessed with the knowledge in his books. So they had to make this guy taste the same humiliation and pain that Lin had endured. He wore a smug expression, but then noticed that Sue had pulled out his phone at some point and seemed to be recording a video. Sue closed his phone and carefully put it away as evidence. I've recorded what you just said. You'd better be ready to pay up. That set of materials is worth at least $1 million. Now I'm going to give you 50,000. As Sue spoke, he took a step toward the other guy. Consider this 50,000 as compensation for beating you up. You dare. Seeing Sue approach, Ma Tianchang immediately grew nervous. But he quickly regained his composure, lifting his head and standing tall with confidence. Sue, don't try to intimidate me. I've already checked it out. Members of the Warrior Guild aren't allowed to attack ordinary people at will, or they'll have their warrior stage qualifications revoked. The more he spoke, the more confident and the more arrogant he became. He even thrust his face forward. Go ahead and hit me if you've got the guts. With all these people watching, let us see if you really get disqualified. Smack! Before he could finish his sentence, Sue slapped him across the face. Ma Tiancheng was knocked to the ground by the single blow, foaming at the mouth. Several henchmen standing nearby were so startled they collapsed to the ground. That slap was brutal, and they could tell Su Han Ti even used his full strength. If he had, it probably wouldn't have ended with just a blackout. Smack! Before they could react, Su sat on top of Ma Tiancheng and delivered another slap. The foaming at the mouth Ma Tiancheng was instantly snapped back to consciousness. By now, both sides of his face were completely red and swollen, looking utterly terrifying. As he gazed at Su's icy expression, he was overcome with terror. What terrified him most was that Su was dragging him toward the classroom door. Su, you can't fight. If something were to happen. Teacherly, this is a matter for us young people to handle. Rest assured, I won't get you in trouble. Besides, as you saw, I was just teaching him a lesson. Without looking back, Su cut off Teacherly and walked step by step toward the classroom door. Not a single person in the entire class dared to utter a word. Ma Tiancheng had already caused nothing but trouble in class, and after all, he was the one who started it. No one was going to risk offending a warrior sage who'd gone berserk just for someone like him. Su! Su, let me go. The fan club will be here any minute. If you dare lay a finger on me today, you'll never make it out of the school gates. Ma Tiancheng suddenly seemed to have grasped at a lifeline, and began screaming and howling. But Su couldn't hear a thing now. His mind was focused on a single thought. Then let that guy pay the price. Just beating him up wouldn't be enough. He needs to learn a lesson. That vitality theory is worth at least $1 million. I'll make him compensate me and give him the punishment he deserves. Aren't we supposed to live in a society governed by the rule of law? Then let the rule of law rein him in. Doesn't Warrior Stage have its own rules and regulations? Then let the Warrior Stage's rules and regulations rein him in. He remembered that anyone who falsely accused or harmed an ordinary member of the Warrior Stage once registered would be barred from ever joining the Warrior Stage for the rest of their life, and even their descendants for 3 generations would be affected. He had to make this guy understand just how treacherous society can be. Su! I'll tell you one last time, let go of me. Ma Tiancheng suddenly lost his mind and began screaming frantically, and Su actually stopped in his tracks. But the reason he stopped wasn't because this guy had gone crazy. It was because he noticed a large crowd gathered at the entrance to Class 2. They were all glaring at him with hostile eyes. As far as the eye could see, there were at least 40 or 50 of them. Chapter 51, I'm giving you face. Who do you think you are? At the entrance to Class 2. A group of people glared at Su, their faces full of scorn and mockery. So you're Su? You really are Su. You're pretty cocky. As soon as Ma Tiancheng saw the new arrivals, he immediately shouted defiantly. Su, our people are here. You're dead today. Even if you're at the warrior stage, you can't take on dozens of us alone. The last shred of fear in his heart vanished, replaced by arrogance. Who are you guys? Su noticed that the few people at the front didn't look like students, and his face was filled with curiosity. They were in their early 20s, covered in tattoos, and looked like street thugs. Who are we? Forget who I am. You're the one who ruined Lin's chances of getting first place, right? Today, I'm going to make sure you get to know your East Street Tiger brother. The speaker was a dark-skinned man, exuding a thuggish aura. He was clearly someone who'd spent years getting into fights on the streets. Even his roar carried immense presence. Compared to him, the fair-skinned Su seemed frail and weak. Even though they all knew Su was a warrior stage, seeing such a stark contrast made them all feel a pang of anxiety. Something's about to happen. Something big is about to happen. However, just as the others thought Su was about to get beaten up, he suddenly flashed a toothy grin. So, you're not from this school? Su rarely smiled at school, let alone with such a radiant grin. To him, school was a place to focus on his studies, so he was usually exceptionally serious. But in reality, his smile was warm and genuine. Combined with the unique confidence that came with the warrior stage, he made people feel as though they were basking in a spring breeze. Anyone who saw him would feel at ease, so it was only natural for them to freeze for a moment. The few in front froze for just a split second,
and Sue used that split second to land a punch right in Tiger Brother's face. Boom! The muffled thud rang out clearly, and Tiger Brother's eyes rolled back as he passed out. Before the other two could react, Sue slapped them across the face. They spun halfway around and fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth and convulsing. By the time the people behind them realized what was happening, Sue was already right in their faces. He grabbed the face of the terrified male classmate in front of him, forcefully shoving him aside to clear a path. "You bastard!" A student standing nearby, seeing Sue about to run off, mustered his courage and opened his mouth. But before he could finish, Sue slapped him across the face, sending him crashing to the ground. Sue walked out of the crowd. The whole time, he was still holding Ma Tianqing in his grasp. The dozens of people present didn't dare utter a word. They realized by now that no one was a match for Sue. This is warrior stage. Simple and brutal. Ma Tianqing was completely terrified. He never would have imagined that so many people couldn't stop Sue. At that very moment, he was kicking himself with regret. Of all people, why did he have to pick a fight with Sue? Sue! Sue! I was wrong, I apologize. He was now being dragged across the ground by Sue, who didn't care where his rough handling landed on him. He knew exactly how furious Sue was right now. After all, this guy was a warrior stage fighter. If Sue really dragged him off somewhere to beat him senseless, his life would be in serious danger. Apologies. 1T help. Sue's face remained cold as he dragged him along without the slightest mercy. Today, he was determined to teach this guy a lesson. If he didn't make an example of him, every Tom, Dick, and Harry would dare to mess with him in the future. Just because he wasn't losing his temper didn't mean he didn't have a temper. Sue, what are you doing? Just then, a shrill voice caught Sue's attention. Sue looked up and saw Lin at the other end of the hallway, glaring at him with a grim expression, flanked by a group of people. What the hell is it to you? Sue's face darkened. He was in a terrible mood right now. A very bad mood. An absolutely, utterly terrible mood. Someone had torn his life's work to shreds, and when he came to teach that person a lesson, he was actually being blocked by so many people. Judging by the situation, even Lin, the person he disliked the most, was about to get involved. This guy was like a hornet's nest right now, and it was because of this woman that Ma Tianqing and his gang of thugs had torn his life's work to shreds. No one expected Sue to say something like that. Lin choked on the words she was about to say, her face filled with disbelief. Has Sue lost his mind? She interacted with Sue many times, but this was the first time she'd ever seen him lose his temper like this. Sue, Ma Tianqing is my classmate. Let us talk this out calmly. Don't act on impulse. He is just an ordinary person. The consequences of hurting him will be severe. Yes, yes, yes. Brother Sue, please don't take it out on me. I was wrong, Ma Tianqing chimed in hurriedly. Anyone could see that Sue was starting to lose his cool. Even someone as clueless as him knew he was just an ordinary person who couldn't withstand Sue's brutality. But Sue listened calmly to what both of them had to say, then continued dragging Ma Tianqing toward the bottom of the stairs. That's right, toward the bottom of the stairs. If this dragged on, they were bound to bump into things at the very least. Seeing Sue so determined, Lin's face turned as grim as could be. She took a few steps forward and blocked Sue's path. Sue, he is my classmate. You can't keep hounding him like this. Just do me a favor and let him off. I'll apologize to you. Isn't that enough? Lin was getting desperate. She wasn't the same Lin she used to be. She was Lin the celebrity now. Seeing her classmate being dragged away, she couldn't just stand by and do nothing. No matter the reason or who was at fault, with so many eyes watching, she had to make Sue stop. However, upon hearing her words, Sue looked up and shot her a glance. That single glance was filled with contempt and disdain. Give you face? You're nothing. Those two short sentences made Lin's expression freeze. She knew exactly what Sue meant. He was clearly telling her to mind her own business. She also knew she was no match for Sue. That single glance alone had sent shivers down her spine. She was certain Sue was at least a 3-star warrior stage by now. That confident aura was definitely not something he could fake.
In an instant, she felt an overwhelming sense of defeat.
Her so-called glamorous life was truly nothing in the eyes of someone like Sue, who was wholeheartedly dedicated to the path of the warrior stage. Her expression dimmed, and everyone behind her witnessed the scene.
One of her brainless fans immediately stepped forward and shouted, "Sue, who do you think you are? Just because you're a warrior stage, you think you're above everyone else? Is there no law anymore? I'll show you."
The speaker was a girl with short hair. Her voice trailed off mid-sentence as she plopped down on the ground, her face contorted with fear. At that moment, Sue was staring at her coldly, a deep, intense chill lurking in the depths of her gaze.
It was as if, just like those man-eating, blood-drinking beasts she'd seen on TV. And this beast was clearly about to fly into a rage. Chapter 52, A Celebrity Steps In.
With Sue's gaze fixed on her, the girl was terrified and instinctively grabbed Lynn's arm.
But Lynn didn't dare make a move either. Sue was too terrifying.
Most importantly, Sue was currently at the warrior stage. If it came to a fight, no one could stand a chance against him. Just then, she heard the click-clack of high heels and turned around, her face lighting up with joy. A woman with a stunning figure and striking features appeared. Wearing leather pants, a short skirt, and high heels, her exquisite, alluring features were every bit as beautiful as Lynn's. The moment she appeared, the students present seemed to find a source of support and all breathed a sigh of relief.
Sue Mi. She was an actress known to virtually everyone.
While not quite a top-tier star, she was certainly a rising star among second-tier actresses.
Sue furrowed his brow. Sue Mi was also an artist under the Tianhua faction.
He hadn't expected her to be here either. It seemed she'd come for Lynn.
Things were getting complicated.
"Sister Sue Mi, there's a bit of a dispute here." "You might have to wait a moment," Lynn hurried to greet her.
I heard everything just now," Sue Mi nodded slightly.
She looked at Sue and said sharply, "If I'm not mistaken, you're Sue, the one who snatched the top spot in the late Qing era test earlier, right? You've only just become a warrior stage member, and you're already intimidating your classmates on campus.
Do you really think no one can rein you in? And on top of that, you actually insulted a Tianhua faction artist in public. Do you know the consequences of that?"
Her tone grew harsher and harsher, leaving Sue no chance to speak.
"If I hadn't arrived in time, you might have physically harmed my Tianhua faction artists."
"If you don't give me a proper explanation today, don't blame me for being ruthless."
Sue raised an eyebrow and let out a cold laugh. "An explanation? What kind of explanation do you want?"
True to form for a Tianhua faction artist, she really has a way with words.
Anyone else would have been completely thrown off by her twisted logic that puts the cart before the horse.
But she is nowhere near enough to intimidate Sue. "You're an adult now, and you're registered with Warrior Stage.
Neither the law nor Warrior Stage's industry regulations will cut you any slack.
So you need to apologize to Wanqing right here in public and admit your mistake."
Hearing this absurd statement, Sue couldn't help but scoff. It was clearly Lynn who stirred up trouble, yet now it's being blamed on him? You want me to apologize to Lynn? That's right. All our artists are public figures. You've been in school for so many years, surely you know the consequences of publicly insulting a public figure?
Sue Mi held her snow-white chin high, a smug look on her face.
"As for an apology, I don't think that's necessary." Lynn suddenly hesitated, speaking up from the side, her eyes filled with fear as she looked at Sue. "Sister Sue Mi, what Sue said about me isn't really a big deal. At the end of the day, this is just a conflict between those two."
She had indeed fantasized about one day gaining the upper hand in any confrontation with Sue.
But now,
she looked at Sue, whose expression was cold, and her eyes betrayed her hesitation. She, too, was a strong-willed woman. Having lost to Sue many times already, she didn't want to save face in this manner. Most importantly, she was a little afraid of Sue, especially that expression from just now, which truly resembled that of a man-eating beast. But Sue Mi was unafraid, so she didn't hold back. "Artists from our Tianhua faction are absolutely not allowed to be disrespected like this. Sue, if you don't want this to escalate any further, apologize immediately, let go of that student, and cover her medical expenses.
This is your last chance.
Sumia's face was full of smug satisfaction, as if she had him right where she wanted him. Having fought her way through the entertainment industry for so many years, she was more than capable of handling a high school student. She could tell that Lin was trying to help her classmate after all. As a public figure, she couldn't just stand by and do nothing in a situation like this, but the young girl was clearly no match for this guy named Sue, so she had to step in herself. If she succeeded, it would be yet another success story for Lin and the Tianhua faction in the public eye. Just as she and everyone else thought Sue would cave under pressure from the Tianhua faction, Sue suddenly spoke up.
Sorry, but I refuse. If you insist, then go ahead and sue me.
I'd love to see if the other side will twist the truth in court just because you're a celebrity.
He wasn't afraid of a lawsuit.
After all, the root of this matter was his vitality theory. If it had merely been a conflict with Lin, he wouldn't have been so confident, but when it came to this theory, it was a different story.
Was it really as simple as a book containing a theory being torn to shreds? Did they really think it was just the fruit of Sue's labor? No. If it were really that simple, would Wei, as a steward, dare to make such a major decision on behalf of the warrior guild?
Once this method of enhancing vitality succeeded, the first to benefit would be their city district.
First, the warrior stage levels of everyone in the city district would rise significantly, and numerous new warrior stages would emerge.
When the number of warrior stage practitioners in a city increases, the entire economic system will improve. That is an indisputable fact.
It's no exaggeration to say that this theory represents the very fortune of a city. The warrior guild will definitely protect him.
He was confident of this, so he had nothing to fear.
Sumia's expression froze. She hadn't expected a high school student to be so defiant. Fine. Very well. If I don't teach you a lesson today, wouldn't letting you out into society be a danger to others? I'm calling your principal right now.
Let us see if you still dare to talk like that when your principal arrives,
she said, pulling out her phone immediately.
She didn't want to see a situation where she ended up in court over a high school student. But Sue was simply too arrogant, so she had no choice but to let the school principal handle it. She was confident that Zhang Chang would definitely take their side, not only because of Lin, but also because of the Tianhua faction backing them. Upon hearing that the principal had been brought in, Sue didn't leave immediately. After all, he might not care about the school's stance toward him, but he certainly cared about his homeroom teacher, Chen. He absolutely couldn't let his own actions cause trouble for others. Seeing that he hadn't left, Sumi assumed he was scared and smirked smugly.
Now you're scared? Too late.
Sue responded with nothing more than a casual glance, a glance brimming with contempt and disdain. That single glance enraged Sumi, and she resolved to teach him a lesson. Lin seemed reluctant to let the situation escalate into such a spectacle and was about to speak up to diffuse the tension, but upon seeing Sumi's furious expression, he ultimately remained silent. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Zhang Chang hung up the phone, his face full of hesitation. Logically speaking, since Sue was a member of the Warrior Guild, he should notify Wei if something happened. But this was, after all, a matter within the school, and the other party was the Tianhua faction. Even if Wei went over, he surely wouldn't want to offend such a colossal force. If Wei went there, it would escalate into a conflict between the Warrior Guild and the Tianhua faction, and that would put the school in the most difficult position.
Zhang Chang decided to test the waters with Wei.
Watching Wei sip his tea, he offered a deferential smile and said, "Wei, I just got a call from over there. Student Sue had a minor altercation with some other students.
I might have to go check it out. Would you like to come along?" Wei was taken aback upon hearing this. High school students getting into a conflict with that kid? What kind of conflict could that possibly be?
An 8-star warrior stage fighter wouldn't get the short end of the stick, and besides, he was right here. If anything serious came up, he could just step out.
More importantly, if he went with Zhang Chang, wouldn't his cover as an auditor be blown? How could he save face? No way. Absolutely not. He laughed heartily and waved his hand. This is your school's business. Why should I get involved? I'd rather stay here and have some tea. You go ahead, but I'm not going. Chapter 53, The situation escalates. In the school hallway. At the stairwell. Ma Tiancheng sat on the cold floor, his face pale, his eyes filled with fear. Where was the swagger he'd had at the beginning? He didn't even have the courage to look Sue in the eye. He simply couldn't imagine how someone's anger could keep growing. From the moment Sue and he had come to blows until now, he hadn't sensed even a hint of Sue's anger subsiding. On the contrary, after the school's star beauty and the celebrity stepped in to try to stop them, and after they'd been told the principal was on his way, Sue's anger had only grown. He now even suspected that even if the principal came over to deal with Sue, Sue would still beat him to a pulp. Classmate, don't be nervous. I'm right here. This kid won't dare do anything to you. Besides, your principal will be here any minute now, and he's definitely going to get what's coming to him. Sumi sensed his fear and spoke up to reassure him. But anyone with eyes could tell that her reassurance was a pretense. Her true intent was to intimidate Sue. She looked at Sue, who was still holding the other boy, and a contemptuous sneer curled at the corners of her mouth. Just as I expected, young people really do have such short tempers. However, the next second, her sneer froze on her face, because Sue looked up at her, and his eyes actually held a hint of murderous intent. That single glance was enough to stir anger in Sumi as well. She felt Sue didn't know his place. Just then, Zhang Chang rushed up the stairs from downstairs. Principal Zhang, you're finally here. Just look at the fine students your school has produced. Not only do they beat up their classmates, but they're also picking a fight with me right here. It's truly hard to imagine how your school managed to produce someone like Lin. Oh, wait, no, how on earth did Lin choose to attend your school in the first place? Her face was ashen, and the anger in her words was plain to see. Zhang Chang's expression changed drastically, and he immediately grew flustered. He couldn't let Lin distance himself from the school. Given Lin's current popularity and fame, if he could graduate from their school normally, it would be a huge stroke of luck for the institution. Sue was actually a genius, but the kid was thick-skinned and impossible to reason with. He was completely unreliable. They finally managed to latch onto Lin's coattails. They absolutely couldn't let all that hard work go to waste. He composed his expression and adopted a stern demeanor. Student Sue, let him go. After all, you're at the warrior stage. It's not worth getting into a fight with an ordinary person. Just apologize to Sumi and the others, and we'll consider this matter settled. Sue laughed. Principal Zhang, why should I apologize? That guy tore my hard work and books to shreds first. He just wanted to seek justice. They're the ones who started the brawl, and this Sumi, a student from another school, is here causing trouble. They won't apologize, but you want me to? By the time Sue finished speaking, even the trace of a cold smile had vanished from his face, replaced by a slightly ferocious expression fueled by rage. Although he hadn't struck a blow, the surging aura of anger emanating from his 8-star warrior stage vitality left Zhang Chang, an ordinary person, struggling to catch his breath. Zhang Chang hadn't expected Sue to be so stubborn, so he continued, I know you're angry, but let us be honest, they just tore up some of your stuff. You're at the warrior stage, you won't come out worse for it. Besides, Sumi works for Tianhua Entertainment, and they brought high-tier warrior stage practitioners with them this time. Let us just call it a day. Young man, a loss is a blessing. When Sue heard those last few words, the rage simmering inside him erupted completely. Principal, there is no room for negotiation on this matter today. Even if you expel me, there is no room for negotiation. What is so special about the Tianhua faction? Do they think they're God Almighty or something? High-tier warrior stage? I'd love to see what their high-tier warrior stage can do. Do they actually want to fight me? Sue stared at Sumi, his voice eerily calm. And his words, in turn, had struck a nerve with Sumi. What do you mean? What is wrong with the Tianhua faction? I see you really don't know your place. You dare say anything. Fine, I'll see if you can even make it out of school today. Insulting the late Qing dynasty is one thing, but you dare to insult the Tianhua faction too? This isn't over today.
As she spoke, she immediately sent a voice message to her phone.
Come on up. I've got something to take care of here.
Zhang Chang's face turned grim when he saw her action. He couldn't help but snap at Su.
Su, do you really think you're invincible just because you've broken through the warrior stage?
They have warrior stage players too, and they're all highly paid.
How could they not handle a rookie?
Zhang Chang sighed and waved his hand dismissively. If you insist on doing this, then as principal, I won't interfere anymore. You insulted them yourself, so you'll have to take responsibility for it yourself. He looked as though he'd done his utmost, which Su found somewhat amusing. Their principal had always been like this, unable to distinguish between what was important and what wasn't. The only thing this guy cared about was profit. He was also timid and afraid of trouble. At the slightest problem, he abandoned the teachers and students under his care. It was truly unbelievable.
Zhang Chang was indeed that kind of person.
That was exactly how he thought. As long as he went through the motions this one time, that would be enough. Besides, deep down, he actually didn't like either of these two. Although this guy had caused quite a stir when he reached the warrior stage, he since faded into obscurity, a complete contrast to Lin's career trajectory. Most importantly, Lin had consistently brought tangible benefits to the school, while Su only made him look bad.
If they really clashed with the Tianhua faction now, and something were to go wrong, Wei wouldn't blame him for it, would he?
He had it all figured out and felt a secret sense of glee. Upon hearing Zhang Chang say he wouldn't get involved, Su grabbed Ma Tiancheng and started heading down the stairs. They bumped into something twice on the stairs, and Ma Tiancheng immediately let out a pitiful scream. In reality, the bumps weren't a big deal at all, but the guy had already wet himself from fear. Zhang Chang watched it all with an indifferent gaze as he looked at Su's retreating figure. There was even a hint of schadenfreude in his eyes. This guy always thought no one could control him. He was about to get his comeuppance. Su hadn't gone down more than a few steps when he saw a burly man nearly 2 meters tall coming up the stairs. Dressed in casual clothes, he exuded a fierce aura from head to toe.
Stop that kid for me.
Make him put the guy down, don't hold back. Sumi, standing on the steps, saw the burly man approaching and a mocking smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. The burly man merely nodded and, without a word, threw a punch straight at Su.
That's right, a punch.
It wasn't held back at all and even seemed to carry a hint of martial arts technique.
Peak warrior stage.
Su immediately sensed the pressure from his opponent, his expression turning grave. The next second, he released Ma Tiancheng from his grip and met the punch with both hands.
Seeing the two men come to blows, the students present let out gasps of surprise.
Humph, serves him right.
Sumi felt a sense of satisfaction.
Brother Su was at the peak of the warrior stage. Even in this city, there were few who could match him.
Taking down a newcomer who just joined the warrior guild would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it?
As she thought this, she heard a dull thud from below.
Chapter 54, Lock Up Su.
A dull thud echoed from the staircase. It was clearly the sound of someone crashing to the ground, and it sounded brutal.
Done.
A smile spread across Sumi's face as she looked toward the stairwell.
But
her eyes widened in disbelief.
Brother Su lay on the ground, his expression one of utter shock and disbelief.
And lying beside him was Ma Tiancheng, who had been so terrified he wet himself. He stared at the shattered stair treads behind Brother Su, his lips trembling.
Impossible. Brother Su is at the peak of the warrior stage.
Sumi's face was a picture of disbelief. Zhang Chang was also stunned. He knew Brother Su's standing as well. After all, on Sumi's very first day, he realized that Brother Su was no slouch at the warrior stage. He was even just one step away from reaching the master stage. Keep in mind, there were only a handful of master stage practitioners in the city. You could count them on one hand. Those at the peak of the warrior stage were just a few notches below that elite group. How had Su managed to do this? Su stared at Brother Su, his voice icy.
If you make a move again, I won't hold back.
If I fight a warrior stage fighter, the guild won't have anything to say about it. His words sent a shiver down Brother Su's spine. With a grim expression, Brother Su stood up, revealing the shattered ground behind him, a sight that left everyone in utter shock. A crater over a meter deep had already formed behind Brother Sue. If he exerted just a little more force, the staircase itself would likely have been completely obliterated.
Go ahead.
I won't stop you, Brother Sue said, his expression grim. He never would have dreamed that a high school student could wield such exquisite martial arts. Although he was just a low-level bodyguard in the Tianhua faction, he had access to plenty of resources. Even so, he didn't possess martial arts as refined as Sue's. Even if he had the chance to learn them, he would never be able to reach this level.
Brother Sue. What are you talking about? This kid insulted our artist. We absolutely cannot let him leave. Are we, the Tianhua faction, going to let some high school kid from the sticks push us around?
I know you mean well, but you have to step in now. You can't go easy on him anymore. At that moment, Sumi had completely lost her composure. She no longer even cared about her public image. As an artist of the Tianhua faction who'd been fighting her way through society for so many years, she simply couldn't stomach being bullied like this by a high school student.
Brother Sue took a deep breath and gave a bitter smile. Where did you get the idea that I was holding back?
It's just that this kid is too good.
I wasn't holding back at all. He was the one holding back. If he hadn't held back just now, I'd be bedridden for a week.
That's right. Although he'd been thrown to the ground just now, he hadn't sustained any injuries. It wasn't that the martial art lacked power. If it had, such a deep crater wouldn't have appeared. Clearly, the student had held back and hadn't struck him with full force. Thinking of this, the look in his eyes as he gazed at Sue grew a bit more reverent. A high school student to have reached such a level of cultivation and martial arts mastery at this age was nothing short of genius. No, he was already on par with the geniuses in the top-tier cities. His words exploded like a bomb in everyone's minds, sending a tingling sensation through their scalps. The classmates who had been watching the spectacle, gazing at Sue's impassive face, were overcome by a strong sense of disbelief.
That is to say, how did Sue suddenly become so badass? When exactly did he surpass everyone's wildest expectations?
And these were just the students who didn't know Brother Sue's true capabilities. Those who did were simply at a loss for words to describe their shock.
Zhang Chang swallowed hard, still wondering if he'd been hearing things. If Sue could take on Brother Sue at the peak of the warrior stage, what level was he at now? No way. He is still so young. From an ordinary person's perspective, he could indeed be called a genius. But is he truly a one-of-a-kind existence even in the warrior stage world? If that is really the case, what exactly did he and his school miss? Brother Sue, don't joke around. If you really want to step in, then I'll have to find another way.
Sumi clearly couldn't believe this was happening and shouted angrily. Brother Sue looked utterly helpless, but as a hired bodyguard, he didn't know what to say. Seeing that he still wasn't taking action, Sumi flew into a rage.
Sue, don't think no one can hold you accountable. I'm calling the city's dispute resolution office right now. In less than 10 minutes, they'll be here to take you in. You want to get away. You arrogant little brat, just you wait. Facing her threats, Sue remained completely calm. Fine.
I'll see just how arrogant your Tianhua faction really is. With the two of them locked in a standoff, everyone present could tell there was no way to resolve this today.
This incident was bound to cause a huge uproar today and become the talk of the town. However, no one was rooting for Sue. Even if he was a warrior stage fighter, even if he was a genius with real skill, what could he possibly do? Could he really go up against the establishment?
Zhang Chang thought the same way, though he was deeply disappointed that Sue would no longer be the school's poster child. But with things having escalated to this point, there was no turning back. All he could do was stand by and watch. And so, after about 10 minutes, several men in work uniforms arrived at the school. Their expressions were extremely serious, and each of them exuded an aura unlike that of ordinary people. As soon as Sue saw them, he knew they were warrior stage, roughly 5 or 6 stars, not as high as his own level. The man leading the group was somewhat portly. As soon as he arrived, he exchanged a knowing glance with Sumi, and his smile was exceptionally warm as he spoke.
You're Sue, right? Come with us. You're an adult now, and there are certain things you have to take responsibility for. The leader turned to Sue, his expression not only stern but also tinged with disdain. Even a fool could tell something was up. Sue was in for a world of trouble. Before Sue could say a word, they slapped the handcuffs on him. The other warrior stage members standing nearby each gripped a stun baton, clearly ready to strike at the slightest sign of trouble. Even a fool could see that Sue was in deep trouble today. Everyone expected Sue to wet himself with fear and start caving in, but he maintained the same defiant attitude. He even calmly looked at the men holding him, flashing an enigmatic smile. You're all from Warrior Stage, so does that mean it's connected to the Warrior Guild too? So what if it is? Are you trying to bring a mountain down on us, you little punk? Let me tell you straight, given the severity of your current situation, even if the manager showed up, it wouldn't do you any good. The man spoke with extreme smugness. Sue didn't answer him right away. Instead, he nodded. Under the gathered stares of the crowd, he pointed outward with a determined look in his eyes. Lead the way. I'll see just what you lot can do to me, Sue, today. Chapter 55, Sue, you can't afford to mess with me. Sue was led away. Ma Tiancheng wasn't taken away. He sat on the ground, his face deathly pale. Zhang Chang didn't follow the Tianhua faction, as he still had some matters to attend to. He evacuated the students and instructed Teacher Li to have the students take Ma Tiancheng to the infirmary, then strolled leisurely back to his office. When he had left, he'd been worried that Sue's status might cause some trouble. But now, he had absolutely no reason to worry. After all, Sue had offended a major financial powerhouse. The Tianhua faction carried so much weight that even the steward of the Warrior Guild would have to give them a wide berth. Even if Wei were to step in out of deference to Sue's warrior stage status, as long as Sue shifted all the blame onto the Tianhua faction, he would definitely avoid any trouble. Losing a warrior stage like Sue might be a pity for the school, but it would also be a relief. Sue had been a constant headache for the school ever since before he even became a warrior stage. Now that he is a warrior stage, he has brought nothing but trouble upon himself. A warrior stage like that, the school is better off not being associated with him. All taken care of? Seeing him return, Wei immediately looked up with curiosity. Did that kid hit someone? Principal Zhang, if that kid broke any rules or regulations, I, as the steward, would absolutely not turn a blind eye. Wei patted his chest smugly, thinking to himself that he'd finally shown off his authority as steward. He felt a little better about the whole business of Sue auditing classes. Of course, this was just his way of convincing himself. In reality, having risen to the position of supervisor, what didn't he know? Sue was capable. Even if he had to swallow his pride to audit classes, it really wouldn't have been a big deal, but sometimes people just like to save face. What he hadn't expected, however, was that upon hearing this, Zhang Chang actually broke into a beaming smile. And it was indeed a very bright smile, because the more Wei said things like that, the more certain he felt that Sue's situation was now under control. He had originally worried that Wei might intervene on Sue's behalf, but now it seemed his concerns were unfounded. It's all taken care of. How could Sue, as a warrior stage, get into a spat with an ordinary person? I tried to reason with him, but he wouldn't listen. On top of that, he had to get into an argument with someone from the Tianhua faction. Now the Tianhua faction has taken him to the subordinate court. I just came back to let you know, since Sue is a member of the Warrior Guild. Oh, I see. Wei nodded, not quite grasping the situation at first. But then his hand trembled, and he sprang to his feet. What did you say? You said Sue was taken to the subordinate court by the Tianhua faction? Wei's reaction startled Zhang Chang. Yes, he insulted the Tianhua faction and their star artists. They were so furious they dragged him straight to the subcourt. As he said this, Wei's expression had already turned grim. You're the big shot at this school, and Sue is your student. Didn't you try to stop him? By now, Zhang Chang had noticed that Wei's reaction was off, but he completely misunderstood what Wei meant. Thinking Wei was afraid Sue would drag the Warrior Guild into this, he feigned a sigh and said, Wei, how could I not have stopped him? But that kid Sue was just impossible to stop. Bang! Wei slammed his palm down on the tea table in front of him, instantly cracking the surface. I mean, why didn't you stop those Tianhua faction people? Isn't Su a student at your school? If something really happens, won't it affect you guys too?
Zhang Chang's smile turned bitter.
Wei, that's the Tianhua faction we're talking about. Don't you know how powerful the Tianhua faction is? We're just a school in a small city, how could we?
Before he could finish, Wei cut him off again.
You bastard! If you can't afford to cross them, then why didn't you report me? That's one of our warrior guild members. Wei was completely enraged, radiating an intimidating aura that made Zhang Chang feel a bit afraid.
After freezing in fear for a few seconds, Zhang Chang finally composed himself and said, Wei, calm down, calm down.
I know Su is a member of your warrior guild, but I'm just looking out for you, aren't I? That's the Tianhua faction we're talking about. If it really comes to a showdown, forget about you, even Luo from the warrior guild would have to back down a bit. I'm worried this will put you in a tough spot. He said this with a smile, thinking to himself that he'd given Wei plenty of face, surely he wouldn't be angry anymore?
Wei looked at his smug face and felt like slapping him across the face.
You don't know a damn thing. The Tianhua faction?
Even if the King of Heaven himself showed up, it wouldn't do any good.
Even if Luo doesn't intervene, the entire warrior stage industry will step in.
Call the Tianhua faction right now, or don't blame me for breaking the rules. As he spoke, his expression had turned completely icy.
Zhang Chang was, after all, just an ordinary person. How could he dare to cross Wei?
Seeing him speak so forcefully, he hurriedly dialed Sumi's number.
At that very moment, in the city center,
the municipal sub-court building. With the advent of the warrior stage era, additional subcourts had been established across the country, divided into warrior stage divisions and civilian divisions, each handling their respective legal disputes. Sumi sat in the reception room, watching the man who had detained Su pour her a cup of tea.
Sister Su, this tea's pretty good, isn't it? It is. Rest assured, that kid is as good as dead.
I've already made arrangements with my colleagues, we'll make sure he learns his lesson.
Hearing the man's words, a satisfied smile spread across Sumi's face.
Just then, Brother Su, standing nearby, hesitated and said, I suggest we don't make a big deal out of this. After all, we haven't checked in with their local warrior guild.
Also, I think that kid named Su is no pushover.
To be at this level at his age, who knows?
Brother Su, you're overthinking it. So what if he is talented? This is just a small town, and he did insult our Tianhua faction.
Even if Luo from their warrior guild shows up, he won't have anything to say against us.
Don't worry.
Brother Su was about to say something else when she waved her hand to cut him off.
All right, Brother Su, let us leave it at that.
I'm going to take him down a peg right now and see if that kid is still so cocky. As she spoke, she started to get up, but her phone rang.
Sumi? An obviously angry voice came from the other end of the line. It's me. Who is this?
This is Wei, the steward of the warrior guild. I know you've already arrived at the subordinate court. Here is some advice, bring Su back immediately and call off the subordinate court business.
Why should I? Sumi sneered. No reason. You can't afford to take on Su. Can't touch him? Ridiculous. Sumi reacted as if she'd heard the funniest joke. Does the warrior guild in this place take itself too seriously? Never mind that you're just a steward. Even if Luo were here today, insulting someone from our Tianhua faction would still come at a price. Chapter 56, Not even the court has the authority to touch Su. Sumi hung up the phone without hesitation.
A measly warrior guild, not even one of the major provincial guilds, wasn't worth her attention.
Inside the school office,
Zhang Chang, holding the phone, heard the call end and nervously stared at Wei standing beside him. Wei's face was ashen, his anger plain to see.
Wei, don't act on impulse.
You heard it too, the Tianhua faction is dead set on this.
It's not worth it just for one Su. What did you say?
Wei grabbed him and lifted him off the ground.
You don't know shit. With a face like yours, you call yourself a principal? Why don't you just go eat shit? Seeing the terror on Zhang Chang's face, Wei angrily threw him onto the sofa. Just you wait. The Tianhua faction will regret this, and so will you. You wouldn't even pick up a free lunch if it fell from the sky, you brain-dead fool. Wei snorted coldly and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Zhang Chang sat on the sofa, his face twisted with resentment, grinding his teeth in fury. Stop putting on an act. You're just a lowly steward. Let us see if you can even protect Su. Subordinate Court. Su was escorted directly to the warrior stage branch and taken to the detention room. In this era, many warrior stage members had committed offenses, so they maintained their own warrior stage task force here to step in on behalf of the warrior stage headquarters when necessary, sending offenders directly to these so-called detention rooms. He sat in a chair, handcuffed, staring at the group of staff members in front of him, his expression calm. To be honest, he had no idea what positions these people held, but one thing was clear to him. That was that he belonged to the Warrior Guild. If they wanted to pin any kind of offense on him, they had to notify the Warrior Guild and could only proceed after receiving the Guild's approval. So, he wasn't the least bit flustered. Bang! The door swung open. Sumi walked up to him with a smug look on her face. Su, you're about to pay the price for your actions. Any thoughts? Let me remind you, even if you apologize now, it won't do any good. The Tianhua faction will absolutely not let behavior like yours slide. Apologize? Why should I apologize? I've made such tremendous contributions to the Warrior Guild and this industry. Everyone should be thanking me. It's you who should be apologizing, Su said, looking up at her with an exceptionally piercing gaze. That intensity didn't seem to belong to a teenager. It seemed capable of piercing through everything. Think carefully. Once the warrior stages get angry, will you be able to clean this up? When the Tianhua faction takes a hit, how are you going to explain this to the higher-ups? Sumi couldn't help but chuckle. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Is it because you became a warrior stage in such a short time? Do you mean by contribution that your squad killed a mutated beast? Sua's expression flickered slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. He hadn't expected her to have investigated him so thoroughly so quickly, but on second thought, it made sense after all. He was a member of the Tianhua faction, so it was only natural. Unfortunately, she hadn't uncovered the recent events, and that was the most crucial part. Seeing that Su had fallen silent, Sumi assumed he had nothing more to say. She waved to the people behind her, and the man who had escorted Su over returned with 2 warrior stage fighters, who grabbed Su and led him out. They call you Brother Xiao. Su looked at the man escorting him and suddenly smiled. That's right, my surname is Xiao, but is Brother Xiao a title you're allowed to use? Brother Xiao gave him a cold look and snorted. Su didn't get angry, because in his eyes, these people all seemed a bit foolish. I advise you to untie me right now. At least let me go through the proper procedures. Otherwise, don't blame me for warning you that you'll lose your job. Brother Xiao burst out laughing. He didn't say anything else, but instead signaled the 2 warrior stage fighters to force Su alone. Soon, he was led into a room in the subordinate court. The room was sparsely filled with people. The presiding judge at the front was yawning, and when he saw Su enter, his eyes held a hint of sarcasm and disdain. Needless to say, these people were clearly all on the side of the Tianhua faction. Su was escorted to his seat, like a prisoner. But in reality, the treatment Su was receiving was reserved for those who had committed extremely serious offenses. Everyone's face was filled with scorn and mockery, except for one person whose expression remained stern. That was Brother Su. He stood where he was, staring intently at Su. This teenager had only just come of age. Typically, someone his age faced with such a scene would either be so frightened they'd be at a loss for what to do, or they'd be incredibly nervous. But what about Su? On Su's face, Brother Su could sense nothing but calm and composure. It seemed as though he didn't take any of the people in front of him seriously. Perhaps he simply didn't care about their hostility and disdain. He treated everyone here as clowns. A teenager with that kind of composure? Brother Su, you look pale, Sumi said, eyeing him curiously. You don't still think there is something wrong with this kid, do you?
Actually, I do feel like he is way too confident and composed.
You're just overthinking it. Everyone here is on our side now.
That kid is definitely going to be scared to tears today.
Sumi said smugly, his face full of anticipation. Ahem. I hereby declare the proceedings against Sue open.
The judge spoke. The room fell silent instantly.
I have already reviewed the details of the incident. Sue, regarding your insult to the Tianhua faction, do you have anything else to say?
Sue slowly looked up at the judge. He said nothing, knowing that anything he said now would be pointless.
Very well, it seems you have no objections. I hereby order you to pay a total of 121,000 yuan in compensation to the Tianhua faction and their artists.
Since there is also evidence here of you assaulting a civilian, you will be stripped of your warrior stage status and sentenced to 2.5 years in prison. As the judge spoke, he slowly raised his gavel. However, just as his gavel was about to fall, a voice suddenly cut in.
Wait a minute.
The door burst open, and Wei stormed in.
Sue, no one is to touch him. Wei's face was contorted with rage, and his presence was intimidating.
The judge frowned. The other warrior stage members in the room closed in on him, trying to drive him away.
But most of them were from the warrior guild who didn't know Wei? They dared only to push him back. Wei, you've come at just the right time.
Sue is one of your own from the warrior guild, so I won't have to send anyone to notify you.
Sumi stood up.
Wei, Sue has already insulted our Tianhua faction. It's a done deal, and he has admitted it himself.
I told you so, didn't I?
Never mind that you're the manager. Even if Luo from your warrior guild were here, it wouldn't make a difference.
Wei stared at her, then glanced at Sue.
Suddenly, he smiled. You people in the Tianhua faction are truly blind. Not only has this matter not been thoroughly investigated. Even if Sue really did insult you, this court has no right to punish him.
Chapter 57, Sue is the city's golden icon. Wei's words caused everyone present to frown. The judge roared angrily, Wei, this is the subordinate court. Even if you represent the warrior guild, you can't act so recklessly. To hell with your subordinate court.
A lower court has no right to detain someone who has made such significant contributions to the city.
Sue is one of the candidates to become the city's golden icon. Who do you think you are?
As soon as those words were spoken, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically.
Golden icon?
That SA title reserved for those who have made great contributions to the city.
Recently, the person who received this title in the country was someone who single-handedly saved an entire city.
If someone like that were truly in trouble, it wouldn't be something a city district could handle. It would require at least a provincial-level meeting. And at the provincial level, they would only help resolve the issue for that person, not deal with the person themselves.
Wei, you can't just say things like that.
Spreading rumors about something this serious comes with consequences.
Sumi hurriedly protested, but her expression was grim.
She knew full well that people generally didn't joke about matters like this. Especially since the other person was an administrator of the warrior guild, someone who was absolutely aware of the gravity of the situation.
Sue, you need to understand how serious this is.
Even your insult to the Tianhua faction pales in comparison to this. She didn't continue, because she noticed that Sue's face was completely calm at that moment. Sue glanced sideways at her, as if waiting for her to finish speaking. His confident demeanor was all the more unsettling. Sugu, standing beside her, swallowed hard, his eyes wide with shock.
He is so young, how is that possible?
He muttered to himself, voicing exactly what Sumi was thinking.
How old is Sue, anyway? At his age, what kind of contribution could he possibly make to the city?
Our warrior guild has already applied for a candidate slot with the city authorities, and Sue is currently in the verification phase.
During the verification phase, not only your subordinate court, but even the main court itself cannot lay a finger on Sue. And as for you, the Tianhua faction daring to twist the truth right here in front of us, do you really think you can pull the wool over everyone's eyes?
Wei was furious. Every word he spoke was like an invisible sledgehammer, striking heavily at the hearts of everyone present.
Sumi's expression turned grim, but he quickly regained his composure. Him? A warrior stage rookie who has only been in the warrior guild for about a month, he is a candidate?
Your Honor, I believe this is mere hearsay. If Wei cannot produce any substantive evidence, I think we should proceed as planned. The judge nodded and looked at Wei.
Wei, do you have any proof to back up what you're saying?
Wei was taken aback.
What proof?
You just need to call higher-ups to verify this. How am I supposed to prove it?
Did you record the call or make a video when you applied at the city center?
So, in other words, there is no proof at all. The judge's expression turned serious. Wei, having been cut off, looked grim but couldn't come up with a coherent response. Just then, Su finally spoke up.
You want proof, right?
The moment he spoke, everyone's attention in the room shifted to him. The judge furrowed his brow and nodded. Although he was on Sumi's side, if Su could actually produce evidence, he would switch sides. After all, if Su really was that kind of figure, he certainly couldn't afford to offend him. Under the judge's gaze, Su raised a finger and tapped his own nose.
I am the evidence.
Su spoke calmly, and those 5 words silenced the entire room.
Snort. Sumi couldn't help but chuckle. You people in the warrior guild can't even pull off a proper lie. It's truly laughable.
Wei, is this how you teach your young protege? Wei looked at Su with a serious expression. He had no idea what this kid was thinking. But at a time like this, there was no room for any more trouble.
Quiet. Su, you can't be the standard of proof yourself.
Su smiled confidently and turned to look at Sumi.
You've already done a rough investigation into my background, haven't you?
I'm sure you're aware that just over a month ago, I was a student facing expulsion, with a vitality of less than 70 points.
So what if I was? My current cultivation level is 8-star warrior stage. Have you ever seen a progression like this?
Su spoke slowly. In less than 2 months, he'd gone from 70 vitality points to an 8-star warrior stage. Such a rapid rise deeply shocked everyone present. Although Brother Su had mentally prepared himself, his eyes still widened in disbelief. After all, it had taken him years of training just to barely reach the peak of the warrior stage. Yet the Su standing before him had achieved it in just over a month.
You're an 8-star warrior stage? Sumi was also taken aback.
Such a pace was extremely rare, even in the very heart of Longdu. In a place where the highest warrior stage realm was the master stage, a true prodigy had emerged. However, she quickly regained her composure. So what if you're talented? Don't tell me that this talent alone proves you're a golden icon. The judge nodded as well.
Exactly.
Su, even if everything you said is true, that is not enough to qualify you as a golden icon.
It doesn't count as proof. To everyone's surprise, Su nodded in agreement.
You're right.
I know that too.
But what if I told you that I spent the first half of my life researching the vitality theory, and finally discovered a special method to further enhance vitality, a method that allowed me to make this remarkable comeback?
Su's words exploded like an atomic bomb.
Wei, who had remained silent until then, broke into a smile and chuckled to himself. So that's what this kid was up to all along.
Exactly.
Even if Su had just come out and said it, no one would have believed him. But as it happened, he had proof, and that proof came from Sumi and the others. Under these circumstances, the judge would have to believe him whether he wanted to or not. The judge's hand, holding the gavel, trembled noticeably. He set it aside and pushed up his glasses.
Su, can you put your vitality theory in writing?
That's the only way I can confirm the truth of this matter.
Su nodded.
Of course. But I'll write it out for you right now. Do you dare to look at it? Su's words made the judge's expression darken. He truly didn't dare to look because this was such a crucial matter, and as a lowly official, he dared not look at it or get too deeply involved.
All right. Then there is no need for you to write it.
I'll have someone contact our superiors right now to verify this matter.
This matter was simply too big. He It seemed he'd gotten himself into trouble. At that moment, Sumi's face was also filled with panic. She never would have dreamed in her wildest dreams that things would escalate to this point. He was clearly just a high school student who didn't know his place. How could he suddenly turn the tables? Chapter 58. It all has to be paid back. Something like this is absolutely impossible. Your Honor, I think this kid is just stalling for time. You mustn't. Shut up! The judge suddenly roared. He glared at Sumi, his face ashen, and said, "Do you really think I need your permission to decide whether or not to report this?" He was truly furious. He had realized the gravity of the situation. If everything Sue said was true, then sooner or later, Sue would become a golden icon. He had already offended Sue before, and now he had to make amends. Sumi looked livid after being rebuked by the judge. But after all, this was downtown, not Longdu, and certainly not the headquarters of their Tianhua faction. Investigate. I refuse to believe this kid is telling the truth. If someone could boost vitality so rapidly at the warrior stage, wouldn't everyone in the world be a genius? I'll wait right here and see how this plays out. She sat back down in her seat, her face dark with anger. This whole thing was utterly absurd. She wouldn't believe it even if the mayor himself came to tell her. She'd seen countless warrior stage geniuses in her life, but reaching the level Sue described was simply too far-fetched. I'll see how you get caught out in a moment. She stared at Sue, her face brimming with smug satisfaction. In her mind, she was already absolutely certain of the truth. She had expected Sue to panic at her words and give away some kind of tell in his expression. But when she saw Sue looking at her as if she were an idiot, her anger was mixed with a hint of nervousness. Why was he so confident? Could it be? Was it all true? She quickly shook her head, her expression resolute. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wei had already come over to Sue's side and was examining him from head to toe, afraid he might have been injured. Don't worry. Everything I said earlier is true. The higher-ups have already agreed to include you on the candidate list. Soon, everyone here will receive the results, and you'll be able to leave. The Tianhua faction has been the same for all these years, thinking our place is small and easy to bully. This time, you've finally taught them a lesson. Soon. The judge had returned. As soon as he came back, he roared at Brother Xiao, who was standing by the door. Take the handcuffs off Sue. Take them off. Who the hell put those handcuffs on him? Are you out of your mind? He appeared extremely agitated, most likely because he'd just been in contact with his superiors. Brother Xiao, on the receiving end of the shout, looked absolutely livid. Ever since the confrontation began, he'd been on edge, especially after Wei showed up. Seeing the judge in this state now, his heart sank even further. It's over. Could it be that Sue really is a golden icon candidate? He felt a chill run down his spine, and Sue's gaze filled him with even more fear. Thinking about what he'd done to Sue earlier, and recalling the words Sue had spoken to him before they entered the courtroom, he grew even more panicked. What are you waiting for? The judge's roar of urgency rang out, and he steeled himself as he stepped up to face Sue. Sue's face was completely impassive as he simply stared at him without saying a word. Sue, please don't hold this against me. I was just doing my job back then. He wore a fawning smile, a complete reversal of his previous attitude towards Sue. You used to be in the Warrior Guild, right? Wei suddenly spoke up from the side. Don't think that just because you've left the Warrior Guild, you're no longer bound by its rules. I'll remember this. That single sentence shattered Xiao Guo's composure. The smile on his face looked worse than a cry. Just then, Sumi saw that Sue had been released and could no longer sit still. She stood up immediately and shouted angrily, "Why did you let him go? This is clearly a case of fraud, and yet you're showing favoritism. I'll take you straight to court if you don't stop this. Don't think the Tianhua faction is that easy to fool." Bang! The judge grabbed the gavel beside him and slammed it down on the table. He glared at Sumi with such fury that his eyes seemed ready to devour him. Just moments ago, he had confirmed the true situation with his superiors.
Everything Sue had said was true. He hadn't lied, and thanks to the questioning, the truth about what was happening here had come to light. He was about to lose his position, and it was all because of Sumi and the Tianhua faction.
Sumi, is that right?
I don't know if Sue insulted you or not, but I know exactly what you've done.
Don't even think about leaving.
Have the Tianhua faction's legal team come here.
Sumi was taken slightly aback. What do you mean? What I mean is, none of you are getting away with this. You've slandered a golden icon nominee. Do you really think this matter will just end so easily? The court will be here shortly to take you into custody. Not a single one of you is getting away. Sumi looked utterly incredulous upon hearing this.
Even now, she still couldn't believe it was all true after all. It was simply too unbelievable. It wasn't until Shugu, standing beside her, reminded her that she snapped out of it.
Miss Sue, I'll contact the legal department.
Shugu's face was grim. He truly regretted not having stopped Sumi. He should have realized long ago that Sue was no ordinary person. He had his suspicions, but hadn't been firm enough in his convictions.
Miss Sue, although the warrior stage here is no longer part of the warrior guild.
But the warrior guild has plenty of rules. If you choose to resist, I can still mobilize those who once served the warrior guild. Wei's voice carried a chill as his gaze fixed on Brother Sue beside her. Although Brother Sue was strong, he and Sue alone wouldn't be enough to take them down, let alone the other warrior stages. Sumi came to her full senses as well, and she glared at Sue, gritting her teeth.
The Tianhua faction will remember this. It's just a false accusation, isn't it? Don't say I didn't frame you. Even if I did, what can you do to me? You're not going to throw me in jail, are you? She grew more confident as she spoke.
Even if you're not a candidate now, even if you're a genuine Golden Watch figure, you still have to follow the rules and regulations.
We'll see about that.
With that, she stood up to leave. Wei felt that the matter was finally settled and breathed a sigh of relief. But just then, Sue spoke up again.
Wait a moment. Didn't I say you could go?
A chill crept into Sue's expression as he stared at Sumi, who had turned back.
What?
Are you still not convinced? I said that even if there really is a problem, it's not your place to handle it. That's a matter for the court.
Oh, no, to be more precise, it's a matter for the court and the Tianhua faction. That's right.
She was an artist with the Tianhua faction. Even if they were worried about the repercussions, the Tianhua faction would step in. They wouldn't let her fight this legal battle on her own.
I just want to correct one thing you said earlier.
Sue spoke slowly, with a half smile on her face.
What remark? Sumi looked at Sue's expression and suddenly had a bad feeling.
Sue suddenly flashed a bright smile, revealing her pearly white teeth.
Who said your charge was false accusation? Chapter 59, Summon Lin and Ma Tiancheng. Who said your charge was falsely accusing me?
Sue's words startled the smug Sumi.
What do you mean?
Sue ignored him and turned to the judge instead. Your Honor, regarding my theory on enhancing vitality, part of it was torn to shreds by a high school student.
After it was torn to shreds, these people from the Tianhua faction came out to cause trouble, ultimately landing me here. I now strongly suspect that these people, acting as a protective umbrella, intended to destroy or steal this vitality theory. I recommend a retrial for Sumi.
Sue's words caused Sumi's face to pale. Fear flashed in her eyes as she finally realized the gravity of the situation. If all of this were true, not even the Tianhua faction would be able to protect her after all. The scandal had become far too big. The high-ranking officials in the local city government would certainly pursue this with all their might. This was no longer a problem that could be resolved through back-channel dealings.
You're talking nonsense. Who knows what that kid actually tore up? Don't think your wild claims can be used as evidence. So you admit he shredded my stuff?
Sue said with a smirk.
Sumi realized she had said the wrong thing and immediately tried to take it back.
The judge slammed his fist on the table, cutting him off, his face ashen.
Lock them up. Lock them all up. Detain them for now.
I don't care if you're part of the Tianhua faction or not until this matter is cleared up today. No one is leaving. His roar was directed not only at Sumi but also at Brother Xiao. As the person in charge here, it was naturally his responsibility to have them detained. Xiaogu was now in too deep to save himself. He no longer had the luxury of currying favor with the Tianhua faction. His grim expression signaled the others to follow suit, and they immediately handcuffed Sumi.
Let us go. Miss Su.
Sumi's face was etched with utter panic as she turned to look at Su Gu, who was also handcuffed beside her. Su could only offer a wry smile and said helplessly, "Miss Su, don't worry. We're just detaining you temporarily while we wait for the Tianhua faction's legal team to arrive." Though he said this, he was just as panicked inside.
This time, they truly hit a brick wall. Su's status had completely exceeded their expectations. Soon, both of them were escorted downstairs.
The judge personally escorted Su to a special vehicle, smiling warmly and acting with great deference. "Young Su, regarding what you said about tearing vitality to shreds, I'll send someone to the school right away. As for any further developments, I'll contact Wei from the Warrior Guild to notify you as soon as possible."
Su nodded and followed Wei into the car on the way back to school.
On the way back, Su asked Wei briefly about Golden Icon. According to Wei, he was now a Golden Icon candidate, which would grant him countless privileges.
"So, does that mean if I want to investigate some theories further, I'll have access to classified vitality theory documents within the city?"
"That's right.
If you need it, we can even assign you an assistant."
"What kind of assistant do you prefer?" Wei paused for a moment as he spoke, then looked up at Su sitting in the back seat. "Or you can choose one yourself. Even that girl you brought to the restaurant last time would work. We'll make sure she's well taken care of." Su was taken slightly aback by his words.
"Aren't there any more qualified professionals in the city?"
"There are, but none as pretty as her."
"Huh?"
The teenager froze for a moment.
He looked up at Wei's meaningful expression, finally understood, and instantly blushed. Let us talk about this later. We'll consider this matter later."
Wei burst out laughing at Su's flustered expression. This kid seems to act just like a normal teenager when it comes to this issue. But he quickly became serious again. "By the way, the training camp schedule to secure a spot has been set for the end of next month. We have a month and a half left.
You should wrap up all your current tasks during this time. It would be best if I also refined the vitality theory for boosting vitality, right?" Su interrupted him. "No problem.
I'm already experimenting with it and will finish soon."
"Experimenting? Where are you conducting these experiments?" "That's my own business."
"Just remember, Wei, once this vitality theory is complete, don't forget the conditions you promised me. Not even the city center, not even provincial leaders, no one can go against my will."
Wei nodded solemnly.
"Rest assured, I'll never go back on my word to you."
Inside the classroom of Class 2, Senior 3.
Ma Tianxing sat at the back of the classroom, feeling extremely pleased with himself.
"Damn Su, he actually dared to hit me. Now he is finally getting his comeuppance. Ha ha."
Several of his henchmen around him also broke into smiles, chiming in one after another.
"Exactly.
That kid has no idea how high the sky is.
And he actually dared to go up against the Tianhua faction? What gives him the right? He has got no power or influence.
Not to mention that neither the school nor the Warrior Guild will back him up. Even if everyone helped Su, he still wouldn't stand a chance against a powerhouse like the Tianhua faction." The voices of the group drifted from the back of the classroom to the front. Lin, sitting at her desk, furrowed her brow and glanced back.
Her deskmate, a petite girl, asked curiously from beside her, "Sister Wanqing, is what they're saying true?" Lin nodded.
The Tianhua faction still holds Sister Sumi in high regard. Since this matter has truly escalated to the Tianhua faction's level, Su is almost certain to be taught a lesson. As she spoke, a hint of relief flashed in her eyes.
"Actually, it's for the best.
Su's had it too easy all along. A little lesson will help her develop a better mindset." Her feelings towards Su were complicated. After coming to terms with it, she realized Su was very talented, which made her feel a certain admiration. She also understood her own immaturity and had grown from the experience.
But deep down, her former resentment had gradually turned into jealousy.
That's right, she was so jealous of Sue's talent. This time, Sue had learned a lesson and would likely suffer a setback, perhaps she'd even come to a standstill. Just thinking about this brought her a great sense of relief. However, just then, the classroom door, which had just been repaired, was pushed open. Two men in court-martial uniforms stood in the doorway, their voices stern.
"Who here are Ma Tianqing and Lin?" The men's words silenced the entire class.
Ma Tianqing, who had been laughing and joking in the back, froze for a moment before slowly raising his hand.
Lin followed suit, looking puzzled. "You two are coming with us to the courthouse. There are some matters we need you to confirm."
"Now, notify your parents and have them come here immediately."
Upon hearing their words, Lin hesitated briefly before saying, "Sir, this is about Sue and the Tianhua faction, isn't it? If it's to testify, can't we just go ourselves? We're both adults." "Testify?" The two officers sneered. "Who said you're going to testify?"
Chapter 60, Sue defeats Capital.
"We're not going to testify?" Lin froze. "Of course not.
Otherwise, they could just summon you directly to court. Why would they send us over?" the two staff members retorted coldly. Their icy attitude gave Lin a bad feeling.
Could it be Sister Sumi lost the case? Impossible.
Sue was, at best, just a warrior sage with decent potential, but Sister Sumi had the Tianhua faction backing her. She forced herself to calm down and followed the staff members out of the classroom.
"Wan Shang, do you think we'll get dragged into this too, like, get detained or something?" Ma Tianqing was incredibly nervous at that moment.
He was the classic type who bullied the weak and cowered in the face of authority, a coward who shied away from trouble.
This was the first time he'd ever seen such a show of force. How could he not be nervous? "Don't worry.
Sister Sue has the Tianhua faction's legal team on her side.
We'll definitely be fine."
Lin spoke with full confidence when mentioning the Tianhua faction's legal team.
After all, the Tianhua faction had faced countless difficult lawsuits, and hadn't they always won in the end?
Suddenly, Ma Tianqing froze in his tracks, staring ahead in horror as if he'd seen something terrifying.
It's him.
Lin instinctively turned around, a look of bewilderment on his face.
Sue.
At the entrance to Class 1's hallway, Sue was chatting with Chen, the homeroom teacher of Class 1.
Perhaps sensing their gaze, Sue looked over as well.
Their eyes met, and he suddenly broke into a beaming smile.
How is he here?" Lin blurted out. "You mean Sue?"
"He was framed. His questioning at the lower court is now complete, so naturally he is back." The two staff members replied in a serious tone.
"He was framed?"
Lin's eyes widened, and her face turned pale.
She wasn't stupid, she understood exactly what this meant.
If Sue had been framed and had returned safe and sound,
then what about Sumi?
Is she still at the court?
No.
The celebrity Sumi you mentioned isn't at the lower court. She is in a detention cell, temporarily detained. Lin's expression grew increasingly grim as she listened, and by the end, her face was as white as a sheet.
How could that be? Then we're not going to testify, we're going to what?
Although she had already guessed what was happening, her voice trembled with nervousness. The staff member's expression was exceptionally serious and solemn. "We've now confirmed that Ma Tianqing tore up important documents, and he must face the consequences.
As for you, Lin, you're suspected of jointly insulting Sue.
Given his special status, you must come back with us for questioning." The staff member's words struck her like a bolt from the blue.
Lin stood rooted to the spot, completely dumbfounded.
At that very moment, only one thought occupied her mind.
It was impossible. How could this be? What right did Sue have? What kind of status did he have?
He was just an ordinary warrior stage player. No matter how powerful a warrior stage player might be, the Tianhua faction had never lost a case like this before. She couldn't wrap her head around it, and she would never know.
Ma Tianshang, standing beside her, was so terrified he went limp and plopped down onto the ground. It's true. It's true, he muttered absent-mindedly, his eyes filled with regret. A ratty notebook, could it really be an important document? Su, just a student, why would he have such an important document? He thought back to what Su had said about its value and panicked even more. They'd been beaten up, and now they'd have to pay compensation. The two staff members showed them no mercy and sternly escorted them out of the school. Su watched them leave with his own eyes, feeling much relieved. Su, you really gave me a scare this time. You can't act so impulsively in the future. After all, you have a bright future ahead of you. You absolutely mustn't do anything foolish. Chen admonished him with a serious expression. Chen, rest assured. With that, the matter was settled, and Su prepared to return to his classroom. Inside the classroom, his classmates were discussing Su's incident, whispering among themselves. Su is completely finished this time. I heard they took him away in handcuffs. That guy finally got himself into serious trouble. Man, ever since he reached warrior stage, he has completely let himself go. He'd even go so far as to beat someone up in another class. Since Su had reached the warrior stage, most of them had been jealous of him, so after what happened today, everyone felt he had brought it upon himself. Just then, Su pushed open the classroom door and walked in. In an instant, everyone fell silent, staring at him in disbelief. Su ignored their stares, walked straight to his seat, sat down, and yawned. Seeing how relaxed he looked, everyone stopped talking, and their gazes toward Su took on a hint of fear. Bro Tian, you're finally back. Zhang was thrilled to see him return. If anything had happened to Su, all the effort he'd put in before would have been for nothing. Don't worry, nothing will happen to me until you're done. How did the afternoon session go? Soon, very soon I'll succeed. I've got the hang of it now, Zhang said confidently. Su gave him a thumbs up, without a hint of doubt. Ever since he'd been at the secondary court, he'd received numerous prompts about a vitality boost, so he'd already guessed that this guy was the one who'd succeeded. Zhang was making progress even faster than he'd imagined. At this rate, it wouldn't even take a month and a half at most, a month to fully test and refine this theory. Sure enough, the more playful students often turn out to be the brightest. As long as they focus, they generally don't do too badly. Bro Tian, there are a lot of theories here I don't quite understand. Let me show you. Su took the notebook from him, his expression gradually growing serious. As luck would have it, these questions all pertain to the annotations in Lu Mei's notebook from back then. Although Lu Mei had already explained them to him, there were still many follow-up questions that he really couldn't answer. More accurately, he couldn't just give random answers. I'll need to think these questions over. I'll contact you as soon as I have the answers. His vitality theory was based on Lu Mei's notebook, and since he'd run into such problems right at the start, he figured he'd definitely be bothering Lu Mei quite a bit down the road. Asking her for help once or twice was fine, but if it happened too often. Su rested his head on his desk and began pondering his assistant's questions. If he were to pay Lu Mei a salary, it would become a business matter, and he wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. I should talk to Sister Lu Mei about this. Just then, Ying, who was sitting nearby, interrupted his train of thought. Su, I'd like to treat you to dinner this weekend. She looked at him with an apologetic expression, appearing very cautious. About the vitality course I was momentarily confused. Please don't hold it against me. I'm formally apologizing to you here, and I hope you can forgive me. Su looked at her sincere expression and sighed. Never mind, what's done is done. Su, am not that petty, and it didn't really affect me anyway. He had indeed been a little upset earlier, but now he didn't care anymore. In this day and age, everyone wants to reach the warrior stage, they all aspire to it. Everyone relies on their own abilities to take the college entrance exam and gain admission to a warrior stage school. As long as it didn't harm his own interests, he didn't really care. After all, he had a long road ahead of him and high mountains to climb. People like Ying were merely passing figures in his life. He didn't need to waste too much energy on her. Chapter 61, Assistant Lume.
In the end, he couldn't resisting his persistent nagging and went to hot pot at the lake bottom over the weekend. As soon as he left Hoodie Lao, Sue immediately opened his phone and tapped on Lume's chat window. There were only messages he had sent, and the content was simple.
Sister Lume, do you like the warrior stage scene?
After what had happened with the Tianhua faction, he believed that ordinary people in warrior stage shouldn't be dragged into certain matters. He always had a good impression of Lume, so he wanted to make the implications of the situation clear to her. Lume, working the night shift, sat in her chair, lost in thought. Ever since that last time, she found herself thinking about Sue from time to time. She knew full well that they weren't from the same world, they might not even qualify as ordinary friends. But even so, she hoped to have some small, everyday interactions with Sue. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. She saw the text Sue had sent and felt both thrilled and a bit bewildered.
What does he mean? Is he asking if I like the warrior stage scene, or if I like him?
Just as I thought, even at warrior stage, he is still just a young guy. After a moment's thought, she replied to Sue's message.
Of course I'm interested. Do you want to join warrior stage too? Of course, I doubt there is anyone who doesn't, right? Even if the same thing happens as last time?
Seeing that she hadn't replied for a while, Sue smiled helplessly. If Lume was truly afraid, he shouldn't bother her anymore. That was basic courtesy. Just as Sue was about to assume she tacitly refused, a new message flashed on his phone.
Want to meet up and talk?
Okay. After arranging a time and place with her, Sue broke into a relieved smile. To be honest, he'd have been pretty upset if Lume really couldn't become his assistant. After all, she'd written all those theories herself, no one else would understand them as well as she did.
The next day at noon.
Same restaurant as last time, and Sue was treating her again. Today, Lume wore light makeup and an all-white outfit, looking more like a sophisticated city woman, though a hint of youthful innocence still shone through her eyes.
Sister Lume, actually, I'd like to ask you to be my assistant.
Sue cut straight to the chase without beating around the bush.
Assistant?
Lume looked at him in disbelief.
What exactly is your position in the warrior guild that you need an assistant?
Although she knew Sue wasn't just an ordinary warrior stage player, she wasn't exactly sure what his specific rank was and had always been curious.
Sue hesitated for a moment, then decided to be honest.
Actually, I'm not particularly special within the warrior guild, it's just that the guild told me they've nominated me as a candidate for golden icon. I've developed some theories on boosting vitality, and I need an assistant who really understands vitality theory, so I thought of you. After hearing his words, Lume looked utterly astonished. After a brief silence, her voice rose a notch.
Golden icon?
Are you sure it's golden icon?
I didn't hear that wrong, did I?
Although she was just an ordinary person, she heard about the prestige associated with the golden icon title. It was practically a benchmark for the city, a future full of limitless possibilities. Sue hurriedly followed her lead, making a shushing gesture, his forehead covered in sweat.
Keep your voice down, candidate.
I said candidate. The last time I was there, I learned a lot of theories and came back to synthesize my own vitality theory, a theory about enhancing vitality. It's precisely because of this theory that I was nominated as a candidate, so I'd like you to help me develop it further. After hearing this, Lume fell silent for a moment. As your assistant, you'll have a lot of contact with the warrior stage.
As an ordinary person, I run into a lot of headaches, right?
Sue nodded. Yes. I'd love for you to help me, Sister Lume, but I won't force you. Sue wasn't like some idiots who naively believed that ordinary people all envied the life of the warrior stage. There is still a large portion of the world's population that prefers to live an ordinary life. After all, while life in the warrior stage is exciting, it also comes with difficulties that ordinary people can't even imagine, like hunting beasts.
Can I take some time to really think it over before I give you an answer?
Of course. Sue signaled to the waitstaff to serve the meal, then tucked in heartily. He used to be just an ordinary high school student, and he wasn't ashamed to admit it, who had never eaten anything particularly good. Now that he had money and power, he was finally at such a fine restaurant, so he had to make the most of it. When they were full and Sue was ready to leave, Lu Mei stopped him. "I agree. But I have one request." "Go ahead." Sue was thrilled to hear her agreement. After all, the sooner she agreed, the sooner Zhang's experiment would succeed. "You have to make me a warrior stage. I don't care what favors or resources you use, you must make me a warrior stage." "That's no problem. I promise." Sue nodded without a moment's hesitation. If the experiment on Zhang succeeded, then Lu Mei would definitely be fine too. "You'd better think this through carefully, don't just agree to it on a whim. I'm signing a contract with you." Seeing how casual he was, Lu Mei immediately pouted. "Let us sign. Sign it right now." Sue immediately agreed, afraid she might change her mind. Lu Mei's expression froze. How could this feel like she jumped on a sinking ship? Chapter 62, Sprinting Toward the Master Stage. With Wei's help, Lu Mei and Sue's contract was printed out in no time. The contract took effect immediately upon their fingerprints being affixed that very day. As for Lu Mei's salary, 10,000 a month? Lu Mei glanced at Sue tentatively and said, feeling a little guilty, "After all, I'm the assistant to a golden icon candidate." 10,000 a month isn't too much, is it? It's not unreasonable, even 100,000 wouldn't be. 100,000? It's not out of the question. "Anyway, I'm not the one setting the salary," Sue said with a toothy grin. It wasn't until Lu Mei asked that she found out the salary was paid by the Warrior Guild. She grabbed Sue and went to talk to Wei about a monthly salary of 15,000. Once they stepped outside, Sue stood there in a daze. 15,000. Damn. Could he just hire himself as his own assistant? Don't look so shocked. Don't you know how valuable you are? Don't say I'm not working. Didn't you say you had some vitality questions for me? I can answer them right now. That was just Lu Mei's nature. She was very reliable when it came to getting things done. Sue had noticed that the last time he visited her home, he immediately became serious and briefly explained Zhang's problem to her. He thought Lu Mei might need some time to think it over, but to his surprise, she answered without hesitation. "You really don't know such a simple concept of vitality theory? Didn't I explain it to you before?" Lu Mei's words didn't make Sue feel ashamed. Instead, he looked at her with an almost fervent gaze. "Sister Lu Mei, your understanding of vitality theory already surpasses that of the average student. Are you really not pursuing a degree in vitality?" "That's right." Sue was certain that Lu Mei's mastery of vitality knowledge was absolutely on par with Wei's. With that level of expertise, why would she come back to live as an ordinary person? Upon hearing his words, Lu Mei's gaze shifted slightly. No means no. But I do have some skill, otherwise, how could I dare go on a blind date with someone at the warrior stage? Sue noticed the evasion in her eyes and, knowing better, didn't press the issue. Now that the matter of vitality theory had been resolved, Sue planned to return to school to find Zhang. This theory had to be completed as soon as possible so he could help Zhou regain his health. For the next week, Sue devoted himself entirely to Zhang's case. Whenever he had a spare moment, he spent it preparing to break through to the master stage. To break through to the master stage, it's not just about having enough vitality. The most important thing is being able to channel that vitality throughout the entire body. In other words, vitality must permeate every limb and bone, as well as the meridians and bloodstream. Unblocking every part of the body leads to a qualitative leap. Upon reaching the master stage, not only will vision and hearing be greatly enhanced, but one will also gain a deeper understanding of how to use vitality, a truly qualitative improvement. After researching and consulting various sources, he found the most suitable method. Advancing from the warrior stage to the master stage often requires a turning point. There are no set techniques, which is why most people remain stuck at the lowest level of the warrior stage. The only method that could be considered a shortcut, yet isn't really a shortcut, is to accelerate the speed of integration and mastery during life or death battles. He frowned as he looked at the information on his phone. If that's the case, those without natural talent might very well be unable to break through.
Is the only way to do this to fight more beasts, the ones that eat people?
Sue immediately felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, not because he was afraid of the beasts. Rather, this method was too risky unless absolutely necessary. He really didn't want to take that gamble. He sat at his desk in class, muttering to himself, completely absorbed in his thoughts. His classmates had long since gotten used to seeing Sue like this. Not to mention that Sue was now at the warrior stage. Even before he reached that stage, he was always like this, lost in his own thoughts all day long. But since he had the ability to reach the warrior stage, no one dared to say anything more.
Sue, are you stuck on a problem?
Seeing him frown constantly, Ing asked curiously from the side. Sue nodded with a wry smile.
I really think you should relax a bit. Ever since I've known you, you've buried yourself in books every single day. Even if the book is that good, there's got to be a limit, right?
Sue smiled helplessly.
You don't understand.
I don't, but relaxing doesn't mean you have to stop reading altogether.
Here.
Ing held her phone out in front of Sue, gesturing for him to take a look.
What's this? Sue saw the screen filled with text and was momentarily bewildered. It's a novel. This one's called The Path of Invincible Vitality. I think it was written by a retired frontline warrior stage fighter.
The parts where he breaks through to the master stage are amazing, so immersive and heart-pounding. Sue's mouth twitched, but he immediately thought of something. What if by reading about others' breakthrough experiences or insights, he could successfully harmonize his body and advance to the master stage?
The more Sue thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. He double-checked the novel's title and downloaded an e-book copy.
In any case, once his vitality was up, he was going to give it a try. His current vitality had already reached 1,800 points, which corresponded to the 9-star warrior stage. To break through to the master stage, however, he needed to reach 3,000 points of vitality.
After the master stage, each additional star required an increase of 1,000 vitality points.
3,000 points of vitality seemed like a distant goal, but as long as Zhang's theory proved successful in experiments, and he had the warrior guild recruit a few people to distribute it, his vitality would rise quickly.
Just as he had imagined.
1 month later, half a month before the national training camp, the theory was finally perfected. Sue refined all the details and immediately had Wei find people to test it. In 3 days, his vitality reached 3,000 points.
It happened to be the weekend.
Sue didn't go home right away. Instead, he went to Lu Mei's house. His breakthrough to the master stage was a bit unusual, and he didn't want anyone else to see it, especially not the members of the warrior guild.
Sitting in Lu Mei's study, Sue locked himself in.
He absolutely could not be disturbed while breaking through to the master stage. He had informed Lu Mei in advance and prepared contingency measures.
That's right.
Lu Mei had extensive theoretical knowledge, so if any problems did arise during the process, she would be able to provide immediate first aid.
After making all the necessary preparations, Sue took out his phone.
He'd been reading a section of this novel over the past few days and had confirmed it was useful, which made him somewhat excited. He opened the table of contents, found the chapter he wanted, and tapped on it. He began reading from the very first line, which read as follows.
The transition from the warrior stage to the master stage is an extremely painful process.
When I began attempting to channel vitality to surge through every part of my body, it felt as if 10,000 needles were piercing my flesh. After Sue finished reading the first paragraph, a system notification floated before his eyes.
You are reading about the process of breaking through the master stage.
Vitality circulation rate has reached 1%. The moment the notification appeared, a cold sweat broke out on Sue's forehead.
Because that sensation had truly arrived. Chapter 63, Final Preparations for the Intensive Training. Pain. Indescribable pain.
It felt as if countless steel needles were piercing every inch of his flesh. Beads of sweat the size of peas formed layer upon layer on Sue's forehead. The excruciating pain nearly caused him to faint. He glanced up at the mirror in his study. His face was as pale as a sheet of white paper.
Sure enough,
the path to the warrior stage was far more arduous than he had imagined. But he had endured all those years when he couldn't increase his vitality. How could he possibly be defeated by this mere pain? Especially since he could clearly see his own progress. He was in pain, yet he felt joy. Gritting his teeth, Su found immense courage. He continued reading the novel. The story continued as follows. He didn't know if he could endure this pain, but the needle-like stabs gradually became less intense. Perhaps he had become numb during those days of diligently studying vitality theory, frantically improving himself, and striving desperately without seeing results. He began to forget the pain, repeatedly pushing through those needle-like stabs until he had completely conquered them. Gradually, Su became obsessed. He thought the novel was very well written, as if he were experiencing it firsthand. Through the words, he could also sense the author's dedication. Perhaps out of a sense of shared experience, or perhaps out of respect, he gave the author a like, left a 5-star review, and sent a small token of appreciation. And just like that, he, too, gradually forgot the pain. You are reading through the process of breaking through to the master stage. Vitality penetration rate has reached 1%. You are reading through the process of breaking through to the master stage. Vitality penetration rate has reached 1%. You are reading. He didn't know how long he'd been reading. When he reached the final chapter, he casually clicked the vote for update button and stopped. Did I break through? Only then did Su discover, to his delight, that he had already reached the master stage. The stats panel is as follows. Host, Su. Age, 18. Vitality, 3020 points, 1-star master stage. Comprehension, 1 point. Skills, 8 extreme Yin Yang art 100% proficiency, light and agile sword technique 100% proficiency. Weapon proficiency, light and agile sword 100% proficiency. Su felt exceptionally light on his feet, and both his hearing and vision had improved dramatically. For example, sitting in his study right now, he could clearly distinguish Lumea's breathing as she lay pressed against the door, along with the sound of her muttering to herself. He is not dead, is he? Please, no. A man dying at home, what kind of scandal is that? If word gets out, won't people say I'm a husband killer? Su's mouth twitched. He opened the door, startling Lume. You succeeded? I did. I broke through. Su grinned. Lume looked Su up and down, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She didn't know Su had broken through to the master stage, because Su had only told her he was going to break through. So the look in her eyes was entirely due to how drastically Su had changed. Standing beside him, she felt her breathing become easier as if Su himself radiated a sense of joy that could infect others. You seem a little different. Of course I'm different, I've broken through, after all. Su chuckled. He knew exactly what Lume was referring to. The master stage had this effect on those around it. Because his vitality had been fully activated throughout his body, it coursed through him with every breath. To an ordinary person, it would appear as though his vitality, energy, and spirit were so abundant that they overflowed and influenced others. Moreover, those who reached the master stage saw their lifespans extended by at least 30 years. Let us go. I'll treat you to a late-night snack. Starting tomorrow, I might have to handle some important matters. I won't be contacting you for a while. Your job is to assist Wei in thoroughly refining my vitality theory. What do you mean? I'm not your assistant. What's with sending me to the warrior guild? Lu Mei frowned. Su understood why Lu Mei was so upset. After all, when he first approached her, they made it very clear that she would simply be working alongside him. Now that he was sending her off to Wei's place, she was naturally reluctant. After all, everyone there was at the warrior stage, while she was still just an ordinary person. So he explained, I might have to go hunt beasts soon, and it wouldn't be convenient to bring you along. Don't worry. You're my assistant now, no one will dare touch you. Besides, you only need to focus on the vitality theory. Don't concern yourself with anything else. I'll make sure to let Wei know. That's right. He did indeed need to hunt beasts, partly because it was his duty as a warrior stage member.
Killing beasts every month not only earned him benefits but also accumulated contribution points. For every beast a warrior stage member killed, the guild would upload the contribution record to the network. The sole purpose of these contribution records was to help members apply for positions at national warrior stage institutions, securing good jobs and status. These were positions with real power. Although Su didn't particularly aspire to them, he couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. On the other hand, he needed to improve his combat experience to ensure he stood out during the training camp for recommended students. He had previously chosen not to engage in combat because he felt his abilities and experience were insufficient. But now that he had reached the master stage, he was confident enough to handle dangerous situations. By this point, Lu Mei also understood his reasoning. Hunting beasts is something a warrior stage must do, right? Yes. It's the responsibility and duty of every warrior stage. If I become a warrior stage, will I have to hunt beasts too? Su looked at her slightly timid expression and nodded. You've been involved in developing my theory, and you can freely review most of it now. You should understand by now, right? You can use that theory too. Your vitality is already quite high, so I'm confident you'll become a true warrior stage very soon. We'll see, Lu Mei said with a forced smile. To be honest, when a person is truly faced with the choice of whether to become a warrior stage, the decision is often not as straightforward as one might imagine. Su knew this feeling all too well. After all, he faced the same choice back then. But on this path, he had resolutely chosen to become a warrior stage. After leaving Lu Mei's house, he headed straight home. He brought his father, Zhou, quite a few blood-boosting pills and left him the completely accurate vitality enhancement theory. Dad, these are confidential documents from our warrior guild. If you follow the vitality boosting methods outlined here, you might be able to overcome your current physical condition and become a warrior stage. Zhou was sitting on the sofa smoking. Upon hearing his words, he grew somewhat excited. Really? Really? The guild is organizing a beast hunt in the next few days, and I have to go with them, so I might not be able to keep in touch with you. If you have any questions about this vitality matter, just call this number. Lu Mei is Uncle Lu's daughter. She is currently working at the warrior guild as well. I've already introduced myself to her. Zhou was slightly taken aback upon hearing this and looked at him with a meaningful gaze. Son, your Uncle Lu asked you to set him up with his daughter. You went and introduced yourself? Chapter 64, Hunting Beasts once again. Su stayed at home for only one night. He gave Zhou a brief overview of his vitality theory. His theory was quite successful. While it might not boost vitality very quickly, it would at least produce some improvement. Currently, Zhang was showing the best results. His vitality was clearly on the rise, and it was estimated to be 50-60% faster than usual. As for how much Zhou's vitality would increase, that would depend entirely on luck. Early the next morning, he returned to the warrior guild in the city center. First, he purchased some essential healing and antidote potions. Then he retrieved the light spirit sword he left in storage at the guild. He spent over 100,000 to have the light spirit sword reforged. After all, the previous one was too shoddy. Now, the light spirit sword was powerful enough to influence battles between master stage warriors. Wu immediately assigned him a partner for the beast hunt, a female warrior stage warrior. She is the guild's top female warrior stage, a 9-star warrior stage, which is even higher than your current rank. She has been venturing into the mountains for years and has a wealth of experience. If it weren't for the rule that you need at least 2 people to hunt beasts, you wouldn't have had this chance at all, Wu said with a smile. Although Su had already reached the master stage, he hadn't undergone any official testing, so Wu wasn't aware of his current rank. However, a 9-star warrior stage was indeed one of the guild's top-tier members, so Wu was correct. With such a skilled partner, he felt at ease. What he lacked was combat experience, so he absolutely couldn't pass up such a great opportunity. Since she was the guild's top female warrior stage and had been hunting beasts for years, he was sure to learn a great deal from her. Seeing that he agreed, Wu immediately scampered off to make the arrangements. Soon, Su met the guild's top female warrior stage. She seemed a bit eccentric. Her features were merely delicate,
but she had a great figure, short hair, and a bold, spirited look about her. However, she kept a cold expression on her face the whole time, giving the impression that she wouldn't be easy to get along with. Sue, this is Xiao from our guild. Xiao, this is Sue from our guild. You've probably heard of him, right? No, Xiao shook her head. Without even glancing at Ah Wu, whose smile was stiff, she exchanged a brief greeting with Sue. If we're going to hunt beasts together, I have only one requirement for you: just follow orders. I'll handle most things on my own. If I really need your help, I'll probably just be something like hauling corpses. Is that okay? Just as Sue was about to speak, she cut him off again. Don't worry. You won't have to deal with most of the beasts. I'm confident about that. Ah Wu has probably already told you. Confident. Decisive. Doesn't like small talk. And a touch of tsundere. This was the impression Xiao gave Sue. Perhaps someone like this wouldn't be particularly likable in everyday life, but as a colleague heading out to hunt beasts, Sue found her very reliable. Then thank you for looking out for me, Xiao. No problem. Go pack up your things now. We're leaving right away. An hour later, Sue and Xiao boarded a special vehicle bound for the beast's active zone. Xiao, do you have any specific beasts in mind this time? Seeing that Xiao remained silent, Sue couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Generally speaking, warrior stage hunters who go out to hunt beasts can be divided into two types. The first type, like Sue's last outing, is in it for the perks and the money. The second type, while sharing the same motives as the first, has specific targets in mind, just like Ma Guo and the others who died out there last time. Their target last time was a specific type of beast. They were after its organs or precious materials. Xiao was highly skilled. If she were to hunt some ordinary beasts, she'd likely return to the guild very quickly. The guild had strict rules in place. Hunting beasts alone was strictly prohibited, and the penalties for violating them were far more severe than one might imagine. It was even possible to have one's warrior stage status revoked. Xiao was resting with her eyes closed at that moment. She didn't even open them when she heard his words. No specific target. I'll come back once I've killed enough. Killed enough? Sue was slightly taken aback. Yes. I just want to kill a few more beasts. Do you have a problem with that? This time, she stood up and looked at Sue, a serious expression on her face. Nothing. I just find it quite a coincidence that Xiao and I think alike. Xiao hadn't expected him to answer that way and was visibly taken aback. But she immediately furrowed her brow and said, I advise you not to get too cocky when you encounter beasts. I've heard your cultivation level is quite good, but you lack experience. Be on your best behavior once you're inside. Sue nodded earnestly. He could tell that Xiao was far more formidable than he had imagined. Seeing his respectful and earnest attitude, Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't actually know Sue, since she spent most of her time hunting beasts. She had occasionally heard a rumor or two about Sue that he was a prodigy. So when Ah Wu arranged for her to team up with Sue, she had been a bit worried. Young people like that tend to get extremely cocky the moment they have even a shred of ability, completely unaware of their place in the world. She'd been afraid Sue might cause trouble or act recklessly while hunting beasts. But now it seemed this so-called prodigy was actually quite reasonable. However, when she thought back to Sue's earlier answer about why he'd come here, her worries immediately resurfaced. When she looked at Sue again, the boy was resting his eyes with a look of excitement playing at the corners of his mouth. I hope this guy isn't a troublemaker. As Xiao worried, the two of them entered the beast forest. At first, she was still quite worried that Sue might cause trouble. But after they encountered a few beasts, Xiao gradually began to relax. Sue was very obedient, doing everything exactly as she said. The only downside was that he wouldn't step in to kill the beasts. Only when she called out for Sue's help would the kid step in to give her a hand. 2 hours later. She stopped, panting heavily, her hand clenched tightly over her chest, her expression seeming pained. She instinctively glanced back at Sue, her expression sour. The whole way, Sue had been right behind her, jotting things down in a notebook. He looked just like a stiff, bookish nerd at school, but when she thought about his age, she could only sigh in resignation.
Never mind. I should be able to hold on. Chapter 65, Gaining Combat Prowess, Forced to Hunt Beasts.
Sue had been following Xiao the whole time, recording her combat experiences. Every now and then, she'd ask a question or two about what Xiao was thinking during battle.
Xiao had a great deal of enthusiasm when it came to fighting beasts.
So she actually answered Sue's questions. For example, when Sue asked Xiao why she was always the first to notice abnormalities around her during combat. Her answer was simple: aside from the necessary long-term combat experience, what is needed is to maintain a high level of concentration at all times. There's a technique to staying focused: keep your eyes on moving targets, not on inanimate objects. Sue listened carefully to her words, constantly jotting them down in her notebook.
You are recording Xiao's combat experience.
You have gained 0.5% basic combat proficiency sufficient to handle up to martial stage 2 beasts.
You are recording Xiao's combat experience.
You have gained 0.5% basic combat proficiency. Seeing Sue take notes non-stop, Xiao's head started to ache.
Isn't this guy just a bookworm?
All he does is take notes.
Does warrior stage combat involve testing your knowledge of those theories?
Although she admired Sue's studious attitude, she really couldn't stand this approach.
Okay, don't ask anymore. I still need to find some beasts.
I haven't come across any this whole morning. I have no idea where those beasts have run off to.
From now on, don't bother me another word.
Hearing her say that, Sue panicked. If Xiao refused to discuss this with him, his basic combat proficiency would never reach 100%.
Was he supposed to wait until the next time he teamed up with her?
Setting aside whether Xiao would even team up with him next time, time-wise, he didn't have any spare time to come back here before the intensive training began.
He watched Xiao anxiously searching for traces of the beasts, and his eyes lit up. Xiao, what kind of beasts are you looking for? I can help you track them down.
You? Xiao looked at him skeptically.
Yes. I'm quite knowledgeable in this area. Tracking down a beast is a piece of cake. Fine. As long as you can help me find the beasts, I'll let you bother me occasionally, but I'll only answer if I'm in the mood. No problem.
Sue ran excitedly over to her side, carefully searching for traces. He had already studied the habits of the beasts in the Beasts Compendium the last time, so using those habits to track them down was a piece of cake.
This is...
Sue, who had been full of enthusiasm, looked around and his expression gradually darkened.
Why do you look so glum? Didn't you find any traces of beasts?
The soil around them looked as though no beasts had passed through in a long time. There were occasional footprints and marks, but they were indistinguishable in terms of direction or species, making it impossible to confirm whether any beasts had been there at all.
That was precisely why Xiao couldn't make a judgment. I found some, but they all look like second-tier beasts. Second tier?
Sue nodded seriously, his expression grim. Although these footprints were smudged, they were clearly beyond those of ordinary first-tier beasts.
Great.
Now he wouldn't be able to make the trade.
Let us go. We'll search in another direction. I'm sure I can find them for you.
Sue really didn't want to take any risks, but Xiao didn't see it that way.
I've been through this area many times.
They're all first-tier beasts.
Even if there are second-tier ones, I can handle them. You lead the way.
I don't want to go all the way back around. We've already covered that area, and there are hardly any stragglers left. Sue tried to dissuade her, but she waved him off. Stop beating around the bush. I don't like small talk.
Lead the way. If we make one round, I'll tell you what you're interested in. Otherwise, I'll never team up with you again.
Too much trouble, and you're such a pain.
Sue. How did the warrior guild end up with such a troublemaker?
Xiao was very confident in herself, so she didn't give him any time to think and just picked a random direction to head in.
Judging by her attitude, she clearly didn't want to ask Sue for advice anymore.
This way. This way. Sue shouted hurriedly, leading her in the direction least likely to contain second-tier beasts.
He'd only been on 2 quests so far. If Xiao died out here this time, it would be a huge problem. Walking ahead of Xiao, Su felt extremely conflicted. He was both relieved to be with someone like Xiao who was helping him improve his skills and exasperated by her stubbornness. Su, you should take more initiative and get used to the bloodshed. Then you wouldn't be so timid and lacking in masculinity. Sitting there every day drawing in that lousy notebook, do you think that LL get you to the master stage? Xiao said impatiently from beside him, glancing at the notebook in the pouch on his chest. Su really wanted to tell her it would, but they had now entered the territory of the wild boar, and he couldn't afford to be distracted. Wild boars are timid by nature and almost never attack humans on their own. Even at Tier 2, they're considered a relatively minor threat. That was precisely why he brought Xiao along to find this beast. With its thick hide and timid nature, he'd be able to gain more combat experience by observing it. If he really wasn't a match for it, escaping would be easy. This creature didn't have the habit of chasing its prey. No matter how he looked at it, this was the most suitable encounter. As long as he let Xiao meet this beast, she would give up on the idea. Just thinking about it gave Su a headache. Xiao seemed to have some kind of obsession with beasts. Since it was impossible to dissuade her or get her to leave outright, he'd just have to back down. Xiao, that beast is nearby. It's a wild boar, naturally timid by nature. Xiao had now taken in her surroundings as well. As a seasoned fighter, she spotted the tracks immediately. Looking at Su, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. I wouldn't have thought it. You bookworm actually have some discernment. But I think these tracks are a bit unusual. Could it be that they aren't from a wild boar? Su's face was brimming with confidence. Impossible. They're definitely wild boars. Besides, these beasts are timid by nature. They never attack first. We can rest easy for now. On this point, he had absolute confidence. Seeing how certain he was, and considering their surroundings, Xiao believed Su and nodded. Suddenly, Su caught a glimpse of a massive black shadow bursting out of the bushes to her side. The shadow stood nearly 2 meters tall. The moment it appeared, a foul stench washed over them, and it charged toward Xiao at the speed of a small truck. Boom! The massive impact sent Xiao flying. She was hurled more than 10 meters before slamming into a tree and crashing to the ground. Grr! The massive wild boar appeared before Su, its eyes fixed intently on him, its terrifying tusks glinting coldly. It's a wild boar. Chapter 66, Dancing in a Desperate Situation. The light and agile sword dance. Staring at the massive wild boar, Su's pupils suddenly contracted. Only one thought filled his mind. Why? Why would a wild boar which is naturally timid take the initiative to ambush them? In an instant, regret and tension surged uncontrollably within him. Yet he remained calm, instinctively raising the light spirit sword in preparation to attack. Whatever the reason, timidity was the wild boar's nature. Upon seeing a human make an attacking gesture, its first reaction would undoubtedly be to retreat. Once it retreated, he would press his advantage, attack, and drive it away completely. Only then could he rush to save the person immediately. Xiao, having been struck by such a blow, was undoubtedly seriously injured. His internal organs might even be damaged. Without prompt medical attention, his life could very well be in danger. Su's mind was crystal clear. These were skills he had honed through his daily training. No matter how urgent the situation, as long as he knew how to respond, he would not panic. But when this wild boar saw his weapon, far from retreating, it charged straight at him. Like a truck weighing several metric tons or more, like an armored tank traveling at 300 yards per hour, it charged straight at him, crushing everything in its path. Clang! The light and agile sword Su was wielding, which he had been using to perform the light and agile sword technique, shattered. He activated the Yin Yang 8 Extremes art, using the beast's momentum to leap out of the attack's range. But the strike had succeeded. The beast was clearly suffering internal injuries and let out a furious roar. Su pushed the Yin Yang 8 Extremes technique to its limits and gradually regained his composure. As the beast charged at him, he deflected its force while simultaneously using its momentum to damage its internal organs. The man and the beast continued their fierce struggle. After more than 10 minutes, the
the wild boar was already severely wounded. It let out a terrified scream and fled.
Watching the fleeing wild boar, Su didn't move at first. His legs had gone weak, and his shirt was soaked through with sweat. This series of unexpected events had been far too harrowing. If he hadn't understood the wild boar's attack patterns well enough, he would likely have died here today. He had assumed that, having broken through to the master stage, encountering second-tier beasts would, at most, cause him a bit of trouble. But now it seemed he had been far too naive. It turned out that theory really couldn't solve every problem. It took a full 5 or 6 minutes before he regained the ability to move and made his way over to Xiao. By then, Xiao had already crawled to her feet and was leaning against a tree trunk with great difficulty, her chest stained crimson with blood. Su looked at Xiao and his mind went blank. He couldn't understand how things had come to this. Everything had been meticulously planned in his mind. Why was the reality so vastly different? Could Xiao really die because of him? Su's mind was in turmoil, but he realized one thing: not everything in this world follows theory. She looked at Su weakly and grabbed the collar of his shirt. "Let us go." Su quickly hoisted Xiao onto his back and ran down the mountain. Xiao must have had emergency herbs on her, and she must have taken some earlier, but in her current condition, there was no guarantee she would survive. Real battles are often like this, whether they're beasts or warrior stage warriors. Life is extremely fragile. The more Su thought about it, the more anxious he became. After running about 100 meters, he stopped. He heard roars and screams in the distance all around him clearly. Quite a few beasts were closing in. They were likely agitated by the sounds of the earlier battle, or perhaps by the wild berserker boar which had caused the beasts in the vicinity to become frenzied and restless. Su stood rooted to the spot, momentarily unsure which way to go. Stay calm. I must stay calm. He realized he was panicking and had lost the ability to think clearly. He had to admit his combat experience was too limited. Even with the strength and confidence, he couldn't truly put them to use. In the midst of his panic, a slender finger rose, pointing in one direction. Go Xiao's voice was somewhat weak, but she pointed the way with determination. Su stood there in a daze for 2 seconds, then began moving in the direction her finger indicated. For some reason, following the direction Xiao pointed gave him a sense of peace. If he could devote his entire life's cultivation to Xiao, this mission against the beasts would definitely go smoothly. Smack! Su slapped himself hard across the face, and his eyes regained their resolve. He had come here specifically to learn from Xiao. If he harbored such thoughts, he would never learn anything. Life is full of difficulties, and walking the path of the warrior stage requires countless times more effort than that of an ordinary person. Even with the ability to boost his vitality, if he maintained this mindset, he wouldn't last long. Su gradually calmed down, and the changes in his surroundings once again registered in his mind, allowing him to think clearly as he normally would. Whoa! Suddenly, a green figure darted out from the ground. About a meter tall, it carried a gust of wind as it charged toward his lower body. Light and agile sword technique. The clanging of metal rang out continuously. Su felt something metallic striking him as the light and agile sword struck him repeatedly. Su stopped in his tracks and saw a giant mantis. Its sharp double blades swung through the air. It raised its 2 side-like weapons once more and charged forward, giving Su absolutely no chance to react. This was a second-tier beast. And an unknown beast at that. After a brief struggle, Su was overwhelmed. Even as he tried to think instinctively, his mind remained a blank. He had relied too heavily on the vitality theory he'd learned and had severely underestimated the dangers of facing beasts at the warrior stage. Thud! Su felt a chill on his arm, followed by excruciating pain. His arm had been slashed open. Though the wound hadn't damaged any tendons or bones, it was deep. The blood-soaked gash looked utterly gruesome as fresh blood flowed freely. Su's face turned pale. He was clearly at the master stage, yet he was struggling so much against second-tier beasts. He realized his mindset was the problem, so when he swung the light spirit sword again, he channeled one point of insight into it. As he swung the light spirit sword, he gained a new insight. After several clashes, his sword grew lighter and faster, and he eventually broke through the opponent's double blades, severing its head. Thud! Su looked at the dead beast, gasping for breath.
He was gradually getting used to this life or death battle, and his mind was growing calmer. For the time being, Su set aside the strategies he once considered for dealing with beasts and focused his attention. Carrying Xiao on his back, he pressed on, his state of mind gradually stabilizing. Either rise to the challenge in the face of crisis, or perish in it. Su spotted another beast charging at him, and the light spirit sword in his hand danced wildly. You performed a light spirit sword dance, increasing your mastery by 0.1%. You performed a light spirit sword dance, increasing your mastery by 0.1%. You performed a light spirit sword dance, increasing your mastery by 0.1%. Gradually, Su found his rhythm and began to truly feel what it was like to be at the master stage. Just as he was relishing the moment, he suddenly realized that his surroundings were completely unfamiliar. In an instant, his enthusiasm vanished. It seemed like he was lost. To make matters worse, the sky was growing dark, and the dense forest echoed with the roars of all kinds of beasts. Chapter 67, Mastering Basic Combat Skills. Su's surge of excitement was frozen by the stillness of the night and shattered by the roars of the beasts. He calmed down. Cough, cough. Put me down. Xiao was feeling much better by now and stood back on the ground. She had brought quite a few healing potions with her. She must have taken some while he was fighting the wild boar, and now she looked much better, though she was still unable to fight. You lack combat experience, but the martial arts you've mastered are quite impressive. It's about to get dark. I was too flustered earlier, and now I can't find our way either. The best thing to do is find a spot to wait until dawn. If I teach you some combat techniques and how to handle situations, we'll have a better chance of getting back safely together. Su knew Xiao was right, so he followed her advice and found another secluded cave nearby. Inside the cave, by the faint light, Su bandaged the wound on his arm. Compared to the smooth hunt for beasts last time, this one had been fraught with difficulties. He narrowly escaped death several times due to unexpected incidents along the way. He now felt both relief and regret. He was relieved that he had broken through to the master stage before coming here, and that his partner was the most experienced Xiao. Had he not broken through to the master stage, or had his partner not been Xiao, he would very likely have died here. He regretted his naivety because he had boosted his vitality through reading. He had viewed all the dangers as commonplace, believing he could handle them with ease. There is a house of gold within books, but to truly see that house of gold, you have to create it yourself. After bandaging his wound, Su calmed down and took out his notebook again. Xiao, could you give me some guidance? Whether as a warrior stage player or a high school student, he was still a student at heart. As a student, he had to adopt the right attitude, humbly seek guidance, and make steady progress through diligent study. At the very least. Su looked at the blood still seeping from his wound, his expression serious. At the very least, he never wanted to get hurt again. Until he saw his mother and younger sister again, he had to protect himself and his father. When Xiao saw him take out his notebook, his expression darkened slightly. You're still taking notes? How else am I supposed to review? Xiao's mouth twitched, but not knowing what to say, she could only begin explaining her usual combat experiences to him. For example, how to judge whether a beast would attack according to its normal behavioral patterns. Or, during combat, how to best protect oneself. And so on, all sorts of insights like these, each one sounding like a minor detail. If one didn't pay attention to these things in daily life and reflect on them repeatedly, they would never gain such experience. Su was also deeply impressed by Xiao and realized that knowledge isn't found solely in books. Take Xiao's experience, for instance. If he hadn't come on this trip with her, he might never have gained this kind of knowledge in his entire life. The notifications on his interface kept flashing, and he continued to improve himself. You are recording Xiao's combat experience and have gained 0.5% basic combat proficiency. You are recording Xiao's combat experience. You have gained 0.5% basic combat proficiency. You are reviewing Xiao's combat experience. You have gained 0.5% basic combat proficiency. Basic combat proficiency mastery has reached 100%. The host has acquired the ability Basic Combat Proficiency.
After repeated review, Su mastered basic combat proficiency.
With the experience and judgment needed to handle second-tier beasts, he was now on par with Xiao. However, if they were to actually compete, he certainly wouldn't perform as well in combat as Xiao herself. He still had a few questions he wanted to ask Xiao, but when he looked up, he found that she had already fallen asleep. Su voluntarily took on the night watch and began practicing the light and graceful sword dance he had just mastered. The light and graceful sword dance hadn't yet reached the level of an earth-tier martial art, but it had touched upon that threshold. Compared to the previous light and graceful sword technique, it was more refined, and its power had also increased. Sitting on the ground, he began to recall the techniques of the light and graceful sword dance in his mind. You reviewed and recited the light and graceful sword dance once, increasing your mastery by 0.1%. You reviewed and recited the light and graceful sword dance once, increasing your mastery by 0.1%. Light and graceful sword dance mastery has reached 100%. You have mastered the near-earth tier sword technique, light and graceful sword dance.
Insight plus 1 point. Hostess current insight, 1 point. Reaching 100% proficiency in any martial art grants 1 point of insight. To master a martial art of the same tier as the 8 extreme yin-yang art, that is, a top-tier earth-tier martial art, requires at least 2 points of insight. During this battle against the beasts, it was clear that the 8 extreme yin-yang art had provided him with immense advantages. It seems that martial arts are not about quantity, but about quality. In the future, he would focus his efforts on mastering one discipline rather than studying many at once. With this mindset, Su spent a long time further refining his basic combat skills. As dawn began to break, he and Xiao Xian prepared to set out. You're one of this year's scholarship students too, right? Before leaving the cave, Xiao struck up a conversation with him. Su noticed the word also in her statement. He clearly remembered Uncle Yu mentioning last time that he wasn't the only one with a guaranteed admission spot. There was another person who would be competing with him. Do you know the other guaranteed admission student, Xiao? I wouldn't say I know him. We've just been on 2 missions together. He has already entered the Beast Forest 8 times. His experience isn't any worse than yours, it's just that his cultivation level isn't as high as yours. 8 times? Su was somewhat surprised. He'd only been out twice and had already benefited immensely. If someone had actually hunted beasts 8 times, that would be extraordinary. What is so surprising about 8 times? Aside from you, most warrior stage practitioners who truly want to advance their cultivation level treat this place as a daily routine. I've heard that those geniuses in Longdu have beast hunting missions every single day. Compared to them, we who live in cities far from the nation's center are simply too complacent. Hearing that those geniuses in Dragon Capital actually had daily beast hunting assignments, Su felt even more pressure. There's always someone better out there. The sky's the limit. This world was just too small. He wanted to go out and see more of it. Suddenly, certain memories stirred within Su. Vaguely, he saw his mother arguing with his father. It was during their last argument. He couldn't quite recall what they argued about that day, but he remembered that when his mother left, her face was filled with disappointment. Whether we can get out today depends on you. Xiao patted his shoulder, a hint of concern in her eyes. In her mind, even though Su was at the master stage, he was an unreliable one. Su, roused by her, nodded immediately. Xiao. Is there anything else you want to say? Yes. Hurry up. We can't linger here too long. I'm a master stage. You should be behind me. Chapter 68, Growth. The city's outskirts. At the edge of a dense forest teeming with beasts, 2 figures emerged from within. The one in the lead appeared to be a high school student, radiating a bloodthirsty aura. He was carrying a tiger's head in his hand, radiating a murderous aura. Behind him, Xiao stared at that slightly gaunt figure, his face filled with shock. From the cave to the edge of the dense forest, Su had fought his way out. One could say he plowed through everything in his path. His strikes were clean and decisive. Even the 2 second-tier beasts they encountered along the way were slain by Su in fewer than 10 rounds. Although only a single night had passed, Su's combat experience seemed to have doubled. Talent. This was definitely talent.
The two emerged from the dense forest about 2 li away and spotted a service area. The facilities here were well equipped, and there were quite a few large weapons on display. This was the warrior stage pickup station. The vehicles responsible for bringing them here and taking them away were all stationed here.
The staff member on duty today was a man wearing sunglasses. When he saw the two of them, he paused for a moment, then, after giving them a quick once-over, ran over to Xiao. "Xiao, you're back so early this time. You must ve made quite a haul, right?" As he spoke, he walked straight over to Su, deftly taking the tigeress head from his hands and said meaningfully, "Young man, you really got lucky this time. If anyone else had been following you, they'd probably have lost their lives. Alright, let me help you carry something this heavy. You look like you've been through quite a scare, but it's okay, as long as you didn't suffer any serious injuries." "Xiao saved your life, didn't he?" Su wore a strange expression. He could tell that, despite his gruesome appearance, the man still believed he'd only survived because of Xiao. But the man was right. Without Xiao, he certainly wouldn't have made it out alive. "What kind of creature is this? It looks like some kind of large beast." The man stared at the mangled tiger head in his hands, his face full of curiosity. It wasn't his fault. Su had slashed at its head more than 20 times to kill the beast. A white-browed tiger. A white-browed tiger. The man shuddered upon hearing the name. White-browed tigers were second-tier beasts, notorious for their ferocity. Anyone who encountered one either died or, like Su, managed to slay it. But once his initial tension subsided, he burst out laughing. "Xiao, you're something else. You actually took down such a terrifying beast. Reaching the master stage is just around the corner." As if that wasn't enough, he kept patting Su on the shoulder. "Young man, you should learn from Xiao. That way, one day you'll reach the master stage too." Xiao stood to the side, watching the silent Su with an amused expression, as if he were watching a show. Su nodded with a smile. "Is there a place to shower at the rest stop? I'd like to take a shower. I feel awful." "Yes, of course there is." The man nodded, giving Su a half smile. "But water is limited here. We can't let every warrior stage fighter take a shower. There are a few metal buckets over there, and a well. Just give yourself a quick rinse." It was clear that although he answered Su's questions, he clearly looked down on him. In his eyes, the person he really needed to curry favor with wasn't Su, this greenhorn, but Xiao. "All right." Su nodded and ran over. "Oh, by the way, there's a fee. I'll just take it from the pay Xiao assigns to you later." Su stopped in his tracks, hesitated for a moment, and said nothing. How much could a shower possibly cost? The man watched him run off to shower, standing in the distance with his arms crossed and a mischievous grin on his face. After the mischievous grin faded, he turned to Xiao with a fawning expression. "Xiao, that white-browed tiger brain of yours is worth a fortune. Why don't you just sell it to me? I'll pay 20% above market price." Xiao looked at him with a smile and shook his head. "No? Then add another 20%, make it 40%. But Xiao still shook his head, his smile full of meaning. The man's expression froze. "Xiao, this is already the highest price on the market. You should know the going rate. I didn't kill that white-browed tiger. He did. I can't make that decision." Xiao tilted her chin, gesturing for him to look at Su, who was standing nearby. "Him?" The man laughed heartily. "Xiao, don't mess with me. This is a second-tier beast. I bet it took you quite a bit of effort to take it down." "I get it. Xiao, this must have cost you a lot of spirit energy. Adding another 10% to the price is no problem at all." Seeing how clueless he was, Xiao could only say earnestly, "It really was him who killed it. I'm no match for a second-tier beast." Seeing that she didn't look like she was lying, the man's expression froze. "Really? Really? But this white-browed tiger is a second-tier beast. He? Of course, only master stage fighters can handle second-tier beasts. I'm just a 9-star warrior stage fighter. I can't handle it." Xiao Xinyi's words left the man looking increasingly stunned. He instinctively glanced at Sue, who was fetching water, his lips trembling. Really? Really? The man shuddered and hurried over. Xiao just stood there watching quietly, a smile playing on his lips. He watched as the man's face turned pale and Sue's face broke into a fawning grin, gesturing wildly. Sue stared at him, completely bewildered. Neither of them had a clue what was going on. Ha ha! Xiao clutched his stomach, laughing out loud, wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes. That's hilarious. Sue was led into the shower room by the man and came out after about 10 minutes. Brother Sue, next time you come, just let me know, and I'll definitely take care of everything for you. Wait here. I'll go get my car right now. I'll personally drive you and Xiao home. 3 hours later. Sue returned to the warrior guild and followed the standard procedure to report on the results of this beast hunt. After all, only with sufficient information about the beasts could casualties during the warrior stage be avoided, so this was standard practice every time they returned from the warrior stage. However, as soon as he and Xiao arrived on the second floor, before they even reached the reporting office, they heard a roar coming from inside. Wei, I put you in charge of managing the warrior guild. Is this how you're running things for me? Ha! Sending 2 of the guild's rising stars to compete for training camp spots together. Using theories on boosting vitality to do charity work for me. Is there something wrong with your head, or do you think you're Luo? Bang! The sound of a fist slamming on the table echoed out. I don't care how you handle this, but you must take full responsibility for the warrior guild's losses during this period and resolve them. And that Sui still doesn't realize how many of the warrior guild's resources he has used up, does he? As soon as he gets back, you'll track him down immediately to settle this. If you can't resolve it, you can retire as manager. Chapter 69, There is no such thing as a free lunch. The shouts and curses from inside echoed throughout the area. Other warrior stages passing by looked at Sue and his companion with strange expressions, their faces full of unspoken meaning. Some even looked at him with disgust. The warrior guild's success or failure determines the interests of the warrior stages here. If the warrior guild's interests are harmed, it means their own interests will also be affected to some extent. So, facing Sue, the culprit, they were naturally not going to be friendly. Creak. The door swung open, drawing everyone's attention. Wei emerged from inside with a grim expression and immediately spotted Sue and Xiao. Sue, what are you doing here? Wei's already grim expression took on an added touch of embarrassment. Just as Sue was about to speak, a roar came from behind the door once more. Didn't I tell you to go handle this? What are you still loitering around here for? A middle-aged man with a full face of stubble stepped out of the door, his expression dark with displeasure. When he saw Sue and Wei, he paused for a moment, then his gaze grew menacing. You must be Sue, right? You're right on time. I was just about to look for you. Wei's expression changed. Luo, let Sue and I handle this. Didn't you tell me to find him in the first place? Luo shot him a sharp glare. Now that we've met, I'll handle this myself. Sue, do you know how much trouble you've caused the guild since you joined the warrior guild? Trouble? Sue had already picked up on the general gist of the conversation, but when it was actually brought up, he was genuinely puzzled. Seeing his bewildered expression, Luo let out a cold laugh. Good. Very good. It seems Wei handles things efficiently. He hasn't given you any cause for concern. Follow me into the office. Luo turned and walked into the office, while Sue looked at Wei beside him with some confusion. Wei's face was etched with resignation as he explained, I can't explain it in just a word or two. You'd better go in and talk to Luo. To put it simply, you've actually caused quite a bit of trouble for the warrior guild lately, and the guild has suffered significant losses. What kind of trouble had he caused? Could it be because of the Tianhua faction incident? The more Sue thought about it, the more certain he became it was probably because the Tianhua faction had started putting pressure on the warrior guild, and the guild had covered a lot of the losses on his behalf. He walked into the office, and as soon as he sat down, Luo tossed a notebook at him. Let me introduce myself. I'm Luo of this guild, and I'm also your direct superior.
Everything in this guild belongs to me, including the chair you're sitting in right now. As he spoke, he pointed solemnly at the notebook in his hand and said, "This lists all the losses and expenses the guild has incurred on your behalf since you joined. Not to mention the financial costs, there are also immeasurable losses in manpower and goodwill. The guild has sacrificed so much for you. All of this is due to Wei's dereliction of duty. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I'll have no choice but to make Wei pay the price." Luo's aura was so overwhelming that Su found himself struggling to breathe without even realizing it. This wasn't just any aura, it was the fear a lower tier practitioner feels toward a higher tier one. This Luo. He is incredibly powerful. Has he surpassed the master stage? Su was stunned. This was the first time he'd seen someone above the master stage with his own eyes. Previously, he'd only seen high-level practitioners in short videos and TV commercials. He never expected to actually feel such an overwhelming sense of pressure in person. He flipped to the first page, where the details were clearly stated. Increase in training camp participants, total cost, 100,000 yuan. Isn't this just a standard quota for the guild? Su was a bit bewildered, but after carefully reading the details that followed, he fell silent. This expense was requested by Yufeng and approved by Manager Wei. So Wei had actually approved this from the start. It wasn't part of the guild's original quota? Su couldn't quite wrap his head around it. When he looked at the second item, his head began to buzz even more. Accidental casualties at the warrior stage, compensation of 1 million. 3 registered candidates for the warrior stage assessment died in an accident. The cause is suspected to be related to warrior guild member Su. Due to repeated forced interventions by city center personnel, the matter has been temporarily set aside with warrior guild manager Wei acting as guarantor. Wasn't the previous incident involving the accidental deaths of the beasts already resolved? It was thoroughly investigated back then. They were killed by the beasts, weren't they? He looked up, somewhat bewildered, only to meet Luo's cold gaze. Do you just get to call it an accident? These 3 had already completed their evaluations as warrior stage officers in the city. Their cultivation levels were all higher than yours, and they had far more experience. When the incident happened, you, the weakest of the group, were the only one to return alive, and you even developed the theory for the octo-spider antidote. Just because you say it has nothing to do with you, does that make it so? As he spoke, he took a deep breath and continued, in a high martial arts world, the higher a warrior stage's cultivation level, the better the treatment they receive. But have you ever considered that the higher a warrior stage's cultivation level, the more restrictions they face? Do you think just because this isn't the old era, you can act however you please? In the past, we had to abide by laws and the judicial system. Now, the warrior stage also has its own rules and constraints. Luo stood up, snatched the notebook from his hand, flipped through a few pages, and placed it in front of him. You don't even have a degree. You came up with a theory with no one to vouch for it and no one willing to invest in testing it, and yet someone just bought it outright for 2 million. Do you really think that is possible? Do you really think an ordinary high school student like you could simply apply and become a candidate? No, all of this requires guarantees. Someone or some organization must assume the risks down the line. If anything goes wrong, everyone involved will face the harshest penalties. Luo's tone grew increasingly serious, his face turning ashen. He was clearly furious. Many of these matters will affect the guild's interests, even its very survival. I don't know what gave Wei the audacity to act on his own and guarantee so much for you. Now that a problem has arisen, it's the warrior guild that has to bear the consequences. If even one thing goes wrong, no one can escape unscathed. The warrior guild, you and I, Wei, and all the warrior stage members registered with the guild, none of us will get off scot-free. Su had already realized the gravity of the situation, and his expression darkened. Seeing his expression, Luo's mood stabilized somewhat. He returned to his seat and said grimly, "This isn't the time for you to claim ignorance and shirk responsibility. Even if it's unfair, the matter is now a done deal. Wei says he'll take responsibility for what he has done, but he can't shoulder it alone. I called you here to tell you that there are certain things you must take responsibility for. It's no use refusing, because I'll use the guild's authority to force you to comply.
That's about all I have to say. Do you understand? Chapter 70, Responsibility. Inside the office.
Su remained silent for a long time.
He understood what Luo meant.
Because of Wei's impulsive actions which were influenced by Su, the guild was now facing enormous risks.
These risks might not pose a problem for now, but if things went wrong, the entire guild would be implicated.
Wei alone couldn't bear such consequences, so Su, as the beneficiary, had to step up and do something.
If he refused to take responsibility, Luo would absolutely not let him off the hook. Of course, if he didn't want to take responsibility, Luo would use the warrior guild's authority to force him to do so. Luo, I understand. I want to know what we should do now.
Su remained calm. He had thought things through clearly. Although Wei hadn't consulted him before doing these things, he had indeed benefited from them. That was undeniable.
Moreover, he knew full well that, given Luo's attitude, there was no way he could escape this.
Luo didn't seem to have expected Su to agree so readily. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and his tone softened considerably. Actually, I'm aware of some of the dangerous tasks Wei has assigned you, and I can see your potential. There's no problem with the guild nurturing you. However, the risks the guild is currently facing are too great, and as Luo, I must make this clear to you in advance. For now, you don't need to take on any particular risks yourself, but you must help the guild mitigate these risks. He pulled a device from inside the desk and placed it on the table. 2 things. The first is that for the foreseeable future, you'll be stationed in the Beast Forest on the city's outskirts. Only after you return from your training camp will you be allowed to resume your normal life in the city. Right now, the Tianhua faction's legal department is putting a lot of pressure on us, and they've already started stirring up public opinion. They've already spun a story out of that accident during your first beast hunting expedition, claiming you obtained theories on enhancing vitality from those people. What does that have to do with me going to the Beast Forest to kill beasts? Su asked, somewhat bewildered. Of course it's related. Killing beasts at the warrior stage is a contribution to the city, and since you're now a candidate, we must use this method to quell the public outcry. This device I'm giving you is for recording your time in the Beast Forest. But will that really work? Su asked skeptically. Of course it won't work, but at least it shows the city you're making an effort. You don't need to worry about that. He held up a second finger and continued, then there's the matter of your vitality theory. This is no small matter. Everyone is paying close attention to it. Now that it's been blown out of proportion, everyone has their eyes on you. So you must lead by example, documenting the process of enhancing vitality and constantly refining your insights and theories. As he spoke, he stared at Su with a hint of tension. Although Su appeared cooperative, this was no trivial matter. Setting aside the value of the vitality theory for now, it was the very foundation upon which Su had built his growth to this point. To transparently expose such a crucial theory to them and even to the public was something Su would most likely find unacceptable. Sure enough, Su fell silent. He was indeed worried, but not about the vitality being exposed. Rather, he was worried that his rapid growth would raise suspicions and bring him more trouble. After all, the progress in this theory for boosting vitality was too slow. He couldn't possibly be using it for real, and his documentation was just going through the motions. But would anyone believe such a record? Actually, you don't have to document everything. Just record some key parts, or select specific sections to document. You young people have all posted short videos before. You know what I mean, that kind of editing. Seeing that he wasn't speaking, Luo quickly interjected. I can record it, but I have one condition, Su said solemnly. What's the condition? I want to make a backup of this recording, and I'll only choose who to show it to with my permission. If you don't agree to this, I absolutely won't film it. And if you go back on your word, I can destroy it immediately. Su was firm. He certainly didn't want others to freeload off his work. Luo hesitated briefly, then nodded. All right, I agree. But there's one last thing, you absolutely must secure a spot as a recommended student this time. Even though you're not a celebrity yet, too many eyes are watching you. Your situation right now is like walking a tightrope. If you slip, all that awaits you is a bottomless abyss.
I'm well aware of that.
Su nodded, his expression serious.
He certainly knew that risk and reward go hand in hand.
Now that he was considered a candidate for Golden Icon, there were plenty of people hoping he'd be eliminated. At a time like this, even the smallest incident could snowball against him. Although he wasn't as famous as Lin, the stakes involved with him were far greater than those of a mere celebrity.
That's all for now. You can go about your business. There are less than 10 days until the training camp.
You'll be staying on the outskirts of the city for the next few days. Kill at least 3 or 5 beasts every day. You can join a squad to rack up more contributions that'll be a huge advantage for your Golden Icon campaign later on.
Su nodded and walked out of the office.
As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Wei rushing anxiously toward him.
How did it go? Do you know everything now? Su nodded. Luo told me everything. We're in this together now.
He sighed as he spoke. After all, he had only just come of age, and the pressure was getting to him a bit. Still, he was confident he could resolve these issues. Compared to those years of stagnant vitality, these problems were tangible and concrete. Wei's expression was a bit awkward, but also tinged with seriousness.
If you're having any trouble, just tell me. I'll do everything I can to help. Su couldn't help but chuckle.
Wei was a genuine guy. Whenever he was in a good mood, he'd agree to anything.
Actually, there is one thing I need your help with, Wei. You know about my dad's situation.
I'm heading to the borderlands to lie low, and it'll be a long time before I return. In the meantime, I'm leaving my dad in your care.
No problem.
Just have him contact your assistant. She's closer to your dad.
Su nodded.
He felt a pang of sadness. After all, just as his father, Zhou, was showing signs of recovery, he had to leave. In his heart, while the warrior stage was certainly important, family reunions mattered even more.
Then I'll leave these matters to you, Wei.
I'll just get a few things in order, and then I'm heading to the city's outskirts.
Inside the warrior guild,
Su darted back and forth between several rooms, then, clutching that lightweight sword, boarded the dedicated van once more and vanished into the city.
Chapter 71, A Call from Su's Mother. City outskirts, a safe house. It's working. It's definitely working.
As expected of your guild's methods. Even in my condition, I can actually train normally. It's slow, but it's definitely working. Over the video call, Zhou chatted excitedly with Su.
You absolutely must not tell anyone about this.
It's an internal method of the warrior guild. It must not be disclosed to the outside world.
Su's expression was serious.
Although the theory behind boosting vitality had only moderate results, it was already causing quite a stir. It couldn't be allowed to spread until his situation was fully resolved.
Don't worry.
Once you get into Longdu University, I'll go there with you.
I'll quit my job here.
Su hung up the phone, his gaze determined.
He took out professional video recording equipment from his coat, turned it on, and headed into Beast Forest. Master Stage Su, heading in? Do you want me to go call Xiao for you?
Lu San, seeing him about to leave, hurried over with a cheerful smile. Lu San was the man they met on their way back last time. He was specifically in charge of providing support here, while also collecting beasts and other valuable treasures for himself.
No need. I'll go in on my own. Su waved his hand and walked into Beast Forest.
He was there to film this time, and he didn't want everyone to know about the recording. Most importantly, he'd been here for 3 days already, and for all 3 days, Xiao had accompanied him on hunting expeditions, acting as his mentor. Now that he'd fully adapted to the rhythm of battling beasts, and since Xiao was still recovering from his injuries, it was better for him to go alone. He entered the dense forest. The first beast he encountered was just a first-tier green python. Su skillfully killed it in just 3 moves. The recorder captured the entire sequence. Su stripped off the snake's skin and placed it in the backpack he carried with him. At the warrior stage, the amount of space available for collecting items on each outing is limited, so the amount he could bring back was also limited. Since he was familiar with the beast's habits and could pinpoint specific ones with precision, he brought Lu San considerable profit, and Lu treated him with the utmost respect. Of course, all of this was built upon his cultivation level. Recording everything around him, Su walked over 10 li. It wasn't until around 2 in the afternoon that he began his return journey. 10 first tier, 2 second tier beasts. Su tallied the beasts he had slain, his brow deeply furrowed. Not enough. Still not enough. Xiao had once said that the geniuses of Longdu had to hunt a certain number of beasts every day. Su didn't know exactly how long they spent hunting, but it was clearly an unimaginable amount. If he wanted to secure a spot in the direct admission program, he had to perform exceptionally well. So he had to close the gap between himself and the others by killing large numbers of beasts to gain combat experience. Moreover, facing such a wide variety of beasts would allow him to uncover more insights into the vitality theory. Su pulled out the notebook he always carried and began jotting down his observations from each battle. Emotions can influence vitality to a certain extent during combat. Under normal circumstances, a master stage practitioner's vitality fluctuates between 1 and 10 points. As he was writing, another system notification flashed before his eyes. You have refined your vitality theory with precision, increasing your vitality by 5 points. You have read through the vitality theory once, increasing your vitality by 0.01 points. And so, Su began his return to the safe zone. He continued his training day after day until, 2 days before his departure for Dragon City, he stopped venturing into the beast forest and instead began preparing to leave. His vitality had reached 4,000 points. He had attained the 2-star master stage. His primary sources of vitality were still creating theories and the feedback he received from Zhang and Zhou as they studied them. The progress was slow, but steady. Moreover, over the past few days, Wei had been discussing with him the sale of his octo spider venom theory. According to Wei and the guild, physical copies of the book would go on sale in the city while he was flying to Dragon City. That way, if the distributed theories are studied, he estimates his cultivation realm will rise again during the test. This would greatly increase his chances of securing a guaranteed admission spot. Master Stage Su, are you ready to go? Lu San's voice came from outside the restroom. Su gave a brief reply and prepared to get up. Just then, his cell phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Su froze for a moment, his mind going blank. The caller ID showed it was his mom. That's right, it was a call from his mother, who had been divorced from his father for many years. Since the divorce, his mother, Chu Han-ti, called him very often. It wasn't that she had abandoned him as her son. She did check in on him from time to time, but she generally only called when she needed something. Right after the divorce, he had tried calling her, but her line was always busy or turned off, and over time, their contact grew increasingly rare. It had been 2 or 3 months since their last call. He hurriedly answered the phone. Su, what are you doing? Mom, I'm out. Although Su had a lot he wanted to say, he didn't know how to put it into words at that moment. Sometimes, when there is too much you want to say, you end up unable to say anything at all. Your dad called me. Shua's voice sounded a bit weary, and when she mentioned his father, Zhou, her tone was filled with resignation. He told me a lot of nonsense, even saying he was going to come to Longdu to find me. Do you know anything about this? I don't know, but maybe Dad isn't talking nonsense. Mom, please get back together with Dad. I miss my little sister. Su finally said what was on his mind, his voice a little hoarse. His younger sister, Qing, had been his shadow since childhood, always wanting to give him her older brother the best of everything. He still remembered the day of the divorce, when his sister had clung to him, wailing uncontrollably. She said she didn't want mom or dad, she wanted her brother. But who could possibly persuade the person involved in such matters? In the end, the couple chose to divorce. After moving to Longdu, his sister focused on her studies, and since he could never reach her, their contact gradually grew more and more sparse. Su still didn't understand it even now. Blood is thicker than water, after all, so why did a family end up becoming like strangers? Your sister is preparing for her early admission application right now. Her school has some activities, so she is too busy for the time being. Early admission?
Is it the National Training Camp for Early Admission to Warrior Stage University? I'm going to participate, too. Sue's heart leapt with joy. You're participating?
Shu sounded surprised, but immediately sighed. Sue, I know you guys are under a lot of academic pressure. Don't push yourself too hard.
Also, be honest with me, has your dad's condition gotten worse again?
I feel like he is very emotional and not very stable. Clearly, Shu didn't believe him.
Dad is fine.
His condition has actually improved.
I've also made it into warrior stage and am getting ready to attend the training camp. There was silence on the other end of the line. After a few seconds, Sue heard a slight catch in Shu's voice. Let us talk about this later.
I'll transfer 50,000 yuan to your dad's account tomorrow.
Make sure to let him know.
If your studies are too exhausting lately, just take a few days off.
I can even call your homeroom teacher for you. Chapter 72, Little Sister Chang.
Shu had clearly misunderstood something.
Sue was getting a little anxious. Mom, Dad really is better now. I've reached the warrior stage. I found a cure at the warrior guild. I know.
Just remember to take good care of yourself and your dad. Shu's voice was full of concern. Seeing that he couldn't explain it clearly, Sue actually calmed down.
It made sense.
After all, Dad's condition hadn't improved for so long, it was only natural for her not to believe him when he suddenly said everything had been resolved.
Mom, don't worry. I'll take good care of Dad. You take care of yourself and my little sister. I'll hang up now.
He wasn't in a rush, he was heading to Longdu anyway, and he could explain everything more clearly in person then. Once he regained his composure, he got into Lu San's car and headed back to the warrior guild. Upon arriving at the guild, Wei immediately took him to the office. Regarding your theory on octo spider venom, our current plan is to sell it internally within the guild. Only registered warrior stage members will be able to purchase it, at a price of 50,000.
We've already discussed the copyright issue. How about splitting the profits 50-50 as stated in the contract?
Sue nodded without hesitation.
No problem at all.
I also think we shouldn't sell it to the outside world just yet, it still needs some time for testing. Although he was eager to boost his vitality, he didn't want to take advantage of others. After all, this was the first theory he ever developed, so it was bound to have some rough edges.
Wei shook his head. No, it's already quite mature. And even if it isn't fully developed, it's still effective, and that's enough.
The main issue is that the Tianhua faction is keeping a close eye on us. We're worried they'll try to exploit the situation. They're already watching you and the warrior guild with bated breath.
Sue nodded. After a moment's hesitation, he asked about the theory behind boosting vitality.
This was appealing to everyone. If it were released, he would receive countless vitality points. Wei replied solemnly, even though your tests have shown significant results and it's usable now, it still needs some time to refine and test further.
Most importantly, the Tianhua faction is desperate for any leverage against you. If you make this public now, they'll definitely try to sabotage it. Luo's suggestion is that you wait until after your trip to Dragon City to release the vitality theory.
If you can achieve good results there, combined with this theory, your chances of becoming a golden icon are very high.
Sue understood what he meant. If that really happens, I'll gain quite a bit of popularity back home, 1ti? Yes.
By then, forget about the Tianhua faction. Not even the largest private organizations will dare to have any reservations about you.
Sue nodded.
Then let us focus on this Dragon City training camp for now.
Is there anything I need to prepare? Wei handed him a small notebook filled with photos and information. This is intelligence on the participants for this training camp. The ones on the first page are all top-tier figures. The power behind each of them is not to be underestimated. Don't provoke them.
We're just the side dishes, they're the main course. Sue looked through the materials with curiosity. At the top of the list was a guy named Shifeng. Shifeng, 19 years old, currently attending Longdu No. 11 High School, advanced to the warrior stage at 15, to the master stage at 17,
and is currently a member of the 3rd Warrior Guild in Longdu. A genius. Su couldn't help but marvel as he read this. And this was just the beginning. As he flipped through the records, more and more dazzling young men and women came into view. Compared to them, his own level didn't even rank as mid-tier. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a girl. She bore a slight resemblance to him in her brow, looking innocent and adorable with 2 ponytails and a radiant, sunny smile. This person. Wei instinctively glanced over and waved with a smile. Don't worry about this girl. Even though she is on the first page, you'll definitely never run into her, and you won't have any interaction with her either. Why? I heard she suffered extremely serious injuries before the training camp and was hospitalized for several months. She is just going this time to check out the spectacle. But her family has quite a bit of clout. It seems she can secure a guaranteed spot even without participating in the training camp. Su was both shocked and bewildered. Because this girl was none other than his own younger sister, Qing. The file also stated, Qing, 16 years old, 7-star warrior stage a year ago. She attended Longdu First High School and was not currently affiliated with any warrior guild. His sister could actually get a direct admission spot? Was it because of the school? Su's mind went blank, but what bothered him even more was that such a major incident involving his sister had happened, and he hadn't even known about it. Why hadn't their mother told them? He instinctively reached for his phone, but just as he was about to dial, he hesitated. If his mother chose not to tell them about this, there must be a reason she couldn't disclose, and even if he asked now, he might not get an answer. After giving it some thought, he turned off his phone. Anyway, since his younger sister was going to the training camp this time, he was sure to see her. With so much to discuss, he just asked her in person. When are you leaving? He was very worried about his younger sister's condition. Having been bedridden for several months, her injuries must be serious. Since I asked you to come back early, of course we're leaving early. You'll have a day to rest, and then the training camp will start. The plane ticket is ready. A private car will pick you up shortly. Oh, and there's another trainee traveling with you. Yufeng must have mentioned this to you before, right? Su nodded. Yufeng had indeed told him at the very beginning that there would be another person. Su had never actually seen this person. He only heard Xiao mention him a couple of times. His cultivation level was lower than Su's, but he was solid in other areas, reportedly currently at the 6-star warrior stage. Before long, Su met the man who would be joining him for the training camp in the private car. He was about the same age and height as Su, but their personalities were complete opposites. He was dressed in all-black hip-hop attire, wearing a baseball cap and an earring. He was also sitting in the back seat, and when he saw Su, his face clearly showed displeasure, his gaze hostile. Not only that, but Su saw that he was clutching a metal baseball bat tightly in his hand, radiating hostility from head to toe. Chapter 73, Beating Up Shangchang. The moment he got in the car, the other guy gave him a defiant glare. He was a master stage player. Why would he be afraid of a warrior stage player? Without hesitation, he met the other guy's gaze, his eyes cold as ice. Perhaps sensing the pressure from Su, the other guy looked away first. Su didn't bother to make a big deal out of it. He leaned back in his seat and began silently pondering the vitality theory. Although reciting it wasn't his primary source of vitality enhancement right now, every little bit helps. And so, he gradually immersed himself in his own world. The teenager sitting next to him didn't disturb him during the entire ride, just kept his head down, fiddling with his phone. It wasn't until Su opened his eyes, realizing he was a bit tired, that he recalled the details about this teenager. The boy's name was Shangchang. Rumor had it he dropped out of school to become a warrior stage and had been scouted by the warrior guild. But precisely because he dropped out, he had a terrible temper. When they got on the bus, Wei had even warned himself not to get into a conflict with someone like that. But with only one guaranteed spot in the guild, how could conflict be avoided? Although the other guy appeared to be looking at his phone, he kept shifting his body from time to time, trying to encroach on Su's space. It seemed like a provocation. After being provoked several times, Su was about to lose his temper when he was drawn in by the content on the other guy's phone.
It was a group photo of several students, a few girls dressed rather lightly due to the hot weather. The man kept zooming in on the photos, finally pausing on one girl's snow-white thigh, then zooming in again on the faintly visible curve of her neck. Su's gaze gradually turned icy. Because this girl was none other than his own sister, Ching. Su didn't know where Shang Cheng had gotten these photos, but that didn't matter. What mattered was that he saw a malicious glint in this guy's eyes. He didn't lose his temper. Instead, he sat calmly in his seat. It was the calm before the storm. The flames of anger were already smoldering within his heart. Shang Cheng also sensed the shift in Su's aura beside him, and his expression grew somber. Before coming here, he always thought Su was merely a little higher in cultivation level than him, nowhere near as exaggerated as the guild had claimed. After all, a master stage cultivator around his own age? That was ridiculous. But now Su was sitting right beside him, exuding an extraordinary sense of pressure. Even if he wasn't at the master stage, his cultivation level was definitely higher than his own. His grip on the bat tightened, his eyes flickering with a mix of hesitation and ferocity. If it weren't for Su, all he'd need to do was achieve a decent score to secure a guaranteed admission spot. If this guy didn't participate in the training camp, it would save a lot of trouble. He instinctively glanced at Su, just in time to catch the chill in the other's eyes. That oppressive gaze made him instinctively look away, but he immediately glared back in anger and embarrassment. "What are you staring at me for?" Su said nothing, sending a chill down his spine. "You're crazy." He cursed under his breath, casually spitting his gum out the window, and ignored Su. Su was about to lash out, but he knew that fighting now wasn't a rational choice. Once they arrived at the training camp, he'd have plenty of time to deal with this guy. The trip to the airport went smoothly, with no delays or mishaps. Wei had a lot on his plate and naturally couldn't come with them, so it was Awu who led the group. The two of them sat in the back, with Shang Cheng up front. They'd expected a smooth takeoff, but a light rain suddenly began to fall, causing a brief delay. He was about to close his eyes and rest when he heard Shang Cheng's voice from the front. "I don't care what school she goes to, what's wrong with me? I'll just bring them all to the hotel later. Who cares about love these days? As long as I'm having fun and she is having fun, that's all that matters. Like she is going to kill me or something?" On the other end of the line was a man's voice, sounding rough and cocky. Su immediately recalled the image of Shang Cheng looking at Ching's photo, and his gaze grew increasingly icy. "The guild really takes in anyone," he snorted coldly, making no effort to lower his voice. Shang Cheng turned his head the moment he heard those words. "What do you mean?" "Su, don't think you can act all high and mighty just because you've had a bit of luck. Even if you're at the master stage, I could still beat you to death with a single blow." He wasn't wrong. Master stage players are still human, and a heavy blow could indeed kill them. But the gap between master stage and warrior stage isn't just about that. Su slapped him across the face. Shang Cheng looked startled and instinctively tried to block it. But how could a warrior stage possibly block the power of a master stage? In the end, he couldn't block Su's slap, and it landed hard on his cheek. Smack! The crisp sound echoed through the airport, and Shang Cheng was knocked to the ground, landing face down on the aisle floor. The passengers present were stunned, staring at the two of them in bewilderment. "You damn well dared to hit me!" Shang Cheng, having been struck, immediately flew into a rage and lunged at Su, but perhaps because the slap had been so powerful, he couldn't get back to his feet right away. Airport security rushed over at that moment to inquire about the situation. After Awu spent quite a while explaining the situation, the security guards finally let it go and left. "Su, just you wait. This isn't over yet." Shang Cheng glared at Su, grinding his teeth as if he wanted to devour him. A murderous glint flashed in Su's eyes. "That's right, murderous intent. You should count yourself lucky that there are laws in this era to restrain the warrior stage. Otherwise, I'd shut your mouth for good." Chapter 74, If you want trouble, bring friends. Sensing Su's murderous intent, Shang Cheng's aura faltered. He hadn't expected Su, who looked so refined and polite, to act even more thuggish than he did.
You've got some nerve. Knowing he was no match for Su, he chose to hold his tongue. Ah Woo kept trying to mediate from the sidelines, though his gaze towards Su now held a touch of awe. That killing intent from earlier was no joke. He even found it hard to breathe. Sure enough, once a warrior stage fighter kills enough beasts, their aura becomes completely different. The two didn't clash again for the rest of the trip. After the plane landed smoothly, Awu arranged hotel rooms for them and urged them to get plenty of rest in preparation for tomorrow's training camp. Su had intended to rest, but upon learning that Shang-Qing had rushed out of the hotel as soon as she arrived, he felt a pang of unease. In the comfortable room, he gazed out the window at the bustling steel city below and pulled out his phone to call his mother, Shu, but her phone was turned off. He didn't have his younger sister's contact information. Previously, she hadn't had a cell phone, and later, his mother had told him that Qing's vitality at school was strong and that she was in a critical phase of improvement, so she hadn't given him her contact details. Whenever they spoke on the phone, his sister would occasionally pop in, so the matter was left unresolved, but now it had become a potential problem. After dialing again and getting no answer, he had no choice but to give up. Just then, through the window, he saw a familiar figure flash by on the commercial street below. That was Qing. Su's eyes widened as he stared intently at the figure, making sure he wasn't seeing things. He was on the 7th floor of his hotel by the time he ran downstairs to look for her. She was already gone. After a moment's hesitation, he called Awu. I was near the hotel just now and saw one of the trainees for this training camp. Isn't this pretty close to the training site? Awu replied, it's a bit of a distance from the training site, but this is the closest luxury hotel in the area. I'm sure many of the trainees are staying right here at our hotel. That's exactly why we're staying here, to make contact with other warrior stage participants ahead of time. After saying that, Awu realized something. What's wrong? Did something happen? Could you help me look into the warrior stage that Shang-Qing is in contact with, and another trainee named Qing? No problem. Shang-Qing is a warrior stage from our Linhai Warrior Guild. We're supposed to keep an eye on him anyway. As for the other warrior stage, Qing, I'll go ask around right now. Su hung up the phone and continued searching through the crowd. He had no intention of going back to the hotel to wait. He'd been told outright that Shang-Qing was specifically targeting Qing. The guy was a troublemaker. No one knew what he might do. The hotel was located in the busiest area of the neighborhood, with bustling commercial streets and a dense throng of pedestrians. Not only did he fail to find anyone, but he couldn't even find his way back to the hotel, forcing him to reluctantly pull up his navigation app. Just then, someone slapped his phone out of his hand. Crack! The phone hit the ground and was immediately crushed under a foot. Standing before Su was a teenager with bleached blonde hair, exuding an intimidating aura. Barely a surprise, he was a master stage. Are you out of your mind? Su was about to confront him when he spotted Shang-Qing behind the blonde-haired boy, wearing a mocking expression. Shang-Qing stared at him, his smile laced with sarcasm. Brother Huang, this kid slapped me. Go ahead and give him what he deserves. If anything happens, I, Shang-Qing, will take full responsibility. He paused mid-sentence, his expression one of absolute confidence that he had Su beat, and said smugly, Su, Brother Huang is also a master stage, a 2-star master stage, no less. He is more than capable of taking you down. Brother Huang was also smug. Kid, it's no small feat for a kid from the backwoods like you to reach the master stage. I was originally going to beat the crap out of you, but if you just cough up 50,000, I'll use my authority to let you off today. Shang-Qing was taken aback. Brother Huang, didn't we agree? Shut up. He glared at Shang-Qing with a fierce look. Shang-Qing's face turned ashen at the rebuke. He turned his gaze back to Su, his smile growing even broader. What do you say? I heard from this kid that you've raked in quite a bit of cash at your warrior guild. 50,000 shouldn't be too much for you, right? Su hadn't spoken up until then, but after hearing this, he suddenly asked in return. You guys didn't just come here for me, did you? There are quite a few girls at this training camp. Didn't you try to hook up with any of them? Brother Huang paused for a moment,
then a suggestive smile immediately curled at the corners of his mouth. I didn't expect you to know so much. Yeah, the guys did hook up with a few girls, they were all pretty hot. So, what do you say? If you can cough up 100,000, not only will I let the incident with my guy slide, but I'll even take you along for the fun. How about it? There are plenty of beauties at this training camp, every one of them easy to manipulate. As long as... His words cut off abruptly, because Sue had already made his move. Seeing Sue charge at him, his face was filled with contempt and disdain. You're asking for death. You warrior stage fighter from a small town don't know your place. Today, I'll show you just how big the gap between us really is. He clenched both fists, and faint tiger roars seemed to emanate from within his body. This was the martial art he took the most pride in, one he nearly perfected, and it was an earth-class technique, incredibly fierce and powerful. Sue, a mere warrior stage fighter from a small town, could absolutely not be his match. But Sue's movements were slow and eerie. The force of his attack was deflected as if striking cotton, and the man's whole body began to spin. Boom! Sue slammed him hard onto the ground, causing his eyes to roll back in his head. He was unconscious, but Sue didn't stop. Instead, he clenched his fist tightly, raised it slowly, and gathered all his strength. Under Shang Qing's horrified gaze, he brought it down viciously toward the blonde-haired man's face. Chapter 75, People from Number 4 High School have arrived. Thud. Blood splattered across Sue's face, and a murderous glint flashed across his otherwise impassive expression. Sue set down Brother Huang, who had completely lost consciousness, and looked up at the terrified Shang Qing. You, what do you think you're doing? Brother Huang is from Beijing Number 4 High School. You've injured him this badly. The people from Beijing definitely won't let you off the hook. Shang Qing watched as Sue gradually approached, panicking. He never would have dreamed that Sue, who'd come from the same small town as him, could take Brother Huang out in an instant. After all, Brother Huang was a top student at Longdu Number 4 High School. He had no rivals at his level, yet now he'd been taken up by Sue in the blink of an eye. Sue's response was a brutal beating. He didn't hold back at all, beating Shang Qing until his face was a bloody mess, then dragging him straight back to the hotel. Thud. Sue threw him to the ground and drew the Qingling's sword from the room. The cold, gleaming blade, combined with Sue's murderous expression, terrified Shang Qing to the point of losing control of his bladder. Brother! Tian Gu. I was wrong, I know I was wrong. I'll never mess with you again. Please be magnanimous and don't hold a grudge against someone like me. Shang Qing was genuinely terrified. He never would have imagined that Sue, who looked so refined and polite, could be so brutal in his every move. Not to mention how he just tossed Brother Huang out onto the street, knocking out one of his front teeth, and now, the moment he stepped into the room, he drawn his sword, acting as if he had nothing to lose. Hand over your phone. Huh? Shang Qing looked completely bewildered. I said, hand over your phone. As Sue roared, Shang Qing shuddered and tremblingly handed over his phone. Unlock it. Sue snatched the phone as it powered on and began searching through it, finally finding that familiar photo. He found it in his chat history with Huang Yuchuan, the blonde-haired guy he just knocked unconscious. He hadn't held back at all. The guy's nose was probably already broken. Their chat history was full of filthy language, but it was clear it was all just talk. What were you two planning to do to Qing? Sue didn't find anything on the phone, so he asked directly. Qing? She is so young, she hasn't even hit puberty yet. What could we possibly do? We just like to talk trash. Shang Qing stopped mid-sentence, suddenly realizing something, and said with a long face, Bro Tian, I didn't know she was your girl. If I'd known she was your girl, you wouldn't have dared do that even if you'd had 2 sets of guts. Seeing how cowardly he looked, Sue had finally seen through Shang Qing's true colors, that he bullied the weak and feared the strong. He snorted coldly and handed the phone back to him. Get lost. Just then, the door swung open and Ah Wu walked in. Sue, I've looked into what you asked me about. That kid Shang Qing must have left with Huang Yuchuan from Longdu Number 4 High School. Those 2 kids. He was halfway through his sentence when he realized Shang-Qing was also in the room. Ah Wu froze for a moment, and upon seeing Shang-Qing's battered face, his expression turned strange. "Who beat you up like this?" Shang-Qing didn't dare say a word. He could only offer a bitter smile and glance timidly at Su. "I already know what you're talking about. Shang-Qing just told me everything." "Any news on the other person I asked you to look into?" Su looked at him expectantly. It had been quite a few years since he'd last seen his little sister. Every time they met, it had been through their mother's phone. The thought of seeing her in person still made him a little excited. "I asked. The teacher leading their school's team said she isn't staying at a hotel around here, but she should be participating in tomorrow's competition as usual. I heard her injuries aren't as serious as people are saying. Why do you care so much about this girl? Are you interested in her or something?" Ah Wu didn't think much of it. After all, there were so many people with the same surname in the world, and Su had never mentioned having a sister. Does that even need to be said? Otherwise, she wouldn't have beaten me to a pulp and knocked Brother Huang unconscious. Shang-Qing's mouth twitched just looking at the Qingling sword clenched in Su's hand now filled him with fear. "Brother Huang? You mean Huang Yuchuan?" To everyone's surprise, Ah Wu's eyes widened in shock. He looked at Su nervously. "Su, when I was going upstairs just now, I heard some of the training camp students say that Huang Yuchuan from number 4 high school was beaten so badly he ended up in the hospital. This doesn't have anything to do with you, does it?" "I did it." Su made no attempt to hide it and simply nodded. "Just tell me how much the medical bills are, and I'll pay them." Ah Wu's face turned pale. "You really beat him up? Not only is his nose broken, but he has also got a broken rib. He won't even be able to participate in this gathering. The people from number 4 high school are furious. They're going through the surveillance footage right now to find out who did it." "You've gotten yourself into trouble." Su furrowed his brow. "I've gotten myself into trouble? If he provoked me first, even if he really gets arrested, I won't be held responsible." Ah Wu was now truly regretting coming to pick up these two warrior stage fighters. As an ordinary person, he had absolutely no way of handling someone like Su, a master stage fighter. "The problem is, this is Longdu. We're from out of town. Don't you understand the saying that a strong dragon can't overpower a local one? Wei is fine here, but the problem is I'm just an ordinary person. I can't make decisions for you." "It's fine. I can take responsibility myself. I just don't believe Longdu isn't a reasonable place." Su gestured impatiently for him to shut up. He was usually calm no matter what happened, but when it came to his family, he simply couldn't stay composed. If anyone dared to lay a finger on his family, no matter how powerful the forces behind them, he would strike without hesitation. Seeing him like this, Ah Wu sighed helplessly. "Forget it, what's done is done. I'll give Wei and the others a call and see what they say." Just as he was about to pick up the phone, there was a knock on the door. "Open up." It was a furious voice, the anger in it unmistakable. Anyone who heard it would know the person was there to cause trouble. "Su, I know you're in there. Open the door right now, or I'll make sure you never leave Longdu." Su smiled. With his current abilities, he truly feared no one among his peers. His close-quarters combat skills, honed by the 8 extreme yin-yang art, were on par with the heaven stage. With weapons, he had mastered the light and agile sword dance to perfection at the earth stage. Moreover, he possessed Chao's basic combat training skills sufficient to handle master stage beasts, and dealing with warrior stage opponents at the same level was no problem at all. "Prevent me from leaving Longdu? I'll see if you've got what it takes." As Su spoke, he moved to open the door, but was stopped by Ah Wu. "Don't open the door." Su looked at the anxious Ah Wu and said helplessly, "Even if I don't go out now, they'll still be blocking the entrance. Am I not supposed to go to training camp tomorrow?" "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Ah Wu was at a loss for words. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped aside. Su walked straight to the front gate and flung it open. Chapter 76, The Unflinching Su. Standing at the entrance was a dark-skinned teenager.
Without a word, he saw Su and immediately threw a punch at him. Su furrowed his brow and met the punch head-on. Boom!
Their fists collided. He stumbled back 2 steps, startled. He attacked using the fierce power of the 8 extreme yin-yang art of force even a 3-star master stage fighter might not be able to withstand, yet his opponent had actually forced him back.
Are you out of your mind?
A hint of disdain flashed across the teenager's face as he stood tall, his chest bearing a conspicuous 4-star master stage insignia.
You hit one of our 4th middle school students, you deserve a lesson.
4-star master stage. He wouldn't have the upper hand in close combat. Su immediately drew his light spirit sword.
Just as the tension between the two reached a boiling point, a woman's voice interrupted them. Stop it.
It was a woman in a business suit, striding forward in high heels, her impressive chest adorned with 9 master stage stars. Teacher Shui, the teenager said hurriedly, his voice trembling with fear upon seeing her. Teacher Shui said nothing, but instead swept a cold gaze over Su, finally fixing it on the long sword in his hand.
What, you still want to cut someone down?
Shui Kai sneered from the side. Teacher, he is just bluffing.
Why don't you come over and try it yourself? Su suddenly smiled.
The smile seemed harmless on the surface, but it was a scornful sneer from the depths of his heart, brimming with contempt for Shui Kai.
You're asking for trouble.
Seeing his provocation, Shui Kai was about to charge forward, but was stopped by a sharp rebuke.
Stop it.
Teacher Shui stared at Su, her brow slightly furrowed. She could sense that Su Wan-ti joking this young man possessed a stubbornness beyond the ordinary. If he really lashed out, there was no telling whether he might actually end up cutting someone. Maliciously and without authorization injuring a warrior stage participant before the training camp begins is a serious violation of discipline. If you know what's good for you, pay our student's medical expenses and then leave long due on your own. Otherwise, once I report this to the relevant organizations, it won't be such a simple matter. The warrior guild backing you will be implicated as well. Teacher Shui spoke with complete confidence. She was convinced that Su would obediently comply upon hearing this. After all, no warrior stage would want to face disciplinary action.
However, sorry, we won't pay the medical bills, and we're not leaving. Not only did Su refuse, but he actually told her to leave. If you have nothing else to say, please leave. Don't disturb my rest.
Teacher Shui was taken aback by Su's words.
What did you say? Go ahead and say that again.
Just as Su was about to speak, A Wu rushed forward from behind him.
Teacher Shui, please don't get angry. If you have something to say, just say it calmly.
I'm the team leader for the Tianhai City Warrior Guild this time. Just talk to me about whatever it is.
You?
She eyed A Wu from head to toe, her expression clearly dismissive.
Is there no one else in Tianhai City?
They sent an ordinary person like you to lead the team.
A Wu replied with a smile, everyone's busy.
Besides, our Luo said the team leader is here to arrange the itinerary, not to start a fight.
What do you mean by that?
Feeling once again taken to task, Teacher Shui's face darkened.
I don't mean anything by it.
I'm just saying that this incident has already happened, and as the team leaders, shouldn't we be here to discuss how to resolve it? Upon hearing this, Teacher Shui let out a cold laugh.
Fine, since you put it that way, let us resolve it.
Su injured our students.
How do you propose to resolve this?
If you don't give me a satisfactory solution, then just wait for me to report this to the relevant authorities. Upon hearing this, A Wu looked at Su with a hint of resignation, repeatedly signaling him with his eyes.
Did you really injure their students? Su nodded. I did lay a hand on them, but they started it. Plus, they smashed my phone. You just say it's smashed, and it's smashed? Shui Kai, standing nearby, suddenly interjected with a sneer. If Huang Yuchuan had really attacked you, would you still be standing here? You'd be the one lying in the hospital right now.
Su replied calmly, I ran into him on Commercial Street.
It's a side street, but there should be surveillance cameras there.
Aren't you going to report this to the relevant authorities? I think that's indeed a viable way to resolve this matter.
I can go with you right now.
Shui Kai, who had been acting so brazenly just moments ago, instinctively glanced at Teacher Shui. But Teacher Shui's expression was now grim, her eyes fixed intently on Su, her anger plain to see. A moment later, she let out a cold laugh. Very well. If I'm not mistaken, you're Su from Tianhai City, right? I always thought Tianhai City was about to withdraw from the training camp. I didn't expect you to give us 4th high school such a surprise this year. As Teacher Shui spoke, her eyes remained fixed on Su. The aura of a 9-star master stage cultivator made the air in the room feel thick and heavy, and the threat in her words was unmistakable. Just as she thought Su would cower before her, Su met her gaze without a hint of fear. Not only was there no fear in the teenager's eyes, but there was even a hint of defiance. Realizing she couldn't overpower Su with her aura, she withdrew her presence. Shui Kai, let us go. Ah Wu, standing nearby, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw they were about to leave. Just as everyone thought the matter was settled, Su suddenly spoke up. Wait a minute. Did I say you could leave? Chapter 77, It's all about brute strength. Su's words caused the room to fall silent for a moment. Shang Qing, who had been standing in the back the whole time, felt as if she were about to suffocate upon hearing Su's defiant outburst. Is this guy never going to shut up? Ah Wu thought the same thing, wishing he could just bow down to Su right then and there. Teacher Shui stopped in her tracks, staring at him with an icy expression. Her gaze had clearly grown more hostile. Who do you think you are, talking to me like that? She was thoroughly enraged. She hadn't expected Su to be so brazen. Who I am doesn't matter. You people from number 4 high school broke my phone, so you have to pay for it. You brought Huang Yuchuan here. You're the chaperone. Is there a problem with me coming to you? Or, if you prefer, I can go find Huang Yuchuan myself. Su spoke slowly. He could see the obvious tremors on either side of Teacher Shui's cheeks, clearly caused by her anger. But it was also clear that she had no choice but to address the issue Su had raised. After this encounter, she understood exactly what kind of person Su was, so she absolutely could not allow her to come into contact with her students so easily. Fine. I'll pay you back right now. Teacher Shui immediately scanned the QR code to pay Ah Wu, then stormed off. Before leaving, Shui Kai arrogantly pointed his finger at Su and snarled, Just you wait. Sooner or later, I'll make you pay for this. Once the two had left, Ah Wu began to sigh heavily. We're done for. We're really done for this time. This is the first time in years that we've crossed one of those Longdu schools. Su raised an eyebrow. So what if we offended them? I'm actually curious, are all the schools in Longdu this stupid? The surveillance footage shows everything clearly. They know it's their fault, yet they still dare to come looking for trouble? Ah Wu let out a wry laugh. Logically speaking, they're definitely in the wrong, but after all, you're the one who beat him so badly he ended up in the hospital, and besides. And how many people are as reckless as you? It's like if you forcibly took something from your desk mate, would you think you're in the wrong? Su paused for a moment. I wouldn't do that. What if you did? Wouldn't your desk mate be intimidated by the fact that you're a warrior stage? Even if he knew that falling out with you might not lead to a physical fight, would he still do it? Su fell silent. To put it bluntly, our warrior guilds in small cities just don't pack enough of a punch. You're okay this time because your fists happen to be just strong enough and it still stings a bit, so they didn't want to make a big deal out of it. If things really came to blows, neither you nor I would come out ahead. Su furrowed his brow and was about to speak when Ah Wu interrupted him again. Don't say anything yet. Su, I feel like you've been acting a little off lately. Have you been killing too many beasts? You've got a really short fuse. You've never been like this before. Maybe I should take you for a checkup first. Su froze. He really hadn't thought about it that way, but he immediately shook his head. You don't understand. I'm not short-tempered, they just happened to hit a nerve. Ah Wu looked utterly exasperated and pointed at Shang Qing, who had been standing silently nearby the whole time. Him too? Su nodded earnestly. Yes, him too. Ah Wu covered his face with his hands. I'm not going to argue with you, but you need to be careful. That kid from earlier is a 4-star master stage, and he has mastered 2 top-tier martial arts techniques. He didn't even have time to use them when he clashed with you just now. If he ever runs into you alone, you'll be in real danger. Don't wander around aimlessly these next couple of days. When Awu brought this up, Su's brow furrowed. He had to admit this was true after all. The other guy had forced him back with just a simple punch. He'd been using the 8 extreme yin-yang art, and yet he'd still been pushed back. That alone proved the gap between them. It's mainly the difference in cultivation levels. Su felt a bit of a headache coming on. He couldn't focus on what Awu was saying afterward and was lost in his own thoughts. Seeing Su like this, Awu didn't say much more. He told Shang-Qin to go back to his room to rest. The funny thing was, Shang-Qin was genuinely scared of Su. He stood there hesitating for a long time before finally leaving. About 10 minutes later, Awu suggested taking Su to buy a new cell phone, which finally snapped Su out of his reverie. An hour later, Su called Wei using his new phone. The first thing Wei did when he answered was let out a sigh. Don't tell me you've gotten into trouble again. Wu just told me he sorted things out, and now you've caused another incident? It's nothing. I just wanted to give you a nudge to sell my octo spider theory. If nobody is buying it, you can offer a discount or give away a few copies for free to promote it. What is going on? Are you really short on cash right now? Wei asked with some concern. Don't ask. Just sell it as fast as you can. I'm waiting online, it's urgent. Huh? Before Wei could ask anything else, Su hung up on him. Back in the office, Wei looked completely bewildered. He really couldn't understand why Su was in such a rush. But after all, Su had come up with this vitality theory, and he was now the town's prized asset. After a moment's hesitation, Wei got up and ran out of the office. After hanging up, Su let out a sigh of relief. For the time being, he had no way to use the creation theory to significantly boost vitality, and even if he could create it, it wouldn't be as fast as distributing it for others to learn. After meeting Huang Yuchuan and Shui Kai, he realized that having a few high-level master stage practitioners around Longdu was perfectly normal. To hold his own, he needed to be at a high level himself. The bookstores here should have plenty of books I've never seen before. Let us go check them out. Seeing that it was still early, Su decided to head to the nearby bookstores to buy some books. By nightfall, he had already returned to the hotel. That afternoon, he had spent 500,000. That's right. 500,000. He held out his hand. A black watch now adorned his wrist. It looked unremarkable, yet was exceptionally pleasing to the eye. This item was called a spatial watch. It contained roughly 10 square units of space for storing inanimate objects. Right now, it was filled with the books he'd bought. To be honest, it had stung a bit when he bought the spatial watch. But when it came to buying books, he hadn't batted an eye, especially since they were so cheap. As expected, books are the only things that are both inexpensive and yet the most precious. He flipped through the books, ready to burn the midnight oil. Just then, a notification panel began to float before his eyes. A theory you created has been successfully learned by someone. Vitality plus 20. A faint smile touched Su's lips. It seemed Wei was still quite reliable. Had people already begun studying his octo-spider antidote theory? A smile spread across Su's face, and he felt incredibly content. He opened the book in front of him, reading every word carefully and savoring this moment all to himself. In the dead of night, he was completely immersed in the ocean of knowledge. Every now and then, he'd see a familiar notification. A theory you created has been successfully learned by someone. Vitality plus 20. A theory you created has been successfully learned by someone. Vitality plus 20. Chapter 78, Reunion with Shui Kai. Early morning. The sun had just begun to stream through the hotel window, illuminating the figure sitting by the window. Su closed the book in his hand, exhaled a cloud of murky breath, and looked at the panel before him with satisfaction. Host, Su. Age, 18. Vitality, 4,057 points. Comprehension, 1 point. Abilities: 8 Extreme Yin Yang Art 100% Proficiency, Light and Agile Sword Dance 100%. Weapon Mastery, Light and Agile Sword 100% Mastery. Reached the 3-star Master Stage. He was one step closer to Shuikai's realm. Reluctantly, he returned the books to his spatial watch inside. I was still too naive. Being able to create 2 new vitality theories was pure luck. Su wasn't being self-deprecating. It was only after seeing those books last night that he realized just how vast this world is. There are far too many people who have sacrificed everything, even their lives, for the foundational theories contained in these books. Take, for example, the author of one of the books he read last night, titled The Theory of the Relationship Between the Body and Vitality. He was also a genius who rose to fame at a young age. He poured his heart and soul into the theories in this book, only to ultimately die at the hands of beasts on the front lines. It seems I still have a long way to go before I can create a book of my own. These vitality theories were indeed quite difficult, so in the short term, it would be impossible to further enhance his vitality through fission using books. Fortunately, the octo-spider theory he developed earlier had already begun to undergo fission, and the rate of his vitality increase was quite good for the master stage level for now. He didn't need to worry about his cultivation progress falling behind. He could already hear Ah Wu calling him from outside the door. Su called out in response, then quickly washed up. After packing his things, he slipped a small, elegant notebook into his pocket to carry with him. Yesterday, he come across quite a few foundational theories of martial arts, and this notebook contained exactly that. If he could create a martial art that perfectly embodied his own style before the sparring match, that would be ideal. He left the house a little after 7 and arrived at the training camp at 10. The whole way there, his thoughts had been on Qing. He hadn't seen his little sister in person for many years. How could he not be excited? So, the moment he arrived at the training camp, he asked Ah Wu for an update. Tonight, everyone will gather in the indoor hall at the training camp. Ah Wu looked at the impatient Su with a peculiar expression. This kid had always come across as a bookworm. Could it be that he'd finally fallen in love? Of course, he didn't feel it was appropriate to ask Su directly. He sensed that Su was radiating a murderous aura after slaying those beasts, and he didn't want to make a fool of himself. Seeing Su frown, Ah Wu changed the subject. This place is huge. You should get familiar with the surroundings first. After all, you'll be here for the next 2 weeks. Saying this, Ah Wu led him and Shang Cheng on a tour of the training camp. It was huge. There were dormitory buildings, recreation areas, a cafeteria, and some recreational facilities, such as an esports area and a swimming pool. According to Ah Wu's explanation, the place had originally been a resort, which was later purchased by the relevant organization and renovated into the current training camp. Once Su had fully familiarized himself with the grounds, Ah Wu led him and Shang Qing to the dormitory where they would be staying. He stopped in front of the dormitory and said with a hint of resignation, "The training camp officially begins tonight, and we team leaders aren't allowed to stay here overnight. You two be careful, don't get into trouble with the locals." As he spoke, he pointed to the doors of the other rooms on that floor. Each door was marked with a specific label. For example, their room was labeled Tianhai City Warrior Stage. The door looked a bit worn, and the room was tucked away in a corner. It certainly didn't look like a great place to stay. In contrast, the rooms farther away from theirs were in much better locations, and the lights inside were much brighter. Some doors even had fingerprint-activated locks, giving off the vibe of exquisite, luxurious rooms. That really is unequal treatment. Su looked at their wooden door and couldn't help but remark. It can't be helped, our city is small and resources are scarce. But there are plenty of cities like Tianhai City. You could try building good relationships with those warrior stages. As Wu spoke, he gave them a few more instructions before hurrying off. Su entered the dormitory and unpacked the personal items he brought with him. The room was old and run down, measuring less than 20 square meters. Aside from the most basic beds, there wasn't even a table or a chair. Shang Qing, still a bit wary of him after what had happened last time, chose the bed furthest away. They both placed their belongings on the unoccupied beds, and after tidying up a bit, Su stood up. "Where are you going?" Shang-Ching hesitated before speaking when he saw Su get up. But the only response he received was the sound of the door closing. The dormitory had 4 floors in total, and they were staying on the 4th floor. After leaving the dormitory, Su walked down the hallway, observing everyone he passed. Quite a few talented individuals from all over the country had already arrived here, and many of them had just moved into the dormitory as well. These people came from all corners of the country, each carried a certain air of arrogance, and every one of them possessed a considerable level of cultivation. Passing by more than a dozen rooms along the way, Su sensed that only one room lacked the presence of a master stage cultivator. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. A familiar figure had appeared before him. Shui Kai. The 4th high school S room was on the 4th floor, near the edge of the staircase. The door was wide open, and Shui Kai was standing in the doorway. The moment he saw Su, a vicious smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he blocked Su's path. Su, what a small world. He blocked Su's path firmly, clearly not intending to give way easily. Get out of the way. Without a word, Su launched a punch. It wasn't that he was being unreasonable, he simply knew that reasoning with a guy like this was pointless. Shui Kai hadn't expected Su to strike first and was visibly enraged. You dare strike first? Today I'll show you my true strength. His punch cut through the air with a whistling sound, clearly a profound martial art, and he was taking this much more seriously than their last clash. Ba Ji In Yang Gong. Su's eyes turned cold. Instead of dodging or using his opponent's momentum, he chose to meet the blow head-on with brute force. Boom! When their fists collided, they produced a deep, rumbling roar. Shui Kai's slightly mocking expression froze on his face, replaced by disbelief. The next second, he and Su both took a step back, and Su walked right past him. Impossible! He cried out instinctively, his expression bewildered. Su had actually forced him back? Last time, he'd been able to force Su back without even using martial arts, yet this time, with martial arts, they ended in a stalemate. How could this be? Could it be that Su hadn't gone all out last time? He was utterly shocked and couldn't compose himself for a moment. Chapter 79, Missed Opportunity. Su hadn't gone all out last time? No. Absolutely impossible. After he returned last time, he had asked Teacher Shui to investigate Su's cultivation level. He had even checked Su's registration information on the training camp roster to confirm. Only a 1-star master stage. But that punch just now was at least at the level of a 3-star master stage. A 3-star master stage actually appeared in a small city with scarce resources. Who is that stranger? He actually managed to force Shui Kai from number 4 high school back with a single punch. Is he related to any of you? Never seen him before. He is a stranger. That punch had drawn a lot of attention, and people were buzzing with discussion. Their voices were loud at the very least. They certainly weren't trying to hide their conversation from the two of them. Hearing so many people talking about it, he felt a bit embarrassed. Watching Su, who was about to leave, he prepared to strike again. Enough! Are you trying to get yourself kicked out of the training camp by fighting here? Teacher Shui's voice came from inside the dormitory, causing him to stop in his tracks. But? There's no but about it. He is just a master stage fighter from some backwater. Not only is his cultivation level lower than yours, but even if he were 1 level higher, he wouldn't stand a chance against you if you took him seriously. So why are you in such a rush? Just wait until we run into him during the training camp, then we'll show him what number 4 high school is made of. Teacher Shui stood in the doorway, watching Su gradually make his way down the stairs, a sneer on her face. There were plenty of warrior stage practitioners in small cities, but this was the first time she'd ever seen someone like Su from a place like Tianhai City. Just because you've produced 1 master stage practitioner, you dare to act so cocky? This time, I'll make sure your people know just how far behind you really are. Shui Kai didn't pursue him, which was good news for Su. He didn't have time to get tangled up with this guy. Right now, all he wanted was to see his younger sister and ask her about the doubts and confusion weighing on his heart. He walked around the dormitory a few times but didn't see the figure or face he remembered. So he asked around at a few rooms and found the dormitory for Longdu First High School. The Longdu First High School dormitory was on the first floor. The door was opened by a strikingly beautiful girl with black hair, wearing a dark-colored school uniform. Though her delicate, oval face still had a touch of youthfulness, she was undeniably a beauty in the making. She was both alluring and innocent, not Lin's type, but with a similar appearance, the kind who could be a star. "Who are you?" The moment she saw him, she immediately furrowed her brow. "Is this the girls' dormitory for First High School? I'm looking for Ching." When the girl heard him asking for someone, she paused slightly at first, then looked him up and down. Su wasn't in the habit of wearing designer brands, and due to his father's previous illness, his style of dress was relatively simple and frugal. Although his clothes were clean and neat, they gave no indication of a well-off family in Longdu's schools. People like him were mostly students from impoverished backgrounds. "Ching isn't here today." "She is not here?" Su was taken aback as well. "Why? Did something happen to her? She didn't even show up for such an important training camp." He was a little worried that Ching might have run into someone like Huang Yuchuan. "You know her? I've never seen you before. Which warrior guild or school are you from?" Sensing that Su was a bit agitated, the girl couldn't help but ask. "My name is Su. I'm from the Tianhai City Warrior Guild. Ching is my sister." Su answered without hesitation. Snort! However, upon hearing his words, the girl couldn't help but chuckle, revealing two cute dimples. "What's wrong?" Su looked a bit confused. The girl said, struggling to hold back her laughter, "There are plenty of guys chasing after Ching, but you're the first one I've seen who is so unique, calling her my little sister right off the bat. But don't even think about it. I'm not looking down on you, but Tianhai City's resources are too limited, and the gap between you and her is just too big. It'll never happen." Wow! She actually took him for a suitor. But doesn't that mean his sister has a lot of suitors? The thought that guys like Huang Yuchuan and Shan Cheng might be among them made him even more worried. "I'm not joking, I really am her brother. My last name is Su Tuan Su." Although the girl was just as pretty as Lin, her temperament and character were far better than Lin's. Hearing Su emphasize it again, she dropped her smile and looked completely serious. "Okay, I'll let Ching know. This is the first time I've met someone who came up with a stage name for her. I'll make sure she gets the message." Su was at a loss for words and didn't feel like explaining any further. He said solemnly, "Thank you very much, then. Have her give me a call later. If you ever need help, you can come find me in my dorm." "Sure thing." Su laughed. The girl's face was full of curiosity, and the lovely smile on her face didn't fade. "She's down to earth, but she's got personality. I actually like her quite a bit. Who knows, maybe we'll actually end up forming a team later. I'll have her treat me to a meal." She muttered to herself as she stood there, when suddenly a crisp voice came from behind the dorm room door. "Ningxue, who is it?" Lang Ningxue chuckled and turned to look. Ching walked out of the room, looking a bit tired. "I heard a guy's voice. Who is it? Which one of your admirers is it?" Lang Ningxue didn't answer right away. Instead, she patted her cheek, put on a detached poker face, and adopted a confident expression. Mimicking Su's earlier expression and tone, she said, "Ching is my little sister. Tell her to give me a call." Seeing her like this, Ching looked utterly incredulous. "Did you really say that?" "I did. What kind of romantic trouble have you gotten yourself into now? With so many admirers, this is the first time I've seen a boy this confident. Why don't you give him a call and see for yourself?" Lang Ningxue grinned mischievously, unable to resist teasing her. Ching was at a loss for words. "Haven't you ever thought that maybe he's just using me as an excuse to get close to you on purpose?" Lang Ningxue's face froze in surprise. "Huh? That can't be, right?" Chapter 80, Training Camp begins. Ching looked at the photo on her phone, a hint of nostalgia flashing in her eyes, and spoke without thinking. "His name was Su. I forgot.
I only remember his last name is Su. So many people come to see me every day, I didn't make a point of remembering. He said you had his phone number. Don't you know it?
Ching looked utterly speechless.
Sis, you didn't even remember his name, how am I supposed to know? Even if you could describe his appearance, that would help. Besides, he might just be trying to hit on you. Lang Ningxue pouted slightly.
I'm terrible with faces, I can't remember them unless I see them a few times.
But he looks a bit like you. A bit like me? That's quite the compliment.
Ching rolled her eyes and lay back on the bed to play with her phone.
A smile returned to Long Ningxue's face. Let us wait until tonight. We have a training session tonight. Who knows, maybe you'll run into him.
After leaving the first high school dorm, Su returned to his own dorm to study martial arts. After the sunset, he suddenly heard an announcement over the PA system, instructing everyone to assemble at the training hall. Su rushed out of the classroom immediately, and Shang Chung hurried after him. Although he knew Su didn't want to talk to him much, in a training camp this large, Su was the only person he knew. Since they were both from the same place, they could at least look out for each other to some extent. When they arrived, the training hall was already packed with people, standing shoulder to shoulder. Su went straight to the back and found a quiet spot. The people here were all prodigies from various cities and regions, every one of them was arrogant and haughty. Who knows, their personalities might be just like those guys from number 4 high school. He certainly didn't want to make things difficult for himself. Although he wasn't afraid of trouble, he didn't want to go looking for it either. Of course, that Huang Yuchuan from back then was an exception. After all, that guy had spoken recklessly, leading him to mistakenly believe that Huang intended to harm his younger sister. However, he didn't notice a young girl hurrying past him to the front of the line. The two nearly brushed shoulders, yet neither saw the other. Everyone's attention was fixed on the very front. Seated at the very front was a man in his 30s, handsome with a light stubble. No, to be more precise, he looked as though he hadn't had time to groom himself, especially given his demeanor. He appeared to have rushed over. The reason everyone was staring at him was the incredibly powerful aura he exuded. Su found it hard to breathe after just staring at him for a moment.
Master Stage? No. It was Grandmaster Stage.
He'd heard others say before that only the presence of a Grandmaster Stage practitioner could make one feel suffocated. That was a physiological reaction caused by an immense gap in power, and the Grandmaster Stage represented an unimaginable leap beyond the Master Stage, capable of inducing precisely that sensation. Su was stunned to the core. He never expected the staff member in charge of the training camp to be at the Grandmaster Stage. Regardless of where they came from, everyone present was gradually drawn in by this Grandmaster Stage's aura and fell silent in unison. Soon, the room fell into a quiet, orderly state. Everyone instinctively lined up and rose, waiting for the Grandmaster Stage to speak. After about 10 minutes, no one else entered the training room from outside. Only then did the Grandmaster Stage slowly stand up and clear his throat. That single sound was like an explosion throughout the entire room, causing everyone's ears to ring.
Is everyone here?
Starting tonight, the training camp officially begins.
There are nearly 300 of you here. The camp will use various methods to determine the winners and losers, and ultimately establish a ranking.
The higher a trainee ranks, the more honor and benefits they will bring to their organization and themselves. Of course, you'll also gain a wealth of knowledge and skills here, enabling you to become outstanding talents upon entering Warrior Stage University and, in the future, pillars of the nation. He spoke quickly and in an official tone, but he was clearly much better at speaking than certain principals surnamed Zhang. Every word hit the mark. The young men and women in the room were now thoroughly excited. After all, the speaker was a Grandmaster Stage practitioner, and they had already begun fantasizing about learning from him. After all, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, perhaps the only chance they'd ever have.
Next, I'll call out the number of students from each city and regional school.
Those called, please raise your hands. Longdu number 1 High School, 4 students. As he spoke, he slowly looked up and saw 4 people raising their hands. He moved on to the next one, but Su, who had been listening intently, felt his head buzzing.
All four from Longdu number 1 high school are here?
Su couldn't make out the faces of the people in the distance, but he could see 4 people raising their hands.
2 boys and 2 girls.
One of them was dressed in a way that suggested she was the girl from number 1 high school he'd run into the other.
Was that his sister?
Su stared intently at the barracks, his emotions running high. He looked around restlessly, forcing himself to suppress his restless heart, planning to go take a closer look as soon as the assembly was dismissed. Nearly 300 people had gathered, and roll call took quite some time. It wasn't until the very end that their names were called.
Tianhai City, 2 people.
Su and Shangqing immediately raised their hands. After confirming, Grandmaster Stage nodded and motioned for him to lower his hand. Meanwhile, in the front row, Cheng was staring at Lung Ningxue, silently asking,
"Which one?"
Lung Ningxue looked pensive for a moment, then gave an awkward smile. She answered silently as well, "I don't remember." It wasn't her fault she saw so many people every day, and with representatives from so many regions and schools present, many names sounded similar, so she wasn't sure. She was about to say something else when she suddenly stopped. Because the Grandmaster Stage at the very front was staring right at her, startling her into quickly stopping her little gesture. "As I said earlier, your training camp begins today. This training camp is huge, at least 3 or 4 times the size of a regular high school. The first activity of today's training, which also serves as a test, is to give you 1 hour of free time.
In 1 hour, I will step in and knock all of you out until you're unable to move.
During this time, you're free to form teams, hide wherever you like, and there are absolutely no rules for me.
Rankings will be determined by the order in which you're knocked down and will be announced live on TV and in the newspapers first thing tomorrow morning."
As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present's eyes widened.
Is this what training camp is?
They all imagined what training camp might entail, but they never in their wildest dreams imagined it would be like this.
Dismissed.
Before anyone could react, Grandmaster Stage spoke directly. The atmosphere fell silent for over 10 seconds, then someone was the first to dash out of the training camp. Su finally snapped out of it and ran straight toward the 4 students from First High School. Training or no training, it was important, of course, but nothing mattered more than seeing his little sister.
Chapter 81, An Unexpected Instant Knockout.
The moment Su moved, many others sprang into action as well. After all, even if they weren't sure of Grandmaster Stage's true strength, the sheer pressure they felt from him made it clear this test was no trivial matter. Plus, with others already on the move, everyone went into a frenzy. Su watched as the path leading to First High School, which had been cleared just a moment ago, was instantly blocked by a crowd. He stood there, his face grim, frantically searching for a way through. When he finally found a path, he discovered that the largest group had already vanished. The 2 boys and 2 girls from First High had also disappeared into the training classroom, vanishing without a trace. Su immediately squeezed his way out of the classroom, ready to give chase, but stopped after taking only a few steps. Standing right in front of him was none other than Shui Kai, whom he'd encountered several times before. Shui Kai stood a short distance away, blocking his path, his expression tinged with coldness.
"Su, I've finally caught you. You won get away today. I won rest until I've beaten you to a pulp."
He clenched his fists so hard they creaked, blocking Su's path completely.
"Here comes the show. Who is this guy Shui Kai taking on? He looks totally unfamiliar. He is from Tianhai City, some backwater town. He dares to mess with Shui Kai from number 4 high school? He must be out of his mind." A few people stood nearby, chatting and laughing.
They didn't seem to care about the assessment at all, or rather, they didn't take it seriously and were simply gloating over his misfortune. Still, it was clear that Shui Kai was a fairly well-known figure among the high schools in Longdu. Su was blocked in his tracks, his expression twisted with rage. Looking at the surrounding area, where most of the other prodigies had already vanished, he took a deep breath and composed himself. It was too late to chase after them now, so he decided to give up for the time being. Su stared at the arrogant Shui Kai standing before him, his expression gradually turning icy.
"Get out of my way. I'll only say this once."
Upon hearing his words, Shui Kai's face was filled with scorn and disdain. I'll have you crawling on the ground in no time. Before he could finish his sentence, Su had already unleashed the 8 extremes yin-yang technique and struck out. A fierce force erupted from his fist, and their fists clashed for the third time. But this time, Su felt an even more overwhelming force. His fist went numb from the impact. This punch carried more power than either of their previous clashes. He was no match for him. Humph. Just because you got lucky once, you think you're invincible? You country bumpkin. Having gained the upper hand with that single strike, Shui Kai seemed exceptionally excited. He pressed his advantage, unleashing a flurry of punches that forced Su back again and again. But after a dozen or so exchanges, his expression turned grim. This Su. How come each punch is more powerful than the last? Is it an illusion? When their fists clashed again, Su took only a single step back this time, his expression calm and composed. Shui Kai finally couldn't hold back any longer. Are you messing with me? He was now certain that Su's punches were indeed getting stronger with each strike. This proved that Su still hadn't used his full strength and was holding back his vitality from him. Su didn't answer his question, a hint of defiance flashing in his eyes. In his line of sight, system notifications kept popping up. A theory you created has been successfully learned by someone. Vitality plus 20. A theory you created has been successfully learned by someone. Vitality plus 20. The vitality theory he had sold granted him random vitality boosts every day, and now was the perfect time for another boost. Each boost made his attacks a few notches stronger. Although he still couldn't match Shui Kai's realm, he was gradually catching up to the other S-power. After another clash of fists, Shui Kai was clearly seething with rage. A faint tiger-s roar emanated from within his body as he unleashed a ferocious punch. This punch was no ordinary strike. Just from the stance alone, it was clear that Shui Kai had mastered this martial art to perfection. If met head-on, even someone 1 or 2 stars higher in cultivation level than Shui Kai might not be able to withstand it. If Su were any other master stage practitioner, he would likely have had no choice but to take this blow head-on, but 8 extremes yin-yang art. In soft. Su abandoned his previous strategy of direct confrontation, instantly using the opponent's momentum to deflect the force, sending him crashing to the ground. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as he hit the ground, and Shui Kai lay there, foaming at the mouth. Su clapped his hands, glanced at the group of stunned onlookers nearby, and walked over. These genius onlookers were utterly stunned. They hadn't even been able to make out the movements of such a profound martial art, and Shui Kai, a 4-star warrior stage fighter, had been taken out in an instant. This guy is dangerous. He is ruthless and doesn't say much. Twice as dangerous as Shui Kai. Everyone simultaneously had this thought, and as they watched Su charge toward them, their nerves were on edge. Many instinctively took a step back. No one wanted to be on the receiving end of a blow like the one Shui Kai had just taken. It looked painful just to watch. Has anyone here seen anyone from First High? Just as they thought Su had gone berserk, he suddenly spoke up. Completely different from his behavior during the fight, Su now spoke in a polite and refined manner, just like a well-mannered, studious student in class. If he were wearing glasses, he'd definitely be the class nerd. The onlookers shook their heads one after another, though one boy instinctively pointed in a certain direction. I saw the First High students heading that way. Su gave a polite nod and immediately ran off in that direction. It wasn't until his figure had completely disappeared that the group came to their senses. Is he really from Tian High City? He really is. I saw it clearly. Only 2 people from Tian High City raised their hands back. Then how could I possibly forget? Why is he looking for First High? Does he have a grudge against them? I'm not sure, but Zhang Hao went that way with First High. That guy is Long Ningxue's #1 suitor. If those 2 run into each other. The group instinctively shuddered. Let us not go that way. We don't want to invite trouble. They hurried off in the opposite direction. A few minutes later, a figure strolled leisurely out of the classroom. The Grandmaster stage practitioner looked down at the unconscious Shui Kai, then glanced at the cracks in the floor behind him, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. Quite interesting.
This is almost at the heavenly tier level at LL take years to master. How old is the oldest kid here? 20 or 21? Excitement flashed in the Grandmaster stage practitioner's eyes. It's important to note that martial arts evolved from the earliest forms of martial training, and their tiers are classified according to power. However, there is one immutable law: the more powerful the martial art, the longer it takes to learn and master. For a heaven-tier martial art, even someone with the most extraordinary talent would need at least 5 or 6 years to master it. The current record holder in the country took 3.5 years to learn a heaven-tier martial art. That person is now at the Grandmaster stage level according to the record CD seen. None of the top 10 outstanding students had reached that level. Who on earth could it be? Chapter 82 caught the Grandmaster stage's attention? He wasn't just any Grandmaster stage. He was a Grandmaster stage who had just returned from the front lines at the border, a Grandmaster stage who had fought valiantly on the front lines and achieved remarkable military exploits. Therefore, his discernment was far beyond that of the instructors at those academies. His judgment was absolutely sound. In the data provided to him, there was absolutely no youngster of this caliber. I originally thought this test would be a bit boring, but now it seems it's actually piqued my interest. He placed his palm on Shuekai's head, and a wisp of red energy surged from his arm into the center of Shuekai's forehead. Vitality release. This is an ability only those at the Grandmaster stage can use. Shuekai slowly came to and shuddered at the sight of the man standing before him. Even though I didn't knock you out, being knocked out by someone else amounts to the same result. You're last. Go wait in the training room. Shuekai's face turned deathly pale in an instant. But it hasn't even been an hour yet. He was about to protest when he was intimidated by the Grandmaster stage's stern gaze. He swallowed everything he'd been about to say. Who knocked you out just now? Hearing Grandmaster stage's question, Shuekai, who'd been looking grim, instantly became agitated. Su. It's Su from Tianhai City, that country bumpkin. He ambushed me. That guy has no honor in combat. We were clearly clashing head-on with brute force, yet he pulled off that bizarre technique that uses the opponent's momentum. He spoke excitedly, as if venting the grievance in his heart. But when he looked up again, Grandmaster stage had vanished without a trace. He stood there dumbfounded for a moment, then shouted in anger. Su! Just you wait. I'll swear. Su never would have dreamed that, before the test had even officially begun, Grandmaster stage had already singled him out as the first target to be dealt with. He moved in the direction the man had pointed, constantly scanning his surroundings. At that very moment, many people had already begun looking for places to hide. Quite a few had also gathered in groups, presumably intending to try and fend off Grandmaster stage's attack together. But he was well aware of Grandmaster stage's power after all. He was an avid learner and had researched the classifications of the warrior stage in great detail. Grandmaster stage could project vitality outward, much like striking a target from a distance. With this ability alone, one could take on a master stage level opponent. So having numerical superiority was useless once the fighting began. A single wave of the hand could wipe out a whole group. The only useful strategies were to evade whenever possible and to have a means of escape. He understood his sister's personality. She was naturally averse to taking risks, cautious by nature, and particularly disliked anything that fell outside the rules. Although they hadn't seen each other in years and people's personalities might change over time, human nature isn't so easily altered. It was highly likely that Qing had gone into hiding. Su ignored the groups of people and began searching every spot he thought might be a hiding place. Soon, he found an area that resembled a garden. This must have been a remnant of the vacation villa before it was renovated. It was a labyrinthine maze, perfect for hiding. Finding a single person here would likely take a great deal of effort, and with Su noticing that many people were deliberately hiding from him in the shadows, tracking down Chang became even more difficult. He came across a small group. He didn't know which school they were from, and when he tried to ask them for information, they snapped at him. Get lost. Get out of here. Are you out of your mind? The stream of insults from the other side startled Su for a moment, then he furrowed his brow. Why are you cursing at me? I just wanted to ask about first high school. But the group immediately launched into a tirade. You're using a Grandmaster stage to gather information? Sue didn't understand what they meant and instinctively looked back only to see that Grandmaster stage standing not far away.
The Grandmaster stage was smiling at him, a hint of mockery in his expression.
Don't worry. The test hasn't started yet.
Feel free to move around. I won't make a move just yet.
Sua's face darkened.
He had no idea why the Grandmaster stage was following him, nor did he know when the Grandmaster stage had started tailing him. But there was no doubt about it, this Grandmaster stage seemed intent on being the first to take him down.
Was it Shuekai?
Sue realized that Shuekai was very likely connected to this Grandmaster stage, and his expression darkened.
Let us get out of here.
The person behind him began to urge him on. Sue gazed into the depths of the garden and hesitated for a moment. There was no doubt about it, if the Grandmaster stage kept following him, he would become a thorn in the side of all the test participants, who would want nothing more than to stay as far away from him as possible. If he insisted on going to find Ching now, then by the time the test began, he and Chang would most likely be among the first to be eliminated. Although Awu had mentioned that Cheng had a guaranteed spot, he couldn't take that risk. She was his sister. She'd come to compete despite her injuries, and she couldn't be eliminated just like that. Even if Sue had a million questions burning in his mind right now, he couldn't act on them if it meant putting his family at risk.
There's no reason.
Because that's just how Sue has always been. He slowly raised his head and stared at the Grandmaster stage not far away, locking eyes with him. His expression was calm. He showed no fear, even though the other was a Grandmaster stage. He had long been aware of a Grandmaster stage's power, having learned about it from various classical texts and certain documentaries. People often fear what is mysterious and unknown. Once they truly understand it, the fear subsides. Seeing that Sue could hold his gaze so calmly, the Grandmaster stage's interest in him grew even stronger. At Sue's age, there weren't many who dared to meet his gaze.
You don't need to be resentful.
I'm the instructor in charge of this test, so everything about it is by the rules. Whatever I do is justified. Besides, once you're actually on the battlefield, you'll understand that those beasts don't play by the rules. No sooner had he finished speaking than Sue turned and ran toward the garden's exit. Grandmaster stage didn't chase after him immediately. After all, catching up to Sue would be a breeze for him. He was simply curious to see what this youngster would do, knowing full well that he was bound to come looking for him. What kind of plan would he come up with? Driven by this intense curiosity, he followed after him. The garden was located at the easternmost point, while they were currently at the westernmost point. A few students from First High School were hiding on a relatively secluded path. Lang Ningxue cautiously scanned her surroundings and gave Ching a thumbs up. I have to say, Xiao Cheng, you really outdid yourself. You actually managed to shake off those annoying guys. Ching smiled faintly. It's all because you're so popular. With so many knights in shining armor around you, if they all gathered together, I bet the Grandmaster stage would be on our trail in no time. We went all the way from the east to the west. No one would have expected that. There's practically no one around here right now. We can definitely hold out until the very end. Chapter 83, Holding Off the Grandmaster Stage. 20 minutes remained until the countdown to the night test at the training camp. At the westernmost edge of the training grounds lay an uncultivated hillside, where winding paths meandered through fields of fruits and vegetables. It'll start in 20 minutes. So far, only 20 or 30 people have passed through here. The spot we picked is hidden enough. There's absolutely no problem. Lang Ningxue stood on a tree branch, gesturing to the people below. Xiao Cheng, what are you doing? Turn off your phone right away. It's so bright. What if we get spotted? Xing took one last look at the family photo on her phone's wallpaper and turned it off. Just then, the boy standing next to her suddenly spoke up. Whoa! Someone's running toward us, and there's someone else right behind him. Ningxue, take a look. I can't see clearly from where I am. Lang Ningxue quickly turned her head and froze. It's him. How did Grandmaster Stage end up following him? Lang Ningxue stared grimly into the distance. In the moonlight, Sue was running toward them with a blank expression on his face. From the look of it, he seemed intent on reaching the westernmost point, and judging by his route, he was bound to enter their little grove. If it were just him coming over, it wouldn't be a problem at worst, they could all hide here together. But the problem was, Grandmaster Stage was right behind Sue. How did that Grandmaster Stage end up following this guy over here? This grove may be secluded, but that's a Grandmaster Stage we're talking about. If he comes in here, none of us will make it out, we'll be the first to be eliminated. Long Ningshui's face darkened. No wonder so few people had come this way. They must have all been scared off by the Grandmaster Stage Sue was leading, and fled all the way to the east. The others heard her words and their expressions darkened. Sheng, in particular, looked deeply worried. She clutched her phone tightly, her expression serious and determined, her gaze gradually hardening. Hurry up and figure something out. I absolutely cannot be eliminated here. I have to make it into the top 10 of the training camp's overall rankings. That's right, she had a very good reason to make it into the top 10. She absolutely couldn't be eliminated. It's too late, they're already coming this way. Lang Ningshui looked grim as she perched in the tree. That's right. At this moment, Sue was no more than 100 meters away from them. He'd be charging into this forest any second. No way we'll be spotted sooner or later. We still have time to run east now. At least we won't be among the first to be eliminated. Sheng was already extremely anxious and ready to run out. Wait. He seems to have stopped. Stopped? Yes, he has stopped. That's right, Sue had come to a halt. He didn't keep running forward because he knew he'd reached the westernmost point. At that moment, some of the trainees hiding nearby began to emerge on their own without a word. They sprinted eastward, seizing their last chance. Grandmaster Stage didn't stop them, but instead stared at Sue with curiosity. What are you trying to do? Running all the way from the east, is it to ensure that at least one person from Tianhai City advances? Grandmaster Stage looked at the composed Sue and offered his guess. No. I'm here to defeat you. Sue flashed a toothy grin and casually snapped off a twig from a nearby tree. He hadn't expected the test to take place at night, so he hadn't brought his light spirit sword with him. But he could still perform the light spirit sword dance with a twig. He was going to give it a try. He would give it his all to see just how far he was from the true Grandmaster Stage. After all, there was no escaping it. If he was destined to be the first to be eliminated, then so be it. The Grandmaster Stage clearly hadn't expected this, and he was growing increasingly interested in Sue, this young man. Young people really are like calves unafraid of tigers. To actually say something like that. A hint of approval flashed in his eyes as he looked at Sue. Helping a teammate from the same city secure a spot that showed wisdom and responsibility. Daring to cross so many realms to face him, that was commendable courage. He was a promising prospect. It's a shame his luck isn't on his side. Luck is part of one's strength, and having caught his attention could only be considered bad luck for Sue. But Sue's next words made his expression freeze. Sue picked up his phone, glanced at it, and then said slowly, "Mentor, you set these rules. You're not going to go back on your word, are you?" "Of course not. That's why I haven't made a move yet. There are still 19 minutes until you're allowed to act. That means for these 19 minutes, if I attack you, you can't fight back, right?" Grandmaster Stage was taken aback. He never in his wildest dreams would have imagined Sue would ask such a question. But Sue had a point. As the mentor, he absolutely couldn't go back on his word. Besides, he was a warrior who had returned from the front lines. How could he go back on his word with a student? Caught off guard by Sue's ploy, his expression darkened slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. "You're quite the little rascal. I thought I'd already given you credit, but it seems I've still underestimated you. However, as your mentor, my word is my bond. As long as you can touch me even once before the official start, I'll grant you these 20 minutes. You must remain motionless right here for the first 20 minutes. All right." Sue hadn't expected this stroke of luck and charged straight at him. The twig in his hand whirled wildly, moving so fast that faint after images appeared. The light and agile sword art was, at most, an earth-tier martial art. Although it was one tier lower than the 8 extreme yin-yang art, it wasn't inferior to other earth-tier martial arts. Most importantly, since it was performed with a weapon, it had a wider range and greater flexibility. Back in Tianhai City, when he was fighting the beasts, he used this martial art far more often than the 8 extreme yin-yang art. In the distance, Long Ningxue watched the scene, her young face filled with shock. "I'm stunned. That guy is actually attacking a Grandmaster stage fighter on his own. Is that for real?" "It is." "Is he crazy? Does he want to be the first one eliminated?" The group all stepped back slightly and caught sight of the figure outside. Xing naturally poked her head out as well, but due to the angle, she couldn't see Su's face clearly. From their vantage point, they could only see Su with his back turned, chasing after the Grandmaster stage. They all froze in place, thinking they were seeing things, then rubbed their eyes. "I'm not seeing things, am I? That guy is actually chasing after Grandmaster stage and fighting him." Lung Ningxue stood on the tree, her eyes wide, completely forgetting to stay hidden. But she was quickly reminded and crouched down. He is so amazing. With just those few moves, it feels like even Zhao Long and Zhao Hu wouldn't stand a chance. Zhao Long and Zhao Hu were the other two teenagers. They were brothers and ranked among the top students at First High School. Both brothers were currently at the master stage, yet they now stared at the figure in the distance with looks of utter astonishment. That sword technique looks so familiar. "Ningxue, are you sure this guy isn't from Longdu?" Chapter 84, Survival Against All Odds. Both brothers had mastered a perfect martial art. It could be said that their talent for martial arts was top tier. Yet even so, they couldn't help but marvel at Su's exquisitely refined sword technique. If there were an adjective to describe a level of martial arts mastery beyond perfect, then this man's execution of this sword technique would be at that very level. If those impenetrable attacks were to land on them, they certainly wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Even watching from afar, they felt as if they were being suffocated. This guy's cultivation is at least 2 stars in the master stage. The older brother, Zhao Long, spoke up. "Are you sure he is not from Longdu?" His younger brother, Zhao Hu, wore a peculiar expression. This wasn't a matter of them feeling superior. As the capital of Longhua, Longdu's resources were far beyond what other cities and regions could match. The investment in training and resources for the warrior stage here was on a completely different level compared to other cities. So even if other cities were reluctant to admit it, Longdu's warrior stage practitioners far surpassed those in other regions, especially among this generation of young people. The martial arts proficiency and cultivation level Su had demonstrated were already on par with the average talent in Longdu. "It really isn't. He mentioned to me last time that he was from Shanghai City," Ling Ningxue said seriously. "What kind of high? There are so many cities with that name, but it probably isn't a major one, more of a peripheral city. Can someone from a peripheral city reach this level? Why haven't we ever heard of anyone like this before we came here? What's his name?" The two brothers asked in unison, their faces brimming with curiosity. Lang Ningxue thought for a moment, then replied uncertainly, "I think his name is Su?" That's right. It should be Su." "Su? You mean Su?" Xing, standing beside Zhao Long and Zhao Hu, froze upon hearing the name and hurriedly spoke up. "Are you saying this person's name is Su? The city he mentioned to you is at Tianhai City?" Xing suddenly became excited. She stared at the figure in the distance. The more she looked, the more familiar it seemed, until it finally merged with the figure in her memory. "Yes. Now that you mention it, I'm sure that's it. That's exactly the name Su mentioned back then, Tianhai City." Lang Ningxue nodded eagerly and spoke up. Hearing her confirmation, Xing grew even more excited. She tried to speak several times, but hesitated in the end. No. It absolutely couldn't be her brother. She knew her brother's talent all too well. Although she secretly hoped it was her brother, she had always kept a close eye on Su's talent. A few months ago, the last news she'd heard about Su was that he was facing expulsion. Not only was his vitality insufficient for an undergraduate program, but he might not even qualify for a vocational program. To have suppressed the Grandmaster stage here in just a few short months? It was nothing but a joke. It could just be a coincidence. Besides, if they rushed out now, they'd surely give away their whereabouts. A long time had passed while the group was chatting. He probably hadn't gotten very far. They'd better wait and see. Sheen, do you really know him? The group eyed Sheen curiously, but she merely gave a forced smile and shook her head. I'm not sure. They looked disappointed, but quickly refocused their attention on the battle in the distance. Sheen's gaze remained fixed on the figure not far away, watching Su dominate the Grandmaster stage with an unusual look in her eyes. Why isn't the mentor fighting back? Zhao Long and Zhao Hu, seeing the Grandmaster stage being constantly overwhelmed, finally realized something was off. I'm not sure. Could it be that the time hasn't come yet, so the mentor can't fight back? The group huddled together, their expressions puzzled. The twigs in Su's hand were now flying wildly, and his relentless barrage of attacks nearly enveloped the mentor. Yet even with this all-encompassing, no dead-angle assault, the opponent was able to dodge with ease. This Grandmaster stage mentor remained calm throughout. Even as he dodged, a hint of amusement lingered in his eyes. He effortlessly evaded Su's attacks, his breathing not even becoming irregular. Su, on the other hand, was already panting heavily. He was attacking with everything. He had literally giving it his all, yet he hadn't managed to land a single blow. Not only was he unable to land a hit, but it was becoming increasingly difficult to even get close to his opponent. It's been 10 minutes already. There's only one last 10 minutes left. Judging by the way you look, you probably won't make it. Seeing him drenched in sweat, the Grandmaster stage burst into laughter. Just as expected. This was the gap in strength. Faced with such a massive disparity in cultivation levels, Su felt he had no chance at all. Was this really how he was going to end up last? Su felt a deep sense of resentment. He allocated his remaining 1 point of insight to the light and agile sword dance. This was his only chance. He did not allocate that 1 point of insight to the 8 extremes yin-yang art. Because a single point of insight was simply not enough to break through the 8 extremes yin-yang art. In his current situation, only the spiritual Qi sword art held the potential for improvement. As he channeled that single point of insight into a moment of epiphany, countless theories flooded his mind. His understanding of the light and agile sword dance gradually deepened, with finer details filling in the gaps. Combining this with his previous understanding of the sword technique, his slashing strikes gradually evolved into new moves. The Grandmaster stage, who had been smiling all along, sensed the change in the sword technique, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Had this young man actually achieved an epiphany in the midst of battle? He could sense that Su seemed to be attempting new moves, clearly experimenting with variations on his slashing sword technique. The impenetrable range of his sword attacks began to shrink, yet their speed and angles grew increasingly unpredictable. One strike even came within a hair's breadth of grazing the Grandmaster stage's sleeve. So close. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolled down Su's cheeks. It's not enough. His understanding of this sword technique still isn't deep enough. If only he could have one more point of insight. Su felt a pang of regret for not having learned another martial art during this period. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about it before. He simply felt there were too many martial arts to master, and that trying to do too much at once would lead to poor results. So he hoped to focus all his attention on the 8 extremes yin-yang art and the spirit Qi sword dance. After all, while one's capacity to learn is limitless, a person's time and energy are finite. Feeling his stamina wane and realizing there were martial arts he couldn't even begin to master, his gaze gradually hardened. He simply stood where he was, took a deep breath, and slowly closed his eyes. Having studied so much foundational martial arts theory, combined with his deep understanding of the light and agile sword dance, he decided to try modifying it himself. Having already created 2 versions of the vitality theory, Su was extremely confident. This was not only because refining a martial art was easier than developing a vitality theory, but also because of his confidence in his understanding of the light and agile sword dance. The deeper one's knowledge and understanding of a martial art, the easier it is to refine it. Su suddenly stopped, and the Grandmaster stage came to a halt as well. What is this kid up to? Looking at the serious-faced teenager before him, he actually felt a twinge of foreboding. Chapter 85, First Place. He wasn't sure why a teenager at the master stage was giving him this feeling. After all, he was a battle-hardened veteran who had even encountered the unrivaled 100-meter-long behemoth, yet even so, he knew this was the kind of feeling one gets when facing an unknown danger. Su opened his eyes just then, his gaze brimming with an inexplicable confidence. Could it be a heaven-tier martial art? He thought of Shui Kai, whom Su had knocked unconscious, and his expression grew grave. If it were a heaven-tier martial art, there was indeed a chance he might have to face it. He created some distance, waiting for Su to change his technique. If he wasn't mistaken, the move that defeated Shui Kai should have been a close-range technique. Su moved, swinging the twig in his hand through the air as he closed in, just as before. Grandmaster Stage's attention was entirely focused on Su's follow-up move. He paid no mind to a technique that couldn't possibly reach him. But immediately, his expression changed drastically. Su hadn't chosen to abandon the twig technique. Instead, he had switched to a sword technique. Although it was the same move as before, its range suddenly widened. If the light and graceful sword dance had a range of 2 meters, this variation's range was 4 meters, and its speed had doubled. Light and graceful sword dance. The branches whirled through the air, tracing curved paths wherever they passed, like a graceful dance. Both its speed and attack range were visually stunning. This move left several students from First High School in the distance speechless. Zhao Long and Zhao Hu exchanged glances, each seeing the shock in the other's eyes. In fact, they had already been quite surprised when Su made his first variation earlier. After all, any martial arts manual available on the market has generally been refined countless times. Never mind changing techniques mid-combat. Even if someone set aside time specifically to study it, they might not be able to figure it out. But Su not only changed his technique once during the sequence, he changed it twice in a row. Is this guy really from Tianhai City? I thought that was just a remote, resource-poor backwater, right? Zhao Long and Zhao Hu spoke one after the other, their voices brimming with astonishment. Just those few swings alone, they might not even be able to block them. Tianhai City is indeed resource-poor. I've heard the highest cultivation level there is no more than the Grand Master stage. It was Qing who answered their questions. She stared intently at that receding figure, while countless questions welled up in her mind. Why is such a prodigiously talented genius also named Su? Could it really be a coincidence? Just then, the Grandmaster stage practitioner not far away sensed something was wrong immediately, but it was already too late to dodge. Rip! His clothes were torn by a tree branch, revealing the solid muscles of his shoulder, and he came to a halt, his face grim. Su also stopped his attack, flashing a bright smile. Mentor, does this count as a success? He had just checked his phone. There were still 3 minutes left before the official test began. As agreed, the mentor would give him 20 minutes to escape. He looked at Su, narrowing his eyes slightly, exuding an imposing presence. This startled Su, and his heart skipped a beat. There was no one around right now. Would the mentor, out of embarrassment and anger, try to renege on the deal? Just as he was feeling extremely anxious, the mentor finally spoke. A smile gradually spread across his face as he said slowly, "Very good. You did well beyond my expectations. You didn't even need 20 minutes. I hereby declare that you've earned a perfect score this time." A perfect score? Su exclaimed in surprise. What's the reward for a perfect score? He clearly remembered this Grandmaster stage practitioner saying that those who placed at the top would receive rewards. A Master's pill. It can unconditionally raise your realm by 1 star and it has no side effects. Upon hearing this, Su's initial excitement faded somewhat. Just 1 star? That was really too little. At his current rate of vitality growth, he could essentially advance 3 or 4 stars in a month. What's the matter? You look a bit disappointed. It's not that I'm looking down on it, but I was wondering if there might be some higher level rewards books on vitality or martial arts, or insights from a warrior stage practitioner at a higher realm.
I'd be willing to forego the pill in exchange. Su hesitated slightly before voicing his thoughts. This was his big break, he had to seize every opportunity.
The resources available to people and organizations in Longdu were nothing like those in a small city like Tianhai. Now that he'd finally been given this chance, he had to make the most of it. The Grandmaster stage looked utterly astonished. Clearly, he hadn't expected Su to make such a request. He eyed Su up and down, at a loss for words, and said with a wry smile, "This is the first time I've ever heard of someone turning down a master Expelled in favor of those useless old books.
I'm more interested in those. Can we swap?"
Su didn't say much else. The higher one's cultivation realm, the less value one places on vitality theory that's only natural. Having reached the Grandmaster stage, they all overcome numerous hardships, so they placed greater trust in their own cultivation processes and experiences.
No need to swap.
I've got plenty of that junk, it's just advanced theories on vitality, isn't it? He tapped his watch and handed Su a tattered notebook. This contains the knowledge and experience I've accumulated over the years, the insights and theories of the Grandmaster stage.
It will be of immense help to you.
Su looked at the tattered notebook, feeling somewhat excited. The insights and experiences written down by a Grandmaster stage practitioner were nothing like the knowledge found in those books sold in stores. It was just like the novels he'd read before.
Although those novels contained commercial embellishments and literary flourishes, the reality behind them was entirely different. I'll give you the elixir after tonight's preliminary test is over. Go back to the classroom and wait for now.
As he spoke, he patted Su on the shoulder.
I have high hopes for you. I reckon you'll make it into this year's top 36.
Su was somewhat surprised to hear that. Given what he'd just demonstrated, he could only make it into the top 36. He hadn't expected that even at this level, he still couldn't crack the top 30. It seemed this training camp was truly teeming with hidden talents. He said nothing more, ran past Grandmaster stage, and his figure gradually faded from view. Why did he leave? Seeing Su leave so suddenly, Long Ningxue looked utterly puzzled. Xing hadn't seen Su's face the entire time and wore a slightly regretful expression.
Come out. Hiding for so long, aren't you tired? Is the Grandmaster stage really that ordinary in your eyes? Suddenly, the Grandmaster stage turned to look in their direction.
The expressions of the first high school students froze simultaneously, their faces turning ashen. The test had just begun, and being spotted by Grandmaster stage meant they would be among the first to be eliminated.
Oh no! We're done for. We've been wiped out. First high school's reputation is completely ruined. Lang Ningxue's face was etched with resentment and anxiety. She stamped her feet in frustration.
Xing stood frozen in place, muttering to himself in a daze.
No way. I absolutely cannot be eliminated here, absolutely not.
Otherwise, everything I've done all these years will have been for nothing.
And there'll be no way to save Mom anymore. Chapter 86, The Target of Everyone's Ire. Inside the training room.
Shui Kai sat there all alone, his expression grim.
You damn brat, don't let me run into you again.
If I ever run into you again, I'll flay you alive and show you just how tough Grandpa here is. The more he thought about Su, the angrier he got. He suddenly stood up and roared.
Who are you talking about?
That bastard Su, of course.
He made me come in last.
I'd love to flay him alive, Shui Kai answered without thinking, but suddenly the voice sounded familiar. He instinctively turned around and saw Su walking through the training camp gates, sending a shiver down his spine.
He instinctively took a step back, watching Su nervously.
Although he was all talk, he'd already been defeated in an instant once, so he was well aware of Su's strength. If it really came down to a fight, he wouldn't stand a chance.
How did you get back here?
Shui Kai's eyes widened, but he immediately realized something and burst out laughing.
You're second from the bottom? Ha, you brought this on yourself.
Su found a spot to sit down and opened the worn notebook in his hand.
I'm not near the bottom, I'm first place. I just came back early. You're quite the smooth talker. You barely beat me by sheer luck, and you actually think you're something now? I'll let you in on a secret. I was the one who told the mentor about your situation. If I'm not mistaken, you'll be the first one the mentor takes care of, right? Shuai smirked smugly, feeling like he'd finally gotten his revenge. He was certain that the mentor had taken an interest in Su and would be the first to eliminate him. Seeing the look of absolute certainty on Su's face, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Su's mouth. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have come in first. I might not even have made it into the top 30. The more Su acted like this, the more Shuai was convinced he was right. Su had lost his composure. Getting flustered? Already flustered? You usually act so nonchalant and now you're flustered? Su couldn't be bothered to respond and automatically tuned him out. If he had the time, he'd rather review the notes in his hand than get tangled up in an argument with this guy. Seeing that Su was ignoring him, Shuai grew a bit annoyed. But he didn't dare push Su too far. After all, he now knew he was no match for him. All he could do was get a few cheap shots in. Oof. There's no difference between second to last and last. What's there to be so smug about? Oh, right, I forgot to tell you, thanks to you, those 2 fights we had have loosened the constraints on my cultivation realm. I'm about to break through. Su was intently reading at that moment, and hearing this made him a bit irritated. Can you just shut up? He looked up and glared at Shuai, his expression angry. Seeing him like this, Shuai immediately backed down. He shut his mouth, but muttered under his breath. Just you wait. Once I break through to the next cultivation level, I'll have you in the palm of my hand. Seeing that he had finally quieted down, Su's mood began to settle, and he focused all his attention on the notes in his hands. What Grandmaster Stage had written was truly eye-opening. Although it wasn't anything entirely new, it detailed the mentor's own numerous experimental methods designed to help practitioners at lower levels advance their cultivation and cultivation base as quickly as possible. For example, the speed of cultivation varies depending on the environment. How to utilize one's vitality during combat to accelerate its consumption, thereby gaining greater improvement after the battle. For example, in everyday practice, using martial arts with relatively low potency to specifically train the subtleties of vitality application can help one sense the flow of vitality more quickly, accelerating the cycle of its depletion and replenishment. There are many more insights like these. Although these are all refinements based on existing vitality and combat experience, they are sufficient proof that no powerful practitioner has ever advanced their realm through luck alone. From the minutiae of vitality muscle control to the special techniques employed when executing martial arts. All of this represents the hard-earned wisdom of Grandmaster Stage Masters and is of immense value. As he immersed himself in these teachings, his vitality continued to rise. He didn't know how much time had passed when he heard a burst of laughter and instinctively looked up. The laughter came from where Shuai was sitting, and at that moment, quite a few people were standing around him. Only then did Su realize with surprise that quite a few people had already returned to the training room upon closer inspection. There were roughly 40 of them. How long had he been watching? 10 minutes? After all, his vitality had only increased by a little over 2 points from his studies. Most of the students were sitting where they were, not saying a word. A few, however, were in a better mood and had started chatting with one another. Among them, Shuai and the people around him seemed to be in the best spirits. They appeared to be discussing something, their gazes fixed on Su. Sensing their stares, Shuai shot him a mocking look. This guy definitely doesn't have any good intentions. It's just a test, after all, otherwise, he'd definitely corner Shuai and beat him until he submitted. Just then, a group of people closed in, surrounding Su. Hey, kid, you're the one who brought the mentor to the West, right? It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been eliminated this early. Several unfamiliar faces charged forward, looking extremely angry. Judging by their expressions, they were itching to lay their hands on Su right then and there. Seeing the commotion around Su, Shuai, who'd been hoping Su would get beaten up, jumped at the chance to rub salt in the wound. Ouch! Su, you've offended so many people and still ended up second to last. That's quite something. Debts must be repaid, it's only fair. You've caused so many of our brothers to get such poor scores. Aren't you going to offer some compensation?
These people hadn't had any particular thoughts at first, but upon hearing Shuekai's words, they began to chime in.
Judging by their expressions, if Su didn't offer an explanation, things were likely to turn violent. The onlookers all assumed Su would be so terrified that he'd drop to his knees and beg for mercy.
After all, although most of the people here weren't at the master stage, being surrounded by such a large crowd would intimidate anyone.
But when Su heard their words, far from getting nervous, he instead surveyed everyone around him and said slowly, "None of you are from Longdu No. 1 High School, are you?" His seemingly out-of-the-blue question caught many off guard.
The ringleader, a guy with long hair, looked particularly agitated.
What? Are you implying you're on good terms with the kids from No. 1 High?
Su ignored him, but as he scanned the others, he confirmed there was no one from No. 1 High School here. He breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of ease. It seemed all his efforts hadn't been in vain. However, to the others, his sigh of relief looked like he was gloating that his connection to No. 1 High School would keep them from laying a finger on him. At that moment, the leader's face turned bright red with rage. "Don't tell us you're not from First High. Even if you are, you still have to teach us a lesson today.
Otherwise, you'll pay dearly."
No sooner had he finished speaking than someone behind him shouted,
"Someone from First High is back." Chapter 87, Intimidating the Entire Crowd.
"If you don't give us a satisfactory explanation today, I'll make sure you can't participate in the upcoming training camp." As the ringleader spoke, the rest of the group closed in on him. The atmosphere was tense and charged. With so many people, even if most were only at the warrior stage, if it came to a fight, he might as well forget about continuing his upcoming training camp. However, these people all had their own agendas and wouldn't work together as a united front. As long as he focused his attacks on the ringleader, he could definitely intimidate the rest. "The First High students are back!" someone shouted, and the crowd turned to look behind them in unison.
Su also looked over immediately, feeling a surge of excitement.
He saw a boy and a girl walking in from outside the classroom.
Su recognized the girl. She was the one he'd met last time.
The boy had a determined face, but now it was filled with resignation and bitterness.
"Isn't that Longningsue? That's right. No wonder she's First High's most beautiful student. I heard she has turned down the Tianhua faction for 3 years in a row."
The leader of the group turned pale when he saw the First High students return. He stepped forward.
"Zhao Hu, Longningsue, this is between us and Su. It has nothing to do with you."
Longningsue and Zhao Hu also noticed the group and curiously turned their gaze toward them.
"What?" Longningsue looked up and happened to catch Su's somewhat accusatory gaze. The corner of her mouth twitched.
She immediately ducked behind Zhao Hu, looking embarrassed.
"Su, I didn't mean to lie to you. Don't hit me."
Although she was exaggerating a bit, she meant every word. After all, she'd seen Su suppress the cultivation level of a Grandmaster stage mentor. If he used that same set of sword techniques against her, who knows what would happen? Zhao Hu also wore a stiff smile.
Brother Su, please don't get angry. Let us talk this out." The two men's exchange left the onlookers utterly stunned.
Most of them didn't recognize Su and his group, but they certainly knew these two. Everyone from First High School was famous. They'd all ranked at the top of the list before the training camp. If anyone here were to face off against these two, not a single person present could win. They'd basically be crushed.
But now, these two from First High seem to be really afraid of this country bumpkin. Su?
Not far away, Shuekai, who had been watching all this unfold, widened his eyes in disbelief.
Was he seeing things?
These guys from First High were known as the Four Dragons of First High, each one a true standout. He originally thought that a country bumpkin like Su would, at most, just try to suck up to them. He never expected this kind of scene. It was simply beyond his comprehension. For a moment, his mind went blank, and the few people around him who were watching the spectacle also wore completely bewildered expressions.
All eyes were fixed on Su. Su looked at Longningsue, who was hiding behind Zhao Hu, his expression turning grim. "Where is she?"
"She hasn't been eliminated yet."
Longningsue gave an awkward smile.
She was certain Sue must have a very short fuse. At least when it came to being tricked by her, he was definitely furious. Hearing that Ching hadn't been eliminated yet, she breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing we were led to the west. If you were eliminated this quickly even in the west, imagine if you'd actually been in the east, you'd probably all be out by now, he said with a sense of relief. How dare you say that? If you hadn't lured the Grandmaster stage to the west, would we have been eliminated? You don't like Ching at all. If you hadn't lured the Grandmaster stage over here, I wouldn't have been eliminated either. Mentioning this, Long Ningxue suddenly spoke up, her cheeks puffed out in indignation. Sue was taken aback. What do you mean? You guys were in the west too? Yes, we were right there in the grove behind you. The moment you walked by, we were spotted. Long Ningxue nodded emphatically, looking thoroughly aggrieved. Sue felt his head buzzing. A wave of regret washed over him. If he hadn't been so quick to trust others, he wouldn't have lured the Grandmaster stage to the west. Damn it! But on second thought, at least they hadn't been eliminated in the first round. His expression brightened slightly. What are you all talking about? At that moment, those who harbored resentment toward Sue, realizing he had absolutely no connection to their school, couldn't help but explode. Xiaowu, since this guy has nothing to do with First High, get out of the way. We're going to take this guy down. The leader of the group, his face fierce, waved his hand to shoo them away. But as soon as he finished speaking, he saw the others around him take a step back, staring in terror at the space behind him. He instinctively turned around and saw Sue standing right in front of him. He exuded a thuggish aura from head to toe, his eyes fixed intently on Sue. Sue was 178 tall, not exceptionally tall, but certainly not short either, otherwise, he wouldn't be sitting in the back row of the classroom. He stared at the ringleader like a fully awake, human-shaped beast. That's right. That's exactly how the teenager felt right now. Sue was terrifying. Many students at Longdu had long been battling beasts, so they carried that same menacing aura, but Sue had more than just that. His eyes seemed capable of seeing right through a person's every thought, radiating unshakable confidence. It was so intense that even his opponent would believe he had absolutely no chance of defeating Sue. Only when Sue saw him look back did he slowly raise his fist and strike. The person standing before him had barely reached the master stage. He was no match at all. If this were a fight against the beasts, he would have launched a sneak attack long ago, but he read many books. If he was going to win, he had to do so fair and square, just like now. Ba Ji in Yang Gong. The teenager was sent flying 3 or 4 meters, landing on the ground, clutching his chest, his face pale. Who else? Sue looked at the next person without hesitation, his expression impassive. He had always been a man with clear goals and the ability to carry them out. His purpose in coming here was to secure a guaranteed admission spot and find out exactly what had happened to his younger sister. To achieve this goal, he would act without hesitation. He was never one to dither. If anyone else dared to stand in his way, he would take them all down as well. He'd already taken a quick look around. No one here could defeat him in a one-on-one fight. Just then, a teenager to his side began to look increasingly menacing. Judging by his clothes, he was likely from the same school as the leader. Sue noticed the change immediately. He took a step forward and charged, landing a punch. His opponent also unleashed his martial arts technique. The fist he threw instantly produced several afterimages, as if it had split into multiple strikes. At a glance, this was clearly no ordinary martial art. At the very least, it was a top-tier earth-rank technique. The onlookers gasped in shock, but the moment the strikes made contact with Sue, they were all effortlessly deflected. Before anyone could react, Sue grabbed the boy and slammed him hard onto the floor. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed through the classroom. The boy was slammed violently into the floor, foaming at the mouth. Cracks spread across the floor, sending a chill down everyone's spine. That's a heaven-tier martial art. Chapter 88, the test comes to a close. If Sue had previously kept his heaven-tier martial art as a trump card, then now he had completely laid his cards on the table. Sue stood up and scanned the crowd. Everyone instinctively took a step back. Heaven tier martial arts are rare not because they are heaven tier, but because at their age, it is extremely difficult to master martial arts of this tier. So when everyone realized Su had mastered a celestial tier martial art, their first reaction was shock. Their second reaction was to instinctively step back. In an instant, everyone surrounding Su took a step back. The scene was nothing short of spectacular. Lang Ningxue tugged at Zhao Hua's shirt. The two instinctively locked eyes, each seeing the shock deep in the other's gaze. They had both thought that Su's sword technique against the Grandmaster stage was already his ultimate move, but they never expected him to possess an even more astonishing martial art. Everyone fell silent, not daring to approach any further. Are you kidding me? Who would dare step forward now? This isn't a life or death fight, it's just a showdown. Anyone who steps forward to take a hit will be knocked out cold. Shui Kai, who had been waiting for Su to slip up, saw this and felt a twitch in his facial muscles. He even felt a dull ache throughout his body. But this only fueled his desire for revenge even more. As he watched those who were about to back down, he stepped forward. Su, don't think that just because you had a bit of luck and stumbled upon a heaven-tier martial art, you can stand here and consider yourself invincible. There are plenty of geniuses at this training camp. You've got some nerve, taking on those in the top 30 and strutting around here like you own the place. If you really piss us off, watch out, we'll all gang up on you and beat you to death. He spoke with such passion, as if the words came straight from his heart, that the others couldn't help but feel a sense of empathy. But only Su himself knew that this guy just couldn't stand the sight of him. Su stared at Shui Kai, sensing the gazes around him gradually turn fierce and determined because of his words, and he let out a cold laugh. That's funny, it's clearly you guys who provoked me. It was the mentor's choice to follow me. You're the ones who messed up, yet you want to blame me? If you're really that capable, why didn't any of you take first place? Shui Kai and the others all turned pale at his words. That's right. Even if they hadn't been influenced by Su, they wouldn't have done much better. That's still better than you, the bottom of the class. Right, what's a bottom of the class like you acting all high and mighty for? If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have had to come back this early. The people around them chattered in a jumble. It was clear they were extremely dissatisfied with Su. Seeing everyone turn their anger back towards Su, Shui Kai smiled with satisfaction. Everyone, the eliminations are over now. There's no need to keep arguing here. If you really have a bone to pick, there are still tests coming up, you can settle it then. At that moment, Lang Ningxue stepped forward. She was beautiful, and by offering both sides a way out, she managed to calm everyone down a bit. Fine, we'll give the beauty from first high some face. Wait until the next test, Su, don't let us catch you. We'll do whatever it takes to eliminate you. Su didn't take their words seriously. With so many people surrounding him and still unable to do anything to him, why would he worry about what comes next? Ridiculous. Only those lacking confidence would act that way. He, Su, was brimming with confidence. Whether it was his cultivation level or the knowledge in his mind, it was more than enough to make him incredibly confident when facing his peers. Su, I guess we're even now. Once the crowd had dispersed, Lang Ningxue hurried over and spoke to him with a smile. Was that your plan all along? Only then did Su realize why she helped him. Could you be a little nicer to her? She's a beauty, after all. Everyone else speaks to her in a soft, gentle voice. Just ask Zhao Hu if you don't believe me. Su looked up at Lang Ningxue, scrutinizing her closely. It was true, Lang Ningxue was very pretty, even possessing a touch more elegance than Lin. But it was precisely because of Lin that he had a bias against beautiful women. So, what do you think? Isn't she gorgeous? Just look and enjoy the view. After all, how could a pheasant ever be a match for a phoenix? Lang Ningxue had a mischievous streak, and when Su stared at her, she started teasing him. Su, however, didn't let his expression change much. Sorry, I'm not really into beautiful women. Especially women who lie. That's another point off. Lang Ningxue was stunned. She puckered her lips and stomped her little feet in anger.
Xiao Hu, he is picking on me. Go beat him up for me.
Zhao Hu was standing right next to her. Upon hearing this, he gave an awkward smile. Only then did Su notice the emblem on Zhao Hu's chest, for Star Master Stage. True to his reputation as a student at Longdu No. 1 High School, he was far more formidable than Su had imagined.
By the way, you said you were in the Western Sector. Then why were you eliminated so late? Shouldn't you have been among the first to be eliminated?
Su watched the eliminated contestants streaming into the classroom, his expression serious. Our mentor gave us a little extra time to escape. He said it was because of you. Lang Ningxue's gaze held a complex mix of emotions. Su was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that even in the end, this Grandmaster Stage contestant hadn't stooped to bullying others. After all, normally, this Grandmaster Stage contestant's mentor would have left the training room at the regular time. While the two were chatting, many people had already returned to the classroom.
There were about 100 of them now.
And it had only been a little over 20 minutes. It seemed the Grandmaster Stage was truly terrifying.
Who do you think will make the top 10 this time? Is there even a question? Didn't you guys get the training roster before you came?
It's just those 10 people at the top. As the crowd grew, everyone began to discuss it.
Su, who do you think will make the top 10? You must have seen those lists too, right?
Give us your guess.
Lang Ningxue, her face full of curiosity, nudged Su in the stomach with her elbow. Su's mouth twitched. Do you have any manners? Don't you have any sense of personal space? You little con artist. You're the con artist.
Your whole family are con artists.
Lang Ningxue's face flushed bright red. She seemed genuinely angry.
Su felt a bit awkward, so he said, I don't know who I'll make it into the top 10, but I'll definitely be number 1.
Number 1, you say? You've already been eliminated, and you're still claiming to be number 1. Lang Ningxue snorted coldly.
She said seriously, but I have to admit, you're pretty impressive.
How come you're back so early?
My mentor said I'm first and he is the one who decides.
Lang Ningxue shot him a withering glance. Fine. If you don't want to talk about it, forget it.
I wonder if Xiao Chang will make it into the top 10. Su didn't say anything. Instead, he watched the growing number of people returning, his expression grave. He was starting to feel a little nervous now. There were already nearly 200 people present. He figured he'd see his little sister any minute now.
Chapter 89, Who is number 1?
More and more people were returning, but Su still hadn't spotted the person he was looking for.
Zhao Long.
When Lang Ningxue saw a familiar figure waving, Su hurried over to ask. When Zhao Long heard Su ask about Qing, he instinctively turned around. Following Su's gaze, he saw the instructor walking in from outside, and the classroom fell completely silent.
Everyone. This assessment has concluded successfully. I've brought back the top 10 from this test. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to the instructor. Outside the classroom, one by one, the students walked in.
Su stared at each of their faces, his gaze finally settling on the last girl in line. Seeing her face both familiar and unfamiliar, Su trembled with excitement. He tried several times to speak up, but seeing the atmosphere in the room, he held back. This wasn't the right time to reveal their relationship, and besides. He looked at Qing in the distance, his brow furrowing slightly. Qing stood at the very back of the group of 10, her head slightly bowed, her eyes vacant, and her face full of hurt. She looked as if she had lost something important. There were even tear streaks at the corners of her eyes. Who had bullied her? Su wondered, his expression darkening.
What's wrong with Qing? Why does she look so downcast? Could Zhang Hao have bullied her? Lang Ningxue also noticed Qing's unusual behavior and asked Zhao Long from the side. Sigh. It's because of the test results.
Xiao Chang should have been 10th, but the instructor said the first place had already been decided, so everyone was moved down one spot.
That means Xiao Chang isn't in the top 10 anymore.
As Zhao Long spoke, He gestured for them to look at the people in front.
Look at the others, don't they all look completely dissatisfied?
Lang Ningxue and the others observed those people closely and noticed that they really did all look dissatisfied, as if they were seething with anger.
Wasn't it supposed to be based on the names of those who were eliminated? Why are they changing the rules now? How can the instructor act like this?
Our Xiao Chang worked so hard for this test.
It's just infuriating. Lang Ningxue spoke indignantly, unaware that Su's expression was gradually darkening.
He never would have dreamed in his wildest dreams that it was actually because of this.
Had he pushed his younger sister out of the top 10, causing her such distress? For a moment, Su felt incredibly awkward. Now, I'll announce the top 10. 11th place, Qing. 10th place, Yishi. 9th place, In Hong. 4th place, Zhang Hao.
Zhang Hao was a boy who looked older than his years. Upon hearing his name, far from being pleased, his expression darkened. His gaze swept back and forth across the crowd, his eyes seeming to hold a raging fire.
At that very moment, the trainees present finally realized something was amiss. Zhang Hao was 4th.
But there were still 2 people left to be announced. Where was 1st place? Why had they started announcing from 11th place? Everyone in the room noticed the anomaly, their eyes filled with confusion.
3rd place, Sui Tian. 2nd place, Hua.
As the instructor called out the final 2 names, everyone instinctively looked toward the door. They wanted to see if there was still someone standing outside the classroom.
Was the 1st place finisher standing there?
But soon, someone realized something was off.
That doesn't make sense.
That guy Hua is already a 6-star master stage, no one could possibly be better than him.
Exactly. Both he and Sui Tian are 6-star warrior stage. There's no one in Longdu stronger than them. How could one be 2nd and the other 3rd? Who on earth is 1st? Holy crap, I bet a ton on those 2. I've lost it all.
Listening to their discussion, a smug smile spread across the instructor's face. He clapped his hands to quiet the crowd, then slowly spoke before everyone's eyes. Class, I'm sure you're all curious as to why there's South no 1st place. The reason is simple. Among you, there was one student who actively attacked me during the test and actually hit me. So I've decided to promote that student directly to 1st place.
Does anyone have any objections?
Hearing the instructor's words, the crowd was left speechless.
Instructor, you're not joking, are you? I'm not joking. I'm serious. That student is right here among you. The mentor's expression was completely serious.
Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, a huge wave of emotion surged through the students' hearts. A single thought sprang to their minds simultaneously: that is impossible.
Absolutely impossible.
Everyone present had been personally escorted back by the mentor and knew all too well just how terrifying this Grandmaster stage mentor truly was. Never mind striking this Grandmaster stage instructor, even launching an attack against him would require immense courage. The killing intent honed through years of actual combat on the battlefield was simply beyond what they could withstand. Even if they entertained the thought, their legs would go weak.
At this age and at this level, there is absolutely no way anyone would dare to confront him head-on. Damn it!
What didn't he even take 1st place? I've lost all my New Year's money.
Shui Kai cursed under his breath.
His voice was loud enough that almost everyone around him heard it. Many people wore the same expression as him. Clearly, they all placed bets before the match. They blindly trusted Hua, the top-ranked player, but never expected this outcome. With nowhere to vent his anger, Shui Kai instinctively glanced at Su, only to find the other guy staring right back at him with a look of pure curiosity.
In an instant, his temper flared. What are you staring at, hick? I'm fine with losing my money, why are you gawking?
Su was indeed curious about how much this guy had bet, but he was even more curious about their betting pool. In a setup like this, they must all be well aware of everyone's skill level. Just looking at the odds tells you exactly how strong each person is. I'm just curious, why are you so convinced this guy will come in 1st?
You don't know shit. Hua came in 1st at the Longdu Youth Exchange Conference. He is in a league of his own. How can you, who came in second to last, even compare? Shui Kai let loose with a tirade. Now that he lost everything he owned, he was desperate for an outlet to vent his frustration. Quiet, everyone. Now, I'm going to announce this student's name. The instructor at the front interrupted them, restoring silence to the training classroom. The 10 young men and women on the stage looked up simultaneously. Their aura was regal as they scanned the crowd below, their eyes brimming with resentment. Xing had also regained his composure by then and looked down at the crowd. Everyone held their breath, their faces filled with curiosity. Everyone wanted to know, who exactly was this person who had outshone Hua? Chapter 90, Recognition. The top scorer in this test is Su from Tianhai City. The instructor's words echoed through the classroom. The students' first reaction was confusion. Because they never heard of Tianhai City. Nor had they ever heard the name Su. At that moment, Shui Kai, who had been mocking Su for coming in last, heard these words and froze. His mouth gradually gaped open. His gaze shifted back and forth between the instructor and Su. He tried to speak several times but couldn't get a word out. Just as he began to think he was hearing things, the instructor at the front repeated it once more. The first place winner this time is Su, a member of the Warrior Guild from Tianhai City. The clear words struck Shui Kai like a slap in the face. He was completely dumbfounded. Not only was he stunned, but Lang Ningxue and the others standing beside Su were also left with their minds going blank. They stared blankly at Su beside them, recalling the scene where the mentor had let Su go, and suddenly everything clicked. But immediately afterward, their expressions turned extremely complex. Because Su had snatched Qing's spot. Su, come up here. At that moment, the mentor spoke again, shouting down at the crowd. Everyone was searching for this mysterious figure until Su gestured for them to make way. Those who had just surrounded Su now looked at him with a mix of shock and fear. Some, however, wore expressions of curiosity and awe. But the majority were filled with skepticism and disbelief. For many of them, this was their first time seeing Su, and even their first time hearing the name Tianhai City. It wasn't until Su stepped out of the crowd and stood before the 10 trainees who had been eliminated last. In that instant, the 10 of them fixed their gaze intently on Su, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Their stares were like those of beasts preparing to pounce on their prey, baring their fangs, their foul stench overwhelming. It seemed as if at any moment, they would fight Su to the death except for one person, Xing. Xing stared at him in disbelief, her dazed expression as if she were seeing someone she never expected to see, her eyes glistening with tears. Su paid no attention to the others. He, too, looked at Xing, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. It's been a long time since. Before he could finish, a shocking scene unfolded. Right before everyone's eyes, Xing threw herself into Su's arms. She buried her face deep into his chest and clung to him desperately, as if holding onto a precious treasure, refusing to let go. Whoa! Holy shit! What did I just see? An explosion of shouts erupted from below as the crowd of excited onlookers went wild. Even the instructor was stunned. What on earth was going on? How could this kid steal the spotlight like this? This was a training camp evaluation. Did they come here to date? At that moment, Su didn't care about anything else. He held Xing tightly. The siblings hadn't seen each other in years. How could he not be overwhelmed with emotion? And seeing her looking so hurt, Su wanted to comfort her. Most importantly, in that moment, he felt a sense of relief. Whatever the reason, there must have been a valid reason, a difficult situation for his sister not to have contacted him all these years. Just as he was about to comfort his sister, he suddenly felt a chill creeping up his spine. He turned his head to see Zhang Hao, ranked 4th, glaring at him furiously. That look in his eyes seemed as if he wanted to devour him. You're Su? You're the number 1? Perfect. I, Zhang Hao, really want to test you, the number 1, and see if you're as formidable as the mentor said. As he spoke, his body had already closed in on Su. His speed was extraordinary. Su could even hear the sound of explosions beneath his feet. This was some kind of footwork martial art, and at the very least, a top-tier technique within the Earth rank. Su instinctively tried to block the attack, but was interrupted the next second by a thunderous roar. How dare you! Qing's eyes widened as she stepped in front of Su, radiating fierce intensity. Don't let her youthful appearance fool you when she gets angry. Even Su was intimidated. At least a 5-star master stage. Su clearly assessed Qing's level, and shock flashed in his eyes. He knew full well that his younger sister had been gifted since childhood, but he remembered that when he left, she hadn't even reached the warrior stage yet. To have advanced so rapidly without the kind of cheats he possessed was truly astonishing. Zheng Hao was equally stunned. Earlier, those people had said the top 2 in the rankings were 6-star warrior stage, but to him, this girl was clearly at least 6-star as well. After being scolded by Qing, Zheng Hao's face went as pale as a pool of stagnant water. He was at a complete loss. Xiao Qing, I was just afraid he'd de-bully you. Which eye of yours saw him bullying me? Qing looked furious as well and didn't hold back at all with Zheng Hao. It was clear Zheng Hao was terrified of Qing after being snapped at. He was so flustered he couldn't even get a word out. He could only turn his anger toward Su, shouting, Su, if you're a man, don't hide behind a woman. Su didn't say a word, but looked at Zheng Hao with a hint of disgust. It was obvious he genuinely cared for his sister. But when he attacked him just now, the guy had struck with brutal force, showing absolutely no mercy. With such a hot-headed temperament, it was no wonder Chang wasn't giving him the time of day. You just start hitting people whenever you feel like it? Do you think this is your house? Su snorted coldly. Zhang Hao grew even angrier and was about to strike again, but was stopped by the instructor's sharp rebuke. Stop it. Su is right. Do you think this is your house? If you're so capable, why don't you come in first on the test too? Zhang Hao was left speechless by the rebuke, his cheeks flushing crimson with frustration. However, the mentor didn't let Su off the hook either. And as for you two, I don't mind young people roughhousing, but can't you see what kind of occasion this is? Su offered an apologetic smile. He spoke almost simultaneously with Qing. Sorry, mentor, I got a little carried away. Sorry, professor, we got a little carried away. Zhang Hao, already seething with jealousy, nearly choked on his anger at the sight. Su, I challenge you to a duel. Let us settle this right here and now. Whoever loses will immediately withdraw from this test and is forbidden from ever appearing near Cheng again. Consumed by rage, Zhang Hao glared intently at Su. However, Su didn't say a word. Instead, he looked at him as if he were an idiot. Didn't you hear what the mentor said? Zhang Hao couldn't care less about that anymore. Just as he was about to speak again, he shuddered. He had sensed the mentor's icy glare. If he continued, he would likely face punishment. His expression finally shifted, and he stepped back to the side. He stepped back, but the 2 top-ranked youths who had remained silent until then finally spoke up. I thought he was some kind of genius, but now it seems he's just a coward hiding behind a woman. Qing, your judgment is terrible. This guy is nowhere near as good as Zhang Hao. The 2 glared defiantly at Su, while the others also shot him hostile glances. Su finally realized that there were people who couldn't stand him. Were still plenty. Chapter 91, A Broken Mirror Cannot Be Mended. It wasn't just Zhang Hao himself. Now everyone harbored hostility towards Su. As members of the top 10, they were all dissatisfied with Su's inexplicable first-place finish. Those who had been eliminated early on also resented him for attracting the mentor's attention. Enough. All of you, shut up. The mentor unleashed a surge of Grandmaster stage aura, forcing everyone to fall silent. He scanned every trainee present and said sternly, I don't care what conflicts you have or what objections you have to this test, take it all out on the assessment. I'll tell you this one last time, I am the mentor in charge of your training camp, so my word is final. Don't defy me. Assemble at 8 a.m. tomorrow for the official assessment. The winners will have the chance to secure a direct admission spot. He paused for a moment before continuing, your test scores and performance from today will be posted on the training campus official website first thing tomorrow morning. Numerous organizations and media outlets will be covering this training camp assessment. As long as you seize this opportunity, any of you can skyrocket to fame.
The crowd erupted in wild excitement, immediately putting Su's incident out of their minds.
Direct admission spots. Rewards. Becoming famous.
Gaining the attention of powerful forces, changing the course of their lives, and becoming the stars of tomorrow. Every single prospect made their breathing grow heavier. Seeing that the matter had been quelled, Fu immediately dismissed the crowd, keeping only Su behind. As Zhang Hao was leaving, he walked past Su and dropped a menacing remark.
Trust me. This test is going to be very unpleasant for you. After he left, Fu looked on with a sigh. Since you want to make a name for yourself, you'll have to pay the price.
These are all prodigies, you'll have to work twice as hard. Su nodded, his expression grave. Now that the geniuses participating in the training camp had all formed a negative impression of him, he was certain he would be targeted at every turn during the upcoming assessments. To secure a spot in the direct admission program, he had to work hard to improve his own skills. Seeing that Su had taken his advice to heart, Fu took out a pill and handed it to him. The pill had an incredibly delicate fragrance, and the paper wrapping it was printed with characters.
Master S pill. Su accepted the Shurdan and thanked him, though he wasn't particularly interested in it.
For one thing, he didn't need this to boost his vitality at all. Secondly, he had a relatively high resistance to elixirs. Medicines had very little effect on him, so taking the Shurdan would be a waste of a precious resource. Yet he couldn't bring himself to ask to exchange it for another reward.
After their conversation ended, Su left the training hall.
Qing was waiting for him right outside the door and smiled when she saw him come out. Standing in the moonlight, Su saw a hint of hurt behind Qing's smile. He could even make out tears glistening in her eyes. As siblings, they were both victims of their parents' failed marriage. Neither of them had ever imagined that one day they would be torn apart, and that their once happy life would never be restored. Having not seen each other for many years, the brother and sister didn't know where to begin at first. They simply stared at each other in silence.
Finally, Su broke the silence.
Little sister, how have you been all these years? I heard you were seriously injured before you came here and spent a long time in the hospital.
What exactly happened?
As he spoke, he nervously reached out to check on Qing, but she dodged his hand. Only then did he realize they were both no longer young, and he gave an awkward smile. Qing's gaze shifted away. She clearly didn't want to bring it up. Brother, don't worry.
It was just an accident. I've mostly recovered now, so please don't ask about it. But what about you? How did you suddenly get so strong and get selected for this training camp?
Her face was full of curiosity. She knew her brother's natural talent all too well. It was absolutely impossible for him to reach his current level. In fact, both she and their mother had always believed he'd never make it to the warrior stage in his lifetime. It's a long story, but the reason I came here to secure this guaranteed spot is so I can take Dad to Longdu.
Sis, I want Mom and Dad to get back together. Su got straight to the point.
His eyes were bright and full of hope. This was the outcome he'd always wanted. It was for this very reason that he'd worked so hard to become a warrior stage. He was even willing to give up his thirst for knowledge for the sake of reuniting the family. He'd assumed Qing felt the same way he did, but... Brother, that's impossible.
What? Su was taken aback.
Little sister, don't you want our family to be reunited? Tell Mom that I've now reached the warrior stage, and Dad's illness will be cured soon. As long as you and I work together, we'll definitely get back to the way things were. Su was getting a little worked up, but he noticed that Qing kept avoiding his gaze and his questions, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't bring herself to.
Brother, don't say any more.
If that's the only reason you're applying to Longdu University, you should just give it up. For a moment, Su was at a loss.
Why?
He couldn't understand Qing's words at all. It made no sense to him. But then it suddenly dawned on him, and his face turned ashen.
Qing, could it be that Mom has started again?
Yes.
Qing looked utterly tormented.
Su felt a boom in his head, as if struck by lightning. He stood there in a daze, his mind a blank. He finally understood why his mother had kept everything from him, and why their connection had grown increasingly distant. It turned out that the family he had been trying to mend had long since been completely shattered. No wonder Xiao Qing had access to such resources now, no wonder he heard them discuss her powerful family background. It turned out her family had long since ceased to be the same as his. For the first time, Su felt a sense of helplessness and despair. Crack! Just then, a bolt of lightning split the sky, and a light drizzle began to fall. Xing's eyes were red-rimmed. "Brother, we're not children anymore. There are many things we need to face head-on. Although I'd love to go back to the past too, a broken mirror can't be mended." Chapter 92, In the Eye of the Storm. Qing said wearily, "Grandpa has arranged a marriage partner for Mom. Although Mom isn't willing, Grandpa is putting a lot of pressure on her. It's only a matter of time." Su, who had been disheartened, suddenly perked up. "So, you're saying Mom isn't willing herself?" Qing didn't know how to answer at first. "Mama's just worried that Dad's health issues are a bottomless pit, I know that very well. But if I take first place at this national training camp, where geniuses from all over the country gather, I'll catch the attention of major institutions across Longwa. Then, solving these problems will be simple." Qing was taken aback. "Bro, you know this camp is full of geniuses. The top 3 on the potential rankings are 1 in 10,000. Some of them are even close to the Grand Master stage. Even as a key player on first highest team, I have less than a 10% chance of winning. That's my problem. Since Mom and Dad can't handle our family's affairs on their own, I'll take care of it." Su wasn't listening to a word she said. Qing didn't argue further, because she knew full well that Su wasn't in the mood to listen right now. The two didn't pursue the topic further, but Su couldn't stop thinking about it even after returning to the dorm. His mind was elsewhere. He knew just how difficult it would be to take first place. The upcoming official tests wouldn't be as trivial as the warm-up tests. Perhaps it was the truly brutal elimination system, and Chang was right, the people in this training camp were all geniuses from various organizations and cities. Standing out among them would be harder than climbing to the heavens. His current skill level might be enough to survive 1 or 2 rounds of elimination, but reaching the top was absolutely impossible. He might not even be able to beat Qing right now. He had to find a way to boost his vitality and martial arts repertoire. His emotions settled, and his eyes hardened with determination. Just then, Shang Cheng pushed the door open from outside. Seeing that Su hadn't gone to sleep yet, he flashed a solicitous smile. "Bro Tian, you're still up? Are you checking out tomorrow's opponents on the official website, or are you placing bets?" "Official website? Placing bets?" Su had never heard of this before and looked at him blankly. "What?" Seeing his bewildered expression, Shang-Qing looked utterly incredulous. "Brother Tian, you don't even know about the official website? Take a look. Not only can you view the contestants' potential rankings, but you can also place bets for some perks." Su took his phone and saw the training camp's official website on the screen. There were quite a few push notifications, as well as highlights of past trainees. It looked like the site had been up and running for many years. This was the 56th training camp. The site featured participant rosters and profiles. Below that was a voting activity where users could predict this year's top 36, though the predictions were mostly limited to those at the top of the potential rankings. Further down was the betting section Shang-Qing had mentioned. Betting had just opened for tomorrow's top 144. The accumulated prize pool had already reached a 10-digit figure. It looked absolutely staggering. Just then, a new pop-up appeared on the official website. Upset. Pre-tournament test, Huo loses top spot. The biggest dark horse is actually him. Su instinctively clicked on it and saw his name and the report on the warm-up test. The comments section below was abuzz with discussions about him, with people claiming this warm-up test must have been rigged and demanding an explanation from the organizers. "Bro Tian, I reckon you're going to be in the spotlight for the next few days. If you seize this opportunity to advance to the top 36, you might just catch the eye of a major agency in Longdu and get invited. Then you'll skyrocket to fame." A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Su's eyes as he heard these words. If that were true, this training camp would not only bring him immense wealth but also status. He pulled out his phone to research his opponents on the potential rankings, only to find numerous missed calls and messages. The most recent message was from Wei, warning him that his every move was now linked to the Warrior Guild and advising him to be cautious. Many media outlets and factions were keeping a close eye on this training camp. Suddenly breaking through the ranks might not be a good thing. He had to be wary of those enemies lying in wait. If he messed up during this test, the Warrior Guild could suffer an unprecedented blow. Su opened the other messages. Sure enough, there were indeed many messages threatening him. Most of them demanded that he admit to cheating during the pre-release test, accept punishment, and get the hell out of the training camp. The insults were vile, and the threats were terrifying, but to think they could make Su give up just with ease. Pure fantasy. He knew full well that if he backed down now, even if he simply didn't perform well, rumors of under-the-table dealings might be confirmed. The training camp officials wouldn't want that to happen either. They'd surely suppress any such rumors, and the Warrior Guild backing him couldn't afford to be dragged down by such gossip. Sure enough, a tall tree catches the wind. He was already in the eye of the storm, and his every move would affect everyone connected to him. He had no way out. The consequences of failure would be unimaginable. His supporters and his family might all suffer significant repercussions. Thinking of his father toiling day in and day out, he unconsciously clenched his fists, his gaze steely. The only way out of this predicament now was to silence the doubters and scale the very highest peak. Chapter 93, All is ready. In that case, I have no choice but to reach the summit. He pondered for a moment, then took out the master pill. Although the first round was merely an elimination round, he could not afford any mistakes. He had to use his strongest methods to deal with his opponents. Using the 4 previous recipients of the master pill as hypothetical adversaries, he pushed his physical strength to its absolute limit. His vitality currently stood at 4,450 points. It would take a significant amount of vitality to break through again. Although his absorption rate for potions was low, he surely wouldn't gain absolutely no vitality, especially since this was a master pill. Without hesitation, he swallowed it, increasing his vitality by 300 points. A look of resignation and concern flashed in his eyes. Since he hadn't broken through to the next realm, he had to do something else. He decided to refine his newly mastered light and graceful sword dance to achieve perfect proficiency. He wrote down the steps and his understanding of the technique. You are writing down your understanding of the light and graceful sword dance. Proficiency in the light and graceful sword dance plus 0.1%. You are writing down your understanding of the light and graceful sword dance. Proficiency in the light and graceful sword dance plus 0.1%. You are writing down your understanding of the light and graceful sword dance. Proficiency in the light and graceful sword dance plus 0.1%. Your understanding of the light and graceful sword dance has reached its maximum limit. Mastery has reached 100%. You have gained 1 point of insight. Having gained insight, he chose to achieve sudden enlightenment with the light and graceful sword dance immediately. The light and graceful sword dance had already reached the threshold of breaking through to the celestial tier martial art. This sudden enlightenment had a very high chance of achieving that breakthrough. The interface consumed 1 point of insight, and his vision gradually darkened. When his vision returned, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. A high-tech stage, with dazzling lights flashing and gradient-colored beams illuminating the space, surrounded by numerous musical instruments. Standing on the stage, his emotions surging, he let go of the past and swayed to the music. Countless men and women below the stage were reveling in leaping, swaying, and dancing while wielding all kinds of warrior stage weapons. As rhythmic DJ music began to play, the light sword appeared in Su's hand without warning, shimmering with light. Su couldn't help but swing the long sword. The lights swirled in sync, and everyone on and off the stage moved to the beat. He was completely immersed in the moment, forgetting everything else in the world. As the light sword swung to the music, it burst into an even more dazzling glow. The faster the rhythm, the more exquisite his swordplay became, and these movements were etched deep into his muscle memory. He didn't know how long the revelry had lasted, but the faint sounds in Su's ears gradually faded until they vanished completely. Back in reality. Su suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for breath. Sweat soaked his shirt, and a wave of intense fatigue washed over him, yet he wore a satisfied smile. Although his sword technique hadn't broken through to the heaven-tier martial arts, it had reached the pinnacle of earth-tier martial arts. His current stats were as follows. Host, Sue. Age, 18. Vitality, 4,750 points. Comprehension, 0 points. Skills, 8 Extreme Yin Yang Art 100% proficiency, Light and Agile Sword Dance 100% proficiency incorporates DJ Beat Mode, 10% proficiency. Weapon Mastery, Light and Agile Sword 100% mastery. Although this was a significant improvement, he still lagged behind the top-ranked geniuses. His only hope now is to avoid those tough opponents in the first round, leaving him some room to grow. No, I can't just sit back and wait for disaster. Sue felt immense pressure. Even if he doesn't face those opponents in the first round, he must plan ahead. He took a deep breath and buried himself in studying martial arts theory. This elimination tournament was an opportunity he'd have plenty of chances to observe martial arts techniques. By seizing this chance to create a new martial art and have Wei help promote it, he could earn a significant amount of vitality. Who knows? By the second round, his cultivation realm might have skyrocketed. With that in mind, he buried himself in organizing his martial arts techniques. He didn't know how long had passed when the sky began to brighten. An announcement over the PA system instructed everyone to assemble at the training grounds. Sue, who had been organizing his martial arts theories, looked up in a daze, appearing somewhat exhausted. Oh no, I overslept. Sue's heart sank. But since it was too late to do anything about it, he could only get up, quickly wash up, and head to the assembly point. At the assembly point, Fu stood in the open field and smiled once he saw that everyone had arrived. Fellow students, today is the official elimination test. The format for today's elimination test is simple. You'll compete in pairs to determine a winner, until only 144 people remain. As he spoke, he gestured for everyone to look toward both sides of the clearing.